It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite Easter boy special.
What's up?
Adam Friendon.
No days off for good behavior.
Well, neither of us are, Christians, so it wouldn't seem right. We can't take a day off for someone else's accord.
I'm like an atheist Christian, so.
Oh, okay.
I think I'm ethnically Christian.
Did you celebrate Easter? Did you hide little eggs for your wife?
No. There was no celebration going on for Easter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shame.
No Good Friday prayers, none of that stuff. No. Nope. Okay. I went to the studio yesterday and worked. I hung out with my buddy Owen and painted. Well, nice. He painted it. I colored the comic. So the comic is looking very sick. I'm like, oh my God, I feel like I'm getting good at the coloring stuff now, which is an art in and of itself. It's like basically drawing the comic all over again.
I know.
I wish that I would have done color to begin with. Like, what was I thinking? Anyway,
do you remember? Listen, I don't know how many times should I say I told you so, or have we done that enough?
I mean, I say it to myself in your voice as I'm working on the comic many times. The level of detail on the robot Hitler was just, I mean, whose idea was that? But I mean, it is.
I don't know.
Whose
idea was that, Adam? I don't know. Whose idea was any of this?
Look, it's got a giant robot Hitler that's chrome. He's chrome.
With all these lines and everything.
Chrome. And he's got this giant chrome eagle on his back that's just badass with wings. And just.
Yeah, anyway. I just feel like I was like, Adam, this is going to take you forever. And you're like, nah, Sitch.
It's going to be amazing, though. So just look, once it's done forever.
That is true.
Think about that. Yeah.
That is true.
Then we'll start on the next one, the next epic journey. So look, I like to climb Mount Everest. That's like my thing. I like to set goals that are just near impossible to achieve and achieve them. So that's my jam. What is our impossible goal for today? What are we working on today?
Well, first off, today we'll be watching a very interesting and surprisingly heated debate that Coleman Hughes was participating in. It was him, I forget the guy who was on his side, versus one of the, I believe, co-founders of Black Lives Matter, and a politician who you'll see is very angry. And they're debating whether the Democrats are too far to the left.
Right. Yes.
And obviously a big part of that is going to be how exactly does everyone define too far to the left?
It's very interesting the way they define it. The guy who's a politician, did you look up what district he's in and that stuff? I'd like a million questions as I was listening to this. I was like, he's got to be in an AOC plus 20 district, right? I have a lot to say about this.
Well, check, because I've seen that. I know I've seen that guy, Jamal Bowman. I know I've seen him. I know I've heard of his name a million times. He is in, let's see, I'll look it up right now. He is in New York, 16th district.
Okay, so he's in. I just scrubbed to his picture so you guys can take a look. Jamal is in.
Oh, wait, he was the only guy. Wasn't he the only guy? That's where I remember him. He was the only guy defending TikTok.
Oh, really?
That's why I remember him. Oh, my God. He was the one guy defending TikTok. Oh, that's awful.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Well, this whole district is probably TikTokers then, right?
He's the guy who, remember, there was that viral exchange where he was like on the floor of some Capitol building and he's screaming about school shootings or something. And then Thomas Massey walks over and they start, arguing with each other.
I don't remember any of this.
Oh, okay. So this is a viral video. Well, maybe we'll play it first.
Sure. Bring it up.
Just kind of
get a little
set
background
the mood for all this.
This debate is insane. And yeah, I'm so glad you picked this debate because I listened to it yesterday and I was like, I feel it's so in the progressive bubble. So it
is very much, yes.
Yeah. Let me just deny reality here. Okay.
So we're gonna watch the debate at some point, hopefully. FD Signifier will come on. I believe he wants to talk about, he just released a video this week on black conservatives.
Right. And famously, Adam has accused FD Signifier of being a conservative. And I don't know if I got like a tentative shout out or everybody is calling him a conservative
Yeah,
because
I assume he was talking about you. I assume he was talking
in the
about you.
video he
Yeah.
said he's been accused of being a accused is weird because some people proudly call themselves conservatives. FD, okay, it's
Uh-huh.
not necessarily an accusation. It's just like if someone is same sex attracted, they're gay. It's you're not accusing them of being gay. You're saying, look, you're gay. It's not a big
Mm-hmm.
deal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but I want to talk to him about that if he comes on because I think like his explanation of being conservative just was completely superficial. I'm going, no, this goes a lot deeper than you're giving credit. So we can talk about that perhaps if we have time.
Yeah, so hopefully he'll come on. We'll talk about that. A lot of questions. I like the first half of his video a lot because it basically lays out everything that I've been trying to say about wokeness for the last 2 years.
Well, no, but he gives examples of it, as in he buys into it, right?
Yeah, no, yeah, he agrees with it, right? But I'm just saying, like, it's annoying because so many times we have a lot of leftists come on the show and we talk to them, and it's like it becomes this really annoying conversation of either, and this one I'm curious to ask him this too. When we talk to white leftists, I feel like one of two things is happening. Either they're completely ignorant about the ideology that they're supporting, or they're all hiding their power level from
Oh
us
yeah.
in the conversation. And I don't know which one is which. So, but anyway, let's watch this real quick. This clip went viral. This is Jamal Bowman, who's going to be in the debate we're about to watch, and he gets into an argument with Thomas Massey.
Ask them, and they go to the Senate, ask the same questions. They're cowards. They're all cowards. They won't do anything to save the lives of our children at all. Cowards. Pressure them. Force them to respond to the question. Why the hell won't you do anything to save America's children? And let them
Says the guy who wants to trans every kid in America. So
I don't know if that's his. I don't know what his position on trans is, but
so Jamal Bowman's district is the last election was 64 to 35. So he's like a 30 he's like a 30-point district.
yes.
Safe seat. It's easy to run out and be the hero here,
Right.
the loudmouth in the hall when you're in a 30-point safe district.
explain that all the way up until election day on 2024. Let them explain it all the way up to election day on 2024. They're freaking cowards. They're gutless. They're not here. I'm talking about gun violence. I'm talking about gun violence.
School that allows teachers to carry.
Carry guns? You think more guns lead to more death? More guns lead to more death. Look at the data. You're not looking at any data. You're carrying the water for the gun lobby. Look at the data. More guns lead to more deaths. Good states that have open carry laws have more death. States that have open carry laws have more death. Are you listening to what I'm saying? Calm down. Children are dying. 9-year-old children. The solution is not arming teachers. Have you ever worked in a school? 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 It's a yes or no question. Have you ever worked in a school? You will not answer my question. Don't stop and talk to me.
Okay, that was
So there you go. Just continue.
he does the data thing in this too.
Yes, he is very upset about data in this conversation that
A
we're about to
lot of
watch.
data.
Right. So so he
Look
went
at my
viral.
data. No, your data doesn't count.
So that conversation obviously blew up because he's shouting very loudly about gun control, and then afterwards he kind of went viral again because he seemed to be the only Democrat that was openly, at least at first, defending TikTok. And he said something like, "Oh, Republicans want to ban TikTok because they're just not good at TikToking," essentially. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So and he wasn't just saying that he thought and this was before the Restrict Act bill came out. So he wasn't saying that he thought the bill itself was bad. He was just saying that the idea of banning TikTok itself was bad.
Well, the bill was awful. So
yes, the bill was and is awful.
Right. The bill is like, if you TikTok once, you're going to go to jail for 30 years.
Well, it's just, as everyone likes to call it, the Patriot Act for the internet, which, just it gives the government a massive overreach in the internet sphere that has far-reaching implications, going way beyond TikTok. And it seems like everyone's kind of on the same page that it's just awful. So, thank you, Congress. We had one issue. Where finally it seemed like the Democrats and Republicans could team up against China, and then they screwed it up. They both just completely screwed it up and gave us this Restrict Act garbage.
All the bill needs to be is refuse TikTok to be hosted in any of the app stores. Like, you don't have to go after people's internet and shit. It's like so simple.
Yeah.
Just
but anyway, so here is the debate. Let's jump into it.
Ask them, and then go to the Senate, ask the same.
So on March 21st, I participated in an Intelligence Squared debate against Black Lives Matter co-founder Alicia Garza and Congressman Jamal Bowman. The motion of the debate was, has the Democratic Party gone too far left? So the political scientist Rui Teixeira and I argued in the affirmative, and Alicia and Jamal argued the negative. Now, this debate was frustrating for me at times, and I think you'll hear exactly when those times are. But overall, I'm really glad that I did it, and I hope you enjoy it. So without further ado, my Intelligence Squared debate, has the Democratic Party gone too far left?
Hi, everybody. Welcome to another debate from Intelligence Squared. I'm John Donvan, and I will be moderating as usual, as this time we take on one of those topics we like to visit from time to time, where we look at the ideas that underpin America's political parties. Last time around, we asked, has the GOP lost its way? It was a good debate, and I recommend it. This time, the Democrats are up again, and here's the question we are posing this time. Is the Democratic Party too far left? So let's see what we get for answers. We have a four-person debate, 2 against 2, and let's welcome them. For the team arguing yes in answer to the question, is the Democratic Party too far left? Fellow at the Manhattan Institute, contributing editor at City Journal, host of the YouTube and podcast series Conversations with Coleman Hughes. Welcome, Coleman. Thanks so much for joining us at Intelligence Squared.
Thank you for having me.
And your partner is political scientist and commentator, senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, and co-founder and politics editor of the Substack newsletter, The Liberal Patriot, Rui Teixeira. Welcome, Rui. Thanks so much for joining us.
Glad to be here.
Now, we have two opponents to this point of view, the team arguing no, that the Democratic Party is not too far left. First, civil rights activist, co-founder of the Black Lives Matter movement, principal of the Black Futures Lab, host of the podcast Lady Don't Take No, Alicia Garza. Welcome, Alicia. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And finally, a member of the U.S. House of Representatives from New York's 16th District, Jamal Bowman. Welcome, Congressman. Thanks so much for joining us and making the time as well.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me.
So I want to get to it. I just want to say that we've already agreed that we're all going to go on first name basis for the duration of this conversation. I just want to ask permission from all of you to interrupt when I feel as moderator it's appropriate for me to do that in order to move things along or to clarify. Is that okay with everybody? I like, as they say on the airplane, a verbal yes from everybody.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we want to give each of you a couple of minutes to explain why you are yes or why you are no. We want to start with the yes side. Rui, you are on the yes side. You're saying the Democratic Party is too far left. Tell us why.
Right. Okay. Well, Coleman actually is our first affirmative. So
I don't have, let me just do it over again then. And
okay.
Our audience gets to see the behind the scenes look at a quick edit.
Oh my God.
Coleman, you are up first to answer yes
we
to
never
the question.
Make any
the Democratic
mistakes.
Party is too far left. Please tell us why.
So first, I just want to thank Intelligence Squared for offering me this opportunity. I'm very excited to speak with you all. I'm here arguing that the Democratic Party has gone too far left. What do I mean by that? I mean that in many cases, Democrats have adopted hyper left-wing policies that are popular among elite, highly educated influencers, journalists, and activists that are disproportionately on social media, but not popular and not particularly helpful among the broader constituency, much less the American population as a whole. What kinds of policies am I talking about? I'm talking about during COVID, handing out emergency aid to restaurants based on skin color rather than based on the need of an individual restaurant. I'm talking about handing out medicine based on skin color, COVID antivirals in New York, as Kathy Hochul prescribed. I'm talking about defunding and dismantling police forces of populations that were experiencing almost unprecedented levels of violent crime and sometimes asking for more police, not less. And who pushed for this? The progressive wing of the Democratic Party. I'm talking about opposing charter schools. When you know, in New York City, we have at various times over 50,000 kids on the waiting list for these schools trying to get in so that they can have an option, so they can have school choice, which rich kids are already have. And who opposes the expansion of charter schools? The progressive wing of the Democratic Party. The question is why? Why does the party that feels itself, and in some cases is the party of that sticks up for the disadvantaged and the working class, why is it that the progressive wing supports policies which don't help the working class and opposes certain policies which would? My argument is that the Democratic Party in some ways has grown more to care about the opinions of highly educated, highly online elites more than the needs and opinions of the broader constituency. This is why Biden and Elizabeth Warren and various other Democrats will use a word like Latinx, even though 80% of Hispanics have never heard that word. They, and through no fault of their own, we're all in a bubble in life, right? But they're operating in a bubble where the far left ideas about race and gender and so forth are quite popular, but that is a tiny bubble, not representative of the broader public. And as public servants, it's crucial that we get out of the bubble and that we serve the needs of the broader constituency. So that's what I mean when I say the Democratic Party has gone too left. And I hope listeners will find something to agree with in my point of view.
Thank you, Coleman Hughes. And
so I agree. Obviously, I agree that right now the Democratic Party is in the throes of giving a crap about, what woke progressives say and do. Obviously, we had you put in the thumbnail, the birthing person obviously was, one of the funny examples that everyone points to recently of, the Biden administration, virtue signaling for wokeness. But I think that the charter school example is a bad example of that, because the charter school fight has been a fight that's been going on for, I don't know, since I've been alive. Like, I don't remember a time where the charter school fight wasn't happening. That's something that's been going on for 30, 40 years, to my knowledge. And the original argument was from the left was that they didn't want to take money out of basically public schools and put it into how they argue. Now, this is their argument. I'm not saying it's true, but their argument is they don't want to take money out of public schools and put it into what they think is primarily going to be Christian religious schools that all the right-wingers want to shove their kids into. And, they're going to teach them, not evolution. They're going to teach them gay is bad and, blah, 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 blah. And that's always been their argument from, day one. I think probably the real reason behind the left being against charter schools is just because it would weaken the teachers' unions.
Yeah, and those are their voting constituents.
Yeah, and that's a big power base for them.
Yep.
So at least that's the politicians' reason for it. Obviously the average person on the left who repeats an anti-charter school argument isn't like thinking about it from this kind of cynical lens. They just buy whatever argument they're essentially fed. So, but that's just been going on for so long. I don't think it's a good example of like the recent wokeness gone amok.
Yeah, he's just trying to come up with examples that would be more advantageous for the working class. And
Right.
like the situation with charter schools has kind of changed because people are starting to realize that, there are all these failing public schools, and an opportunity to introduce some market-based solutions might solve that problem in a way that kind of sidesteps the religious school issues that you're talking about and were, chief in framing the debate 20 years ago. So he's kind of saying that the debate has moved on, and now potentially it's something that we could talk about in a fresh light. So, I get where he's coming from. And that's, that all of them, well, no, really just that and defund the police touch on economic issues. Obviously, in areas where it's economically depressed, the last thing you want is to pull out law enforcement. So, I think the main crux of Coleman's argument is that, the Democratic Party should be focused more on economic issues than these, culture war type issues, which I agree with. So,
well, and recently the Biden administration passed some element of Title VII or Title IX that made it harder for schools to essentially restrict trans women from competing with cis women in school sports. They can no longer do it on the basis of being trans. They have to create some kind of criteria that takes into account every individual person.
Fascinating.
Which to me is like, I don't know why. I don't think they should be involved with that, that conversation. But, if the schools want to make their decisions about it, let the schools make their decisions about it. But, regarding the whole, the Democrats should focus on the economics issue thing, I think that's true, but I do think that you need to get the culture war issues right first, because I think people have a general vibe of politics. They have a general vibe of what they feel like the direction the country is going. And to me, when we talk about these economic issues, and I think this is where the Democrats screw up so much, when you hear Democrats talk about economic issues, they go into all these policies that, I don't know what they're talking about. I'm an idiot. Right? I'm an average voter. I'm an idiot. Okay. Right. I'm an NPC. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Most people don't know what they're talking about. Or even if they do know what they're talking about, it's more intangible or etherical. It's more out there in the ethereal in terms of whether these policies are going to really create, something better in your life.
Ethereal. That's the word you're looking for.
Yeah. And listen, I'm a low information voter, Adam. Okay.
Right. No, it's very ethereal.
Yeah. It's much harder for the average person to grab onto these ideas. When somebody says
we're going to start calling women birthing persons, now that's something I can sink my teeth into.
Right. And that's the thing, that these culture war issues are so simple. They're right in your face. People have an instantaneous intuition about them. They understand them. They have a feeling about it, right? One way or the other. And I think that's what the left misses, is that these culture war issues are indicative of everything else in politics and how people vote and how people feel about the country. Now, I do think there's a lot of free money on the table. There's a massive pile of cash, in my estimation. Okay, I could be wrong, but I think that there's basically a table with $100 million just sitting on it, right there.
For Burisma?
And it's right
from
in
Burisma?
The middle. No, it's not from Burisma.
Are you sure? I don't know.
Yes.
It's not a bribe.
There's a table in the Democratic Party, okay, with $100 million in cash sitting right there for anyone to grab it. Okay. Right. The problem is there's a little tiny piece of paper, a little sign in front of that pile of cash, and it says, if you take this money, you're racist.
Right.
Okay. So no one wants to take the money. And what that money is that I predict that if there was a politician in the Democratic Party who came out and very strongly denounced wokeness, and I don't mean there's been Democratic politicians that kind of, try to downplay wokeness and sidestep around it. But I mean, come out and just say, wokeness is garbage. These trans issues are completely unimportant. They affect a tiny minority people. All this cancel culture shit is garbage. call it garbage, denounce it, and then say, we need to focus on real issues that real Americans care about, healthcare, getting people jobs, and just, the left has completely gone crazy on all these cultural issues, and it's just killing the country, and it's a big waste of time. And I think if there's a Democrat politician that came out and just said that very strongly, I think there'd be a massive wave of support in their direction.
Perhaps. The thing that I wonder about.
Well, let me.
Okay, go ahead.
I mean, they'd be attacked. They would be attacked ruthlessly by woke people and journalists at first. But I think there'd be a massive groundswell of support from the populace, and they would basically be in the Trump position where, when Trump first declared, the media is attacking him, but all the people are supporting him.
So, some people would support him, but the thing that I always wonder about is how many people in the Democratic base are using this as kind of the motivation in their lives. They perceive of themselves as trans activists. So the equivalent would be like if the Republican Party came out and said, listen, we shouldn't really care so much about abortion. It's really not that big a deal. I know that you guys have this religious connection to it, but Jesus isn't coming back. He hasn't come back for 2,000 years. Okay. And this is not really that important. We have economic issues.
Easter, Adam. How dare you?
I know, but this is what they're hearing in their heads when you make this argument about the trans stuff. This is what they're hearing. They're like, what?
So here's
like, you just basically pissed all over their religion, and that you're going, look, we need economic issues are more important than your cult that you're in. And they're going, no, I want the cult.
So I think that what you're saying is true about a lot of people online and maybe a lot of journalists. I don't think the average Democrat voter feels that way about any of this stuff. And I think the average Democrat voter is annoyed by wokeness, is annoyed by hyper-progressivism. And it's kind of like the situation that we saw with DeSantis and Trump, where you had a lot of people who, as soon as there was an alternative to Trump, they immediately jumped on the DeSantis train.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I would hope that you're correct. Yeah. I'm often surprised by how much people are into this in a way that I don't quite understand. So
I think a lot of people, from my estimation, when I talk to people and when I listen to a lot of these interviews and when I see the way that people talk about this stuff, this is why the reason I use the DeSantis Trump comparison is it seems like people are very good at deluding themselves to be into anything as long as they see that there's one, no alternative, and two, if it's to fight some kind of greater enemy in their mind.
Right.
But the second that an alternative appears, it's like it opens people's brain to suddenly unlock and be like, oh, maybe there is an alternative.
Right.
Someone had a great tweet today, and it was something like they were kind of complaining about, how wokeness was destroying the Democratic Party. And someone responded by saying, when I talk to the average, non on the internet Democrat about how wokeness is destroying the country, they'll give a soft agree, but then they immediately do a whataboutism into talking about how bad Trump and the right wing and the MAGA, MAGA movement is. And that's been my exact experience. And I would probably wager that for most people listening, that's been their experience too, is that there are a lot of people who are not like the internet politic types who they'll say yeah, wokeness sucks, but the right is so much worse. Donald Trump is so much worse, blah, 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 blah. That's what I'm saying. As soon as that alternative presents itself, I think you would see a huge, now it'd be a fight. It would be a big fight. I'm not going to say suddenly it's President Bartlett gives a speech and everyone switches sides, right? I'm not saying it's going to be like that. It would be a fight, but I think that it would be like Trump in 2016. And I think that Democrat would win at the end of the day.
Yeah, I hope that you're correct. Obviously, I don't know why they're hanging on to things like the birthing person thing. It's just so repulsive to so many people. I mean, they talk about in this debate about protecting Social Security and stuff like that. And I just I think if you ask the average voter, you know, if you told the average voter, listen, the Democratic Party is going to protect your Social Security, but they want you to call your mom a birthing person. They're going to go, fuck Social Security. I don't give a fuck. Right? They're going to be like, I don't want that person protecting my Social Security because they're crazy. Like, that's just the calculus that I think none of these people in this debate ever really dive into. So,
well, I think it's kind of like how, you know, Putin starts a war in Ukraine because he's surrounded by advisors giving him terrible advice, essentially.
Yes, totally.
Who are super corrupt, and they're basically like, oh, yeah, we're going to just march into Ukraine. It'll be no big deal. We've been building up the military for years, you know, even though they've been basically embezzling all the funds themselves, you know. And that's kind of what's happening to not just the Democrats, but to a lot of businesses as well in America. I think that's why, you know, you have the whole controversy where everyone's mad that Bud Light has Dylan Mulvaney now as a spokesperson. You have, you know, you had like some drag queens, I think, perform at the Country Music Awards. Apparently there's some commercial with drag queens or trans people doing an ad for Jack Daniel's whiskey or something. Like, it's my guess here is that what's going on is you have a lot of people in power are listening to a lot of advisors and marketers and these kinds of people that are supposed to, you know, giving them like advice on advertising and things of that nature. And they're basically like, oh, the kids like the transes. The kids like the gays. The kids like the drags, you know, and they make these determinations either based on their own sense of morals, or they do these internet surveys, which are obviously going to be heavily biased. Towards, you know,
I did a Twitter poll.
Right. Or they looked at Twitter. And that's the thing. It's like all like this, like woke progressive movement has all this, it's like a complete fiction in that it has all this, the perception of how many people are woke is so overblown because of Twitter. Like basically, if it wasn't for Twitter, I don't even think wokeness would have ever been created in the first place. Because essentially, wokeness goes viral on Twitter because all the woke people are drawn to it because they all want to stand on their soapbox and they all want to, you know, say whatever they want to say about politics. And since Twitter is one of the fastest ways for people to get information, all the journalists are obsessed with it. So all the journalists are there and they're seeing all this wokeness on Twitter. So then they think, well, everyone's woke. And then they write about it in all their articles. And then that convinces a bunch of quote unquote experts who are telling companies and candidates how to behave. Oh, well, all these journalists are, you know, super woke. All these people on Twitter are super woke. All these, you know, internet polls, everyone's super woke. And so that's why this stuff gets, you know, goes on and on and on.
Yeah. You got to dig into the actual numbers, which who knows?
Give me the data.
All right.
Jamal Bowman gets very upset about data later in this conversation.
The data's coming in.
Yes. Give me the data.
Here you go, Lieutenant Commander Data.
Did I mute myself? Am I up?
We can't hear you. No.
Yeah.
No, you're muted.
Okay. Thank you, Coleman Hughes. Sounding odd coming back to myself. Thank you, Coleman Hughes. Now we swing over to the no side. Alicia, you are taking the position that the Democratic Party is not too far left. Please explain why.
Okay. So first of all, thank you to Intelligence Squared for having us and for having this conversation. Let's just start with the premise of the question. To infer that the Democratic Party is too far left is also to assume in some ways that it may be out of touch with the majority of the country. It, in fact, is saying by assumption that its policy positions and its vision for the country is not in step with the majority of voters or the majority of people in America who need politics to actually work for them. It is also to infer that the Democratic Party can't win elections, right? Because it is losing voters due to its policy positions. I argue that both statements are actually patently false because they're grounded in assumptions that claim to speak for a majority, but in fact don't. There are reasons that voters are leaving the Democratic Party, just like there's reasons that voters are leaving the Republican Party. But despite polls that claim otherwise, it's not because the positions of the party are too far left. Take it from me. There are, however, reasons that the Democratic Party...
Did you hear that little snicker? That snicker was all about the Democratic Party needs to go way further left.
Yes, of course.
Party may or may not reflect the views of the majority of the country, but I would argue that this is also not because their positions on policy are too far left. A white majority that is in economic, political, and social decline is actually the reason that voters are leaving the Democratic Party. And despite the fact that the policy positions of the Democratic Party would, in fact, and do, largely benefit the declining white majority. An inability to win victories for current and potential voters
Let me go back 1 second.
In fact, social decline is actually the reason that voters are leaving the Democratic Party. And despite the fact that the policy positions of the Democratic Party would, in fact, and do, largely benefit the declining white majority.
So she said the reason that people are leaving the Democratic Party is because they're white. And white people who are losing money are leaving the Democratic Party, presumably because
they hate black people.
Right, because she buys into kind of this, leftist version of conflict theory where, the race conflict theory where, everything that's controlling people's actions is just, they're identifying by their racial groups and they're fighting for resources against each other. And so all these white people in America are like thinking, either consciously or I guess unconsciously, thinking, oh, the Democrats are just taking all my monies and giving it to the black people's.
Yeah.
And that's their motivation. But then it's weird because then she says, so that's the reason that she thinks they're leaving the party. But then she says, even though by her estimation, that's not actually happening, that the Democratic Party policies are actually aimed at helping those white people get money.
Right. At marginalized people's expense.
Presumably. And so, first of all, I think both of her points here I completely disagree with. I think are ridiculous. But if we were to even accept her argument, that would be the question. Say, well, wait a minute. If that's the case, why is that? If those policies are helping those voters, why are they still leaving? What's going on there? And I don't think she gives any clear answer to that, but maybe. We'll see.
An inability to win victories for current and potential voters that improve their standard of living and their quality of life is another reason that votes for the Democratic Party may be in jeopardy. But overall, studies show and polls show
that completely contradicts what she just said. She said they could be losing votes because they're not providing an improvement in the standard quality of life for people.
Right.
So wouldn't that mean that they're not doing those things? They're not providing policies that are helping, white people that are losing money in the country?
Just I categorically reject the whole idea that you can only help people based on the color of their skin and one at a time.
Of course, it's ridiculous. Yes, it's ridiculous.
And I really doubt that all these free market conservatives on the right are seeing this as like a zero-sum game. So
yeah.
That this, in and of itself, the question of whether or not the Democratic Party is moving too far left is actually driven by the attitudes primarily of older white men, a declining demographic overall who fear and denounce the demographic change that threatens their power and influence overall.
So afraid. I'm so terrified. I'm shaking in my boots over here. So terrified.
As an old white man, Adam, how terrified are you?
I'm not terrified at all. Jeez. What is this? I hang out with white people occasionally. I even hang out with old white dudes occasionally.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the most progressive motherfuckers I ever met. None of them are worried about losing their power.
Yeah, but that's because you live in California. Okay. You live in LA, where it's super hyper woke progressive.
Yeah, but I mean,
in Florida, I walk around. Listen, I'm walking around the street of Florida as I do, walking the gator. And old white men, they just come up to me constantly. Old white men come up to me and they hand me these flyers and they're like, listen,
we got to do something about the situation here. The demographic situation.
You're like, we got a meeting on Thursday, okay, for all the whites to come to, because we're really worried we're really worried about all these, minority groups stealing all our powers away from us, stealing all our money away from us. You want in, brother? And then I'm like, listen, I'm Jewish. I don't know if you want me in that group. And then they immediately walk away.
Oh, they're like, sorry, didn't realize.
They snatch the flyer out of my hand. And they say, traitor, and they walk away from me. That happens at least 3 times a day to me. That's why I don't leave the house anymore. I just got sick of it.
Blacks are 13% of the population. Right now they're lumping Latinos in as minorities.
Yes.
But I have a feeling that Latinos are going to go the same way that the Italians did, the same way that the Irish did, the same way that the Scottish did, like the same way that the Asians did. Like they're all becoming white. Like what's going on here?
There's going to be 20 years from now. We're still going to be doing this show.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to both be out of our minds and senile.
Right.
Not from age, because there'll be hyper-medicine in 20 years from now, but just from listening to all this garbage for so long.
Right, yeah.
And
destroy our brains.
I know, destroy our brains. And there'll be articles. They'll say stuff like, Latinos are now the new whites.
Do you deny that thesis?
No, you're right. That's what I'm saying. That's going to be the thing.
As soon as Latinos start voting, predominantly Republican, it's over. It's over. It's over.
Latinos are the new whites.
Over.
They're the race traitors. Oh my God.
Yeah, all the progressives are going to come out and call them white. Everyone's going to look. The progressives call black dudes white when they vote Republican. Yeah, this is just. That's why when she's look, we're a couple of white dudes here. Look, this conversation that we're having. Listen to this conversation. Do we sound worried about the demographic shift in the country? Do we sound terrified of it? No, we're not. I find it hard to believe that. I find it hard to believe that Republicans are terrified of it too. Like
to be fair, there are some that are, but I think that those people online who complain about the demographic shift are in the tiny minority.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, there are racists online, Sitch. I don't know if you know.
I know. Listen, I know. I'm aware.
There are people that have, they're ethno-nationalist, ethnocentrist. They can't stand the fact of someone that's just a shade darker than them inhabiting their neighborhood. But I don't think that's the majority.
No.
Yeah.
Well, and then the woke stuff has been the best recruitment device for the ethno-nationalist.
Oh, of course.
That there's ever been in recent history.
Yeah. Yes.
Because they go, it's all the minorities that are bringing wokeness into America. And I'm like, really? All the woke people, at the top of these, DI things, they all seem pretty white.
Yeah.
They all seem super white.
Yeah. Shall we continue?
Yes.
And while there may be, and I think there are good reasons, to examine the policy priorities of both parties alongside the policy desires of the majority of the country, many of whom, if we're talking about the majority, don't vote or don't vote consistently, then to continue to capitulate to the wanton longings of a declining demographic politically, socially, and numerically will always be a losing proposition for anybody who's interested in winning elections.
See, she totally frames any policy as catering to old white men. How is that? How do charter schools cater to old white men? How does not defunding the police cater to old white men? Well, I guess she would buy into like the police force is a descendant of like a slave force or something.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And also she framed it like, she's only concerned about winning seats. She's not concerned about like whatever the guiding philosophy of the party is.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Thank you, Alicia. Now we swing back again to the yes side. And Rui Teixeira, it is your turn to tell us why you are arguing yes, the Democratic Party is too far left.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd start out by pointing out, I think a lot of the things that Coleman mentioned in terms of things that in fact are not majority positions were not really responded to by our distinguished opponent, who instead basically made a lot of claims about how the Democrats, in fact, are winning elections, and that to the extent they are not winning elections and are losing voters, it's strictly because of this so-called declining white demographic. Well, I would like to raise a few questions about that based on the actually existing data. If you look at the data, for example, if you compare 2012 to 2020, those two presidential elections, the Democrats gained 16 margin points among white college-educated voters. They lost 19 points among non-white working class voters. So I put to you the proposition that if we're looking at where Democrats are losing votes, in fact, it is frequently the case. They're losing votes among non-white voters, particularly working class voters, which does not comport well with the case that Alicia was making. Some further data along those lines, you can actually look at non-white working class voters from 2012 all the way up to 2022, which is our latest data. And my estimations indicate Democrats have lost 33 margin points, 33 off of their support among non-white working class voters. Again, this does not comport with the idea that this is strictly a matter of the declining white demographic as opposed to other more serious problems. In fact, I think what Coleman is basically saying, and it's very important to stress this, Democrats are not only moving too far to the left and alienating, say, white working class voters, they're alienating considerable parts of their base. How else do we explain that the Democrats, lost 16 points off of their support among Hispanic voters in 2020? How do we explain that the Democrats lost 14 points off of black voters between 2020 and 2022? I mean, I could just go on. You can look at the data from New York. Look at this massive swings toward the Republicans in Asian and Hispanic areas in the local election. I mean, you look at what happened. How did Eric Adams become mayor of New York? He became mayor of New York because he was running against the Democrats being too far left on crime and public safety. And that's why he became mayor of New York, not because he was running on a super progressive platform, or that's what people were looking for. Rather, what people really want is they want public safety, they want equal opportunity, and they want upward mobility. And to the extent that Democrats depart from that formula, and as Coleman is rightly pointing out, sort of put forward and identify themselves with a point of view and a sort of world outlook that is really peculiar to the college-educated liberal slice of the American electorate, that's not the way forward for the Democrats. It does move them too far to the left. It does move them too far for the median voter, and not just the median white voter, the median non-white voter. So I put it to you that, in fact, our distinguished opponents are just not getting it right here on the basic data, on the basic sort of contours of the American electorate and what people want and what they do not want.
Thank you, Roy Teixeira. And finally...
So I agree with everything Rui said. I don't know if you have any disagreement. He's talking about the demographic shifts in the votes. That's a good way to look at it, I think. But I said this before, and I'll say it again. Here's my advice. Okay. Step one, you need to get a separate web camera that's not a part of your laptop. If you're going to be doing some kind, and a little microphone.
Step
right?
two,
you can get a cheap little camera and a cheap microphone that will be better than whatever is part of your laptop. Okay. But if you're not going to do that, at least take a bunch of books and stack your laptop up so that it's at eye level.
Right.
with you. And then don't like lean over it like you're a villain giving an evil speech to James Bond as he's strapped to the table and the laser's coming down. It's a very bad persuasion when you keep when you have that like under view zoom in shot because he's like leaning too close to the laptop because he wants to make sure he's heard from his microphone.
90% of people just listen, so they're not. I mean, I never noticed because I was just listening to this the first time through. But yes,
I'm just saying. Yeah. Okay.
He needs to work on his streaming game.
If people are watching, a lot of people are going to be instantly turned off by what he's saying, and they might not even consciously know why, and it's because of the way his visuals are set up.
I almost got out my censored tag to put it over his face.
See, you
but I thought
you noticed it too.
I was gonna get in trouble if I did that.
Right.
No, I mean the numbers don't lie. The like losing 19% of non-white voters from 20. I think he said 2020 to 2020. From 2012 to 2020 is just massive. That's completely going in the wrong direction. So, right. And picking up college-educated white voters, okay, like that just screams. Well, no, that just screams that the woke religion is taking over. Because right. All the people that are white, college-educated voters have been indoctrinated into wokeness. It's what gives their lives meaning. So
yes,
they're literally catering to that population.
Right.
Which is also easy to cater to because all you got to do is call people birthing persons and you don't actually have to pass any legislation.
Exactly. And that's a good point. A lot of the benefit, I think part of the cynicism of why a lot of Democratic politicians have jumped onto wokeness is because, as you said,
cheap.
They just have to virtue signal all this garbage. It doesn't really have to pass meaningful, substantive policy that would be, expensive or have some actual impact in the world.
Right.
But also, I mean, it's stupid from a strategy perspective because, all those, upper middle class, college educated, progressive people that the Democrats are winning now, they're not going to vote Republican.
Right. Oh yeah.
It doesn't matter. You can have a Democratic politician come out and say, pull down his pants and take a dump on a picture that just says wokeness. And they're still going to vote for the guy over the Republican. It doesn't matter.
I think it is interesting. You brought up philosophy that the conservatives are really selling a philosophy, a pro philosophy. Like these are the things that we're in favor of. And the Democrats aren't really selling a philosophy. They're selling the other guys are racist and you can't vote for racists. That's really all they have going for them.
No, that's a good point. And I think, a big problem is that this started in the 60s. And it's that it's very easy for people to, once they start dismantling certain aspects of things, to kind of have a too broad brush or too stupid brush of dismantling everything.
Yeah.
And I think this is the left's fault. Though I guess you could say it's also the right's fault for embedding racism in this. But I think we have a problem in this country that we basically in the 60s started to deconstruct nationalism as a good thing. And we started to deconstruct the American identity, a unified joint American identity. And it's been kind of getting chipped away at and weakened for decades. And then obviously when the woke stuff came along, that was like the wrecking ball came in and it destroyed kind of the American identity that created some kind of unified cultural attitude about what it means to be American in this country. I think that's been totally destroyed. And for the, on the right, they're at least offering that identity back to people on the right. You might not agree with however they define an American identity, but it's there. And as you said, I mean, what is the left's identity? The left's identity is America is terrible and racist. And if you're white, you're terrible and racist. Like who wants to unify around that?
Yeah, especially if you're an immigrant who just came to America because you came from a place that was shitty and racist. It's like,
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It was funny. I was listening to the expulsion hearing pre-trial, whatever you want to call it, in Tennessee. Everyone's talking about how in Tennessee, if you're not familiar, there was a big anti-gun protest where protesters were I couldn't find any articles about this because journalists are all terrible and none of them care about the truth. A bunch of protesters were inside the Tennessee Capitol building, including being in the gallery of where the legislature votes and things. And I couldn't really find an article about whether they forced their way in, whether they were allowed in. I couldn't find any articles that really talked about any of this stuff because journalists suck. But there was this big protest because of the last shooting, and there was a couple representatives who basically, interrupted whatever the conversation was, the proceeding, and one of them pulled out a bullhorn. They started talking and shouting with the crowd, and essentially 2 of the 3 people that did that were expelled from being in the Tennessee legislature, which is a very extreme move. And before they were expelled, before the votes, they kind of had this like really long proceeding that you can listen to on C-SPAN on YouTube, where they kind of discuss whether they want to kick these people in or out. And it was interesting because one of the guys who's on the right, who's a Republican in Tennessee, is Indian. And he's criticizing one of the black guys who they're thinking about expelling for basically having this exact attitude that you're talking about, Adam. Because he's like, listen, I'm an immigrant. I came to this country 20 years ago, and America provided.
Hilarious.
Yeah, he's like, America provided opportunity to me. It didn't judge me on the basis of my skin color. It allowed me to, exceed, and here I am on, I'm a representative in Tennessee, blah, 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 blah. And, you're only looking at this through through the lens of color. And it's like limiting you, essentially, is what this guy's saying. So
yeah,
it's kind of interesting. But though, of course, if you're black and American, you're going to be very offended by an immigrant coming to your country
and succeeding.
Yeah. Well, not succeeding, but basically saying like, shut up and nut up, essentially.
Right.
So wasn't very persuasive to the individual, obviously.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
In this round, our statement comes from Congressman Jamal Bowman. Jamal Bowman, tell us why you argue that the Democratic Party is not too far left.
Jamal.
So once again, thank you so much for having me, and thank you so much for having this debate. So no, the Democratic Party has not moved too far to the left. As a matter of fact, I would argue that the Democratic Party has not moved left enough. Let me initially respond to what was just mentioned by one of my opponents. The reason why Eric Adams won his mayoral race is because there were 4 other candidates in that race that split the vote. If it was a one-on-one race between him and, let's say, Maya Wiley, the results may have been very much different. Secondly, Republicans, to their credit, have done a better job at fear-mongering and messaging and running better campaigns, particularly here in New York State, which is why we saw many of those Democratic seats flip Republican. Third, the majority of Black and Latinos still vote Democrat. So it's important to say that outright. The reason why I say we haven't moved left enough is because the majority of the American people want us to end child poverty. Yet we did not pass Build Back Better because of Democrats in the Senate that stopped us from continuing the child tax credit. Secondly, the majority of the American people support affordable housing, but unfortunately, Democrats haven't been able to provide that in Congress, and in states, they continue to acquiesce towards developers and large corporations as opposed to providing affordable housing. We still have an education formula that funds schools based on local property taxes, which allow wealthy schools to receive more money.
Okay, so he's doing something that I see a lot of people on the left do that is very dishonest, which is, Coleman's opening statement. He was the first person to speak. And his opening statement was that Democrats are becoming too far left because they're getting bogged down in hyper-progressive cultural issues instead of focusing on economic issues.
Right.
Okay. And so Jamal's response to that, because the second guy, Ryu, he didn't talk about policy, really. He just talked about demographics changing. So Jamal's response to that argument is essentially to say the Democratic Party hasn't gone far left enough because look at all these economic issues that they're not moving on.
Right, he's basically agreed with him.
Yes, and that's the thing. He completely ignored what Coleman is arguing. And this happened, and I find this happening again and again and again, especially from Democratic politicians. When you say, oh, the Democratic Party is going too far left, it's so dishonest. They know what you're talking about. They know you're talking about wokeness. They know you're talking about cultural issues, and they do this complete they do a little sidestep. Okay, they do a best little whorehouse in Texas sidestep into, oh, what are you talking about? We still have child poverty. We still have all these failing public schools. We still have all these homeless people. What do you mean we're too far left? It's like, that's not what anyone's talking about.
Yeah. As if the Republicans don't want to solve child poverty. Like anyone would want to solve child poverty. Jeez.
Right, but it's so dishonest, because that was literally Coleman's argument. Was he says, I want you and I want the Democrats to focus on these economic issues like child poverty, like housing, like, helping people get better wages, et cetera, instead of all this culture war garbage. And then Jamal's answer is, you're completely wrong, Coleman, because we're not focusing on all these economic issues.
Right. When he should just say, you're completely right, Coleman.
Yes.
That we should be focused on economic issues. But I guess you really have to go through birthing person in order to get to the economic issues. It's like birthing person is right there.
The problem is with Jamal, whether a lot of these Democratic politicians like Jamal, whether they are honestly woke or they're just cynically woke, they defend it for whatever reason, and they do this little sidestep game. And that's what's happening. So he can't agree with Coleman. He can't call, the Democratic Party too left. He can't insult, wokeness by any measure.
What's ironic that they talk about getting money out of politics and all that stuff, because my intuition is that it's their big donors that are into this woke stuff, because they're all Ivy Leaguers. So they're the ones that are saying, look, I have 17 trans friends, and if you don't call people birthing people in the legislation, it's going to look bad. Right?
Right.
Yeah, they don't care about economic issues. They're like, I'm doing fine economically. I need to solve the world's problems for trans people. That's what gives them meaning in life.
For the 10 voters.
Well, they're the donors, though. They're the big.
Right.
They're the big.
Oh yes, of course. The trans community is well known for.
No.
Who is the George Soros of the trans community?
Listen.
Who's the Sheldon Adelson of the trans community?
I'm a big Ivy Leaguer. Okay, I run my own media company or whatever.
Right.
Like I give to every single Democratic campaign possible. They're the ones that are they just graduated from Brown University. All they care about is wokeness. They're the ones that are the Democratic Party has to suck up to. Do you disagree with that?
I don't think they have to. No, I don't think they have to. Those people aren't going to give money to Republicans. Those people aren't going to support Republicans.
Yeah, but they're going to stop giving money to Democrats. That's the thing.
Against Donald Trump?
Yeah,
You could have the Democrats could dig up the corpse of a dead dog, okay, and they could duct tape a picture on it that says "not racist," and they could put it on stage.
Right.
And it's the rotting corpse of a dead dog with a picture that says "not racist" taped to its face. And they could put it up on a podium and give it a little microphone. You could just have the little flies buzzing around from it, making the ambient sounds. And they could put that on stage against Donald Trump. And people will give so much money to that dead dog corpse over Donald Trump. It doesn't matter.
You're saying that they can raise money off of Donald Trump.
Yes.
I completely agree. But at the same time, if they came out and said, listen, this birthing person garbage has got to go. Like, trans people are a tiny % of the population, and we're spending way too much time on this shit. You don't think they're going to suffer? They're going to suffer donors. You don't think donors are going to drop off?
I think some will, but I think they'll gain more than they lost.
Right.
And I think they'll gain, more importantly, there's something that's a little bit more important than donors. Because what is the point of donors? What's the point of a politician getting money?
So that they can buy TV ads and internet ads and whatever.
But do they need? But this is what we should have learned, or what the Democrats should have learned from Donald Trump. What's more important, a paid advertisement or natural publicity because all the newspapers and all the TV stations are talking about you?
Yeah, earned media.
Exactly. So if you have the Democrat that comes out and they take a crap on wokeness and they make a big stink about it and everyone starts talking about them, well, there you go.
Well, I mean, I'm in favor of it because I think all this is just completely stupid. We have two extreme parties.
we're in favor of it ideologically, but I'm saying that I think tactically it would work much better than whatever they're doing right now.
Yeah. The strategy would be effective.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then
I think,
poor
I agree.
Schools. We have to address that issue very directly. We need to move further to the left, because even though we are living in a climate catastrophe, we still continue to drill for oil and gas. We still incarcerate more people than any developed nation in the world. We still have a police force that murders with impunity. There are so many issues that Democrats continue to not lead on, because we continue to acquiesce towards corporate interests and the wealthy elite trying to out-Republican the Republican. We haven't moved too far to the left. We have moved closer to the American people. The reason why someone like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez can beat a long-term serving Democrat like Joseph Crowley is because the people demanded something different. The reason why Jamal Bowman can beat a long-term serving Democrat like Eliot Engel is because the people demanded different.
First of all, whenever anyone refers to himself in third person, that's a big red flag.
He's talking about himself. Oh, that's.
He said the reason Jamal Bowman beat whoever, he beat because he primaried someone. But okay, is he really this stupid? I mean, he's not this stupid, right? He's just, this is dishonest. This is just wholly dishonest, because obviously he knows, because everyone knows and understands that if you run in a district that's very safe, either towards Republicans or towards the Democrats, it's easier for an extreme person who doesn't have to contend with moderates to just come out and be very extreme and get the extreme people who are more politically motivated, energized to vote for them in the primary anyway.
Yeah.
Like that's a very well-known, well-documented phenomenon. And the fact that he's bringing this up as evidence that America wants a lefter Democratic Party is ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he knows what he's doing. He's trying to gaslight you, Sitch. Don't let him do it.
Okay. I'll try.
We are responding and must continue to respond to the American people on the ground. And I'll end with this. There was supposed to be a so-called red wave in 2022. That red wave did not happen because Democrats organized across the country to ensure if the Republicans did take the House, that they would only take it by a slim margin. And thankfully, we were able to grow our numbers in the Senate. So as long as we continue to acquiesce to corporate interests and the wealthy elite and not go big in terms of getting big money out of politics, we're not moving left enough.
Thank you, Jamal Bowman.
I'm not sure the argument of, well, we lost, but we didn't lose by as much as we thought we were going to lose is a good argument in terms of the direction the party's going.
Well, yeah, and also the only reason there was no red wave was because of the abortion ruling in the Supreme Court. Like, if that hadn't happened, they would have totally got slaughtered. So
yeah, well, there was two things. There was the abortion ruling, which I said was going to massively hurt the Republicans, and it seemed like it did, because they came up pretty close, didn't it, to the election?
Yeah.
And then also there was a lot of really goofy candidates that the Republicans.
Oh yeah, they picked a bunch of really bad candidates.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you even had that situation where the Democrats were literally funding these goofy candidates intentionally.
Well, this is a problem with the extremists, because they push everyone out to the extremes. The Republicans think, okay, the Democrats are so insane now that we can literally pass anything we want and we're going to look better by comparison. So let's just ban abortion pills. Right?
You mean Republicans?
Republicans, yeah. What did I say?
You said Democrats.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I said the Democrats look so insane that.
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right.
The Republicans can do anything they want because by comparison, they just have to look a little more sane than the crazy, insane Democrats, right?
Right.
So they're going to swing for the fences, whatever policies they want. They're going to be like, listen, people are worried about their kids being trans. Now's the time for us to ban gay marriage outright.
Right, right.
And they have a leg to stand on. Everyone's like, let me think. Do I want my kids to grow up safe in public schools, or am I worried about gay marriage? Oh, I think I'll go with my kids are safe in school.
Right.
Like, this is a horrible two horrible options. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that will happen. You know, I would be curious because we've kind of seen a lot of like the question about trans kid stuff materialize after the last election.
Oh yeah.
I'm curious if it had materialized before, if that would have counteracted the abortion ruling and made a bigger red wave or not.
Right.
So that'll be interesting to see how this works in 2024.
Well, this stuff is going to be front and center because the Republican nomination process is going to really flesh it out.
Right. But to clarify, the Republicans didn't pass a law banning the abortion pill. It was a judge ruled it's actually hilarious, you know, because for my entire life, the right wing has complained that leftist judges, or left-wing judges, it's really left-wing judges, are activist judges who are abusing their judicial power and taking the power away from the legislature and from the executive office. They've been complaining about this since I could form coherent thought and could pay attention to politics. This has been a right-wing complaint. And yet you had, very recently in Texas, a right-wing judge using massive amounts of judicial power basically tried to declare for the entire country that this abortion day after pill is illegal, essentially, taking power away from the FDA. So pretty bizarre thing for them to do. Now, there was a...
Are you saying they're engaging in judicial activism even though they're
it literally
fundamentally against it?
It is because basically what they ruled was they ruled that the FDA had incorrectly done studies on the safety of these pills, which that's not really, from my understanding, that's not really a judge's place to make that determination about whether they're supposed to be ruling on matters of law. Like, they didn't say the FDA did some wrong precedent or had a power that they didn't have that wasn't granted them by the legislature. They said, no. The FDA did their study wrong, which is not really the judge's place, from my awareness of
That's so crazy.
Yeah, it's supposed to how this works. And then on top of it off, it's even funnier because then in Washington State, a federal judge basically ruled the opposite of what this Texas judge ruled. So it's kind of like this, well, wait a minute, what's going to happen? Like, how does the country react when you have two completely separate rulings, that contradict each other? So I guess we'll see how that plays out. But
you understand the argument that I'm making, though?
Yes.
That it's you don't have to outrun the bear. You just have to outrun
the person
guy.
Next to you.
Yeah, the guy who's going to get eaten by the bear. That same kind of philosophy is kind of going on with electoral politics. When you have one party that starts going completely insane, all of a sudden the other party can start doing things that, maybe people are not that into.
Yeah. No, totally. I mean, and I think we saw Michael Knowles test the waters with that.
Of course. That's exactly why he did it.
Yeah, when he made his comments about gay marriage, I think he was testing the waters to see. Yeah. I mean, this is why we've heard the argument because, when you're engaged in internet politics, obviously there's more extreme people that you're going to hear than like more mainstream politicians or more mainstream pundits. We've heard this argument forever, which I completely reject, which is the slippery slope argument of gay marriage leads to everything bad, in reality, argument. And so, I'm curious if we'll start to see that argument manifest in actual mainstream politicians' positions. I'm very curious to see if that will happen. I'm not super confident it will happen, but it could. It could happen on a state level in some of these state legislatures that are very red. We'll see.
People in the chat are actually saying, first of all, they're agreeing with my argument, but they're saying, but that's a good thing, Adam.
Yeah, some people, because they buy into this, slippery slope fallacy.
They want to ban all abortion.
Oh, I thought you meant the gay marriage thing.
Well, they want to ban gay marriage too.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're like,
right.
Yeah, this is exactly what we want. Yeah, but you're just you're a very small constituency. Well,
Right.
maybe it's a giant constituency. I don't know.
Right. Well, it's also again, it's even more further hypocrisy because remember, when the Supreme Court, had the argument where they basically kicked it down to the states, right? For the states to decide, and all the people that are like, yes, I'm a states' rights Republican. Oh my God, I'm so happy for this. But then when you have a judge who basically outlaws this pill for the entire country or attempts to, isn't that a violation of states' rights?
It's just so predictable that people are always going to be hypocrites that it's just,
Right.
I mean, it's par for the course.
Well,
I never am shocked by this. It's like,
I know.
you don't like judicial activism unless you can do it. And then judicial activism is great.
Right. Well, that's what I've always said from the beginning. The whole states' rights versus federal government, strong federal government, to me, that's not a real argument that anyone really cares. It's not, well, let me say it's a real argument. It's not except for libertarians. Remove libertarians from this conversation because they actually do care about that. People that are not libertarians don't give a shit, in my opinion, about states' rights or federal government having strong power. It's literally just, is the federal government or is the state doing what I want? And if they are, then your states' rights or your federal government, pro-federal government. Yeah. That's it. It's all operational. They don't actually have a principle about it.
Yeah. Yes. The means justify the ends.
Right.
Or the ends justify the means. That's
right.
The way they look at it.
If we had a different history where the federal government was far more conservative and the states were far more like super woke, the states' rights versus federal government's rights thing would be completely reversed politically. So,
yeah, they talk about the party switch in here too. So guys, get ready.
Oh yeah,
like everyone's gonna what? The party switched? Please no. I see Joe in the chat. What's up, Joe?
Hey, Joe.
All right, now we move on to,
Lawgic.
after that round of opening statements, to a portion of the program which is comprised of freewheeling conversation among the four of us. But I'd like to kick it off with a question to you, Coleman. We heard Alicia make the case that, in her view, the party is chasing a part of the populace that is in decline, just demographically, aging white voters, which raises the question to me of, what is, in your view, and I want to bring the same question to Alicia, what is the natural constituency for the Democratic Party in your view?
I don't think that there is any natural constituency. I think it changes over time based on the policies that the Democratic Party adopts and the needs and problems that you speak to. Okay. So I don't subscribe to the theory that because people are one color or the other, they're a permanent constituency of any party. Look, in the 1920s, black people used to vote Republican because they used to be the party of civil rights, and then they switched, right? So people switch over long periods of time, and that's happening bit by bit every year. And you look at the data that Roy cited on that point, and the Democratic Party is increasingly becoming the party of college-educated, and the Republican Party is taking some of those non-college educated votes, including white people and people of color, black people, Hispanic people.
So while saying there's no natural constituency, you're saying there's a de facto constituency, which you are saying is becoming increasingly limited to college educated elite people.
The other woman is falling for a stereotype. I always point it out because it's so obvious. The stereotype that she believes is that Republicans are racist and they vote Republican because Republicans cater to racists. She believes that. So that's why she's like, well, as soon as the white people decline, then they lose their voting base because their voting base is just based on racism.
Right.
It's like,
wait a minute.
Nah, that's not how it works.
So Joe is like popping off in the chat. I feel like we should send him a link to air whatever grievances he has.
Joe's welcome to come on. You send him the link.
Okay.
I mean, we have another guest coming on, and we.
I don't know when FD Signifier is coming on, but I feel like it's going to be later tonight, so it's not
okay. Yeah, send Joe the link. What's he popping off about?
I don't know. He just seems very angry.
Was it the party switch thing? Because Coleman said that. We didn't say that. I mean, we agree, obviously. Republicans literally, Lincoln was a Republican fighting to free the slaves in the Civil War. Like, if I'm black after the Civil War, I'm definitely voting Republican. But, they couldn't vote after the Civil Wars. I guess maybe some blacks could vote after the Civil War, right? They weren't banned from voting. They just had their own property or something.
I don't know the answer to that. Yeah, I don't know if it was. I mean, they had I don't know when they had all the literacy test things and all that stuff, right? And that was kind of the subversive way to prevent blacks from voting.
Jim Crow. You're right.
Right. So, I mean, I think they could, but there were ways around it for southern states.
Yeah. Should we go with the video? Joe will show up whenever.
Do I understand it correctly?
Yeah, to put it very succinctly, the more and more that the Democratic Party becomes the party of the language, the rhetoric, and the needs of the college-educated voter, the more that the working class of all colors gets the signal, this is not my party. They're not as much speaking to me as they are to the college-educated elite.
Based Coleman Hughes, completely nailing it. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Politics is a tribal game. They're saying, listen, these aren't my people. Why am I voting for these people? They hate my guts. Yeah.
I remember you have the I sent Joe the link. I don't know if he responded. Remember you have the waiting room on and stuff. So just letting you know. Okay.
Thanks for the clarification. I want to take exactly that description then to Alicia. Do you agree, Alicia, that represents what the messaging of the Democratic Party has become somewhat limited to?
Well, let's talk about the conversation about the constituency of the Democratic Party, who is the natural base. And I would agree with my opponent that perhaps there is no natural base. There is, however, a consistent base. When I think about who is the base of the Democratic Party, I'm not doing that just to wax poetically. I'm doing it to understand what it takes to win elections. And my understanding of what it takes to win elections is that you have to do two things. The first thing you have to be able to do is activate your most loyal and consistent voters. I think we can agree that the most loyal and consistent voters for the Democratic Party are, in fact, voters of color, particularly Black voters and Latino voters. But then you also have to get people who don't vote or inconsistently vote to not only turn out and vote, but you have to get them to do that consistently. And that is really where the crux of the problem is here. And I think it's important for us to understand that when we're looking at who are the constituencies that are up for grabs, it's not Black voters. Black voters are not in droves or even in any significant percentage points being driven to the Republican Party, despite some, weak efforts to get there.
He just said 13% moved over a 4-year span.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
Yeah, but that's
I guess you get
to you squabble about, it's 13% of a small minority, I mean, I guess it depends, because that vote does matter in swing states, right? Because that's the key. Or there's certain states where the Black vote is very important. If you look at it from a national level, the numbers are too small to make a difference. But
yeah, Joe is here now.
Joe is here.
What's up, Joe?
Hey, how are you guys?
Why are you so upset on a good Easter Sunday, Joe?
Hey, Christian.
I hope you had a good Passover on Friday.
Yeah, I hope you all have a great Easter, Passover, whatever it is you celebrate. If there's some new Kwanzaa for this April period time of year, God bless you too, whoever you are. I hope you're having a great time, all of you. I really mean that. Why shouldn't people be happy? If everyone's happy, great.
Yes.
So, don't worry.
I don't know. Isn't Kwanzaa
happy
December or something?
Right. No, but Kwanzaa they invented for like the non-Christians or Jews. That's why I was like, maybe there's like some sort of springtime
I see.
thing.
There's like a Black nationalist Easter. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Maybe. It's coming. It's coming.
Yes.
I don't know what you guys been eating today. Because one thing after another, I was just like, well, that's kind of stupid. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. Like one thing after another. It wasn't even the party switch, which is like such a myth. But
look at this. He doesn't even buy into the party switch.
Yes. Well, what was
so you
the
think
thing
Democrats who fought for slavery were...
I think LBJ sold everyone on the concept of it being...
But that's when the party switched,
The Democrats were the party of states' rights, and... How did that? I mean, they're the opposite of that.
I don't look. You know what? I don't want to debate that. I've seen. I don't. That's
you
not
literally.
Seen the movie. I know you've seen the Dinesh D'Souza movie, right?
You literally called it a myth.
Whatever. Anyway, what was the thing? What was the thing that bought that?
Yeah,
really
I think it is mythological, but I'm not here to convince you on that. I'm not here to convince you on that, because what happened 60 years ago to me is not something that I need to get consumed with, you know?
Well, I mean, I'm curious what convinced you that it's a myth.
I mean, I think Dinesh D'Souza did make some sound points against it, where he pointed out that there was a total of like six congressmen who switched parties during that period of time. Like there was no one else.
Yeah, but the voters are the ones that switch parties, not the Congress people.
But why are they switching? Why were they switching? I mean, yeah, you're sort of almost taking it as if like there's an assumption that people actually legitimately vote in their best interest rather than what they're convinced is their best interest, which I don't think I think that's disproven based on 50 years of urban democratic leaders. But
well, I mean, so the party switch idea is that the parties switched at least some aspects of their political philosophies, not. Now, obviously, how they sell that to people and whether people are voting their own interests is a different.
It's so silly because a Republican talking point today sounds if you just took the words and transposed them 60 years back, you would sound like Meathead on an episode of Archie Bunker. You know what I'm saying? Like it would be like the most liberal thing in the world what Republicans say today. So when you talk about like there being a switch of philosophy, you know, Elon Musk, you know, before he bought Twitter, made the whole point about how he never changed, but the Overton window shifted and he was like, you know, pretty left leaning. And now he's like, you know, staunchly on the right compared to Democrats. And it's not that he changed, it's that everyone around us changed. So when you talk about like there was a great switch, it's like I don't know what you even call a great switch when anyone who Martin Luther King, if he advocated the same policies today, would be considered a racist, right-wing fascist if he expressed everything he expressed back in the 60s today. He would be, and you know it. You know, he talks about integration and things of that nature, whereas the left now is preaching that we have to have safe spaces and separate places and black-only places and all this stuff as far as having representation in movies or in this and that. That was nothing that Martin Luther King was preaching. It was like, no, just treat people like people and judge people on character. I mean, you say that today, everyone's like, oh my God, he's Adolf.
Right. So right. But there's a difference between both parties or the culture progressing in a direction culturally, politically, that's far different than it was 60 years ago, obviously, versus when people are talking about how, like, you know, the Democrats were basically the party of states' rights. They were the party of the South. They were the party that was suspect of the federal government. They're the party that was mostly pro-segregation. And now there seems to be a complete flip-flop at some point in time where the Republicans became the party of the states' rights. The Republicans became the more pro-segregationist party, at least back in the 60s. And that's what they're referring to when they talk about the switch.
And where are we at today? Because I'll tell you right now, 25 years ago, I was a big believer in our government, trusting in the United States of America, that we stand for truth, justice, and the American way. And today, I think that our agencies are no less corrupt than practically the KGB.
Okay.
So
I mean, and
I'm so distrustful of government. Do you think I'm so
you switched is what you're saying?
You
switched too.
I don't think.
But do you dispute anything that Sitch said though? That's like That's the
what do you
thing.
mean?
He's basically saying that the electorate had a certain kind of character at one time and then became a different kind of character. And you're talking about your own personal experience, but do you contest anything that he said about the character of the electorate changing?
And like I said, I don't know enough about what happened between 1960 and 1975 to tell you, yes, this is what happened. No, that's not what happened.
You literally went from the Republican Party freeing the slaves to the Democratic Party giving civil rights, fighting for civil rights for blacks.
Right.
So
and do you think
there was a battle over the black constituency?
Right, and LBJ, according to most people, was motivated by basically trying to woo the black vote and keep that Democrat forever.
Sure, maybe, yeah.
So does that mean he actually cares about black people? Does that mean he actually cares about their interests or the success of the culture, the community, or anything like that?
We're not asking that question. Look, we're very cynical about politics, Joe. We think if a politician can get some electorate to vote for him by doing something, he doesn't care if he likes them or not. He's going to say, I'm going to do that because it's going to get me this many more votes, and I'm going to stay in office longer and go to all the shishi parties with all the important people in Washington.
Right. Okay. So now the next question is: so you're saying the switch manifested just in who each side was voting for, even though the elected leaders there were primarily in the same parties. And how does that magically happen?
Well, because what happened was a lot of the politicians, they didn't switch some of them did, but a lot of them didn't switch parties. They just died off and then were basically replaced by Republicans.
Pretty quickly.
They were, Southern Democrats.
Pretty quick, like all of a sudden in the span of like 5 years.
It took like 20 years essentially. It's a slow shift over time.
All right. And like I said, I'm not here to debate 1974 politics.
That's fair enough. I just want to, before we moved on, I just want to say I think part of the reason that you and other people get upset about the party switch is that the left has embedded within the party switch rhetoric a moral claim.
Yes,
totally.
That's a fair point.
Right.
That's a fair point.
Right. That the right was like good and not racist, and now they are evil and racist, and that's kind of the subtext of the conversation. And that's not the way that I'm talking about it, to be clear.
And that's wrong, and they shouldn't be doing that.
Right.
And because the reality is that, when you consider racism in 1964, you mean 1970, compared to racism in 2023, it's a joke. It's a joke.
Of course.
Are there some racists today? Yes. I think their numbers are so insignificant compared to what we had 50, 60 years ago. Thank God that it's like, it's hard to come across someone, who is legitimately would be considered anything remotely like a racist from 50, 60 years ago. Thank God. I mean, like we had a war against racism. Are there some racists out there, a handful out there who hate blacks, hate Jews, hate Mexicans, hate Asians, whatever? Yeah, of course there are a handful out there. You're never going to eradicate it completely. But at a certain point, it's like, okay, is this really the most pressing issue of the day? Or is it as pressing as the media would have us believe it every 4 years?
Well, it also occurs to me that the Republicans who are denying the party switch are also doing the same exact thing as the Democrats and trying to say that Democrats are racist and always have been racist. So they're basically playing the same exact game, which is kind of hilarious.
That's fair enough, but I think a lot of their policies are manifestly, they are motivated to have the minorities.
Look, I don't deny that they're racist.
Struggle.
Look, I'm saying standing up for they're racist. Okay.
Right, I'm saying is, and they don't live by the same standards that they preach, and they perpetuate policies which are manifestly going to harm the very people that they're purportedly aiming to help.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I gotta run and get some water. Go ahead, you guys continue.
Well, I don't think it's like intentional. I don't think the Democrats are like, yes, we're going to enslave black people to welfare. Like, I don't think that's the thought process.
I disagree with you. I think there is on some levels intentional. Because if you keep an impoverished person impoverished, then they need to keep coming back to you. That's how the state becomes a nanny instead of someone who is actually a parent who teaches a child to stand on his own 2 feet.
Mm-hmm.
If we're perpetually a nanny, because we give you a little bit, but never give you opportunities to actually grow on your own. Well, in that case, you're going to continuously vote for us because we're the ones who are giving you the most goodies, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, so I think we have to separate politicians from like the party ideology, because I think with politicians, there's always a level of cynicism in everything that they do. But I think like the average Democrat voter, I don't think that's their thought process. I don't think they're walking around like, we need more Democrat voters, so we need to, enslave black people to welfare. I think they honestly believe philosophically that if we give, these people money, or we give poor people money, it will help them essentially be able to help themselves and, get educated, blah, 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 blah. Where the right believes, well, kind of what you're saying is that if you give, people too much money without them working for it, can make people become dependent on it. It can make people apathetic, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, it's also promoting a culture which is basically designed to make your own situation worse rather than better.
Right.
But what was really setting me off about both of you gentlemen today, even as he blows smoke from his eyes, was your whole abortion thing. Like, I don't even understand where you're coming from on this. It was June 25th, 1992, when Dobbs came out. Okay, I know this because that happened to be my birthday. It was a wonderful birthday gift. Well, it was the day before my birthday, but it was close enough. It was June 24th. I apologize. It was June 24th that it came out. That decision was obviously very significant, and it gave the left a rallying cry to come out in November.
Wait, you're Gemini?
No, it's Cancer.
Oh, me and Adam are you just missed the Gemini cutoff, I think.
Yeah, I don't really. Oh, that's
No wonder you're
that's
crabby.
garbage. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you.
So do you disagree with us that the abortion thing?
Oh, I think the abortion thing definitely motivated the left to come out.
Okay,
but
there we go. So you agree with us.
But what really skunked the Republicans,
Yeah.
what really made it much, 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 much harder for them to succeed and just cut the legs out from any kind of red wave, so to speak, was Lindsey Graham. Because he basically took Dobbs and he came out there in October of 2004 and said, let's make a national abortion ban. Now I think that was purposefully designed because I think that the neocons who were sitting in Congress did not like a lot of the potential Trump nominees who were coming in there who were not part of the whole establishment right. And I think they want them to lose. When did you ever see in primaries that the RNC is giving money to one party, one person so much harder than they are a different person? They were very, very concerned about there being a bunch of quote unquote MAGA Republicans sweeping into the House, and they were happier to see more of the uniparty friends come in and take office. And that's, I think, why Lindsey Graham brought that out. I mean, let's think about this for a second. You had neither the House, you don't have the White House, you don't have the House, you don't have the Senate, and he's floating out there in October. Let's create a national abortion ban. I mean, why would you do that? It's weeks before an election when people are sending in their mail-in ballots, unless you're literally trying to rile up the left and scare them and say, if these MAGA Republicans come in here, that abortion is gonna become illegal on a nationwide basis. And that's what Lindsey Graham was doing, knowing full well that it would never pass. There's no way it could possibly pass. So he throws that out there to gin up Democrat support, and the women came out in droves. I mean, in droves. In Michigan, I mean, just the numbers they came out there. He destroyed Dixon's chances of winning. He terrified the left, and he said, "We're going to take away abortion." And it was so anti anything I've ever preached, because I am a big believer that every state should decide pro-choice versus pro-life. I happen to be very strongly pro-life. But at the same time,
Lindsey Graham wanted like a 15-week abortion ban, though. No abortions after 15 weeks. So that's much different than an abortion ban flat out. He's basically saying, let's establish a position that is like a moderate position.
And which feminist, which woman out there who's remotely identifies with feminism would be like, yeah, that's cool. That's going to work for me. None of them. I mean, none of them would.
15 weeks is like 3.5 months, right? Like if you haven't decided you're going to get an abortion in the first 3.5 months, like what are you doing?
You're preaching to the choir on that element. I'm simply saying to try and push that forward is a way of scaring, because what are they going to? What are the politicians going to say?
Opposite of you.
They're all going to say, "Oh, they're starting at 15 weeks. They're ultimately going to try and bend it all together, and this is what they think to get away with today." And that was the most insane talking point to come up with weeks before the election. It destroyed the red wave, and he knew it would. If he was running, there's no way on hell he would have flowed that out.
Most Americans, I think, are in favor of an abortion ban at 15 to 20 weeks.
So he didn't even say 20 weeks. He's like, let's go with the earliest possible point at 15 weeks.
But I'm saying that's a very popular policy. What they're worried about is that Republicans are going to ban abortion altogether. No abortions ever.
Right, which is what that leads you to think is coming next. It starts with let's have Dobbs, and then it overturned Roe v. Wade, and now before we even get before we even come into November, why would he throw it out in October? I mean, seriously, of all times to throw this out, when you have no control of any portion of legislature, why would you throw that out at that point when you know it'll never, ever, ever pass?
So I think that you're correct in one aspect, which is that I think that him promoting that bill did help the Democrats. I definitely think that happened. I disagree that with your idea that he did this intentionally to kneecap the Republicans. I think the reason he did it was because it was a signal to say, hey, Republicans, if you want this legislation passed, you need to come out and vote. And then we can get, the House and the Senate on our side, and you can get this legislation passed. I think that was his goal with that.
But I don't think that's enough for the Republicans. They don't want a 15-week abortion ban. They want abortion banned, period.
No. No, I'll tell you right now, most Republicans are not looking for a national abortion ban. It's not true. I've talked to Republicans all the time. They're not looking for that. They want the states to decide. Who do you think is watching my show? You have actually like a blend. I have like 20% Democrats watching my show. I'm telling you right now, almost all of them are saying, look, let the states decide for themselves, which is another problem with Graham's floating that out there, is the conceptually, I thought it was gross. I thought it was ugly, because I am a big believer that states should decide something like that on their own. I don't like having a federal government which has so much power and thinks that they can just decide what can happen. The same cultural attitudes, whatever cultural attitudes you have in California, are not remotely like Iowa or Nebraska or Maine or even New York. You know, they're very different cultures and attitudes, and so to decide values on a nationwide basis is asinine. It's wrong.
Right.
And even if they happen to be deciding in a way that I would agree with, even if they would come up with a national abortion ban, I think that is wrong. It is constitutionally wrong. It's gross.
Yeah,
because
I know, and I believe that you feel that way. I think you have a lot of strong libertarian moral foundations. But I think that you and a lot of other people on the right would be very surprised that if in 2024, say, Trump wins and there's a Republican majority in the House and Senate and they pass some 15-week abortion ban, I think there would be a lot of crickets from the right complaining about this going over states' rights.
I think it would be, besides the fact that traditionally the abortion issue is much more of a hot button issue for the left than it is for the right. So if you're telling me that it wasn't intentionally trying to kneecap it, then he's an incompetent boob.
Wait,
because historically,
it's a more hot button issue.
In other words, when you talk about the that the pro-choice advocacy is more vehement. I think that they're probably smaller in number, but far more vocal and vehement than the pro-life. Because pro-life people tend to feel like, well, I don't believe in abortion, so I'm not going to get it. As opposed to pro-choices, I want to maintain this opportunity to have an abortion anytime some dude is stupid enough to come between my legs when I decide to part them. So, and I think that their virulence, they're far more dedicated and outspoken and willing to come running out to the ballot box than the pro-life perspective, because pro-life is like, look, I don't believe in abortion, so I'm never gonna get an abortion, my wife's never getting an abortion, my girlfriend's I'll never let my girlfriend get an abortion, but some other person, they don't care that much about it because they feel like it's not affecting them that much.
First of all, I do think that currently in our current time span, that is true, that the choice people have a larger movement than the pro-life people, and so it's a bad political calculation from that respect. I don't think that was always the case. I think 20 years ago, 30 years ago, because Lindsey Graham's an old man, I think that's not the case. I think the pro-life did have a lot of political power in this country, and it could be that Lindsey's drawing on his past experiences here. But I don't agree with you, because when we've argued with pro-life people, there is one of the biggest arguments that's always given is that abortion is murdering a baby. It's murdering a life. No. And so, there is a big movement that we need to make abortion illegal because you're killing all these babies, not just simply like, well, I'm not going to do it, so I don't care.
And I agree with you, but it's like basically it's the difference. But the reason that the wheel, I'm saying which wheel is squeakier, and what I'm saying is that the pro-life wheel,
it is right. I agree.
Is right never going to be as squeaky as the pro-choice wheel, because it's not affecting you on a personal level the way it is affecting potentially a pro-choice person. And I think that's the reason. By the way, your whole take on the FDA thing and what happened with Texas, you were misunderstanding what happened legally there. So there was basically when the FDA approved these drugs, it's not just a drug. Like everyone's thinking that. I first thought when I was reading about this, and I was learning about this last night, like on my show, and because I was actually watching Robert Guivet, who went through the decision from the court ordering the stay. So this is not simply like a Plan B thing that you pop the morning after. This is something that is a way of using chemicals to have an abortion up to like 10 to 15, I think up to 10. I'm not sure if it was 10 to 12 weeks. It was definitely at the 10-week point of still using chemicals for the purposes of engaging in abortion. That's not a morning after pill.
Well,
It was
do you
like
remember
a
what the name
two-step.
of the stuff was?
They bring it down in the decision itself, like I don't know, progesterone or something like that. I don't remember off the top of my head. But the point is that this was an FDA approved method for taking chemicals, which in a two-step process, one would kill the fetus and the second would help the fetus eject from the woman's body. And the issues that were basically being raised are that, you know, sometimes women die from this. And this is not something that, and the FDA, when they first approved it back in 2002 or something like that, so there were questions as to whether or not they had properly tested it. And then, and when there was petitions being brought to object to their grant of the approval, so they basically they were obligated under the law to respond to those within 180 days, and they spent decades kicking it down without ever responding and without ever giving any sort of answer to it. Meanwhile, they actually had extended. Originally, they approved it was FDA approval for like up to I think 6 weeks, and I think they extended it out to 10 weeks. So, and I think in 2022, 2 women actually died by using this. So it's not a matter of simply like, you know, this is something that like, let's ban abortion. It's a matter of, you know, we should have some concern for women's health instead of just assuming that like, well, if it's an abortion, then everyone wants it, even if it might end up killing them. And we're going to keep this FDA approval without it having proper vetting because you know, the squeaky wheel is very strongly pro-choice. It's a matter of let's like make sure that what is being allowed here is something that is not actually harming women, and the women who are getting harmed invariably being, you know, their side effects being silenced because it hurts the cause of the squeaky wheel.
Right. So right. So my understanding, now, I haven't read the ruling in detail. I was reading articles about it. So maybe you could say the articles are wrong. But the articles that I was reading about it were saying that the judge made a ruling not based on a procedural of saying that the FDA messed up procedurally and violated the rules or the law that they're supposed to operate under, but the judge was claiming that they engaged in bad science.
Right.
And that was the problem here.
I'll tell this is what I suggest you do. Okay. Robert Gouvet has a video up. It's 12 minutes long. It's not very long. It's 12 minutes long, which basically walks you through the logic of the decision and why it was that the court granted this stay. And he tries his best to be fair and objective. I think you guys will like him, and you know, you can watch the video here on stream and, you know, see where you think that the court is wrong. At least that way you're arguing from an informed place as opposed to, you know, speculating what exactly it is that this court ruling is about.
What's the guy's name? Robert
Gouvet, Gouvei. VEIA.
I see him. Yeah. Robert Gouvet.
Gouveia. I mean, he happens to be like a great content creator, and I've met him online, not in person. I met him online, spoken to him enough time to tell you that the dude is just like a massively awesome person.
People don't care about the abortion debate. They want to go back to the video.
Yeah, we're not going to do it right this second, but I don't see a video.
I'll share with you the link if you want.
Okay.
I'll share with you the link that I saw. You guys don't have to watch it right now. You can do whatever you want to do. Use your show. But
we're baby killers around here, Joe. So like we're all in favor of what's a abortion where they pull the baby out and like chop the head off into a basket? That's the one that we like.
That's you want the Marie Antoinette style abortion?
Yeah. Of course. We like it when the doctor comes out and pulls the baby's head out and looks into its eyes as it dies.
Yes.
That's what I'm in favor of, yeah. The real brutal stuff.
It's pretty gross.
Well, you know, if you're going to call us baby killers, we're going to revel in it.
There you
do
go.
it right.
I don't think you're baby killers. I think you just have no respect for humanity.
That too.
Listen, I don't think you're racist. I think you just hate non-white people. Okay.
No, it's like that. I really think it's a lack of respect for humanity, because if you had enough respect, if you had sufficient respect for humanity, you would realize.
What does that mean? What do you mean respect for humanity? What
did humanity do to earn my respect?
True.
Exactly.
Okay, so so then you're just conceding the point. You're like, yeah, I don't, and for good reason, because they suck.
We're memeing on you. Okay, I don't know what you mean by lack of respect of humanity. We don't believe that the baby is a conscious entity until a certain the fetus is a conscious entity until a certain time period.
No, that's fine. I understand that.
Well, it's not a lack of humanity. It's a lack of how we define life.
No, but it's not a matter of just how you define life. It's also a matter of if you recognize humans as having an innate value.
More dead babies. More dead babies. Let's go back to the video.
If you value humans on that level, in that case, you would value a potential human, even if it's just a fetus, as being something that is more significant than, let's say, a cat.
Look, I have friends in my life that are total drug addicts, and the argument that they're, potentially gainfully employed one day just doesn't move me much. Okay. Like the potential of them becoming serial killers seems far more likely than actually getting their fucking lives together. So I like human potential, I think, is just, it's not a winning argument for me.
Okay. No, and that's what I said. And so you're conceding to me that, yes, I do not have the same respect for human life that you have. No, and that's okay.
Some human life I do, but not categorically any human life, any potential human life. No.
Right. Now,
I'm saying is random human life.
Hold on. Even the pro-life people, even the pro-choice people, still believe that there is value to something that has potential to become a potential human life. The question is, is that worth more than the wishes of the living person? And is there a point in time where it becomes, that the fetus becomes a human life that has its own natural rights?
No, what I'm saying is
the way that you're categorizing this, I just vehemently disagree with.
You disagree with the fact that a human fetus, is a potential human life?
No, I disagree with that because people have different ideas about where the potential life becomes life. That means that there's a lack of respect for humanity.
No, you stop for a second. You're with me that it is a potential human life, right?
Obviously.
That given that if absent human intervention, like taking conscious steps, this will be a human life. It's not simply like a sperm.
Not true.
Well, it can be, right? I mean, obviously people have normal miscarriages, but I understand what you're trying to say.
Absent human intervention, normal course of events.
Sometimes human intervention is needed for it to actually become a human life because there can be all kinds of complications that take place.
True, yeah.
So even that isn't categorically fixed.
Sometimes that's true.
Let's go back to the video. I sent you the link in the chat.
Is there a non-abortion related thing you want to talk about? Where you go?
No, those were the two issues. Your read about that whole thing, as far as and not recognizing the impact that McConnell had, was really bothering me. And the other thing was the way you were reading this FDA thing. I was like, that's not what the case was about. And that's why I was like, I was ranking on you guys in your chat there.
I saw you said Joy Reid was going to come on and talk more sense about reparations. So
let's talk about reparations and sound more logical than either of you guys. Right? Yeah, I did say something to that effect.
Interesting.
Ouch. Man.
Yeah, I was being aggressive. It was a little aggressive.
Yeah.
Why
am I so aggressive in the chat?
I'm trying to find. Did you guys find it? Did you guys find the thing?
In the Zoom, I put it in the Zoom chat.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah, the watch together link.
Or No. Wait, what are you talking about? Where did you send the link to, Joe? We're not going to watch it right now, but where did you send it to?
I did not send it out, and I don't know why I'm not even seeing it. I wonder if something happened to the video.
You can just DM it to me on Twitter or something.
Yeah, okay. When
was it a stream? Was it a live stream? Because maybe
it was a 12-minute video.
Oh, I can't find it then.
Joe has to get into the watch together, guys, before we can continue with the video.
I mean, is Joe going to watch the video with us? I thought he was going to come on the
Yeah, you can't just come on. Look, this is like, you showed up at the party, now you got to stick around.
No.
What are you talking about?
That's really true.
You can't do that. You can't just like...
I mean, if he wants to, sure.
You can't cry in the chat and then come on and then just leave again. That's not fair.
That's what do you mean? You come on, you argue, and then you're like, okay, bye.
No. No, that's not right.
All right. It wasn't. It was hidden very well.
That's like he can't abort himself from the stream. Look, he's pro-life. He's got to stick around.
He labeled it as AOC says ignore court rulings.
Oh,
so I'll share it with you.
That's where I was like, okay. Gotcha.
It's not your fault you couldn't see it. And that's what made me click the
okay.
link when he said that. And I was like, what the hell is she talking about?
Okay.
And yeah, but I can stick around here for another half hour, so sure.
Cool.
Sure. Hour and a half would be better, but we'll work into that.
Well, I'm gonna have to pause my afternoon prayers, but at a certain point, yeah.
Oh, afternoon. You came on. You're literally praying at the same time that you're on our show. That's badass. I didn't know you could do that.
No, I need to pause to do my prayers. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. I got you. Oh, I thought you were pausing. I thought you were doing your prayers, and then you saw our stream, and you're like, "Oh, I'll pause the prayers. Here, let me jump in the stream real quick." Judaism's the best. I mean, that's
when
awesome.
When man has no God, he makes himself a god, Adam.
I've heard that.
There you go.
I heard that before.
That's from
recently.
Batman.
Is it?
No, I had no clue where it's from.
I heard that.
So not Batman.
I sent you the Watch Together link on Twitter.
I heard that argument. Maybe I heard that from Matt Walsh or something. God, I do
it's
not
from Batman.
like it.
It's from Frank Miller's It's from from Batman Returns, Frank Miller.
No, it's not. I swear Matt Walsh was making that argument as well.
I think I know James Lindsay said something about that the other day, but
did you restart it when you jumped in, Joe?
I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I don't know what's happening. All of a sudden, I click a link and this black guy is screaming in my face. I don't know what I did.
Joe,
it's okay. Sometimes it resets when people join. We'll go.
No.
We're at 20 minutes and 7 seconds.
20 minutes and what?
7 seconds.
Okay, I got it.
Even in any significant percentage points.
What's that?
What?
This clip that I'm at a watch party for. You sent me a link for the watch thing. I click on the watch party.
You're in. I see it in there.
Oh, wait. I know, because we pressed back and he didn't. Hold on. I know what the problem is. Let me.
No, he's in.
No. You're not following.
Oh, okay.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, do you see?
Yeah, I see. I see some sort of debate. Is the Democratic Party too far left?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What's your take on that, Joe?
I hope they go further left. Go further. Go further. Do it. You're such wimps. Go further. You should make it mandatory that everyone go trans. How can we understand you unless every one of us is forced, legally obligated to go trans? How can we possibly understand you? That should be the law you push for.
Joe, are you calling your mom birthing person yet? Because I'm a little apprehensive about doing that. I don't necessarily know how my mom is going to take it when I say Happy Birthing Person Day.
My mom passed 9 years ago, so.
Oh, okay. Well, thank goodness you don't have to have that uncomfortable conversation. Some of us.
I don't need to. Yeah, I can avoid that whole thing. But.
Sitch, how about you? What's mom going to say when you drop that one on her? She'll probably pat you on the back. Oh, I'm so glad that you're doing the right thing, Sitch.
I mean, for years, I've just been calling her the vessel of me.
Oh, yeah.
So I never referred to her as anything other than that. So it's probably a step up.
Yeah, you're right.
Latino voters, it is a little bit more of a toss-up, but there's actually more of an investment from the Republican Party to invest in Latino voters and Latino voter outreach, and in particular among evangelical Latinos. But then there's a whole wide swath of people for whom neither party speaks to the things that they care about. And it is both inaccurate and unfair to characterize that as a move too far left to the Democratic Party. For example,
can I just,
in my organization, where we polled over 60,000.
Yeah, there's a little pause button in the bottom corner there. So if you want,
do I have carte blanche to just press pause whenever? I don't know what the rules of the road are. So do I have to call shotgun before I do that? How does this whole thing work?
Yeah, you have to say dead baby, and then you hit pause.
Dead baby in the road. Yeah. The concept of there being a Latino voter is so denigrating, and
I know it is.
It's so sad because the difference between a Mexican or a Puerto Rican and a Cuban is so disparate. But this is so classic leftist perspective. Is like, oh my gosh, Trump got X% of the Latino vote. No, he got the Cuban vote. That's what he got. The
right.
Cubans
Good point.
Cubans are hardcore Republicans. He's not really winning over many Mexicans, to be honest with you, and nor should he really be trying to, I guess, probably. But the bottom line is, but this is so classic of leftist ideology. It's like you're defined by your intersectionality. We have predefined how you're going to vote, who you are, what you are. And anyone who tries stepping out of that intersectionality is like basically a race traitor. This is why anyone who's black who voted for Trump is considered, is called, I don't know, Uncle Tom, whatever names they come up with. And it's like, and it's so demeaning. It's so offensive. It is the very reason why the Democratic Party should fall into the chasm and burn in a fiery death, because they demean the very people they purport to be helping. When you're basically saying, you as a trans person, that's defining who you are. You as a woman, that's defining who you are. You as a black person, as a Jew, as a white person, whatever it is, that's defining who you are. That is the most demeaning, disgusting way of looking at people. You're just looking at them as a bunch of numbers, and that they're all can be plugged in, and no one has any individuality at all. It's gross. It's disgusting. And that's why no one should ever. I can't understand how anyone supports and things. Yeah, that's for me.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah,
I couldn't agree more. You would not be happy with the video that the guest that we're going to talk to you later made, because he definitely ties in racial identity into your political stance. So,
all right, the baby's safe. Let's go on.
To invest in Latino voters and Latino voter outreach, and in particular among evangelical Latinos. But then there's a whole wide swath of people for whom neither party speaks to the things that they care about. And it is both inaccurate and unfair to characterize that as a move too far left to the Democratic Party. For example, in my organization, where we've polled over 60,000 Black people who vote in this country, in our data indicates that Black voters are actually largely to the left of the Democratic Party and its policy positions. When you look at women in this country, both white women, right, and women of color, what we find is that the issue priorities, right, aren't always matching these constituencies that are up for grabs. And that's really what is at the crux of the issue here, is which party is appealing to these constituencies based on the things that they care about. But to say that the Democratic Party is moving too far left, and that is why they are losing voters, I am arguing, is a misnomer and is not actually backed by data. You cannot say, right, that because there was a drop in percentage points of voters of color, for example, who voted for Democrats, that it was a result of their policies. You can, however, argue that these voters are saying that neither party actually represents their interests.
So I want to take this to Rui then. What we hear Alicia saying is that there's definitely disaffection with the Democratic Party, but it's a leftist agenda is not, in Congressman Bowen's opinion, even a thing, really. And secondly, that it's not the reason that disaffection is taking place.
Well, I mean, I would just again call your attention to the basic trend patterns that we're seeing here.
Well,
why is it that as the Democratic Party has moved to the left, and I think it has in many ways, and Coleman has outlined them, why is it that the Democrats are hemorrhaging working class and non-white votes and gaining white, college-educated and liberal votes? I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that their persona, their brand, the way they're coming across to the great, sort of mass of people in the country is too far to the left as far as a lot of those voters are concerned. And in fact, I think our distinguished opponent should be agreeing with Coleman and I about the problem this poses when they go too far to the left on things like race and crime and a variety of other social issues, because it gets in the way of building a coalition that can actually deliver the material.
Rui, let me jump in.
Democrats would like to deliver.
Let me jump in to ask you to clarify. I want to go to Alicia's point that there are lots of other reasons for people to be disaffected with the Democratic Party, and that a leftist agenda is not part of it. What is your case for? You said it's not a coincidence, but it is a concurrence. Why do you make the case those two things are causal?
Well, for example, let's take the issue of crime. Okay, very important issue. It was significant in 2020 and 2022. The Republicans are preferred over the Democrats by 20 points or so on the issue of crime. Biden averages minus 21 on his net approval on crime, more disapproval than approval. The Democrats became identified with an agenda that had to do with less policing, not more policing, as a result of the political activity around the Black Lives Matter movement and how Democratic politicians position themselves. That has been widely repudiated by voters. For example, there was a poll in Detroit, heavily Black, heavily Democratic Detroit, that showed that Black voters by 9-1 wanted more police, not less police in their communities. And this was during the whole kerfuffle about and sort of general debate about Black Lives Matter. So, I mean, data has shown over and over and over again what people want is more and better police. They don't want less policing. They're very, very concerned about public safety, and they want the Democrats or whatever party is in control to provide it. That's an example of being too far to the left and driving away voters who could, in fact, be for you. I mean, there's other examples.
Okay, I appreciate you giving us a concrete example, because I think it would be useful to talk about an example where whether a policy is, number one, represents a leftist policy, number two, whether it's causing harm to the democratic interests or not. So I want to go to Jamal Bowman on the question of policing, where Rui is making the case that some Democrats, part of the problem with all of this is that Democrats are not a monolith, but some Democrats are arguing for defunding the police, or at least using the rhetoric. And he's making the case that this is a turnoff to a large number of voters of all groups. So can you take that on, please?
Yeah, so before we go to the policing issue, I want to go specifically to voters and what demographic of voters are disenchanted with the Democratic Party. There are tens of millions of people disenchanted with the entire political system because the political system is not responsive to their needs overall. And the political system and the people within that system do not engage them in an emotional, personal way that pulls them in to be a part of our democracy. So there are tens of millions of people who consistently do not vote in primaries and in local elections because of this disenchantment. It's not just a party thing, it's the entire system and representatives of that system. To the point of policing. So first of all, I need you to reference this data and reference these polls that you both continue to cite, because 20 points for police, like I have not seen polling like this. The polling I have seen is more balanced, or I've seen people prefer the Democratic approach to public safety, which is not just about defund. It's about reallocating resources towards the core issues that create crime in the first place. Do not talk to me about more police, and you're not talking to me about poverty. Why do people commit crime in the first place? Who are incarcerated in our jails and prisons? People who come from poverty, who have struggled with housing, who have struggled with substance abuse and mental health disorder.
Or people who saw mental health professionals. Because mental health professionals effed them up even worse than they were when they started.
I fundamentally disagree with his premise here. His premise is that poverty causes crime, and my premise is that crime causes poverty. That there are people who have a criminal disposition that is just they're going to engage in criminal activity regardless of the situation. Like a normal person, they get into trouble with the law, you slap them on the wrist, and they're straight, a straight shooter for the rest of their lives. Criminals, you incarcerate them, and as soon as they're out again, they're reoffending. They're just they're not going to take any sort of punishment to heart. And those people, all you can do is get them off the streets. Those people are going to prey upon other people until those other people are poor. That's the situation.
Well, I mean, I think there's.
Hey, FD Signifier is in the waiting room now too. Just to let you know. So
well, let me just say before we bring him in, I agree with the first part of what you're saying, Adam. In that, I think poverty. I think crime causes more poverty. I wouldn't, and I think there are some percentage of the population of America that are sociopaths or whatever that are going to be inherent criminals. I don't think that's the majority of criminals, kind of in the way that you're framing it. I think people make decisions about what will give them, or what they believe will give them, the most amount of money for the least amount of work. And I think if you're in a situation in certain situations in the country, selling drugs or being, engaging in criminal activity can pose a rational, or at least the perspective that that's the rational way to gain money for the least amount of effort. So I don't agree that there's like some sort of, innate
not just money, not
criminal
just money.
aspect, I guess, that you're sort of alluding to here.
It's not just money, it's respect also.
Yeah, that's a great point too. It's kind of like, in Goodfellas, they talked about how there's an attitude, in Goodfellas about how if you participate in the system, you're kind of like an idiot and a chump because because the system is basically rigged against you. So
that's a CRT argument right there.
But I'm saying is that's what you have in the Black community. That's what you have in Italian communities. We've seen that all over, where culturally it's considered that's what shows you're a badass, is if you spend some time serving time.
Well, Joe, after giving you such a hard time about making you stay, we're going to have to ask you to leave now because we have another guest coming on. So
it was great seeing you guys.
We thought the guest was going to come on later on, but it turns out he's here now. So
no, that's all right. I don't get along well with others. I have a very limited subset of people I can interact.
Well, we didn't. We didn't.
I don't want to be a 3v1 or something
exactly.
in the conversation.
I feel you. All right. Well, great seeing you guys, and pick up the slack, FTC. Come in.
Take care.
Take care, brother.
Take care, Joe. Okay.
What's up, Mr.
Hello.
Signifier?
What's up?
Oh, gentlemen, can you hear me?
Yes. How are you doing today?
Tired, but
good Easter.
We're here to cook. I guess Good Easter. Good Easter.
Awesome.
Busy week.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. So I'm here early just because I was like, all right, we're not gonna make it to the night. We're not gonna happen. So
I understand. Yeah,
this is an interesting thing y'all were just watching.
Have you watched this?
Have you seen Coleman Hughes debate? Okay. We figured that you would hate it.
I kind of hate what I've heard so far on both sides.
Really, both sides? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff is I agree with in terms of just like the woman just said that Black voters are to the left of the Democratic Party, which is one of the reasons why I made the last video I made. It's the main reason why I'm here because Adam triggered me randomly one late night when I didn't have anything to do by saying Black people were conservative, and next thing you know, I'm here.
You mentioned that in your video, and I think we're miscommunicating though, because I think of political orientation like I think of sexual orientation, like it's something
it's a spectrum.
No, it's fixed. Like if someone's same-sex attracted, I don't think you can change it by putting them in some sort of conversion therapy. I think it's kind of the same with political intuitions. And your intuition, I got it specifically from you saying that you didn't want your son to go to a school that he would be the only Black kid in an all-white school, which is, I mean, if we're going to make a spectrum from multiculturalism to ethnocentrism, you'd fall on the ethnocentric side of the equation.
So the question, and so the thing, when we ever get into like these labeling the behavior of Black Americans using the frameworks built out of like, traditional classical political ideologies, if you don't understand Black people, then you'll often misunderstand what's going on. So like I don't want my kid in a school where he is we call it the fly in the milk experience for different reasons.
FD, do you know that I went to a school where I was like one of 4 white people? It was an all Black school in Southern California.
I've heard you say it multiple times.
Okay.
Like many white people who have hung out with Black people, but you cannot help telling the story.
Well, no, I only say it because I can empathize. There's like a feeling that you have that is just like, I'm the outsider here. I'm an outcast. These people do not accept me. I'm here in their sandbox.
Yeah, it can be rough. It can be rough no matter the experience. The thing to point out though, as to why this is not a conservative reasoning behind it, is that your milk and the fly experience does not have the same possible outcomes of like the possible outcomes, like range of outcomes for positive to negative for you are going to be a lot thinner, right? Versus a Black person in an all white environment. Like, this is kind of research based at this point, from the way they're going to be treated by the school to their connection with their own communities, their mental health outcomes later in life. Just like hanging out with white kids hanging out with white boys as a Black boy, you have to remember that you're not white. And so, like, the things that your white friends will get into, you may not be able to get into those things because the consequences for those things may be different for you. Right. So there's a lot of reasons why why I do respect and agree that there's an ethnocentric tint to it, and that your experience, the negative aspects of your experience are probably tied to that same othering environment, because I don't think it's easy for a white kid to be surrounded by all Black people or all anything. Like, that's not good that's not healthy for anybody when they're a token. Right. But the reasoning and the outcomes are very different, and it's important to like have those differences mapped out.
Well, I want to say two things. First, I want to add a little bit of nuance. I'm assuming you meant, Adam, which didn't come across, which is that, like, there's a spectrum of, let's say there's a spectrum of multiculturalism on one extreme to ethno-nationalism on the other extreme. And I think that, just because you don't want to be or to have your child be the only person of their ethnic background in a school, I mean, that doesn't make you, fucking ethno-nationalist. I think, like, you could be in the middle of the spectrum. Yeah, right. So I just want to clarify.
I'm not accusing anyone of being an ethno-nationalist.
Right. I just want to make that very clear. Okay.
Well, and also the beautiful thing about America, though, is I always say Americans come in all colors, which an ethnicity doesn't have to be racially based. I mean, it can be, but
of course, right.
And for the record, my children go to a relatively mixed school.
Good. Yeah. I mean, I went to a very mixed school as well. Yeah. And the second thing I want to say was, I think we're kind of talking about different things, because I think you, FD, are talking about, like, that there's an outcome to a Black student going to a white majority school, and that's affecting the thinking of parents making these decisions or having these opinions. Or Adam is talking more about, he thinks people are operating not according to, like, logic or facts, but that all people have these moral intuitions that are kind of these gut feelings that are guiding their behavior. And so he's kind of talking about that these gut intuitions are kind of how we label someone as being in the left and the right.
I mean, so there is research that speaks to literal, like, brain physiology that inclines those to be more prone to authoritarianism and more prone to, leftist whatever isms. So there is that. I think when we look at, like, the rise of Trump, right, and the current state of the Republican Party, I feel like Republicans, and I know this may upset some of your viewers, so I apologize up front. I'm always
no apology. You don't have to apologize.
Let me look at I usually don't look at the chat, but I'm gonna put it on the screen this time around and see what happens.
Stick the knife in deep.
It's gonna see.
Well, just since you've kind of paused anyway, I just want to, on the authoritarianism thing, like, I view authoritarianism as it's not really a political philosophy. It's a worldview. It's the amount of vigor somebody uses to enforce their worldview, or to even force their personal worldview on others. So you can have leftists that are totally authoritarian if they're forcing other people to be leftists against their will. So I don't like, the authoritarianism is kind of a strategy that people use to implement their will on others, not really a philosophy.
So yes, I think that's relatively accurate, but there's, like, there's 7 definitions of all this shit in the given dictionary. Yeah. What I was getting at specifically, that the research I read that lends itself to conservatism is basically like strong man theory. That like with the rise of Trump and under the current, socioeconomic reality that America is in, when a guy like Trump comes up and says, I'm going to tell everybody what to do. I'm going to put everybody back in their right place. I'm going to make America great again. Trump got Bernie, like there were Bernie Sanders Trump people. There were people that supported Bernie Sanders and then moved to Trump. And I think that a lot of that comes from, the concept of conservatism is, from my perspective, is basically believing that the world is best when it's this particular way. Like there's this, I can't remember the guy's name. He made a video that really kind of illuminated the fact that a lot of liberals will say every conservative thinks they're a shamed millionaire, like they're going to be an eventual millionaire, that they will be rich one day, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why they vote for these supporting the rich policies. And he argued, I think very effectively, that what the average poor conservative, the average middle class, working class conservative is really doing when they support policies that obviously hurt them is just supporting what they see is the appropriate like order of the world, of thinking that these people that have these things, it's almost some Puritan shit. These people that have these things, that have this money, that have this power, they are genuinely better and more deserving. And these other folks over here, whether they be, blue-haired liberals or radical leftists, et cetera, are trying to disrupt the natural order of the world, and they must be stopped. And I personally see that way more in our politics right now, just kind of a resistance to change, because change is inherently bad if people are trying to change things from the order that was already established. That's your boy, Jordan Peterson.
Well, I put change on its own spectrum. Like I try to factor political spectrums out to single factor analysis. And obviously, if there is a spectrum from radical change to no change, ossification, basically, you're going to have a left and the right. The left is way more, in general, way more apt to go for radical change, and the right is more traditional. They're more, even to the point of change being dangerous. But that's a completely different political spectrum. You were probably on the far left on that spectrum because you're more for radical change.
So you did a video recently that you want to talk about, which was on Black conservatives, which I like that Adam triggered you into making.
Like that video was in my spirit.
Yes.
And when I heard that comment from Adam,
it was the tipping point.
It was the tipping point.
This comment really this was a comment.
It changed my life.
It
changed my life. I'm glad the world.
I'm glad you did the video. You should give Adam a shout out in the video. You should say, this asshole Adam friended left this comment that inspired this video.
We did a response video too, where we literally talked about it for a bit, I think. So
did you guys already?
We talked about you being a conservative.
That was
having the conservative intuitions. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Can you guys hold up 1 second?
Yeah,
I need to change my chair or I'm going to have a bad night.
Right.
1 second.
Are there any super chats we could move to?
Yeah. No, we respond to him like we didn't respond to the video just now.
We respond. I said he was a conservative in the comments, and then we talked about that on stream.
Yeah, but then he came on and talked to us about that afterwards.
And then we clipped it out too. So
right. So
it's so interesting that somebody, like I said, a lot of people are proud to call themselves conservatives. Some people, you call them a conservative and they're like, you've just called them a dirty word.
I think the thing that's important is how exactly are you defining conservative? What is your definition of conservative that you're working from?
So I guess it's multi-pronged. First, there's just the general supporting the conservative political agenda in America, right? Then there is
what is that agenda?
Fuck if I know. As far as I can tell,
I was going to say,
as far as I can tell, kill poor people, black people, and trans people.
Look at this. Look at this. Oh my God. No wonder you don't want to be called a conservative.
Support conservatives killing trans people. Okay.
Conservatives are basically just mired in cruelty in your eyes.
Right, right.
Like, I mean, at this point, yeah. Like to me, the real conservatives are the Democrats at this point. And whatever the Republican Party is right now is like this rogue fascist faction, like of bizarre, nonsense that somehow still gets to participate in our political project here in this country.
So so maybe a better way to ask the question would be, when someone says, "Oh, black people are socially conservative," what are they saying?
Oh, that's a good. Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. No, what they're talking about is black people essentially doing whatever is going to be less dangerous to our existence on a regular basis. So, like in the video, I pointed and I edited this wrong so that it came off even more conservative than I actually am. Oh, no. But like I talk about in the video, I have a son who has dreadlocks like me. Mm-hmm. And he's asked on multiple occasions to dye his locks different colors. And I tell him, no, he can't do that. Now, and this is also good for like illustrating a point that Adam kind of alluded to earlier about like why the nuance of the intersection of race is important. So I tell my son, no, not because I don't want him to come off the wrong way or because I want to stifle his personal expressions, or boys don't do that. It's because I know that locks are already like enough for the average police officer to age up your child or target or recognize your child, and et cetera. And then when you add color, you're literally adding more pieces to that equation.
Really? I think isn't the opposite? Like if there's a black guy with blue hair, you're like, oh, this is some blue haired,
No. So first and foremost, there's the Bloods and the Crips. So those are gangs that have existed since the 70s and 80s. And so there's some mental connection there. But no, like just having been around, black children, lots of young black people color their hair. It doesn't have to have a real logical element. It's just anything that makes you stand out to police as an African American. It's kind of like I always like to use video game references. So if you imagine yourself like in an RPG, you're playing Skyrim, and you have like several different weapons with perks and features and passive enhancements or debilitations.
Notice by police debuff applied.
Yes. If I cut my hair right now, I'm wearing a polo shirt. So if I cut my hair and shave nice and clean, and wear this polo shirt, it will reduce the likelihood that I catch police attention by a relatively significant margin, significant enough that it's something I've thought about at times, And so like,
what if he dyed his hair pink?
Pink, it's still, I don't think there's any color that would make a difference. The color of the locks is the problem.
I understand, right.
And so when we talk about black people being conservative, so like that's a extrapolation. We're talking about like, still being religious. I went to church today. I haven't been to church in years, but I went to church for Easter today. Still lots of black folks there, probably per capita. I don't know this data, but I'm pretty confident that black people are in general still more church going than in other races in the country. Still, adhering to traditional or trying to pursue traditional family norms. So on and so forth. This is not stemming from like purely just this belief that this is the only way things should exist, and we should create systems and rules to make it so everybody has to adhere to this. This is just, I know if I do this, I'll probably be better off in the circumstance I'm in.
So why do you think that people intuit that conservative means religious, traditional family norms, systems, rules-based systems?
Because I think that's the role that religion has played mostly in this country, across the board. Separation of church and state has never been all that effective here.
No, but I mean, like, why is that defined as conservative, do you think?
Well, because it's been conservative. Like it's the church, like historically the church has been, you know, starting out with just anti-race mixing, like segregation, you know what I'm saying, is tied to the church. You know, of course, gay marriage, you know, just sense of self-expression. What was that, Footloose, where they wouldn't let the kids dance?
Right.
But actually, as I'm saying this, and this is going back to what you all were watching and like just even my political evolution, I think part of that is also just a psyop on all of us to like, like y'all watch this thing about woke. I may go back and watch it, but like the whole conversation around woke, I find annoying because none of this actually matters to like the material issues of most people in this country, let alone, you know, poor and Black people. And so all that we have as a political discourse is, should trans people exist, yay or nay, right? Like that's half of our political dialogue, which is really stupid. It's just really, it really should not like be, that should not be how we identify someone's political ideology. Like people ask me why I don't rock with Democrats. Joe Biden, a couple of months ago, they were doing the train, the railroad workers were protesting, striking, I should say. And like, here is Joe Biden, liberal Joe, who, you know, working class Joe from a steel town, who leads with the help of like most Democrats, including some of the Democrats who are part of the squad, signs a bill that basically forces these railroad workers back to work without their demands being met. So it was a pure anti-labor action. And like, as a whole, the Democrats are anti-labor and anti-working class as much as Republicans are. They just do it with the Black Lives Matter flag on their front lawn.
Well, I kind of want to nail down the conservative thing. So maybe the best way is like, so the way that I conceptualize, you know, the left versus right spectrum is that the left generally, if I were to create like a broad label of how I define left and the right, the left generally believes that all of society's problems stem from current systems and past traditions. And so in order to fix society, we have to look outward in the world to new things that haven't been done before. And I think this is what leads the left to be more xenophilic, is being more open towards other cultures and outsiders, because obviously there are new and different things out there than what we've tried. And I think the right has the exact opposite attitude. They think that any problems we have come from the fact that we've moved away from current systems or current traditions. And so that causes people to be more xenophobic, because it's viewed as if there's a subversion or something that's coming into your working systems and then destroying them from within. And that's kind of how I view like the general categories, the essence, I would say, of left versus right. And I guess I'm not really sure how you define the essence of left versus right.
So you know, in the moment, I don't have a ton of issues with that definition. For me, though, that definition isn't even like all that important. For me right now, left and right is conservative, progressive, leftist, whatever, is the right. And again, I'm starting from Bernie Sanders and moving right, is things are working just fine. We should change as little as possible. And that includes, of course, you know, maintaining capitalism. And then the left is, hey, shit is clearly fucked up, and we need to dismantle the system as we understand and experience it and build ones that actually work for most of the people as opposed to just a very small percentage. Well, and so like that fits into what you just said. But the thing I'm trying to move slightly away from personally, both in my politics, but also my content, is being hyper focused on these proxy social issues of, you know, that are tied to these systems, but I feel like they end up being not dead ends per se, but I don't know, inefficient.
There's more important things to focus on.
Not necessarily, I don't want to say more important either. I just want to say that there's more, it's easier to derail a political conversation when you start getting into, you know, race and gender, because those are things people take very personally. And some people have deeply rooted beliefs connected to that, and many of them religious. And so I can get more done. So I often tell people, like, I used to work at anti-sex trafficking. We had to work with a lot of churches, a lot of really shitty churches. I'll just be blunt. They used to do things that were really annoying, but like the victims of sex trafficking did not care that much initially that they were being, you know, helped, being rescued by, you know, outreach churches, right? And so, like, at this current moment, as much as it's reasonable, because, you know, I also don't fear certain things as much as, like, say, some of my female counterparts and my trans counterparts, I don't fear as much as they do. You know, I would never tell any of my friends to come. No shade. I just wouldn't tell my friends to come on here and talk to you guys in your audience, just because, like, for them, it would be it can be a harder time, right?
Sure.
So, like, there's that. But at the end of the day, I think more people can be helped by being more focused on larger scale, more efficient issues like work and labor, like economic
Class
inequality.
Reductionist. I can't believe I'm hearing this from you. Oh my God.
Just a pinch. Not really, of course, but just a pinch.
Well, the reason that I understand what you're saying, and I've heard a lot of people on the left say things like that. But the reason I think it's important, in my mind, to kind of have like a working understanding of the left and the right and how to conceptualize it is because, you know, we all live in a society and we all have to get along to some extent. We all, you know, at least under our current system, you know, bearing aside any sort of, you know, revolution, we all have to work together to some extent. We all have some kind of political process, and we're all engaged in this, you know, battle of ideas and all these debates and all this stuff. And I think in order to engage other people, you have to understand where they're coming from and what is the ideological or philosophical underpinning that they're operating under. Because if you don't, I feel like it's too easy for us to kind of fall into this idea that everyone views the world the same way that we do. So if someone disagrees with us, they must be lying, or they must be malevolent, or they must be evil. So if you understand, like, oh, people have these completely different moral intuitions, and that's guiding their behavior, not only can you understand where they're coming from, you can understand that maybe they're not just secretly evil, but then also if you want to try to convince people, you can try to frame things in a way that will make more sense to them, which it seems like the left and the right. It seems like the left.
Hilarious.
Oh, what happened?
You just got upstaged by the future blue hair.
Oh, I didn't see. That's funny.
You were on a roll too.
Lord.
No problem.
That's hilarious.
But I just, in order, you know, because it feels like the left and right are constantly talking past each other because they're both talking to their own base and they're making arguments based around those moral intuitions as opposed to the other side's moral intuition.
We want to avoid talking past one another, which I think is very difficult in this day and age.
Right.
Yeah. So I agree that people are talking past each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think the reason why that's happening is because they're the people that talk the most and have the microphone, right, are so far apart that there's really not a lot of value in talking to each other. Like I'm here for you all in particular as centrists, are like, you all are benefiting me because I want to keep a pulse on what that means. Like, I still watch every once in a while. I'll pop in on what's the guy's name? PF Young, right? Mm-hmm. And I disagree with so much of what I see in this space, mm-hmm. but it's close enough to like reason, and like it at least seems reasonably like intuitive. Mm-hmm. That's like, okay, I can learn and glean, etc. But like we're having a conversation for each other to an extent. The vast majority of your chat, and if you were ever on my channel, my chat would be so far from where you all are that the only value this could have is entertainment value.
But FD, but even though they are very far away, we can understand and steel man their arguments, not completely, distort the arguments that they're making. I think that fundamentally is something most people can't do. That's like a learned skill. So, but I'm not convinced if we were to go on your channel or you invited people on our show that were further left, like Professor Flowers, for instance, like I don't necessarily know that we could have a conversation with Professor Flowers and she could, see where we're coming from, which you have to really want to do it in order to be able to do it.
Well, so no, I disagree. I don't want to talk about Professor Flowers, just to put that out there. But sure. I disagree that it's a matter of not seeing. I think I have a pretty useful understanding of. I don't think I misunderstand you guys. You're right. I think I'm learning and I'm engaging with like the stuff a little bit, but I haven't learned, like I haven't had too many light bulb moments. This is more about keeping the lines of communications open versus. And to still, man, what you just said, the fact that you all are like, that you all move the way you all do, right? That you're not here to like, feed raw meat to your base and dunk on leftists with easy low hanging fruit. Although I did see y'all had some beef with my boy Big Joe.
Big Joe.
I don't know.
Are you calling him low hanging fruit?
Hold on, Big Joel. The thing about the Big Joel thing was it is miscommunication. Like our whole show is just trying to get people not to
no. Joel's an idiot. Joel's an idiot.
Yeah, but
Joe's not an idiot. But I don't know what happened. I know it was over the woke thing, so I didn't even bother to really watch because I'm over. But I want to make a point though.
Right.
If you all made it a point to be more inflammatory and bombastic, etc., you all will probably have hundreds of thousands of subscribers.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, we understand that.
He's trying to convert. Look, he's trying to convert us.
I'm not trying to convert you. I'm not trying to convert you. I think people convert on their own time and schedule. But I'm just speaking to the fact that I don't know if there's a lot of I hate to pull on some old diversity and inclusion work stuff, but there's a philosophy that if you're like trying to make like structural change, specifically in here's place, we're talking about like in the office, right? Culture change. There's like, if there's 10 people, there's 2 people that are already with you, 2 people that are already on your side. And then there's 2 people that are never gonna be there like at all. And then there's 6 people in the middle on either side of the whatever the issue is. And so your job is to utilize those first 2 people to reach and connect with the 3 people they're closest to. And then your job is to go to the 3 people on the opposite end of the spectrum and do whatever you can to pull them in. And then their job is to connect to the 2 people on the opposite end to them. Right. If that makes sense.
I understand what you're saying.
And so like when I think of lines of communication, I don't know if it can or should be any different other than just being entertaining,
Well,
I didn't mean to throw Professor Flowers on the bus just before that.
No, it's fine. I just every time she comes up, it's always bad.
I invited her on the show, and she actually was very nice to me in DMs. Responded to me after the blow up with Vosh. We wanted to have her on because I felt like they're completely miscommunicating. So, I just don't want my comment about her to be misconstrued. So
right? No, I don't think you meant any malice. That's going back to something I said last time I was here.
Right.
And kind of like up to an extent what I'm getting at now.
Right.
Go ahead, Sitch.
Well, I just want to say like obviously, yeah, there's entertainment value in, doing political content and having these conversations. That's what necessitates a lot of these conversations in the first place. Adam always says that if we had one viewer, he would still talk to me for 8 hours on Sundays. I don't know. I would talk to Adam for 8 hours on Sundays if we had one viewer, as much as I love Adam. But to me, I think it is important to try to not necessarily convince people of anything, but it's just to be like, listen, we are human beings that are operating under, moral principles that, we're operating under our own moral principles and philosophies. It's not like there's just all these evil people out there who all have this intention, in my opinion, to destroy everyone or destroy you. And I feel like because when you came in here, and I know you're sort of memeing, but you're sort of not, and you're kind of talking about how like the Republican Party is basically the philosophy is they want to like murder poor people and they want to murder trans people. Like to me,
let's get it. Can we get into?
Well, let me just say, to me, it's like I don't think you understand what the philosophy that they're operating from, if that's how you view their intention.
So I must not. What I understand is that the possible outcomes, right? So like, I don't want to talk too much about like get into transness, but like there's 200 some odd anti-trans bills that have been introduced in the last like 4 or 5 years, all by Republicans. You know what I'm saying? This is a population that's, I think, less than 1% of the country, and it's like 85% of their like platform right now.
Can you frame it the way Republicans frame it though? You're framing it obviously in an incendiary way.
Even is the outcome going to be bad for trans people?
Well, no, they're
framing it as protecting children.
Okay, look at that whole. Oh my goodness! Here we have a future centrist here.
But I don't believe that, and that's kind of so. Let me say this, and Sitch, I'll let you maybe like explain it to me. I feel like if they cared about protecting children, they would care about maternal health care, education, guns. You know what I'm saying? Housing, food sufficiency, the environment. Like, you trying to see what I'm saying? Like that, I don't buy that for a second, that this is about protecting children. There's no evidence that there's like any real danger that trans people are any danger to children. I know you all have talked about what was it, the social contagion stuff.
Yeah.
And unless there's something changed, that's not actually like a thing for trans people. So like, and then is it protecting children to keep them from being trans? I would say no. So there's very little to me, and I'll let you speak on it, real meat to this idea that anti-trans laws are about children. They're about culture. To me, the average American doesn't know any trans people and has a generally negative opinion of them as, oddities and people that are potentially problematic or dangerous or mentally unstable or whatever. And so they're easy, like you can't fuck with black people like you used to. Like 20 years ago, it was the welfare queen and the super predator. And you can't do that now. So now it's the groomer, you know what I'm saying? And next time it'll be, I don't know, it'll be somebody else in 20 years once we, hopefully get past this. But to me, it just doesn't fly. So I don't, other than being evil, I don't know what it is.
So, well, first, on just like whether, the social contagion is real or not, like there hasn't been really conclusive one way or the other on the social contagion. It hasn't been debunked or strongly proven. What we do know is that before the affirmative care model for children, which is essentially the model that we're operating under right now in the US, where if a kid believes they have gender dysphoria, they go to a doctor and the doctor basically affirms that they are trans, and they give them puberty blockers and they socially transition. Under that affirmative care model, the desistance rate for children, that is the rate at which children would grow out of having gender dysphoria, has dropped a massive amounts. Massively. Before they did that, the desistance rate for kids when they go through puberty was somewhere in the realm of 60 to 90%. And now once they go through the affirmative care model, it's like 20 to 30%. So I do think that there is good science to show that something is going on with the affirmative care model for trans kids that is preventing kids from naturally desisting on just that element.
Did you say actually or naturally? So
is preventing kids from naturally desisting.
Well, so there's a problem there, because like, which one of these is natural? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that
a kid going through puberty and not feeling the gender dysphoria anymore?
So maybe I don't understand I'm sorry. Maybe I don't understand what naturally desisting means. You're just saying that they don't go through a transitioning. That's naturally desisting.
It would be that children would, before they go through puberty, they go to the doctor and they would say, oh, they think they have gender dysphoria. Then they go through puberty and they'd say, oh, my gender dysphoria, I don't feel it anymore. It's gone.
Okay.
And that would be
so that will be a natural desistance.
Right.
Got you. Okay. I thought you were implying, because the thing that
desistance without any intervention. So I mean,
Right.
whether it's natural or not.
Yeah, they're not going to like Jesus camp.
And that's kind of my thing is that the only merit I give to that area is like how medicalization changes the outcomes for people. And that is something like to investigate around like all elements of medical care in this country. But we have to be careful in saying, well, this is what's supposed to happen, and then medicine, and so now this is what is happening, and this is automatically wrong.
Yeah, it needs to be way more researched. It's not clear. It's not clear. The evidence isn't clear one way or the other, really, on any of the stuff, which is kind of a big red flag. But anyway, that's all the trans stuff.
But yeah, I don't want to do the trans thing too.
Right. But so the argument you're kind of saying about how like, well, the Republicans, they don't care about kids because of, maternal care, housing for homeless kids, school lunches, blah, 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 blah. I feel like the Republicans make this kind of exact same argument with the left when they kind of wheel out the pro-life argument. They say, oh, the left doesn't really care about kids because they want to, kill all these babies. And to me, that's not really the way that I think people conceptualize it. I think people conceptualize it like, the right-wing person thinks, oh, I can provide, food and housing for my child, but I can't necessarily stop them from going on TikTok or going in school and basically being, socially contagioned into becoming trans. So they do care about children. The Republican constituency does care about their children. There's that fear that they think their child will essentially transition, and they either don't want that because they're bigoted or they just, want their child to have an easier life. And I don't think that just because they don't agree on every issue about maternal care means that like there's some kind of malevolent presence in the Republican voter mind when it comes to the trans issue.
Then they're fucking stupid. It's one or the other. I'm sorry. Because look at what you're saying. So they're according to Adam, and I know this is not doctrine, right? They're saying we are making anti-trans like policies literally the main thing we're doing right now in this country. And do we kind of agree with that, or at least
I don't think that's the main issue. I think it's an issue.
It's a big part of
FD. Yeah. If someone transitions, tries to change their biological sex, and someone doesn't do that, who's going to have the easier life?
Oh, surely the person that. Well, are they both? Do they both look? Are they both trans?
If someone has gender dysphoria and is forced to transition, I totally understand that. But if someone is going to desist, not feel the gender dysphoria any longer without any sort of medical intervention, I think it's. Oh no! So yeah, so I would say if a person is not experiencing dysphoria or like feeling trans, being trans, right?
If they're no longer trans and they're living a cis life, they're definitely going to have an easier life.
Okay.
Now the argument would be whether or not a person is living as living cisgendered, but is still trans,
right,
internally. And I don't know if you would say that they're going to have an easier life automatically than the person, excuse me, who has transitioned. Sorry.
Well, if they have persistent gender dysphoria, we assume, for the sake of argument, that transitioning is a better path for them because they have this persistent gender dysphoria. But if the gender dysphoria is not persistent and it's going to resolve itself after puberty, if you have 10 kids that have gender dysphoria in puberty and 9 out of those 10 kids desist without any medical intervention, you gotta say that you're better off not embracing the affirmative model because you're basically saving the one kid and taking the other 9 down this path that you already admit is harder life.
So two things. One, we got to make sure we understand we're talking about medicalization when we're talking about the affirmative care model, which is its own bag of issues. And then we're also talking about the experience of being trans. And based on your definition, if 9 out of those kids desist naturally, and I don't know enough about that to speak with too much confidence, but what I think I understand is that they no longer feel dysphoria.
Right.
So if they no longer feel dysphoria, then they're not trans and they're not experiencing the issues that come along with being trans.
Right.
Then yes, I don't think I could argue with you about that. But here's my point. We're still talking about a fraction of challenges that face children.
Mm-hmm.
The argument that Republicans are making a large chunk of their platform, that they're arguing to, I think something just said in Florida somewhere that they overrode a veto to allow for genital inspections of children before sporting events.
Well, I mean, I don't condone that, obviously.
I'm sure nobody's saying should, but that's a thing. They overrode, if it's true, somebody look it up. They overrode a veto, right? So if that's like a part of the platform, at the same time, there's Ben Shapiro and other Republicans saying we don't need free school lunch, while like millions of kids are malnourished. And like the amount of, my thing is like, if you tell me that I care about a sports team, I love the Bears, right? And if I say I love the Bears, right, but I only watch the Packers, or I only watch basketball, or I only, you know, like, and I don't actually do the things that most connect with loving that team, you should look at me as a fake fan of that team and say, well, if you really love them, the data shows X, Y, and Z things are a much bigger issue. Why are you focused on this thing here outside of bigotry and, you know, manipulating the public around it?
Well, let me change. Like, they're worried about their kids. They're not worried about children just as a category. They're worried about their children. So
I don't even believe that's true, but go ahead.
Well, obviously in the trans situation, if they're worried about their kids being diagnosed with gender dysphoria and being put on puberty blockers when 9 out of 10 kids desist without any sort of medical intervention, they're worried about their own kids. And you're coming along and saying, well, if they don't care about all kids, then they don't really care about their kids. No, they care about their kids. They just don't care about all kids.
Well, if they said, if their bills were specifically saying we care about our children and we don't give a fuck about poor immigrant, malnourished,
why would
unhoused.
they do that? Look, that's the worst political bill. Like, that's just,
and that's
what you're
point.
Asking for is just, I mean, come on.
Well, what I'm asking for in reality is a platform that actually is about all children, as opposed to, you know, a minority.
That's not how politics works.
Well, no. So
I don't fuck with politics.
The origin point of the conversation was trying to determine the intention of voters and people on the right wing. And I was saying that they're not just like they're not out there to just kill trans people or to kill poor people. And as Adam was saying, as I said, they think that this is a way to protect their children. And I don't think the idea that they don't want to try to help every child that could potentially exist in America means that they're not acting within at least their own mind, that they're protecting their own children.
Yeah.
So I still don't really believe that, because their children are still, you know, having issues, like a lot of these issues. So maybe they're not worried about homelessness, right?
Well, they're worried about their
maternal
own
health
children
care
being homeless.
You kind of see, so like, and don't get me wrong, I'm not a Democrat either, but you kind of see how this sounds to a person who, like, I have worked. I don't have any trans kids. I don't have any homeless kids.
You don't know that though.
I don't know that right now. That's my belief. But I'm still doing things like, if somebody asks me, FD, do you care about the kids? I say yes. Here are all the things I do for the kids.
Right.
And I bet you if you go and ask, insert, you know, conservative talking head here, are you trying to protect the kids? They would say, yes, we're trying to protect America's children. And what they should be saying is, well, these white children of conservative families that we want to make sure they don't end up being trans, which is still bigoted.
Why you got to make it race? Why you don't think?
Well, because, you know,
you don't think black conservatives want to protect their kids from the trans?
They do, but it's like 10 of them. So I'm not much like trans. Much like trans issues in this country, aside from the fact that they're being persecuted, I wouldn't take that into consideration for like policy or an opinion on the political ideology.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. But it's just the thing I'm just trying to get at is that, you know, we were talking, I don't know if you're familiar with, we were talking to Joe before he came on, Good Lawgic. And, you know, it's kind of funny because he's like the mirror image of you. He said, you know, it's his belief that the Democratic Party has intentionally advocated for welfare programs and social programs that you're, things that you're, would like and are talking about now, that the Democrats are intentionally advocating for those policies because they know that it will keep poor people and it'll keep poor Black people basically on the government tit and will rob them of motivation and will keep them poor, and thus they will always vote Democrat. And I'm like, well, I don't think that's their thought process. I think they actually believe that this will help people. And it's kind of like you have the mirror image of that, where you think, well, the Republican policies are not designed because they think it'll create better outcomes. It's just they want to destroy or harm, the other
Trans
side.
people, yeah.
Right. I think that's just the problem, is that there's just a fundamental different worldview about how people think will help society be, improve.
So Pascal Robert, who I had on the video, made a point, because for the most part, I wouldn't disagree with fully disagree with the gentleman you're talking about. Mm-hmm. In terms of like what the Democratic Party is doing. Now, I don't think
there's Democrats too, Sitch.
Well, no, I understand you doesn't like Democrats, but you're in favor of social welfare programs,
right? So, right. But think about what we're still talking about. Even so, let's say I was in favor of the Democratic Party and social welfare programs as they exist now, right? Mm-hmm. So the most likely outcome for the outcome we know for Democratic social welfare programs is that literally millions of children, Black, white, I think mostly white, to be honest with you, and otherwise, get to eat. Like millions upon millions upon millions of children. And then the Republican policy platform is these couple of 100,000 kids don't get to have gender affirming care. Which one of those things, just be real, gentlemen. If you're talking about, if all of us agree as radical centrists here in this Zoom call that our goal is for the betterment of society, can you honestly say that disabusing what can't be more than a couple of 100,000 American children of gender affirming care is somehow on the same moral, ethical playing field as millions of children not starving?
Well, you got you moved the goalpost here, because if you help those kids that you want to help, you mm-hmm. get the 9 kids that are socially contagion and start down a path when they could have resolved without medical intervention.
Wait. Hold on. The obviously, helping hundreds of thousands of kids, I would argue, obviously helping hundreds of thousands of kids eat is more important morally than preventing 100 people from wrongly transition or something, right? That's not really what I'm getting at. What I'm just getting at is trying to say that the Republicans or the conservatives who are maybe against the certain social welfare programs that you're in favor of, but are in favor of restricting certain types of trans medical care. My only point is that they have a belief that they're operating under that just comes from a different worldview. They're not doing it out of a place of maliciousness. They're not doing it because they want to kill trans people. And the only way to kind of move forward, I believe, as society is to understand what their position is and try to have a conversation about whether you think it's right or wrong with them.
Did I not articulate their position accurately, Sitch? I mean, isn't it 60 to 90% resolve without medical intervention?
No, right, but that's my only point. I'm just trying to get rid of the great untruth that the other side is just evil and they're just acting malevolently. That's right, all I want to focus on right
now. I see what you're saying, Sitch, and I don't disagree with the an innate malevolence, right? And I think there's plenty of research that shows that when you expose people to different populations and their experiences,
they become more open,
et cetera, that they become more open, that become more understanding and empathetic. I agree with that overall. I just have to still call a spade in this situation, which is, we know you whether or not this is coming from a place of malevolence or ignorance, it is understood what's really going on, like the outcomes of these policies. And that at their core, these policies, if they really cared about the children and not just their children, don't like have minimal impact on society, and that trans people have been with us forever. When you build a platform explicitly around removing gender affirming care, and you know that the outcomes for that, and you don't have good data on it, other than that gender affirming care has, I guess, reduced the amount of natural desistance is the term you use. That's the only data points you have. We don't like, if you know the outcomes there, and you know that people are dying, and you know that the children are starving, and you're not doing any policies, you're actually resisting policies to help those children. Me personally, so maybe those other three guys in the middle, you guys can do that work. But me personally, I am not really all that interested in like the moralizing aspect, the aspect of malevolence. I know at the end of the day, this shit is going to get me killed or get my trans friends killed. And so like I don't have it in me to offer a ton of brain power to that situation. I don't disagree with your overall state, like your overall position, Sitch. Like I see what you're saying, and I agree that that's a thing. I just, for me, for what I do and where I'm from, my energy is best spent like trying to keep the people that suffer under those policies alive.
So I think the reason it's important. Well, first of all, I don't think it's just a situation of like, oh, one side is ignorant. I mean, obviously, I think that the left is ignorant on most of the trans conversation. I think that the right is more correct, but by accident. And I think that's true of like whenever the left is correct or the right is correct, I think it's by accident. I don't think either side. I think people only really fixate on the facts when it confirms whatever they want to be true generally. And the reason that I kind of think this is important, is because if the way that we view one side is that they're basically either operating from just a level of malevolence or just pure ignorance, there's no way to progress except to essentially like exterminate those people.
Oh,
as
wow.
opposed to, well, no, they just have a fundamentally different worldview that you disagree with. Like the right winger, you're talking about like the food program for children. The right winger would make the argument where they say, hey, if you just give people, this money for food, then they'll just become more dependent on it. And that's going to make their situation worse in the long run. Right. It's not like they're just sitting here like, oh, fuck children. Like, I hope they starve and die. Like, that's not the position they're coming from.
But my thing is we have science and research that has told us that that's the end outcome of that policy. You know what I'm saying? We have history. We have so much evidence of understanding that food insolvency, anti-food insolvency policies save people's lives, and that dependence on the system is like it's why I don't fuck with Democrats. Like Democrats build the system, or whoever's in charge of the levers build the system to make it dependent by not giving enough and not allowing for people to move off of it in a natural fashion. The answer isn't nothing at all. And they know this. And this is well researched, is my point. But they don't engage with that in their political rhetoric. They just say, we don't want to make people dependent on the government, and we don't want children to medically transition. We have zero, like I go back to the fact that we had a Republican Congress, Senate, and president, and I don't even know if they actually repealed Obamacare, which still is shitty, just be clear. And I think the reason they didn't repeal it is because they didn't actually have a plan to replace it.
Right.
And so like there is a usefulness to these conversations being had. Otherwise I wouldn't have them at all. But there is not a lot of use in, I think we fool ourselves in thinking, like, think about how much trans conversations happen. One of the reasons why I don't really participate in them, how much we talk about trans people as like among non-trans people. Like if I
people are worried about their kids. You're worried about your kids.
I'm not worried about my kids being trans. But I'm worried about my kids being shot by the police.
You're not worried about that, but you are worried about your kids on other issues, and those issues are the issues that you care about politically. They care about their kids, so those are the issues they care about politically. But they're not doing it because we hate the trans. They're doing it because our kids are going to get caught up in this social contagion thing.
But we don't have any evidence for that. Right, we only have one data point.
We have plenty of evidence for that.
We have, from what I understand, according to Sitch, we have one data point that would you say natural descendants decreased by somewhere between
significant amount,
a significant amount.
Yeah, so but that's several studies. That's
well, the rate of people identifying as trans, especially young girls, is drastically increased. I mean, that's part of why a lot of the European countries. That's why a lot of the European countries are now changing their
and it's like,
for care,
I understand that it's a very small number of kids, but it's like Russian roulette. It's a very small number of bullets in the gun, but it's still like, if your kids are going to school, you're worried about it.
So a couple things. I don't think that's the case for non-bigoted people. Mm-hmm. Let's be clear, right? The issue with trans kids is more about bigotry than anything else. When you actually, I won't go too far into it. Mm-hmm. The point I'm trying to make is that the issue of transness, I'll quote one of my favorite. He loves me so much, Destiny. I watched a video he did a little while ago where he talked about him struggling with content or something, mm-hmm. and his basic issue was, I don't have good people to argue with, and I don't have good topics to argue about. And one of the first things he said was that I would love to keep arguing with people about trans stuff, but people get too sensitive about it because, obviously motherfuckers are dying out here or, trying to be eradicated or whatever the one guy said, right? It's a conversation about people that doesn't include them for the sake of content and or political movement. It's not actually about the people. And I don't believe that parents who are not bigoted are worried about social contagion. I don't think most parents know what that really even is. That's something that permeates certain spaces because we're considering the trans question. All parents know about, and this is kind of my main point, we have history science data about, again, poverty, gun violence, substance misuse, mental health, suicide. These are things we know. These are things that affect, if we just want to be explicitly white children. The opioid crisis is a predominantly white issue, right? Totally. Based around medicalization. And that affects way more white children than trans issues. Gun violence affects way more white children than trans issues. So I come back to, this is either bigotry or ignorance to hyper focus on.
Right. So well, two things. First of all, I'm sure there are some people who are anti-trans for bigoted reasons. I'm sure there's some people that don't want their children to transition for bigoted reasons. But I would wager that there's lots and lots and lots of people that they wish that their child would, number one, not have gender dysphoria in the first place, because obviously transitioning adds a difficulty to your child's life that, we don't want our children's life to be more difficult, to be more painful, to be more expensive. There's lots of medical repercussions that come with transitioning. And then even on top of that, God forbid that your child transitions and then regrets it and transitions back and they've become sterile or, they have, physical changes to their bodies that they'll never be able to undo. So I don't think it's fair to just say it's bigotry. I think there's a lot of people that just are concerned that their children will transition and not need to, and it's adding significant extra difficulty in their life. So that's the first thing. The second thing regarding the hyperfixation on it from a political issue. I mean, a lot of issues that the country focuses on, the reason they focus on them, I believe, is because they're easy for people to focus on. I think part of the problem that the left has with a lot of messaging is when they talk about economic issues, they're too complicated or they're not tangible enough for people to kind of grab, for the average person to grab onto and talk about and have a conversation or really a strong opinion about, where the right generally, in my opinion, is better at grabbing an issue that people understand on a deep visceral level. And I think people understand the trans issue on a deep visceral level. And the Republicans are using that both for, one, reasons that I think are justified, and two, for reasons that are mostly cynical, in that, you know, the Republicans are in a weird crossroads right now where, because of Trump, because of the Tea Party, because of the MAGA movement, there's a right-wing populist movement in the Republican Party that does not agree with the economic policies of the neoconservative neoliberals that have made up the Republicans since Ronald Reagan. And instead of addressing that, they don't have to address that because they can just make everything about woke cultural issues, because that's essentially what the left is broadcasting right now. So
we agree.
So what I'm saying is that there is a cynical,
we agree on
there's a cynical element from the politicians in what they're pushing and why the pundits are focusing on it. But that doesn't mean that the issue itself doesn't have validity or a reason to talk about it.
So what I'm saying is, there's a couple things I want to respond to there. I'll start with, and then I kind of want to move away from like the trans issue. I'm just not comfortable.
You shouldn't have brought it up.
Look, we've been talking.
That's probably my. I don't know.
Why are you so uncomfortable?
It was your fault, but it's good.
Look, FD, you have a dog in this fight. Why are you uncomfortable talking about it? Your kids are involved in public schools, I would assume, or even if they're in private schools, this stuff is everywhere. I don't have. It's drugs are everywhere. You know, street violence, guns are everywhere. There are zero like. You have zero trans people where you live? Okay.
There are zero children, like, you know, glitter bombing my school.
Okay.
Parents, like, I'm not.
You're safe.
And if they were, I would not care because I'm not a bigot. You know what I'm saying?
Why do you think that the left, whenever there's a school shooting, there's all this focus on banning assault rifles and fixing school shootings, when, you know, the overwhelming majority of violence and shooting violence, it's not school shootings. It's the same on the street shooting.
So that was the other thing I wanted to respond to was, let's stop calling the Democrats the left, because they're not. The Democrats, like if you go and you analyze Ronald Reagan's presidency, you know whose presidency is very similar policy wise? Barack
Clinton.
Obama.
Oh, Obama
and Clinton. We've had the same president for the last, was that 30 some odd years now, 40 years? Basically, since Reagan, we've had a neocon, a neoliberal in the office. That is what the issue is for everyone. And so the Republicans, the Republican Party, whatever they are now, basically had a choice. They could invert like the Democrats did with them back in the 60s and start moving further left, or they could move further right. And since it's easier to be racist and transphobic than it is to, you know, support working class people, I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm going to do better. I'm going to do better. Since it's easier to galvanize political projects around critical race theory and trans rights than it is to fight against your corporate benefactors and actually fight for working class people, they've moved further right. Versus the Democrats, who get to now manipulate Black and brown people, immigrants, Muslims, trans people, etc., into supporting their political project, which at the end of the day serves the same masters as Republicans. It's just that we might get some rainbow flags on the yard a little bit. And so I'm just saying, so like either I'm a centrist or you guys are developing or have an analytical frame. The question is, if you understand that do you understand that we're dealing with neocons, neoliberals from Reagan on, no matter who's been in office?
Right. So yeah. So after Reagan won, you know, they had we basically, you know, after FDR, we had, you know, very left-wing economic policies that kind of guided the country. I'm sure not as left-wing as you like, but obviously more left-wing than I think had ever existed in the country. Economic policies. So much so that the Republicans had even acknowledged it to some extent. And then you had the inflation crisis, that started under Nixon, and it got worse under Carter. And then Ronald Reagan won, massively. And after that, there were 3 elections where the Democrats were getting completely shellacked. They couldn't win. And so then you have Clinton kind of come out of the ether here. And he's like, oh, I'm going to be more, center. I'm going to be more neoliberal. And he wins. And so, yes, I do believe that the Democratic Party has been pulled because of that, because of losing 3 elections, massively, has been pulled further to the right on economic issues. So I wouldn't call them right wing, but that definitely happened.
Right.
But I think kind of the problem that I have with the sort of grand theory that you're laying out here is that the Republicans didn't just grab into the air and pull out trans issue and pull out CRT. It's all been a response to wokeness. It's all been a response to this, whatever we want to call it, this hyper progressive online movement that has been pushing all this stuff into the mainstream, usually not through legislation, more through DI initiatives, more through culture, and more through movies and television, that the right is just reacting to. They're just reacting to seeing this stuff pushed upon them. And the irony here, kind of from what you're saying, is you're saying, we should throw all that stuff away and focus more on economic issues. And the thing
I'm
is,
not saying we should throw all of that stuff
well,
away.
we should focus more on, I guess, the economic issues.
We should not allow that stuff to become weaponized to derail. To
derail, right? Okay,
change,
right, to derail,
because that's what I see happening
right
now.
But the irony to that is that all this kind of like cultural war stuff that the right has basically grabbed onto, that's all because of the left. That's 100% the left's fault. If that never happened, if these like hyper progressive woke crap didn't come into being in 2014 and be pushed everywhere, the Democrats wouldn't be talking about that. They would be talking about all of these economic issues you're talking about. Now, they might not be proposing as left-wing solutions as you would like, but that's what the focus would be on. The left created this situation in the first place.
So you're completely right, first off.
Thank you.
But let's add context to what you're saying, because the thing that the reason why I like talking to you guys is because in between a lot of other issues,
in between all our stupid takes, we say smart things.
Just other issues, just differences.
It's because we're funny. Don't lie.
What I notice is that, and this is a scary thing because it shows how close we are to certain political ideologies, but also how far we are from ones that'll actually work for everyone. But so what you're saying, I think, is completely accurate. So let's ask ourselves, like, what's and the whys, right? So woke as a term is a Black term. It didn't start in 2014. It started probably in like 1975. That was something that Black people said amongst themselves.
1930s, actually.
Maybe even 1930s. Whatever it is, it's an old term that comes from the spaces of Black people to kind of illustrate or indicate as slang, as we are cultivators of creative language.
Like all things, white people stole it and reappropriated it.
Yes, and fucking ruined it. So therein lies the critique, an analysis, that needs to be more entered into the conversation. Mm-hmm. So Black people, so Democrats, have to have this weird, carrot and stick situation with Black people and gay people and people that they purport to care about, right? And they have to, and then you have Black, you have elites within those marginalized groups, so you have your Black bourgeoisie, your, gay, 10%. Your 10%, your talented 10th within all these situations that are kind of like, okay, I can help my people by falling under, the left flank of capital and, basically managing the pain of my people on behalf of my white benefactors, but I get to live really well in the process. And maybe every once in a while I can pull, every once in a while we'll get a Black president or some shit, right? So as a product of having to consistently appeal to both Black people as a whole, but to make a decent show of actually caring about marginalized people of all types, the Democrats and, the liberals, the left, as you call them, they're not left, have to consistently pantomime and cosplay that action. And in doing that, they consistently lose track of the plot. And so when white people get woke, they basically start using it to argue against their shitty uncles at Thanksgiving, which is basically what Twitter is. Twitter is your leftist nephew arguing against his racist uncle at the Thanksgiving table, but everybody's white. And at the end of the day, the actual people who made up the term and who suffer under the problem don't get any like real solution to what their problems are. So that's why, like, and don't get me wrong, this is a dangerous game to play, and it's not one I play lightly or will play a lot in. But when we make politics explicitly around identity politics, what we've done, what we've allowed to happen is the conversation, we've allowed it so we have a black president, thus racism is over, even though that black president did little to nothing to actually help black people. Even though we have a black vice president, and if Pete Buttigieg makes it into the office in 2024 or 2028, queer people will not benefit much from his policies unless his policies become actually left-leaning and not just liberal. And so you are right in your assessment of what you're seeing, and you're correct that the Republicans are just responding to the football that's in play in politics right now. Mm-hmm. It still, makes them cynical and I'm just to say cynical for now. But it's why people need to just actually look at what's happening, look at what needs to happen, and start moving further left. And, and if that means you have to be okay, if you have to, deal with being a bigot, unpack some bigotry, unpack some racism, it means you can maybe get better healthcare, safer streets, and more rights to your labor and your guns. If you move left enough, you get to keep your guns. I have a gun. I'm going to get more guns.
You should, as a YouTuber, obviously, you got to protect yourself. These people are crazy out here.
True. That is true.
I mean, I'm really important when I show up at your house, so you definitely want to.
Yeah, I mean, like some of them, like I'm looking at the chat.
Right.
I see y'all.
So, I think there's basically this. What happens is that whenever there's a political issue being discussed, and I assume you'd agree with this. When it gets consumed by the public, it gets dumbed down to its simplest parts.
That's exactly so. Have you heard of so we got to get into the critical theory people. Have you heard of I don't even remember the names. I haven't read this whole thing, but I'm familiar with the theory. Theodore Adorno.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Right.
This is a lot of from my understanding, because I haven't read the actual original text, but they talked about this, that. And this is one of the reasons why, I don't want to talk too much about, trans issues, and why I think it's fine that, there's not a ton of conversations happening on YouTube, because at the end of the day, this is all entertainment within, the culture industry. So let's take intersectionality, right?
Well, wait, before we move on, let me just finish my point.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Which was that, so you have, there's a political conversation that's basically going to be discussed. It gets dumbed down to its simplest points, and it loses all its nuance because, unfortunately, for whatever reason, we've all played Gartic Phone, we've all played telephone, that information is just easier to communicate when it becomes simplified, and it becomes more, broadly appealing to people when it becomes dumbified. And so, when you say that we need to move more left, and you kind of were talking about how, you don't consider this kind of performative wokeness, I guess is what we'd call it, where the kid is at the Thanksgiving table or the Easter table, and he's, calling his uncle racist, right? It's kind of this performative wokeness. Maybe they're just doing it because they kind of want to feel better about themselves. They're kind of doing it to usurp the authority maybe of the older people in the situation. But the problem that I have is that even if you don't like this performative wokeness, you have to, or the left, and I don't mean Democrats, I mean the leftists, have to accept that that's their baby. All this wokeness, all this performative wokeness is essentially the dumbed down, simplified, publicly consumed version of leftist academic philosophy. And this is how the public has interpreted everything that they're talking about.
So I don't know if I fully agree with it being their baby per se. I see what you're saying. It's kind of like you have an idea, you put it in the air. So like, here's an example that I use, right? So I somewhat agree, but again, let's add nuance to it. So I would say, I think I'm about to hit 450 subscribers. A good minimum 175 to 200 of those are white people, right? You can't get big on YouTube doing political content and not get a large white audience. Mm-hmm. So I did a video on Black conservatives, and I did it thinking as much as I could how to talk about this issue and give as little leash as possible to white liberals and leftists to just use it as a dunking point to call, to start saying, calling people coons and Uncle Toms and other terms that are explicitly racist, but because it's
you
racism
put that
against,
in your video.
Which picture I put in the
video?
You
had the raccoon picture.
Oh, but that's a raccoon. See, it's different.
Oh, okay.
That's a raccoon. I don't know what you're talking about. Sitch, don't get racist
what you
with
were
me.
going for there.
When you had the raccoon on Fox News, I was like, "Oh, okay, it's a little spicy."
A little spicy, but that's okay. So what's happening there, right? Is me, because I've seen what's happening. Like I don't think Derek Bell, and Crenshaw and all of them thought about Twitter when they started getting into critical race theory.
Of course, yeah.
They just said, "Hey, here's the phenomenon we're witnessing in academia, and for them in particular is in the legal system. So let's develop a new theory of practice that can hopefully address this phenomenon." They didn't connect to the radical traditions. They didn't hear what Malcolm X said about liberals. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So while I agree that that is part of the problem, I don't know if that's like what is so first off, Uncle is still racist. All right. So we have two problems. We have a racist uncle and we have a liberally racist nephew. And both are a problem. But if we have to pick one, if I have to choose one, I'm going to go with the liberal racist nephew. And under, the system we're in, there's so much more that needs to be done before I even frontline that as like the issue du jour outside of making content. Mm-hmm. If you engage with real leftists who would never set foot on YouTube, right? Or will at most be interviewed. People are actually doing organizing and work. They're so far from the culture war stuff. They're not, and the ones that are in the culture war stuff are getting little to nothing done. So, there's a there there, but it's only there for, from our perspective, it's only there for scoring points and making content, which is fine. Mm-hmm. But I just, I think we should be aware of the primordial ooze that grew that, and then be prepared to discard it when necessary.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to deny that, a lot of people, if not most people, especially people online, especially people in our spaces, it's used to dunk. It's not really used for, real advocacy. Obviously, I'm sure, you look at people like Hassan, biggest leftist streamer, and, he's living in a mansion, and, doesn't really seem to be, using his money to advocate for, leftist causes in the world. So I'm not going to deny or disagree with any of that. So I agree with that, but it's still, I think the difficulty here is what I'm trying to get at is that, you said that there's like the racist uncle and then there's the liberal racist nephew. But when the liberal, or as you said, the liberal racist nephew, who's kind of doing performative wokeness, he's spouting leftist ideas. Even if, you want to think of him as liberal, he's still spouting leftist ideas. It's just through this kind of like dumbed down woke performative filter. And so when leftism finally reaches the mainstream and it becomes this kind of like woke thing you don't like, how is the left supposed to actually get what it's in favor of out to the public if it's not working now?
So it's two things. One, we're the creative people. We make up dope shit all the time. This is kind of like we just know that that's the thing we have to do. We have to just keep making the new thing. Like 40 years ago, when they were coming up with critical race theory, they probably didn't know that they were going to have to come up with more critiques around neoliberalism and diversity, inclusion, ideologies, etc. Like, we have to just kind of keep innovating, because I'm not expecting or advocating for everybody to hit the streets and burn everything down. We need to build structures where people can start to live more independently of the system through social means. So, like, we will continue to do the things, and what gets co-opted will get co-opted, because you can't really stop it. Whatever I'm making, as radical as you guys might think I am still co-opted by the fact that I'm being paid to do what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not a revolutionary. I'm an entertainer.
What do you mean by that? What co-ops you about that?
Well, so my perfect example, my biggest video was my Bo Burnham video, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this Bo Burnham video, sorry, it's like being distracting me on my screen. My Bo Burnham video was like your basic critical race theory, like it's baby's first critical race theory. And boy, it went crazy. And I got a lot of, my white supporters from that. And I appreciate that. And I stand by things I said in that video. But what that allows for is, market research, PragerU showing commercials over what I made, which happens all the time. Like, PragerU loves to advertise on leftist channels. Yes.
No.
Yes, if I had to guess who some of my biggest supporters
That's
are,
hilarious.
it's PragerU.
You're not convincing anyone in your audience. To me, that's a huge waste of money for them.
It is. I think that goes back to my thing about it being cynical. I think it's just to piss leftists off, because when you piss leftists off, they help you make content. That's what PragerU is really about. It's Jordan Peterson's tweets right now, like, perfect, great for content. I forgot the other thing I wanted to get into. You said that the liberal nephew is still racist. What are we going to do?
He's spouting leftist ideology, is what he's talking about.
So yeah, he's spouting. Oh, and so that's the thing. Basically, it comes down to co-option. Is that once so right now I'm getting off, like, I was trained as an intersectional scholar. You know what I'm saying? Or within intersectionality within my graduate studies, and I did a lot of that. Right.
What was your PhD supposed to be on? Did you pick a thesis, or did
my thesis was on spree shooters. I was going to do my dissertation on sexual violence against Black men, but then I started doing YouTube. So I don't feel like I don't. And academia. Like, academia is a part of the status quo. It is a part of the system. One of the things that I've had to unpack myself is that I came out of academia, thinking that I had all the answers with just a little bit of Marx and Foucault and Hooks and Crenshaw and Du Bois, etc. And, I read Fanon's Black Skin, White Mass. They didn't give me Wretched of the Earth. You see what I'm saying? And they don't have George Jackson. They don't have Kwame Ture. So, like, academia is still a product of the same system. It's the master's tools. I'm assuming you all might be familiar with that term.
Yeah, we disagree with it vehemently.
But within this case, it makes a lot of sense, because what academia has done is it's curated these radical leftist ideologies down to which ones are the most commodifiable and consumable and digestible to the status quo. And we're going to let those get out there, and we're going to have, proxies, social issue wars among people who are barely affected by them. And then we're going to, and then poor people and all these other folks are still going to die, because that's what's required from the system, And I can get on here and I can call Republicans, evil.
So Are you saying that?
I mean,
are you saying that academia is not radical enough, or are you saying that
No,
once
not
you
at all.
get into the system, you see that it's kind of like, because my feeling about it, and I don't know if this is exactly what you're saying, is that it's kind of easier for academia, which is separated, to talk about all these theories and have all these ideas about how these theories manifest in the real world. But then when you actually get into like the meat grinder of the system, like to me, this has become very apparent when people complain about teachers and they complain about bad schools. And there's like the outside perspective of like, oh, all these teachers are lazy. All these teachers are, evil. All these teachers are stupid. But then you like talk to a teacher and you find out that when they have a problem, they have to go through this completely like fucked up system.
I was
And
a
then
teacher.
when you kind of like take a back step, you see that it's the fucked up system that's kind of creating the behavior in people. And I feel like once you get out of academia and you get into the meat grinder, you're like, oh my God, this is like all this theory shit is like nice, but once you're in it, it's like completely different.
So I don't know about that because depending on what you're studying in academia, if you're studying, sociology and a lot of these social sciences, you're going to learn about systems before you get there. Now, what you do have are academics who are inclined to research and pontificate and study, but not inclined to do, ground level frontline work. And before I was an academic, I was a teacher, and then I was, a social worker, right? And in between that, a little bit of activism myself. So like I took that to academia and to the world, the policy world. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here on YouTube, is I was like, well, clearly these people aren't built for the type of work that needs to happen. And it helped me develop my system analysis. But to say your first statement is academia not radical enough for the actual change that's needed? No, academia is not radical enough. Academia has been think of 50, 60 years. In the 60s, it was the college students who were, shutting down and taking over campuses, who were getting armed, who were in the streets, and then eventually became the hippies and started doing a lot of drugs and the COINTELPRO, yada, yada, yada. Right. But if you think about it, 50 years ago, I don't know, however many, 60 years ago, I guess the 1960s. During that era, there was a lot of civil unrest, not just with Black people, with everybody. Everybody was fighting against a system that they recognized was fucked up. And it was young people in academia who were often, at the forefront of that stuff. And academia had to change after that. There's a great story about Samuel Jackson holding Martin Luther King's father hostage at Morehouse College, over
the actor.
The actor, Samuel
he held
Jackson. His
father hostage.
He was part of a student group that God. I believe at gunpoint took over a Morehouse dorm over some issue on the school's campus. But that's something that happened a lot back then, because at that time, academia had not curated itself to only include, radical or progressive, well, I would say radical, progressive ideologies that fit well enough into the status quo and wouldn't really lend itself to people taking more radical action. And so and that's why I'm sure people in the chat, I sound weird saying that Barack Obama and Joe Biden are conservatives, and I don't fuck with them. I did at one point because of, my experiences in academia and my experiences coming up under the status quo and the things that I developed a belief system around. And it was trying to reconcile that belief system with actually being, in prisons with children, being in schools with underperforming schools, that it was either I was going to develop, the idea that these people are just broken or they deserve it, or we're going to dig deeper as to why this keeps happening. You know what I'm saying?
So, I think what you should advocate for is that we start sending troops to Ukraine, so that we get another.
I don't know
draft
enough
going.
about what's even going on with,
because that's what activated all those kids in the 60s was the draft.
I'm not going to fucking fight in Vietnam.
No, exactly. That's why kids got so radical, because they're like, fuck, I don't want to go to war. Like, that's crazy.
And that's one of the things that excites me about now, is that so we don't have a war that we have direct, participation in that will cause a draft, right? But you know,
that's why all these activists are pussies, FD. We need another war.
Did those activists make any progress?
I would say somewhat. You know, we did have several different policies that changed that, like, coming out of, we had the Civil Rights Bill. You know what I'm saying? The Civil Rights Bill did not fix everything, but it did some stuff.
So they did make progress.
They did make progress, but then they were all, you know, killed and put in jail and dispersed. So, like, who knows how much further, except for Samuel Jackson, you know, so who knows how much further. And the people that survived became more conservative. You know, they were like, all right, y'all killing motherfuckers, let me chill out.
What progress is left to make? What's left to do?
You know,
we got a bunch of kids to trans. Aside from that,
that would be part of socialized healthcare. Because and that's the thing, right? So right now, we all can agree the economy's fucked up. Our health is fucked up. Our mental health is fucked up.
I mean, I don't know though. Is the economy fucked up? I don't.
Well, for like people that aren't in, you know, well, hell, I think tech is one of the worst hit places right now.
I'm curious if the Federal Reserve is making things worse. I mean, I'm curious about the economy, but I don't know.
I know
unemployment is very low right now. We actually had a 3.5 growth. I've heard other people say we're in a recession. We're not in a recession right now.
I think we're technically not in a recession. I think they were trying to make that happen.
They're trying to push us into recession, but I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming you're doing okay as you quit school to become a full-time YouTuber. So
my YouTube numbers ain't what they were even last year.
Well, you're not. I mean, you're like, that happens. Like,
I would say the economy's in any situation where a policy could be, let's raise interest rates to make more people lose their jobs, it's still to some extent a fucked up economy.
Well, I'm not in favor of that. Yeah, exactly. Putting people out of work is not my jam. Sitch,
what's up?
Do you want to read some super chats that are like
germane?
No, they're aimed at FD, and I don't know how long FD has to stick around.
Yeah, I don't know.
Germane to the conversation. I guess you're right.
Yes,
yeah,
not German. Anyway,
one thing I wanted to pose to you all, and is one of the reasons why I'm excited about what I'm doing and why I'm working as hard as I am because I could have easily just made more Bo Burnham videos.
Can I ask, do you see yourself as an artist? Do you think of yourself as an artist? Okay.
I think myself as an artist first.
I'm an artist too. Sitch, we're still working on him, but he'll come around sooner or later. So I kind of figured you did. So
yeah.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
One of the things that I think is a point of potential is there's data I've seen, so feel free to contradict it if you've seen otherwise, that shows that millennials are not getting more conservative as their parents and grandparents did, as Gen Xers and boomers did. You know, the boomers were the fucking hippies and the people taking over, college campuses, and now they're, they're not. And so, I always mark Obama's presidency as where I got kind of like, socialist pilled, or whatever phrase is supposed to be the phrase to describe it, because, I expected more than what I got. And when I sat back and analyzed it, I was like, okay, so clearly none of this is ever going to work. So what do we do now? And I see that as a point of opportunity to engage people on actual, at least for me, from my perspective, actual leftist movement, to create the type of changes that at least the people say they want. And Chicago just Chicago just rejected a neoliberal Democrat police supporting mayor and a neoliberal Democrat police supporting mayoral candidate, and voted in an outright socialist from their teachers union as the mayor of the entire city. And the police are already threatening to strike, from what I understand. So, I see, and this is, aside from the fact that I think is dehumanizing, I see this conversation around trans people and critical race theory, and all these other social issues as a way to keep the wheel spinning, as opposed to, taking advantage of what's actually happening with people. But maybe I'm mistaken.
Mm-hmm. What was the question?
Oh, what do you all think about? What do you all see for the future as if millennials are staying left, which is what the data I've seen says?
Mm-hmm.
Where would you guys take?
Well, let me step in here, Sitch. I like you fundamentally have this Manichaean view of the world where the left and the right are at war with one another, and sooner or later, one person is going to one party will win. The progressives will win, and it'll be progressives from here on out, or conservatives will win, it'll be conservatives. But I mean, I don't see the world that way. I see the world as there's progress and tradition, and they have to constantly be balancing one another. Like there's a thing that the progressives often say, like, you know, the progressives are always on the right side of history, which I fundamentally disagree with. There's plenty of times when the progressives have been on the wrong side of history and have lost. So I don't, it's just a way of looking at the world that I don't think is helpful. I think we should be embracing where, you know, where the other party gets things correct, where they get things right. Sitch, you want to say something?
I agree.
Do you see the world that way? Is that an accurate assessment? Do you think? Because one of the implicit things in your question is, you know, are the children going to be progressive, and we're going to move away from being conservative?
I mean, so I don't see any value in what I'm getting from conservative anything right now. I definitely don't see value in it to allow it to dictate like policy, you know what I'm saying, or social issues. The only thing that matters to me about I don't, again, you know, went to Easter Resurrection Sunday this morning. You know what I'm saying? Put on nicer clothes. Took pictures with my kids while reading Wretched of the Earth. So like, I am not against the conservation of culture for people who want to participate in that culture. I'm against how that culture is used to promote political projects that harm other people or allow harm to be done to other people.
You agree with them on guns. You said you own a gun and that you plan on being a gun owner. So you agree with them on that.
Well, they don't want any type of control for guns. You know, like I would prefer to have my gun registered. Like, I think I can buy a gun at like a gas station where I'm at right now. That's being hyperbolic, but you know what I'm saying?
But you're not in favor of just getting rid of guns categorically.
I'm not right now. No, like if we get to
isn't that really the far left position though, to like ban all guns?
No. The if you start getting into like anarchism and other far left spaces, they explicitly want their guns for, you know, self defense and all that good stuff.
But we disagree on economics. I think you think socialism could work, right? We probably disagree on that.
Yeah. So socialism is not like a canned thing. One of the things I've been getting to lately is the concept of scientific socialism, which comes out of Pan-African traditions. And the point of that is to say we're not just going to do exactly what, I don't know, Scandinavia is doing or the Ukraine was doing, and just say, yeah, we're going to do that socialism here, and that's going to work. It's more about assessing the needs and realities of the nation you're in and finding ways to construct people-driven programs and policies and industries. Socialism, you know, fails greatly in the developing nations, partially because of outright intervention, you know, by us and other nations, but also because of underdevelopment. And the lack of, you know, control of the resources. So it's like, if you just say, oh, I'm a socialist. We're just going to plug socialism in to the Xbox, and then like it's going to download a patch.
Well, I see it, but I see it differently though. I see people being fundamentally self-interested. So if socialism is failing in various nations, it's not because of us putting a thumb on the scale, us making it fail. It's because people are not motivated to succeed in a system where they're not going to benefit from the fruits of their own labor.
Well, that's not what socialism is at its core. The point of socialism is to actually benefit from the fruits of your own labor. Right. So like, it depends on what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, are we talking about like welfare state socialism that's in the UK? Like, I would barely call that socialism, you know what I'm saying? Because that still allows for massive disparities in wealth and income, which then lends itself to, the corruption of housing, there.
Here's the miscommunication. So I understand what you're saying. You're saying that socialism wants people to benefit from the fruits of their own labor as a worker, and I understand
as a collective.
Yeah. But as anyone who wants to build a business, like obviously you're building a business with your YouTube channel, you obviously know that you're going to have to put an exorbitant amount of work into doing this project, and it may or may not pan out. So when I'm talking about people wanting to benefit from the fruits of their own labor, if you're taking outsized risk, putting in outsized effort, you want to take outsized gains. Socialism takes that away because it takes your outsized gains and it gives it to your collective
employees.
Workers. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
so that's the problem. You don't necessarily have a business starting class, an entrepreneurial class in these socialist nations. And it gets worse too, because the political elites that are basically controlling everything, they're getting our financial aid, and they're basically using that money, that American money, to suppress any sort of political rivals that may come up. The political rivals in any situation are going to be the business class, because the business class tends to be the smarter people, the more innovative people, the more hardworking people. They're going to be the ones that are going to be political rivals to these people. And of course, they're going to use that money to suppress those people.
So, one, I don't believe that there's anything innately more talented about the business class.
What do you mean? You're part of the business class. You don't think you're more talented?
I'm a product of luck. I was lucky enough to be born to my mom as opposed to my uncle, which meant instead of growing up in the south side of Chicago, I grew up in the south suburbs of Chicago. So my mom provided me with good schooling, mentors, a protective covering, which allowed me to go to decent school. Like, there's so many elements that build into what you see before you.
Aren't you writing your videos though? Aren't you like somewhat directing your videos? Aren't you saying?
Yeah, I'm doing that based on talent that was cultivated like through a series of fortunate events. Fortunate events.
Well, no, I don't deny that when luck plays a great role in it.
Yeah. So
but if you just threw up your hands and look, I have a bunch of friends that are just stoners. All they want to do is lie on the couch and surf. Okay. Like those, you have to have some sort of motivation to actually build something.
Yeah. So we're getting away from I think where you initially were, which is kind of talking about the idea that socialism was about that socialism can't work because people won't build things because there's no gain to be had. So first, I think that's not true on two fronts. Number one is you can run a business and even take a large chunk based on the amount of labor and effort you put into the business that is more than your employees. What you don't do is exploit your employees' labor through the mechanisms of capitalism. So let's say, for example, I am a landscaper, right? So I buy my equipment to landscape with. Because at first, let's understand the vast majority of business owners in America have less than like 2 employees.
Yeah, small businesses. I agree.
Very small businesses. I'm a small business, but it's just me.
Yeah,
right. So we're only talking about a fraction of business owners of the business class, as you say, that are actually affected by this argument. In those situations, those people can do workers' co-ops. Those people can make sure their workers are paid effectively if they put their people over the largest possible profit. Now, you may be right that some people, especially as we are wired by the system today, are like, no, I want to get as much as I possibly can for as little work as possible. That is possible. That is the case for a lot of people. In that case, which is not ideal, which is why some people go further than socialism, we should have public policies and a government or some type of governing body that fills in the gaps for those people and makes it so those who are very selfish can't get to freaking, I don't know, insert mythological corporate ridiculous people here that own 500 companies. I just did a video about him. He was a CEO of GE, and it was like a case study in capitalism going wrong. GE CEO. Jack Welch.
Yeah, but do you deny that running a business and starting a business is a lot of risk and a lot of high investment, a lot of work?
I don't deny that. No, it's definitely a lot of work.
Yeah. So if you are going to embark on this path to start some business, you've got some product that you believe in, and we live in a system where when you finally get to your first 20 employees, when you finally get to your first 50 employees, when you finally get to your first 100 employees, you're not getting the outsized gains. Like there's no Elon Musk potential in your future. You're basically just going to be on the same level of all your workers. What is the incentive to start that business? A lot of people without the Elon Musk potential, they don't want to do it.
So let's get into the context of that. Number one, we're still talking about a small population of people. Most people just want a decent job and to take care of their family and surf and smoke weed a little bit, as you
yeah. No, I get it.
So that's we're talking about a small amount of people who should not, based on that, control the political and economic reality of the entire nation based on their desires. That's number one. Hold on, let me finish.
Yeah.
Secondly, nobody can be Elon Musk unless you were born Elon Musk. Like we know this as well. Like the biggest predictor of being rich is being born rich. You know what I'm saying? It's Elon Musk. Like that is a product of the capitalist system we're in now. Elon Musk, Gary Vee, and all these guys telling you how they can be rich. And a handful of these guys, some people doing the NFT Gary Vee thing will make themselves into millionaires. But most people that are rich are born with that money. There's one more thing I wanted to respond to. Oh, and the second thing is, no, fuck them. Like, if it's bad for society for you to get your like, we should not have a structure that allows your desire to be a baller with the business, etc. Oh no, that wasn't what you were saying. What you were saying is, what is their impetus to even start a business in the first place? Passion, curiosity, autonomy, like things that people did before we had capitalism. We still had people starting businesses and trying to make things. We had people that were curious. We had people that were inventors. Like Thomas Edison stole a bunch of shit from Nikola Tesla. You know what I'm saying? So like Nikola Teslas will still exist without Thomas Edison stealing all the shit from all these different people and making it into GE. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I feel like you lose. Sure, I agree with you. First off, that there are some people that can make it on passion alone. And Nikola Tesla is a perfect example of that. Died destitute, had no money to his name, was basically just a horrible business person, right?
Maybe had sex with pigeons. We don't know.
But there are also out of the 100% of potential business starters out there, you limit your resource pool dramatically, because I would argue most people who start this stuff realize they're going to increase their wealth and status, and that's part of the equation. There is passion, but I don't know that passion is enough. I think you cut your resource pool down to maybe 20%. And I just do you Uber? Do you use Google? Are you working on do you have a smartphone? These are products and services that would not exist if it wasn't for somebody thinking, I am going to get filthy rich doing this.
Yeah, I don't think if I understand the iPhone and Steve Jobs story well, or even just Facebook, hell, me. I don't think a lot of these innovations start out with, I want to get rich, so I'm going to do the thing. It's, this thing is interesting. I'm curious. I'm passionate. I'm whatever. And then it's like, oh, I did the thing. And wow, there's material gain that can come from this. And at that point, there's a multitude of possible outcomes, right? The idea that capitalism creates innovation doesn't jive with reality. What capitalism does is it allows people with capital to buy innovation. That's what Elon Musk did with Tesla. You know what I'm saying? He didn't invent any of that. He had the money and bought it from the people that actually had the idea. So
but he did have the idea for PayPal, which got him the money to. PayPal was his idea.
So no, he got the money because his father owns an emerald mine in South Africa.
This emerald mine stuff I don't know much about. And also, I've read a book on Elon Musk. Elon Musk did not get along very well with his dad, and his dad was very much like a standoffish type person. His
mom looks like a supervillain, so it's possibly there was some interesting stuff going on in that household. So
I don't know that Elon Musk has a good relationship with his father. Well, I don't know that he's actually speaking to his father at the moment. But all this aside, I only use Elon Musk as an example that when people, and a lot of businesses don't succeed, a lot of businesses fail. When people, think I'm gonna be a contractor, I'm going to build homes, I'm going to build a business building homes. I think, they're thinking, I'm going to make a lot of money doing this. And if you take away that potential to make a lot of money doing it, I think less people will do it. I guess we just fundamentally disagree.
You just fundamentally disagree. Yeah. I don't think people are naturally selfish to the point where, first off, again, we have to both agree for that element of your argument, we're talking about a fraction of people, right? We're talking about the business tycoon wannabes. We're not talking about the majority of people.
Every single person I've ever met has had an idea to make $1 million. I have not met anyone who does not have some idea. Look,
we're not talking about ideas, we're talking about desires.
They haven't materialized that idea.
Materializing is where the rub.
Yeah, so I agree with what you're saying. I think we are talking about a fraction of people, but I think that fraction of people is what gets shit done.
Yes,
and that's the issue.
I don't think that gets shit done because those fraction of people have to employ people. They have to bring their material goods via roads and other workers. They have to do all these things that require the whole of society to participate.
Yeah, but why doesn't everyone just open a business?
Because not everybody wants to open a business.
Because it's a lot of work.
Yeah, I don't think most people want to or have the wherewithal or energy or knowledge, myself included, on how to do all those things.
Yeah, but I don't understand what that lends itself to. If the question is, would we still get cool shit without capitalism and the idea that people would be rewarded?
The answer to that is no.
I think the answer to that is yes, because capitalism, unless you retroactively say that, I don't know, the original farming erupted across, my understanding of world history is that farming erupted around the world independently of each other. It wasn't just one group of farmers that went to all these different places around the world however many thousands of years ago and said, this is the best way to do farming.
I think actually, I'm trying to recall my guns, germs, and steel. I think farming mostly all did come from one centralized location and then move outward.
They were is that the Indus Valley? Because I haven't done gun germs and steel in a while.
Yeah, it's wherever I think there's some place in the Middle East where cereal crop came from, and then it kind of moved out from then, I think.
So I think you're wrong, but I could also be wrong. Either way, my point is that even when that happened, let's say it just came from that one spot, right. It didn't happen because a person said, I'm going to build civilization from this human innovation. It was like, hey, I noticed that if these seeds grow over here all the fucking time. Mm-hmm. So I wonder if I took some of these seeds with me to this other place, like it grew out of curiosity and passion and the desire to take care of people.
Look, out of
I have two questions. First of all, did you recently watch Thought Slime's video on shoplifting?
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay, because he's kind of saying a lot of things that you're saying, so I was curious. But
no, well, that's because we're both leftists.
I know.
Like, but it's an anti-cynical thing. I need to run soon, so I don't want to cut you off.
Let me ask you one question just on the greed thing before we move on. Like, you agree there are some greedy bastards out there, right? We all agree on that. Out of the 100% of human beings walking the earth, what percentage of them are the greedy bastards, and what are these altruistic people who are just, willing to start a business and not care about?
I don't have a good.
Is it 50-50? I'm just asking your gut intuition on this.
It would be a complete ass pull. I'm going to say 1585. So 15% of the population are really fucking greedy.
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah. So I just want to say, before we move on, because there are some questions, some super chat questions I want to ask you before you go. Just I'll say regarding the farming thing. I think this came up when we were talking. Time really important. I think we have to understand what money and food and these things represent and why people seek them. Like with the farming example, I don't think it was like someone was like, oh, this is like cool. I think it was more like, oh, this is an easier way to produce food in safety, for myself and my tribe, because we're talking about, way back then. And then that kind of, elevates itself to, oh, whoever, owns the land or whoever's the best farmer has the best status. And then maybe they become in charge of the land. And it's kind of like things, go outward from there. And obviously, by today's standards, money represents safety and status and all these things. And, maybe there'll be some day where we have the Star Trek future where, we have replicators and we have little to free energy. And so status is not based on money anymore. But I think basically the technology for those material conditions being met is going to have to come first before the socialist ideology can be implemented, essentially.
So I disagree. I think the socialist ideology is already there. I think I don't think the technology will do anything to actually reduce disparity and things along those lines. One second.
Well, it's that if, I think humans naturally compete with each other for status because that's kind of how we're like wired for reproduction. And so if there's like free energy or free replicators, then that removes the material aspect of status accumulation. And so status will have to be based on something else.
Right. Like sports or video games.
Or being a productive citizen or inventing something cool or creating great art or whatever.
So I agree with that. I'm just saying under capitalism, right? Because we're talking about, you said something, and I lost it. You said something I wanted to pounce on. It was that
all the greedy people, the 15% of greedy people.
It was coming out of that.
Well, let me ask some questions before you kind of go.
Yeah, I guess let's get to the super chats.
Right. Harrison,
we're still having a good time. I will be back.
Harrison Jodit for $10 says, do you think it was morally right for Samuel Jackson to hold someone at gunpoint for the sake of radical change? Why or why not?
I don't morally right?
Yeah.
Nah, not really. The best thing to do under the circumstances? Possibly. I don't know enough about the story. Mm-hmm. I don't give a lot of credence to morals like, and when it comes to like social change, because like what's moral now is based on a lot of other factors. I'm a postmodernist, so like I understand the question. I answered as best I can, but also I'm a postmodernist, and don't take my answer as any type of like fundamental endorsement of a particular ideology around morality. I don't put a lot of morality as kind of a.
So you have to be careful, because I don't know if this is what you mean to say. Well, it sounds like what you're saying is there isn't moral considerations in these questions at all.
I don't know if I'm saying that. I'm saying when it comes to whether or not an act is moral in these like hypotheticals, that does not hold a lot of weight for me. Because morality is highly relative, highly contextual. Is it immoral to steal? Like Adam, you said something earlier about crime that I almost that I might have jumped in right, but I was probably going to watch longer had you not said that. You were like some people just like crime. Just jack off to them. It's like
crime causes poverty. Yeah.
Yeah. But before, like, I don't want to get back, but like, I thought to myself, like, Adam, have you ever done anything illegal? I'm sure you have.
Yeah, of course.
I know I have. Wow. I think most people have broken a law, let alone a rule at a certain point. Most of those people would not consider themselves immoral because we don't necessarily attach morality to like laws of the state. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but like someone holding someone hostage with a gun, right? Like, I mean,
that's pretty fucked up. It's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, but I'm saying it seems to be a pretty clear moral question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it depends on the situation. I don't know. I don't.
Well, yeah, like obviously, if they're like, you need to give me back my child you kidnapped. If it's Liam Neeson from Taken, we're like, okay, he's in the moral right here, sure. But I'm assuming that wasn't the situation with Samuel Jackson. I don't know what was going on in that.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I just know the reason why I'm being I guess I'm hiding my power level as I've heard somewhat here is because we use morality to diffuse the type of actions that sometimes are necessary for oppressed people to gain liberation. And so Samuel Jackson and Martin Luther King's dad at Morehouse College may not fit into that. But we would never ask that. Like, we never asked the question: was it moral for the Americans to throw tea over into the river or whatever?
Sure, I understand.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. So maybe a better way to phrase the question would be: in today's political realm, and not a hypothetical future, but in if we take a snapshot of what's going on right now today, do you think it's moral for any political side to use violence to try to enact some political change right now?
Yes.
I think what issues do we think?
I think the reality, like, I think destruction of property is in the name of like creating civil unrest that results in social change, economic change, policy change, etc. Is like, if I had to adhere myself to morality under the context here, is a moral thing. When those folks, burn down Target in Minnesota, right?
Oh man. Well, no, that's just going to cause the opposite. Like, if you want affordable housing, burning down the Target is moving you in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I think historically, when you look at civil unrest in the case of the United States, although that was much more of a bloody war, but in many situations, like, they're tearing up Paris right now, and they're about to get what they want, and it's over fucking retirement age. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't think that, like, do I think terrorism and, like, should people run into the state's house with guns and say we want free healthcare right now and legalize abortion? I don't think that's a good idea. I'm not a fan of rioting. I want to be clear on that. But I am not going to, to quote Martin Luther King from my video, a riot is the language of the unheard. And it's more important to speak out against the conditions that result in civil unrest and violence than it is to say this is or is not a moral act.
So to be clear, when you say, like, yes, property destruction for certain issues, is it stop at property destruction, or is it okay to attack actual people?
You should not, in my opinion, so first off, I'm not doing any of this shit, right? I'm an artist,
You're just painting the picture of the people burning down the Target.
Painting the picture, yes. They're telling a story about it.
Okay.
So I don't think that like political assassinations and like that type of stuff is a good idea at all.
Yeah.
And I don't think
we're anti-beating up people.
He said, Adam's like, woo. Yeah.
I mean,
no, wouldn't say this shit on my channel.
Political violence is
hey, if you want to come on, I'll say, that's on you.
Look, they'll
you go as wild as you want. I don't care.
These days, they'll get your Patreon being on someone else's channel. So it's
that's true.
Watch yourself.
Be careful.
I'll be careful.
Yeah.
All right, a couple of more.
Stay woke.
Super chats. I'll try to. We'll give you.
Harrison Joette for $2. I mean, obviously he's taking a swipe at you, but I'm curious. He says, as a postmodernist, was slavery moral or immoral? Look, how are you defining morality? Just right and wrong behavior.
That's why I don't do moral hypotheticals.
Well, I have a very specific definition of morality when we get into these discussions. But most people, when they say moral, they just mean this behavior would be good or bad for society. Like if everyone engaged in this behavior, it would be good or bad for society.
This is a very debate bro line of questioning, so we're going to move on. So thank you for the super chat, Harris.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no comment.
Wait, is slavery moral or is immoral a debate bro question?
Well, I mean, like when we get into like obtuse hypotheticals to kind of like nail down an extrapolated argument based on like 8 different, questions and one line of logic that is tied together by the opponent versus like, you know what I'm saying? It's
right. I understand what you're saying. We don't have time for any of that. So this was just a single question, right?
Yeah.
Like you can have it in a vacuum. I'm not going to extrapolate from it. Is slavery, if you don't like the word moral,
I'm going to go with
slavery.
I'm going with slavery right. is immoral.
I'm going to say it's immoral and
unethical. Going way out on a limb here.
Yeah.
Yes, slavery is immoral.
Yes, Harris. Slavery is immoral, Harris. I hope that does what it needs to do for you.
Okay. Harrison also had a follow-up where he said, if I disagree with you as I do, then is it morally permissible for me to express that by destroying your property?
You see how this works?
I see, yeah. Right. And I'm assuming you would say it depends on whatever you're
and he spent money to do this.
It depends upon the disagreement, obviously. Okay. Like if it's a taken scenario, you've kidnapped his kid, like, okay, obviously.
Right.
This is the limitation of this medium and platform is that, so we had I think a good discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Minimal.
Was that offensive, FD? Because I didn't mean to offend you by asking.
Oh no, like it's intrinsically offensive, but I'm not mad, nor do I blame you.
Well,
right?
I wouldn't have said it. Look, I honestly wouldn't have said it if I thought it would offend you. So I don't.
Well, no, I submit to the sensibilities of your space by coming on as a guest, right? And so so people get on me for not doing debates and stuff. And like that type of questioning is why I don't do debates. Because
slavery is immoral. I mean, it's pretty easy, right? I mean,
yeah, but it's interesting for people that are not affected. This is like my biggest critique of most debate spaces is that it's always mostly people that are not affected by the issues they're arguing about them with the same energy that they would their favorite comic book character. You know what I'm saying? And so to me, the sensibilities around that are offensive, and I definitely don't want to make my money doing that.
Here's the real dig that, and the reason why it was interesting to me was because the real dig, I think, is at postmodernism here. I think everybody agrees that slavery is immoral, but in a postmodern framework, you don't really have the kind of tools to justify why it's immoral. And I think that's why he was saying the postmodernist thing. But
I guess, I mean, like I studied postmodernism, but like, also fuck postmodernism. Like it's not.
There you go.
Well, that's the beautiful thing about
postmodernism that it can go fuck itself.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's, I mean, like I'm sure there are valid reasons to critique postmodernism. I know that was maybe the first reason I popped up on you guys' radar when Jordan Peterson started, losing it.
Postmodern neo-Marxism.
Postmodern neo-Marxism. And that that's one thing I haven't got on y'all about is that the leftists were telling y'all where Jordan Peterson was for like years.
It's not our fault that he.
Well, no. See, I think there's a difference between him changing his opinion and people saying, "Oh, he's revealing his true power level." Because if you listen to him talk, I mean, it's very clearly that his opinions on things have changed. That's a very different.
What has changed? But I gotta go.
That's a whole nother conversation.
I gotta go.
Come on.
Joe the Mig says CPD is threatening to strike because their new mayor has threatened to reduce their funding in a city that has already destroyed funding for police. So that was said something about that earlier.
If you reduce funding to police, I'll come hook it up in a second. If you take funding that goes to police, don't stop crime. That's well researched. I'll come up in a second.
Okay.
Sean, police, that's real research.
Will be very mad at you. They said that.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Sean. There's real research. Police don't really stop crime. They don't reduce crime. We've been giving police billions of dollars in major cities across the country, and there's nary a blip on the radar for how there's barely a blip on the radar having a causal connection between police and stopping like real crime. What does stop crime, what has lowered the crime rates in a lot of states, is increases in social welfare programs. Like all these states that didn't do expand Medicaid, for example, the states that expanded Medicaid were able to take savings from like policing and put it back into their state's budget. I think Colorado in decriminalizing marijuana has seen like X amount of positive results in a lot of other social areas because they're just making crime less of a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
PC says maybe millennials haven't moved to the right as fast as their parents because they don't own property and haven't started families. I assume those three trends are related. Also, great stream. I agree with that.
I completely agree with you. We're in late stage capitalism. You can't do the thing. Right. Like I did the thing, right? Like I was lucky. I got out just in time. I'm an old millennial. I got out just in time to buy a house and have a career trajectory, etc. Awesome. You know what I'm saying? But like my sister who was pushing 30 will probably never buy a house under the system as it is now. And so like all of those people, those older millennials that are aging, they can't invest in the system as it's been built because it's broken.
Affordable housing, gotta fix it.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
Online Cretin says, I've lived with gender dysphoria and it desisted after puberty. I'm fully comfortable with my gender now, and transitioning would have been the death of me. So there you go. Yeah. There's your
FD wants you to transition anyway, right? FD?
No, I want people to have self-determination.
Okay. Mark Twain's Revenge. Thanks so much, Mark Twain's Revenge. It's very generous of you. It says, I've been reading up a lot the 1950s to 1960s urban renewal period, and I've noticed a trend at the time of Black leaders becoming disillusioned with the idea of integration. You seem to give off these vibes pretty hard. What do you want, really? ?
The short version is self-determination. Mm-hmm. What a lot of these Black leaders realize is that integration, I think King said, I invited my people into a house that's burning. The fly in the milk experience, as I said earlier, what happened to a lot of those folks is that they went into these white spaces, they got access to these resources. Many of them didn't make it like out whole. They were abused so much that they couldn't get much done. Some of that did make it came out on the other end scarred to the point that they're of no real use to Black people that can't have access to those resources. And then like the system is still going to have a superstructure that depends on racist outcomes to function. That's one of the main critiques I have of critical race theory, is that critical race theory is in its essence a DEI like framework. So what it says is that we're going to get rid of racism so that we can have an equal amount of poor white people and poor Black people and an equal amount of Black elites, like a proportional amount of Black elites. Like that's what a lot of DEI social justice stuff is really getting at, is that racism is bad because not enough Black people are rich. And like, I guarantee you that there's some Black folks that wants enough Black, that's why the Black bourgeoisie and Black capitalists aren't really helping us. That's why a lot of Black folks are turning against Obama, because they're realizing I don't know why I got on this rant.
Well, don't worry about it. Anyway, we only got to a fraction of the things I want to ask you about your video, but it's always
we sure did.
Mark Twain's Revenge is like $100 super chat there.
I know. Thank you, Mark Twain.
Did you already read it?
That's what I read. That was the,
okay, that's it. Well, CT had a $2 super chat here that was actually kind of nice too. Said, I think you're cool, FD, even if I don't agree with you.
Oh,
look at that.
Thank you.
Shucks.
So thanks for
I
coming
appreciate
on.
that.
Thanks for spending Easter with us. Say hi to the family.
To my trad family.
Yeah.
We're all gonna sit down.
No
and pray
blue
at dinner.
hair. Listen.
No blue hairs at this table.
Yes. Peace and blessings, y'all.
Take care, man.
Thank you for coming on.
All right.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't get to like like half the things I want to talk about, but that's what always happens.
I mean, I think the communist stuff is more interesting for people, but I don't know the
unfortunately, it's difficult because
the socialist stuff.
Well, no. What I was gonna say is it can be very difficult because when you have a conversation with someone, they'll say like 10 things, and they're like, okay, I disagree with like 10 of those things.
Mm-hmm.
And if I don't say I disagree with every single one of them, your chat is going to get super pissy at you. Oh my God, why do you disagree with blah, 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 blah? But it's like, but then if you do disagree with every single thing, then you get sidetracked into like a million different conversations. And you're like, do I really want to have the conversation about that? Or do I want it to be about that? And it's kind of like that happened really early in the conversation with the trans stuff. And it's kind of like, I don't know how to deal with that. Cause like, I want to just be like, well, I disagree with the trans stuff, but I don't want to like, I don't want to have a conversation about trans stuff with FD Signifier. Cause I feel like we've talked to that stuff to death, right? Like I'm more interested in a lot of other things.
But it was in the context of going after like the whole thing about mischaracterizing right-wing positions.
Right. See, to me, that's the element that I want to focus on.
Yeah.
Is why do conservatives care about it? And what's really happening there? Not like, well, are people transitioning that don't need to transition? Like to me, it's a completely separate question. But maybe they're too interrelated. You have to talk about one without the other.
Yeah, they are. They definitely are. Because it is. I
know.
People are worried about it. Like, look, politicians don't say, here is a policy prescription that nobody cares about that I will give to you.
Right.
If you elect me. That's not what they do. Like the whole idea that. I guess he's saying that the intuition they're catering to is just bigotry, but I don't buy that.
Yeah,
I don't
obviously
think there's enough bigotry in the world to get politicians.
Right. No, but I'm glad he came on. I think it was a very interesting conversation. I think we always have good conversations when it comes on. So
yeah, I can't wait for when we do our Menace to Society movie review. That's going to be fun. That's going to be a lot of fun. I love that movie. I've never seen it. Society, I can imagine the conservatives in the chat just being horrified by that movie.
Right, but see, to me, and I am really glad that we brought Joe on before because it's hilarious. Because as I said, it's like Joe and FD are like mirror images of each other because they're both essentially have this idea that like
the other side is evil and out to get them.
Yeah, that there's like the other side has like some evil intention with these political policies. That's like, well, I don't. Well, and also part of the problem that we get tangled in these conversations is I feel like people mix the politicians with the voters.
Oh, the rank and file, yeah.
Because obviously I think all politicians are very cynical in the policies that they talk about and do, obviously. But then I don't think the voters have these like cynical machinations about them when they vote for policies. I think they honestly.
Anna Kasparian.
Yeah.
It's funny that she did. Yeah, the last.
Oh, that's right. You're right. She did say that. Yeah, right.
I was like, oh my God, Anna Kasparian figured it out.
I know.
It took her like 20 years, but she finally figured it out.
So I don't know, but it's. My goal is like if we could just get people on the left and the right to understand just the base level of like, listen, the other side isn't evil, the other side isn't ignorant, they just have a different worldview that they're operating from than you.
Yeah.
And sometimes that worldview can be good and sometimes it can be bad. And that's what's happening here.
Read Andrew Clark's last super chat because it's hilarious.
Andrew Clark Fedora says this conversation would blow Bob and Dane's minds. Yeah.
Of course it would. Andrew Clark sent me a clip where they said that we wouldn't have any black people on our channel.
Wait, they said we wouldn't have black people on our channel?
Yeah, that's what they said.
When did they say that?
In some live stream.
Well, they didn't say that to us.
No, they said that to each other.
Oh, I was like, what? I was like, I don't remember anyone saying that's fucking wild.
Yeah. Afterwards, they were like, Those racists. They would never. Some guy was saying, you know, that's the problem with them is that they've never talked to a black person before.
Right.
And they would never have a black person on their channel. It's like, wow.
Remind me that Sitch when my car lot is on fire. That's why your car lot gets on fire, is because if you can't, because both sides look at each other as evil. And this is what I said in the conversation. Since both sides look at each other as evil, they feel like the solution is to burn down the car lot. Because that's like, if you think that the other side is malevolent, you can't convince them through liberal democracy. You have to destroy them through force.
Yeah, and you should. Obviously, if you're
if
dealing with an Adolf Hitler situation, you go on guns blazing.
Right. And so that's why the car lot gets burned down in the first place. So that's the problem. I mean, if we didn't have a news apparatus where essentially it was like, you know, all Republicans are racist. And that's why they're, you know, advocating for whatever policies they're advocating for, you know, or and all the police are racist. And that's why, you know, they're shooting unarmed black people. Like, would the Indian guy's car lot get burned down in Kenosha if that wasn't the narrative that was being pumped out, you know, continually?
No,
I don't think so. Yeah.
Why can't we all just get along, right?
Why can't we all just get along? There was before we get back to the debate, I don't know if we should watch it because you brought up Bob and Dane.
I need to turn my AC on. It's like super hot in here.
Okay.
Los Angeles, it's like they flip a switch. It goes from freezing to burning up.
There was you comment on this video, so I assume you watched it. I'll wait for him to come back. Lucifer Doman for 22 Canadian. Thank you, Lucifer. Says the ends justify the means with FD. Yeah, I'm curious. We're going to have an extended conversation with him about how he defines morality, because it wasn't clear to me, was he a consequentialist or not? Because it kind of sounded like maybe he was, but it wasn't 100% clear.
Are you bringing up the Bob and Dan clip where they call us
Did you want to,
racists?
should we watch that real quick?
I don't care if you want.
There's a Gray Poupon that made a video called Actual Fandom, quote, "There's no neutral position."
Isn't that video like 40 minutes though?
It's 5 minutes long.
Oh, okay. Sure. I mean,
it's not Andrew Clark's video. Andrew Clark's video is like 40 minutes long.
Someone sent me a video though, but it didn't really pertain to us. So I don't know if that's.
Well, you commented on this video. You said, "Great video, thanks."
Oh.
Laughing, crying emojis.
Okay.
I haven't actually watched it, so we'll watch this real quick and then we'll jump back to finish this debate.
Okay.
This is from Gray Poupon.
But at its core, this phenomenon of anti-fandom is merely an extension of the cancerous organism that is modern fascism. It's in every crevice of our culture, including and especially within fandoms of all kinds. There is no neutral position. Apathy is capitulation. Complacency is surrender. Make your choice. But sitting on the fence is a choice for anti-fandom, for fascism.
See, where was that guy in our conversation? Right?
Make your choice, Sitch.
Right,
no weaseling out of it.
You know, one of the things I wanted to ask FD, but we didn't have time for it, was why is it, I feel like, that when we talk to, and I don't want to be racist, but I feel like when we talk to white leftists, they're either all ignorant or liars about the ideology that they're talking about. But when we talk to black leftists, they seem to be very knowledgeable about whatever we're talking about, and they agree. Like, we disagree on like whether it's good or not, but they agree with like our understanding of leftism.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I don't know why
it is very frustrating. And so, like with Dane, this is Dane, right? I always get Bob and Dane mixed up. With Dane here, where was that guy in our conversation? Instead of when we talked to him, it was just this kind of like, oh, what do you mean by these terms? You know, I'm hiding in the vagueness of everything that I'm talking about. You know, where was this guy who believes that me and Adam are fascist, right?
He didn't show up.
He didn't show up. He hid. He hid behind a little mask.
He wussed out.
I know.
Damn. hate it when that happens.
But the problem with the way that you're saying that is that the ideology is basically structured so that, well, even though it's part of this system, if you don't actively fight against the system, if you're neutral in it, or you're not fighting against it, you are participating in the system. You are advocating for the system.
Did the show say that?
No, but that's part of the broader ideology.
I don't think that just having and expressing a view like that is inherently means that you get to tie that entire ideology and whatever
Well, I mean,
read
they're
you
using
have
the same
ideology
language. I
to
don't know.
that
It
show.
seems pretty apparent to me, but
I guess so.
I mean, I think you might be unique in that.
In what?
Well, that whole ideology you just said seemed like a very bold claim.
That's literally Ibram X. Kendi, who was like one of the biggest names during BLM. That's his entire thing. You're either anti-racist or you're racist. There's no neutral.
Oh, he wrote She-Hulk though?
Well, first I'd say there's no such thing as not racist. There's racist and anti-racist.
The binary of you're either promoting the anti-racist or racist narrative is the same thing that applies to the sexist narrative. You're either promoting the anti-sexism or you're sexist. So that's the connection.
Okay.
I don't think it's a stretch.
Do you disagree with that? Do you believe in a world where you can only be racist or anti-racist?
There is no neutral position. Apathy is capitulation. Complacency is surrender. Make your choice. But sitting on the fence is a choice for anti-fandom, for fascism. Yeah, if you're not actively speaking on, whenever there's a possibility or you have a chance to, push back against harmful, shitty ideas, and you're kind of just taking a neutral position, I don't think that you're like a terrible person, really, but I think it's kind of sucks. And that, okay.
What?
That's not
You just called us a fascist.
Defending fascism, Dane. Come on. What's going on here?
I'm going to want to...
Sounds like you do agree with it.
So you agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm not sure what we're arguing about.
I mean, to a degree,
I don't know why
but
Candy
like, we're
came into
talking
it.
about She-Hulk.
There is no neutral position. Sitting on the fence is a choice for anti-fandom, for fascism. Give me a second.
Okay.
The way that you just extrapolated or connected Ibrahim Kendi to feminism and by these weird connective threads that and you're just kind of, it's bizarre. That's why I'm getting hesitant to answer stuff now, because it seems like no matter what, you're going to find some way to connect it to some weird position.
I think. Well, here's the problem. It's not really that bizarre. I don't think. Now you can tell me I'm wrong here. I'm not sure what you guys' background is. I don't think that you guys have really done any sort of deep dive into reading, any of the literature related to, the origins of CRT or queer theory or radical feminism.
No,
and
I have.
Really familiar. You don't have a good academic theoretical understanding of these.
I have read it. Yeah, I've
really
I've looked into it for sure. Yeah.
Okay. What is the source? What is one of the primary sources that you read for this? Or what have you read into?
So wait,
I
is
understand
this
that
like
the idea of
Giant side quest, Sitch. We're an hour and 44 minutes.
Look at me,
cutting you off.
Ibram X. Kendi to this when you were directly asking how does it say that you're either with us or against us, and I brought up that's literally Ibram X. Kendi's position, and you're saying you don't understand how that's connected. So it doesn't seem like you don't have a good theoretical understanding of
anti-racist guy
of kind of where the quote unquote woke academic ideas come from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I know what the ideas that Chris Rufo has popularized, and as he's admitted that it was all, kind of done intentionally to create this moral panic about CRT, which doesn't exist, it's not being taught to anybody that hasn't chosen to teach it. It's not being put into, elementary schools or whatever.
Right, so I'm not asking.
I guess I need to know what you mean by CRT.
Well, okay, so I'm not asking if you've read Chris Rufo or an article complained by Chris Rufo. I'm asking, have you read academics who are CRT academics who are?
Yes, I have, man. I've read through some papers. I don't remember names. You know what I mean? If you're asking me to cite, citations, I can look for them and see if I can find what I read. But what are you asking?
Yeah, we're getting off in the weeds, but
we are getting off the weeds, and we can go back. Just to me, I don't think there's a good. If you have read these things and understood them, you would very clearly see the connection.
Well, tell me. No, see, I think you're shifting the burden here because you're not comfortable with me calling out the fact that you connected things that really are tenuous at best.
It's totally pertinent. What are you talking about?
Wait. They literally weren't tenuous at best. Okay,
you
forgot the original line of the question. The original line of the question that got us onto the sidetrack with the She-Hulk Ibram X. Kendi thing is I said, how is this not different than we were talking about cancel culture and audiences? And I said, how is this not different than if she's making these broad sweeping claims against men in society, and basically is that not levying hatred towards men? And then your response was, well, it's different because she's not attacking individual people,
right,
and she's not talking and she's not talking about intentional behaviors, she's talking about systems. And then I said, well, wait a minute. Implicit and explicit in those ideologies about the systemic racism and systemic sexism is the idea that you either have to fight against it or you participate in it. And then you said, who's saying that? And then I said Ibram X.
Ibram
Kendi,
X.
who's
Kendi.
one of the most famous people.
No, I was saying in the show. Who's saying that? In the show.
Yeah.
In the show,
Okay,
who's
well,
saying that?
obviously, no, the show said those exact words, obviously.
Look, let
But
me
if that
make
was your
this.
contention, you should have said that.
Well,
like 20 minutes ago.
who even implied that in the?
There is no neutral.
Well, thank you, Grey
Hilarious.
Poupon, for making that video. Yeah. I'd wish I had known that he had made that clip before that conversation, because then I would have been like, what? You fucking said this. You
We would
literally
have
said
brought
this.
it up.
Right. You literally said this. And, it's kind of wild because, I never listened back to our conversation, except I listened to some of Kiddis' videos where she was kind of talking about it. And I listened to Andrew Clark's videos on it, but I never listened to the full conversation. And what he asked was ridiculous because I just went through the entire thing where I said, well, wait a minute. You said, how is it sexist? Because it doesn't have to do with individuals. And then you said it was because she's talking about a system. And I said, well, wait a minute. The idea about these systems of oppression necessitates the idea that you're either with them or against them. And then he says, well, who said that in She-Hulk? I'm like, that's the fucking ideology. What are you talking about? That'd be like if She-Hulk at one point says, okay, let us pray so that I may maintain control over my She-Hulk form. And she kneels down and she puts her hands in prayer and she, says, in Jesus' name we pray. And she gives some Christian prayer. And then I said, well, it's weird to me that they're in putting into the show the idea of, I don't know, something like the idea of, original sin into She-Hulk. And he's like, well, where are they putting the idea of original sin? I'm like, what? She just sat down and she just did a Christian prayer. And like, well, wait a minute. She just did a Christian prayer, Sitch. Doesn't mean she believes in the Christian dogma, but the writers believe in the Christian dogma. You're like, that's literally, of course that's what it fucking means.
Yeah, I think I brought that up.
So, I don't know.
I haven't used the example of Christianity.
But
my
I don't know.
camera's not working for some reason. It's really tripping me out, but I guess I'll just turn my camera on and zoom.
Video.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's frustrating because I felt like Bob in the conversation, like he would want to answer honestly and reveal his power level, and then Dane would cut him off and try to reword it to make it sound better.
Yeah.
I felt like that was happening throughout the entire conversation.
What is going to happen in this conversation with SOCDem left or Socialist Democrat left?
Did he respond to you?
Yeah, he's on the schedule for Tuesday the 18th.
Nice.
We have Short Fatted Talk who's coming back on this Tuesday, 2 days from now, to talk more about Mohlberg, Marvin Mohlberg.
Right.
And I mean, you guys, what's up with you guys in the Mohlberg stream? That stream was super popular and everyone got super triggered and was arguing in the comments and it got tons of engagement. And
there you go.
Who knew? Who knew Marvin was so popular?
I know. So wait, so we're trying to sock them left the next Tuesday after that?
Yeah, on the 18th.
Okay, right. Yeah,
and we also have a TJ. I'm working on setting up a stream with TJ and Mahler to cover his media thing.
That'd be fun.
TJ's media video. So
what I want to talk to Sogdom Left about is two things. He had he had seemed like he had a big issue with the whole centrist cartoon meme that kind of blew up on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to talk about that. And I want to talk about basically everything that Short Fat Taku talked about in his response video to Sogdom Left.
Oh, okay.
Which was, the idea of cultural hegemony and cultural Marxism and conspiracy. So those are the two issues I want to talk about with him.
Sounds fun.
You can tell him those are the two things I want to talk about. So.
I told him that it was whatever you were arguing with him about on Twitter.
We should be a little bit more specific because
no,
he was like, I want to debate you calling me a tanky, and I don't want to debate that. That's really stupid.
Well, that's what you're debating.
Well, I'm not going to debate.
It's already been set up.
That's the. Well, you can tell him I'm not going to debate that, or you can just walk into it. I don't know. I think it'd be better to you tell him that those are the two issues. I want to talk about the centrist comic and the cultural Marxism conspiracy idea.
Okay.
So
I'll tell him.
because the tanky thing is stupid. Because he's like, I'm not tanky. I don't agree. You know, it's a stupid conversation.
He's down to talk about whatever, so it's
Right,
really not a big deal. So
no, I just don't want it to be like, I don't want him to whine and be like, you ambushed me. You told me we were going to talk about this. Instead, we talk about all this other things, and I'm not prepared. You know,
aren't we
I
like
don't
the
want it to be
smaller
like that.
channel though?
Yeah, but I don't want the whining.
Look,
I don't want the bitching.
He's a big boy. He's not
Okay.
going to whine.
Okay.
He's
We'll
totally
see.
down. Look,
You say that now. Jump cut to 2 weeks from
There's
now.
going to be no whining.
Jump cut to 2 weeks from now. Grey Poupon / Andrew Clark / Kenneth jump cut
It's
to
impossible.
whining. Yes.
No, there will be no whining.
Okay.
I can't believe
We'll see.
I can't turn every time I turn my camera off in Zoom,
Yeah.
it turns it off on the live stream. It turns it off in OBS. I don't know why.
Why does it matter?
Driving
if
me
your camera's on
crazy.
Zoom?
What's that?
Why does it matter if your camera's on Zoom?
I don't know. I've been doing it this way forever and had no problem. So
I mean, I prefer to see you. I prefer to see you on Zoom because when I'm looking at you on stream, it's like in the past.
I know you like it. That's
You're
why I
saying-
turned the camera off.
I know. I know.
Let's get back to this video. We're in the process of debunking the idea that poverty causes crime.
Right.
I guess you buy into this myth that drug dealers go into drugs instead of working because why?
Because they're going to make it. You know, wait, you agree? I thought you agreed too. When Joe was on, he was saying it wasn't just money, it was status. And I said, yeah, of course. That's a good point.
Right.
You disagree with that?
It's higher status to be a drug dealer?
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Okay, so then
that goes into my argument though. They're not
No, it
doing it
doesn't.
because
You
they're
were-
poor.
no.
They're doing it because they want higher status.
It's right, but the view that the drug dealer gets higher status can only exist in poor conditions. That doesn't exist in like a white upper middle class neighborhood. Being the drug dealer is not seen as the high status position.
Right. But the drug dealer preys on the custodian's kids by selling them drugs and stuff.
I understand that, but I don't know what that has to do with what we're talking about.
Well, you'd say the custodian is lower status, but is he? I mean,
He is. It's like what I was contesting was and I don't know if you mean to say this, you're playing very close to saying that there's a biological factor for criminals. Okay.
there is.
I've
It's just
seen-
not based on race.
Yeah, but if there's this disproportionate amount of crime in the black community, then you are saying it is by necessity. It has to be based on race, unless there's always
No, it
white criminals
doesn't.
just unless all the white criminals are just getting away with their crime.
First of all, proportionally, there are plenty of white criminals.
Of course, but there's a disproportionate amount of crime, right, in
Right.
black and white communities.
I mean, I would have to look at the specific crimes because obviously there's like, if there's violent assault,
Mm-hmm.
that's not necessarily done to increase your status. I mean, there could be like mate guarding situations.
No,
going
but
on
usually
where-
it's in the realms of you're part of like a gang or doing some other illicit activity
Yeah.
that would increase your status,
Yeah.
right?
yeah,
You sell-
organized
sell
crime.
Yankees.
Yeah, crime is a business.
Right, but that's my point. Is like when you look at now again, I'm a fucking white boy who lives in a upper middle class neighborhood, right? But when I watch movies, and maybe I'm fucking an idiot, and maybe this is all fake, right? But whenever I whenever I see movies or read stories,
All
I've read,
written by leftists.
I've read Iceberg Slim book. Whenever I've heard anyone talk about gang and gang violence in poor areas, whether it be black gangs, Italian gangs, whatever gangs, Hispanic gangs, it's always the same thing. There's a perception. First of all, those areas are considered lawless. So people don't feel like they can go to the police or the government or whatever legal system exists. They don't feel like they can go to that system to solve their problems. They have to go to these extrajudicial systems. And so basically what happens is you have these extrajudicial systems which become gangs, and people view the gang members as higher status. and they view that participating in society is a chumps game, because it's like, oh, you're going to go work at McDonald's, your stupid minimum wage job to get a little bit of money and no respect, or do you want to, work for the gang, which is more dangerous, but you'll get more money and more respect.
Yeah, got to see Menace to Society, man. You got to watch that movie.
But isn't that also a big part of what I'm saying? Part of Menace. Okay, so right, but so that
be a chump.
Right, but so that idea is completely different than saying, well, there's some biological condition that's making people become criminals, right?
The desire, the status-seeking desire.
Well, unless that's what you meant, was that there's a biological condition for everyone to seek status, and that avenues for achieving status that are not criminal are open more so to people that are not poor than crime.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's a very different thing than what you said the first time. Like, if you said what you said to me to FD Signifier, he'd be like, you're a fucking racist piece of shit, and you would get clipped out and you get canceled. Like that, I don't think you understood what you said, how like fucking bad it sounded.
Oh. I mean, I didn't go full Scott Adams. I wasn't like preaching complete separation or
no, but you're okay. I don't know. Okay, whatever. We can continue.
And you're the one that keeps bringing the biological component into it.
That's what you said.
Is being motivated to start a business, but is there a biological component to that?
Of course.
Is shyness? Is there a biological component to that?
That's not how I understand I understand what you're saying now, but that's not when you're talking about a conversation about what makes poor. What makes crime? Does being in poverty communities create more crime, or does crime create more poverty? And then you say, no, there's a certain, and your response to that is poverty doesn't create crime because there's a certain segment of the population that are driven to innately commit crimes. That can very easily be interpreted as you making the 1350 argument. So I'm just telling you to be careful.
Not if I'm not addressing race. Not if I'm not talking about race.
Yeah, but
you're the one that keeps bringing race into it. I'm saying, look, there's a certain amount of shyness in the population, right?
No, it's just.
Do you want to make it a race argument? You want to say like Asian people are more the shy people? Like, I'm not saying it's a race thing, but it's definitely biological.
Okay, I'm not accusing you of being a racist. I'm saying you need to be careful when speaking about these issues.
I'm not
be
super
misinterpreted.
Worried about going like, look, I'm not. First of all, I'm not a racist.
Excuse me for listening. I love you. I'm looking out for you. I don't want you to get canceled. I don't want my booby here to get canceled. Okay.
That's hilarious. It's supposed to be just between you and me, booby. Okay. And it's boogie. It's not booby.
No, boogie is your Christian. Booby is the Jewish version. Okay.
Oh, it is? Okay.
I want my booby here.
The booby?
Which I think means grandma or something. I don't want my booby to get canceled. So I'm just telling you, you gotta be careful with your the way you're phrasing this.
Look right here, and we're right back to where. Look, it's funny. This conversation leads right back to where we were in the video, because this guy is basically saying the only reason people commit crime is because they need to steal something for their poor grandma who needs cancer medication.
Right.
When most people steal because they're like, hey, here's an opportunity, and fuck the man, fuck the system, I'm going to get mine. Right? Most people steal because they're like, look, I need new wheels for my fucking ride. I'm riding around on shit rims, and I need some fucking badass rims so I can get a date this weekend. They're not stealing because, booby needs cancer drugs.
Yes, but it's a little bit more complicated because, so we'll use your example. They want to steal rims so they can get a date, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's because the wealth is viewed as status. And so you could say, well, in poorer areas, the view is that you can't acquire wealth through legal means. Right?
I'm just saying one person is going to get a job and save up for the rims, and one person is going to go steal the rims.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if we have a poor community and a middle income community, okay, who's more likely to do the one to steal the rims? The person from the poor community or the person from the middle income community?
Poor community.
Okay. And why is that?
Because they have less to lose.
You think that's the only reason?
Hell yeah.
Okay. I think that's part of it. I think there's a culture. I think there's a culture in poor communities that basically reinforces being poor, that says participating in the system is a chumps game. And I think that idea is what gets people to steal and do all these other things.
Sad.
Okay. Anyway.
Create crime in the first place. Do not talk to me about more police, and you're not talking to me about poverty. Why do people commit crime in the first place? Who are incarcerated in our jails and prisons? People who come from poverty, who have struggled with housing, who have struggled with substance abuse and mental health disorder.
Struggled to get their baby, her cancer drugs.
We have...
Right? Is that not the argument he's making?
That is the argument.
You're exactly right. That's the argument he's making. Nobody ever committed a crime because they wanted something for themselves, selfishly.
Whoa. I saw Breaking Bad. Okay. Walter White committed crime to get paid his cancer treatment. Okay. How dare you?
In the beginning, but after a while, he was doing it for the thrill of it.
Well, he was doing it because he's the one who knocks.
Yeah. Sooner or later, that's what happens. It's like it all starts. Let's just do this one time for my Meemaw's cancer drugs. And then after that, they're like, yeah, I'm Walter White now.
Have to deal with those core issues to make us generally more safe, quote unquote. And so that's what I hear from constituents on the ground. That's what I have seen in polling. Again, Republicans have been better at messaging, at fear-mongering, at weaponizing certain issues. That's what they do best. What we need to...
See, and he's even calling the argument that I'm making, which could be accurate to the facts on the ground, fear-mongering. Well, sometimes you should be afraid because that's the situation calls for it. Is what I'm doing fear-mongering?
About what?
Just that there's a criminal element out there. There's 5% of the population that are hardened criminals. Right. That are not going to give up their criminal ways because you sanction them or you raise them out of poverty.
To do better, and I agree with my opponents on this, is to engage everyday people, particularly those who are disengaged, to pull them into the political process so that they know this is your country, this is your democracy, we need your voice. And that's why my initial premise, we haven't moved left enough, if that's even a thing, because it's about people. Like, we have to serve the people. We have to move towards the people. And that's what people like myself, Ayanna Presley, Ilhan Omar, Rashid Tlaib, many in the Progressive Caucus or others, that's what we are trying to do. We are trying to govern with the people as Democrats, and the people are responding positively to that.
Can I respond to that briefly?
Please, Coleman,
because
jump in. I was going to go to you next, so please do. Yeah.
You asked for a poll. I'll give you the link too. It's Gallup did a poll at the height of 2020 during the racial reckoning, and they asked just Black Americans, do you want more police in your neighborhood, less police, or the same? 60% of Black Americans said the same, 20% said more, and 20% said less. So that 20% that said less, that's 1 in 5 Black Americans had the view of BLM and roughly defund. That's a minority. But you would never have gotten that impression from the way it was in the media. And when it was put to a vote in the referendum in Minneapolis, dismantling the police lost by 18,000 votes, right? So there was a huge disconnect between what just Black people wanted. Like, forget white Americans for a moment. Huge disconnect from what Black people wanted on the issue of law and order and crime. And look, people don't have the time to wait for poverty to be solved if they're dealing with crime in their communities. You may have a 20-year plan to get rid of crime by curing poverty, but people have been promising that.
Why do we need a 20-year plan to cure poverty?
Because no one's done it in 100 years, and people don't have the time to wait.
Because no one has tried to do it. Because no one is trying to do it. They are investing in areas that do not.
We got a lot of old white guys shaking his head here. What's going on there?
You see, is
that a microaggression?
This is why it's annoying when and why I try to work on this, like getting people to understand the other side's philosophical origin and consideration. Because, what Jamal Bowman is saying, I think, is completely ludicrous.
Of course.
No one has ever tried to solve poverty.
Well, we had a war on poverty 50 yeet ago.
Right. So, but he would say that it's all fake, right? And I'm sure, and FD Signifier probably agree with this. It's all fake. It's all cynical, blah, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, no, there was an actual effort by people to fix these problems, and it didn't work because these problems are very complicated, and you can't simply just throw money at something.
Well, the problem is you can't just take away people's free will. You can't just take people off the streets.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I think you need very complicated programs to kind of help people that need it, and then also to wean people off, social assistance. And there just isn't the intelligence and political willpower to make these very complicated ideas manifest.
Here in California, any person that wants to get off the street can get off the street. They just don't want to because they want to do drugs. Yeah. Right. So it's like
right. But I'm talking about any government assistance. I'm not talking about if you're homeless.
Right. Yeah, weaning them off of government assistance. Yeah.
Right. And we've talked about, I've talked about this a million times, and a lot of people talk about this, where, welfare is really stupidly designed because there are a lot of situations where essentially, the way that the welfare cutoffs work, it can be, people can get more money not
staying
working
on welfare, yeah.
Right. Than working. And now the Republican way of fixing that, in my mind, is completely not going to work, which is, we just need to cut welfare, right? We just need to cut welfare. It's like, well, no, there needs to be some kind of way in which people can transition from welfare off welfare so they can still work, still make money, and still get some amount of benefits, and then wean themselves off of it to some extent, right? Yep. Or that there are strings attached to the welfare money, which there aren't strings attached to whatever money you make, normally. There needs to be some way to transition people from government assistance to not government assistance. And that's what we're sorely lacking in this society, because neither side wants it. Neither side wants it. The left just says, well, we just need to give people more money. And the right says we just need to give people less money. It's like, no. We need to get people working. We need to get people productive.
No. You need to just look. Reagan emptied out the insane asylums. That was
that's a different
part of the problem.
It's obviously a different situation. Yeah. Right?
It's funny though that we are talking about the mental illness thing, and we're talking about taking money from law enforcement and giving it over to mental health facilities. Well, I mean, the criminal justice system has become where the mentally ill wind up. That's thanks to Reagan, right?
Yeah, in California.
Why do we ever do that?
Well, you want to know why? You want to know why Reagan did that? Because we needed to cut funding to social welfare programs, Adam. That's why that happened.
Yeah.
We were spending too much money, too much handouts on poor people and crazy people, and we need to cut funding. And guess what? It made everything fucking worse for everyone in California.
Now they're all on the streets, and they're all stabbing people in this.
Right. So that's why this idea of just cut funding. It's like, that's not going to work. I found an interesting article from USA Today. It says, exclusive, this is from 2021, July 25th, exclusive poll finds Detroit residents are far more worried about public safety than police reform. By an overwhelming 9-1, Detroit residents said that they would feel safer with more cops on the street, not fewer. Though 1/3 complained that the Detroit police use force when it isn't necessary. And they do complain about racial profiling. So I guess this kind of goes into, this is kind of interesting. It says, they asked people, what is the biggest issue facing Detroit today? The poll found a significant racial divide. Black Detroit residents ranked crime at the top of the list of their concerns. 24% cited public safety as the biggest issue facing Detroit, and only 3% of Black Detroit residents in the poll said police reform was the biggest issue.
Only
but when they asked
3%.
only 3%. But when they asked white residents said that white residents said that police reform was the most important issue, 12%.
No way.
12%. And only 10% said public safety was the most important issue.
Because they live in those rich white neighborhoods with the gated community.
Right. So Black Detroit people said that overwhelmingly public safety, primary concern, police reform, bottom. And then the white Detroit residents said the opposite. They said 12% police reform was more important than 10% saying public safety.
Because they live in a gated community. They're like, let the blacks out of prison so that they can go terrorize the other blacks.
Yeah, so it's very fascinating. It's very fascinating.
It's very sad.
Hit it up.
Hit it up. Ready?
In 100 years, and people don't have
but because
the time
no one
to
has
wait.
tried to do it. Because no one is trying to do it. They are investing in areas that do not cure poverty. Now, based on the poll you just shared, 80% of the people polled do not want more police.
I didn't say that. I said I gave you the breakdown.
60% were the same, 20%
were
less.
more.
That means 80% of the African Americans polled do not want more.
So then why are you pushing defund the police? Why are you pushing less police?
That's such a dishonest framing, isn't it?
Right.
God, I see politicians and newspapers do it all the time. I hate when people, they take the neutral position and then they lump it in with whatever their side is. And then they frame the question as a negative.
Right.
It's so dishonest.
So what are we doing as Democrats? Because we want to show we love the police, we're putting more money towards police.
If you give people a choice between more or less, they generally choose more.
I want to bring.
Listen, man. Listen.
Time out, everybody.
I wasn't the best math student, but I could add, man.
I want to bring Alicia into this
conversation. Does defund sound like I want the
Coleman,
same?
Man, ain't nobody.
Hold
listen,
it. Time
I'm
out.
not going to allow either one of you to reduce the Democratic platform. Hold on.
I want to bring Alicia into this conversation.
Well, let me finish my point first.
No. I said I'm going to have the right to interrupt because I want to bring Alicia into the conversation.
But I wasn't finished my point, and they just jumped into my point. Like Roy jumped in on my.
I will give you your chance and yeah, play umpire on this. But thanks, Alicia.
All right, thank you.
Well, so there's a lot of conflation going on that I don't think anyone caught, which is, so first of all, he conflates the 60% that say that they're fine with whatever the current number of police is. And he conflates that with the 20% that want less police. But then he says, he doesn't say, oh, well, why are you saying that they want more police? That's not what they were saying. They're saying they want to increase funding to police, right? Which, if you think that there needs to be police reform, as in you think the police need to be better trained, or you think the police need to hire better people, then obviously you need to increase funding, even if you're not going to increase the amount of police in an area.
Right.
But no.
Dishonest.
And that's why Coleman brought up, he's like, well, what do you think defund the police means? And that's why there was this very dishonest move where defund the police, came up, and it was very obviously a leftist position of trying to abolish the police. And a lot of Democrats who immediately, the Republicans seized defund the police, and they used that as a very powerful weapon against the Democrats. And it was successful in a lot of districts when they hit them over the head with the defund the police. And so they twisted it around. Instead of just saying that's stupid, they didn't want to alienate their leftist voters. And they said, oh, it doesn't mean defund the police. It means reform the police. It means you better training for the police. That's what the word defund means all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So.
Ouch.
People just got to grow some balls in politics. They're not going to, because it's not beneficial for them. But I really wish our politicians would grow some balls and just throw the extremists of their party out and say, fuck you. We're not doing this dumb stuff.
So, this is a typical talking point, using Black voters and public safety as a way to talk about how the Democratic Party is moving too far left. And I want to be very clear. I'm still looking for the Democrats that are pushing and winning legislation around defund. In fact, our own President Joe Biden, who I believe you cannot say is the captain of Wokeville, started off 2022 saying that he wanted to refund the police. Joe Biden is a top Democrat in this country. I also want to say we can throw polls around until the cows come home. My organization recently did a poll of Black voters, 1,400, in 3 states in this country, asking about public safety, asking about their positions on Joe Biden's policies. And in fact, what is true about Black voters is that, yes, we do not want services defunded in our communities, and Black people think policing is a service. However, Black voters also do not favor, and you can find this on our website, blacktothefuture.org, Black voters do not favor more funding for policing.
What's the problem? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing at the name Black to the Future, Adam?
I mean, Back to the Future is about the widest movie I can think of in my entire, like, if I wanted to pick a movie that white people love, I would pick Back to the Future.
Okay. Exactly. There you go. They're trying to listen, white people, we know you like Back to the Future.
Right.
So now Black to the Future.
What do you think? Donate now.
Donate now. It's genius. It's genius.
It is. And funny.
They favor more funding to prevent the root causes of crime. There are many polls that say the same thing. I think it's important that we really dive in here to making sure that we're not picking up fear-mongering rhetoric that can be thrown around by all parties, in fact. I do agree that not only is the Democratic Party a large coalition, it needs to continue to be. But I think you would also agree that it is very important to make sure that you are accurately speaking to issues, right, that the majority of people agree on. And what is real is that this narrative that the Democratic Party is moving too far left is actually not fully agreed on by the majority of Democratic voters, in particular, the most active base of Democratic voters. And when we talk about Black voters, I do want to just underline and underscore again, when you are talking to Black voters and polling Black voters about their positions on policy, they are to the left of the Democratic Party. And so it is not that voters are leaving the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party is too.
I feel like this is so stupid. And now, again, I don't know. I feel like there's probably dishonesty here, because when she's like, oh, whenever they do this polling, the voters are so much further to the left than the Democratic Party. What she's talking about is there are specific policies like Medicare, having either Medicare for all versus having a universal option. She's talking about things of that nature, right? In these polling where they say the voting base is to the left of, the Democratic Party, which, first of all, we've talked about this a million times. Whenever you break down the question and ask people how this stuff should be funded and how it should be paid for and what it should look like, no one just agrees on any of this stuff. So it's very hard to have like a coalition built around something like that. But secondly, the conversation from the beginning, Coleman Hughes lays out the thesis statement. He says the Democrats have gone too far to the left. I'm not talking about economic issues. I'm talking about cultural issues. Okay.
Yep.
That was his thesis statement. Yeah. And yet every time Jamal and I forgot the lady's name. Aliza talk, all they do is they don't want to defend wokeness. They don't want to defend the cultural issues because they know that that's not a winning issue to talk about. And so they divert to, oh, well, what about all these economic issues? The Democrats haven't moved, too far to the left. Mm-hmm. And it's just like, it's so dishonest. That's not what he's talking about. That's not what people are talking about when they say the Democrats have moved too far to the left. They're talking about woke cultural issues, primarily.
True.
Alicia.
far left on this. It's that there is a perception that government as a whole is not working for the average person. And so if you address that, then you can address some of these discrepancies. But to say that there is some huge majority of left Democratic politicians who are driving the policy priorities of the Democratic Party is just false. And I would like to see examples, right? Besides the squad, right? I would like to see examples of who are these far left Democrats, right? Pushing the party so far left, in fact, that it is disconnected from the rest of the country.
I want to take your point to Rui, because, and 2 points. The Jamal Bowman congressman pointed out that there was no red wave, as much as was predicted in the 2022 elections, with the case being made that the Democratic Party was getting out of touch, and yet there was no red wave. But secondly, Alicia is making the point that in practice, at the federal level, the party has not been doing crazy radical stuff. In fact, ambitions of the progressive wing of the party for things like a Green New Deal, greater social safety net, all of which Joe Biden initially came into office trying to push, quickly kind of collapsed. And that's because of opposition from within the Democratic Party, that it wasn't so far left in practice. You had Joe Manchin, you had others who were not going to go along. So I'd like you to take on that perception that Alicia is putting out there, that in fact, in practice, the party has not been so far left.
Well, I mean, where to start with that? Well, first of all, in the red wave, the reason why the Democrats did as well as they did, relatively speaking, in 2022 was not because they were really progressive or people loved it. It was because the Republicans nominated a bunch of really bad extreme candidates who were basically defeated by much more moderate candidates. If you look at the House representatives that held the line in this particular election, it was invariably moderate Democrats who were able to do it. Progressive Democrats, to the extent that they were an influence, were actually an albatross around the Democrats' net. Why did they lose 4 seats in New York? Why did they lose 3 seats in Florida? All of these seats were basically implicated and had something to do with the kind of stance Democrats were associated with on issues like policing and crime and so on. So I don't think it's adequate to say, because Biden, for example, might say, let's defund let's not defund the police, let's fund them, that therefore the Democratic Party gets out of jail free on all these contentious social issues. I think that's incorrect. And otherwise, how could we explain why Biden has now gone to the extent of actually signing a bill passed by Republicans and Democrats in Congress, overriding the DC crime bill, which will reduce penalties for crimes like carjacking? It's because he feels and understands and correctly believes that Democrats have gone too far to the left. I would argue that my distinguished opponent's position is in fact in opposition to the head of their very own party, the Democratic Party, who clearly thinks the Democrats have gone too far to the left in some ways and needs to walk it back. And I would also add this in terms of something the congressman said earlier about people like himself and AOC and so on speaking to the people. No, they do not speak to the people in a broad sense. They are representatives from plus 20 and plus 28, respectively, Democratic partisan districts, where basically anyone who gets the nomination on the Democratic Party line will win that election. Elections are all about building large coalitions, reaching swing voters and persuadable voters all over the country, winning in competitive districts, winning in competitive states. Look, you want to complain about Joe Manchin. The problem the Democrats have is not Joe Manchin. The problem is they don't have enough Joe Manchins because they don't have enough senators. They can't win in a lot of these more rural conservative states where they used to win before the Democratic Party had, in fact, gone as far to the left as it has. So
Jamal, jump in, please.
I can jump right in. So I don't know if you saw the results of the primary election in 2020 when there was a Democrat primarying AOC and the results of that election. So it's not just about any Democrat, it's about the right Democrat, a progressive Democrat. I had 2 opponents in my primary in 2022, and I was able to garner upwards of 56% of the vote while underperforming in 2 parts of my district. Third, the Progressive Caucus in Congress is the largest caucus in Congress by far. And it was the Progressive Caucus that helped to usher in historic investments in dealing with the issue of climate change as part of the Inflation Reduction Act at $370 billion.
Okay. You notice he didn't address anything that Roy or I don't know if his name is Roy or Rui said, which is that he was talking about how, he said at the end, he said if the Democrats don't need less Joe Manchins, they need more Joe Manchins, because there's all these districts and there's all these states Democrats can't win because of all this woke garbage.
Yep.
Because people say, oh, I'm not going to vote for a Democrat that believes in all this woke garbage. I need someone in a more purple state or a more purple district. I need someone who's a centrist, who's an enlightened centrist.
Or a Republican.
Well, no, but I'm saying from the Democratic Party perspective.
Right, yeah.
Which is what they're arguing.
Yes.
And so, yeah. And so his answer to that is, well, in my super blue district...
Right. 30,
centrists
30
tried to
plus.
primary me and they lost.
Yeah.
Right. In AOC's super blue district, centrists tried to primary her and they lost. And the progressives are doing all the things that progressives want. It's like, well, that's great, Jamal. That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Right. Yeah. And they're not getting anything done and they're completely chapped about it.
Yes. Yes.
We now will have the opportunity to negotiate drug prices.
Where's the universal health care option that Joe Biden ran on, Progressive Caucus? What happened to that?
They couldn't even get Build Back Better passed.
Yeah, exactly.
They can't get anything passed.
They had 2 years of a majority in the House and the Senate. And that was very slim, and that's why there was all the Joe Manchin, Christian Cinema stuff. And they couldn't get a lot of. This is what happened with Obama. This is part of why they didn't really have time to talk about it. I think the leftists are much too hard on Obama because I think they forget what happened, which was that when Obama won, he was a rookie junior senator,
right,
who didn't have a lot of. In my opinion, he didn't have a lot of political knowledge on how to worm the system, how to game the system.
Worm the system.
Worm sounds too bad. Game the system. Okay. He didn't know how to wheel. He didn't know how to wheel and deal.
He didn't know how to wield power.
He didn't know how to wield power. He didn't know how to wheel and deal power the way that, obviously, the Clintons or somebody would, who's this, very ancient person in Washington might know how to do. And so they couldn't get a lot of Democrats couldn't get a lot of stuff passed because even though they had a majority, and I think they had a supermajority, it was for a very short time until Kennedy died, and they lost that. And there was a lot of these. Remember, there were the blue dog Democrats, right?
Oh yeah,
who were the Joe Manchins of their time, right? Who wouldn't didn't want to agree to any of this socialism or whatever, didn't want to agree to the more radical left or more progressive left stuff. And so it's so Obama has to figure out a way to. He might not agree with his policies, but he had to figure out a way to basically work within the system and work with Republicans and work with more moderate Democrats. So It's not like Obama came into office, was anointed king, and then said, psych, I'm just a liberal centrist. I was never a fucking socialist, suckers. Ha 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 ha. Which, by the way, he never ran on anyway, so I don't know why people would think that. But
under Medicare because of the fight from Bernie Sanders and other members of the Progressive Caucus. And insulin is capped right now at $35 per month because of the Progressive Caucus and the entire party. Let me also say this. The president and the majority of our caucus and American people, we support more progressive taxes on the wealthy. We support higher taxes on corporations. We support universal child care. We support finally joining other developed nations at providing paid leave.
Hear that, guys? They support getting another opportunity to indoctrinate your kids before they're even in grade school. Look at that. Look at that.
It's kind of funny because, if it wasn't for wokeness right now, the Democrats could steal so many voters from the Republicans because there's so many Republican voters right now who are I hate corporations.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Fuck corporations. Corporations suck. Now, maybe my hypothetical doesn't work because the reason they don't like corporations is because they view corporations as woke.
Oh yeah.
So maybe this hypothetical can't really exist because they wouldn't hate corporations if wokeness didn't exist. But
right.
But I feel like the Democrats, if it wasn't for wokeness, there's a populist energy where they could get, these sort of anti-corporation reforms passed, maybe, but they can't because of all the woke garbage.
I think they could win a lot of Republicans over on the abortion stuff. Like a bunch of, not all Republicans are pro-lifers. I think there are a lot of moderate Republicans that they could completely win over.
If the Republicans go full abortion ban, right?
Yeah.
We support the labor movement. As a matter of fact, not only did we get 7 days paid leave to be a part of the recent rail workers contract in the House, unfortunately it failed in the Senate. But that is our work. We are a big tent, very diverse, doing everything we can to meet the needs of all people. We support preserving Social Security and Medicare. This is what the party is all about and has been all about. And so when I see the president, which was a mistake, by the way, for Congress to step into the DC crime bill, in my opinion, that was a mistake. It's a mistake to go forward with the Willow Project. It's a mistake to continue to pander and acquiesce to a so-called moderate independent center. But that's what the Democratic Party has always done, which is why historically marginalized community don't get involved in our politics. We need to be who we should be and who the people are demanding us to be, and that is more progressive on all of the issues I mentioned.
Coleman, does the Democratic Party stand too far to the left on issues of immigration?
Oh, on an issue of immigration, I mean, that's a tough one. I think certainly they're far to the left.
So, it annoys me because you can either talk about like the polling that you care about or you don't. Because I was just looking at it right now. He just brought up this example of like, I don't know if you remember in March, in DC they passed some crime reform that would like drastically lower penalties for a lot of certain crimes, including carjackings and things of that nature.
Crazy.
And even the mayor who's like pretty woke, she was originally against doing this. And I think she actually got overruled by the DC legislature.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she was actually the one that called on Congress to which has the ability to overrule DC legislation, to say, whoa, we need to oh no, she didn't call it. She said not to, but originally she was against these crime reforms. And I think the DC legislation basically overruled her. And then Biden comes in, he throws them out. Okay. And so if we're talking about the polling, I was looking at this poll. It said something like 70% of Americans view the Democrats as soft on crime.
70%.
70%.
That's devastating.
Right. And that includes Democrats in that number. Democrats and Republicans both view Democrats as soft on crime.
Right.
And so it's like, okay, so if we care about the polls, which Jamal says he cares about, how is the country's overwhelmingly against these progressive criminal reforms that he's talking about, and that leaves the conversation, doesn't bring any of that up.
Did you hear about the Cash App founder getting stabbed to death in the street in San Francisco?
I did hear about that. Yeah. It's crazy.
That's gonna change some minds, definitely.
Was it just a random person?
It appears to be, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they ever found the guy.
Wild.
Left of what they were in, say, the mid-aughts. I think fundamentally most countries in the world, most people want a border, and then once you have that, you are able to decide how many people and who to let in, and we don't really have a border on the southern end. I'm personally someone that would favor high levels of legal immigration, but I know many people disagree with that, and I think the rhetoric on immigration, coming from someone like Kamala Harris, who had the unfortunate gaffe about, oh, have I been to the border? Well, I haven't been to Europe either, right? Signaling that for people who do live on the border, who are impacted by low skill immigration, by the way, many Black Americans are, in terms of wages being depressed by competition from labor. Many of those people actually stand to lose on net when lots of low skilled labor comes over, right? This is not an issue that college educated elites care about, because Democrats naturally.
My question to you though is that, do you put their position on immigration on that list that you spoke about at the beginning, like defunding the police, opposing charter schools?
I would.
I listed the ones that I thought were the most poignant to me. So opposition to charter schools, defunding the police, etc.
Right.
These are ones that are just clearly not in the interest of the working class, and yet are the positions of the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. But immigration could be listed on that list.
Really? You said
well.
you would.
Yeah, look, we know from the data that people think the Democrats are doing a god-awful job at the border, including among Hispanic voters. You can see
what data?
Democrats.
What data? What poll?
I mean, I can send you links.
I'm so glad we listened.
We are in a debate, man. You got to reference the data.
Right? Okay, there's a bunch of Texas polls. You keep saying
data. Anyone can do a poll. The Washington Examiner can do a poll.
I like that he's like, what data? And he's like, well, there's a poll. Well, anyone could do a poll. It's like, okay, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what we're doing here then. What are we talking about?
I'm glad we watched a clip that went viral before this, because he did the exact same thing in there. The data.
Yes. Well, and it's dishonest too, because like when he talks, he's referencing like data, and then he doesn't get challenged on it.
Oh, of course.
Right. And I'm assuming, I mean, from the polls I'm looking at, he's completely wrong about policing. I haven't seen any of these polling data that he's referring to where people are in favor of defunding the police or less police.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen any of that. So, or that, they feel I haven't seen any polling where people say we need more criminal reform. We need to go softer on crime. I haven't seen any of that polling data, right? No one's bringing that up.
Can you imagine?
But it's just annoying because this happens a lot in these conversations. It's having conversations where we've been privy to, where the one side, whenever you say something, they're like, "Where's the data?" for every single point you make, and then when they speak, they just say a bunch of things unchallenged, because you're not being an asshole to them. You're actually trying to hear what their opinion is, not just say, "Where's the data?"
You gotta prove it to me. I want to see your data.
Right. Let me pause this, hour-long conversation we're supposed to be in, and let me send you, a bunch of polls for you to read and make a snap judgment on the like. What is he going to do with that information?
We're in a debate. You need the data.
Is he going to be like, hold on, let's take a 5-minute
you're
recess.
Right.
I'm going to read this poll, and then I'm going to immediately change my mind. Right?
Well, not only that, they're not going to change their mind. They're going to come up with some reason why the poll is inaccurate. Oh, look at this. They polled the wrong people on the wrong website.
Right. There could just be a disagreement on what the data is, obviously. You say, okay, well, we just disagree on what the data shows. That'd be the more, I think, honest way to approach the situation. But
80% of people want no cops.
Right.
I saw the poll.
Have to take it on. When I refer to data, I actually.
This is NPR,
what am I going to do? Like, give you the sites for everything I say?
Hold on.
All right.
Hold on.
Don't be ridiculous. This
Last time you asked for a poll, I gave you a Gallup poll. I gave you a Gallup
argument, not yours.
All right.
I gave you a Gallup poll.
This is time for some moderating to happen.
This is browbeating.
Look,
I appreciate the robust enthusiasm of all the debaters.
I like Coleman. He was under his breath. He's like, "This is browbeating."
It's true. It's very true.
Of course it is.
Right.
And I understand that, Jamal Bowman, you're saying you're looking for the study, and that Ruby, you're saying you don't have it rated to hold up in the hand, but you can ship it, and you're asking us to take it on good faith that you're not making stuff up.
I love his eye rolls.
Right. I'm not making stuff up. I'm actually do this somewhat professionally as a living. I never refer to data that don't exist. I try to make an argument based on existing.
Then let me
data.
ask this question.
Let me ask this question.
Let me just ask this question, Congressman Bowman. If Rui provides you with the data and it's compelling, would you be satisfied by that? If there is data that he can, if he sends that to you, in theory, you would accept that?
Well, it depends. Here's my point of continuing to ask for data and or the poll. There was polling that showed Lee Zeldin.
It doesn't. It doesn't matter. That's why I hate these arguments. It doesn't fucking matter. No one. Jamal Bowman has moral beliefs about what he thinks right and wrong. Okay. Mm-hmm. He wants to live in a fantasy world where he believes that what a shock it is that all of Jamal Bowman's preconceived notions about what is moral happens to be what the majority of people believe. Isn't that convenient? That's just so convenient. Oh my God.
Yeah. His views a lot. The progressives do this all the time. They trot out some poll or something and they're like, look, all of America agrees with us because we have the polling data right here.
Yes.
When in reality, it's just some poll that they cooked up and asked a question in a particular way that, people would agree with.
But see, that's the problem. That's why a lot of people, both the left and the right, but especially the progressives, they fall into this worldview of like, all the people, the majority of the people, they all agree on what the answer is. But those evil politicians who are all bought out by those evil corporations are all Machiavellianly shaking their hand, rubbing their palms together, and they're preventing the will of the people from coming into being.
Right, yeah.
And it's like, no, that's just not what most people want.
Yeah. The whole idea behind elections is you're basically milking the will of the people. And if the will of the people really wanted that, then people would get elected promoting those types of things. But they don't, because ultimately the will of the people isn't in favor of those things.
Right.
They understand the difference between abolishing private health insurance and the public option and can vote accordingly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the left was really serious about a public option, we'd have it. There'd be pressure for the Democrats to provide the public option.
Right.
And yet what happened? As soon as Biden won, silence.
Right.
Silence.
Yeah. They're like, look, we'll distract them with the birthing person debate.
Well, and it's because they know, I would wager what's going on is that they know it'd be too difficult to get it passed, right? Inflation is very high. No one wants to spend money on anything, even though, as you talk about under MMT, it's, people think about it backwards.
Stop saying that. I want you to know, Sitch, from here on going forward.
Yeah.
MMT is our little secret, okay?
Oh, okay. Under Adams' alternative theory of economic policy.
Nobody needs to know. Look.
Can we call it AMT, Adams Monetary Theory?
Yeah, let's like that better.
But so it would not be, this is not a politically conducive time to talk about universal public option, essentially, right? And they don't want to talk about it because they know the Republicans are going to beat them over the head with it. So instead they talk about other things.
Yeah, no. First of all, right now, they're in hanging on by the skin of their teeth mode. No, it's a divided Congress right now. Nobody's getting anything passed.
Well, I mean, even when it wasn't divided,
they still didn't have enough votes that they get like one or two defectors and they can't pass anything.
Right.
And there are people in these conservative districts. They're like, I'm not voting for that. Are you crazy? I'm going to lose my next election.
Well, I mean, that's part of the problem too, is that everything seems to be so hyper partisan. You can't have any Republicans vote on a public option of any kind.
Right.
Even though lots of Republicans want some kind of public option.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's Romney care, remember?
Well, that's the hilarious joke about it. Obamacare was literally a right-wing idea.
Yeah.
Created by a right-wing think tank.
Yeah.
So, doesn't matter.
Don't tell FD that.
I mean, listen, I don't like Obamacare. I think Obamacare sucks too, but for different reasons.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the irony of the whole thing. You know, Obama can't pass some kind of universal option, some sort of public option, because there's too many, blue dog Democrats that are defectors. So instead,
Democrats.
Right. So in an effort to compromise, and this is the argument that I think the anti-compromise leftists should make if they actually wanted to like exist in reality.
Okay.
So instead of having what they wanted, Obama and the Democrats try to do this middle ground compromise solution. They say, okay, listen, we need some Republicans. So we're literally going to use a Republican idea. We're literally going to use Romney Care, right? It's literally what a right-wing think tank created to try to get Republicans on our side. And what do the Republicans do? They say, oh, that's a good idea. Them. Yeah, they laughed and said, oh, this is socialism.
That's because all anyone is playing is just the optics game. That's all they're playing.
I know.
You think we want you to get a win? And not only that, as soon as they got it, they're like, oh, we've got to just destroy the reputation of Obamacare. We got to make sure that when someone hears Obamacare, they like puke in their mouth.
Yes, right. No, but it's like, people get, some people get very triggered when I talk about how people don't have principles, their opinions to shift wherever the team goes.
Of course.
I bring up Russia as a very clear example of this. But Obamacare is another very clear example of this because it's a right-wing plan by a right-wing think tank, implemented by a right-wing governor, and then Obama wants to use it. They slap his name on it. Suddenly the left loves this idea, which Obamacare is a super not left-wing idea. It's literally forcing people to buy private insurance.
I know.
It's the most not left-wing idea to ever be an idea in political, in politics, yeah.
But they force you to buy auto insurance. How is that any different?
Yeah.
Well, you can opt not to buy a car.
Well, that's true.
You can say, listen, I'm going to ride a bicycle.
Well, the idea with forcing you to buy car insurance is because it's so if you get into a car accident with someone else.
I understand,
right?
But
I know. I'm just saying it's a little different situation.
Your own health. Look, how do you opt out of buying health insurance?
Right. You can't. But that's what I'm saying.
Look, I'm going to not breathe.
Right. I understand. But I'm saying it's just a different principle because you're still primarily affecting yourself as opposed to someone else. But yeah, Obamacare was literally the government basically forcing people to buy private health care insurance and to create a market for private health care insurance. And the only thing that the public was getting from this was it was supposed to be the rates were lower and they would get rid of pre-existing conditions and there'd be some other benefits. Now, I don't think that those benefits ended up being worth the forcing people to buy private health care. I don't think there was near enough benefit from any of this system. Didn't
they take away the forcing people to buy health insurance?
Yeah, and the Republicans,
they took
away
the fine. Yeah.
Donald Trump running, I'm going to replace Obamacare. We're going to repeal and replace Obamacare. We're going to repeal and replace Obamacare. And what happens? Oh, turns out we don't actually have a fucking plan for anything.
They just repealed it. They didn't replace it.
They didn't even repeal it. They repealed the individual mandate part of it.
Right.
Or some minor aspect of it. And then it still exists, right? They didn't have any better plan.
Well, you don't get fined. You don't get fined if you don't buy health insurance.
Right. So it's just like, it's so dumb. Oh my God, it's so dumb. And the problem is that because everyone's so engaged in this like very bottom tier tribal mindset, then they won't pay attention and they can't actually look at what's happening.
I love it.
And then they just go, oh yes, I'm so glad my Republican politician is fighting the socialism of Obamacare.
I love it. I love when people say things that are totally just in the dark politically. Nowadays I just keep my mouth shut. I'm like, oh yeah, interesting. That's super interesting.
Right.
Was going to win the gubernatorial race in our state when he was running against Kathy Hochul. That did not happen, right?
Look, the poll averages did not show he was going to win.
Hold on a second. There was polling that showed he would win certain areas. That didn't happen.
He did win certain.
So it all depends on who's doing the poll, how the questions are framed and asked,
and who is being polled.
These things.
This is all true, but then what is the data he's asking for in the middle of a debate? I mean, unless he says like, listen, I have, you know,
only
the
certain
socialist
data I will
today,
accept. Yeah.
right? Unless the socialist today, produces a poll where they say the majority of Americans want more policing. I mean, what exactly do you want?
Yeah.
Things matter. So when we talk about a poll, we got to talk about all the layers. And I have a doctorate in education leadership. I did a mixed method study on looking at collaboration within the community school ecosystem and how trauma-informed practices inform mission-driven outcomes, right?
Trauma-informed practices inform mission-critical outcomes.
What does that mean? That sounds like some very woke stuff.
That sounds like some woke ass shit, right? Trauma. Oh.
It's funny. Kind of reminds me of a few days ago.
Trauma.
A few days ago, I was talking to my mom, and she listens to NPR all the time.
Oh no! Did you see Peter Boghossian's series on NPR just completely eviscerating it?
No, I didn't.
Oh my god!
I know that he didn't. So, but she's like, she's complaining to me about how woke NPR is.
No way!
Oh no, I've influenced my mom.
That's okay. This conversation, I was scared it was going to go in a different direction, but this sounds a lot better.
No.
Yeah.
Right. And she was complaining about how when they talk about homeless people on NPR, they don't say homeless, they say unhoused. An unhoused person.
Right. Yeah.
She's like, why would you change the term? Like, it's not like saying someone is homeless is not like a slur, right? It's not like calling someone the F slur. It's not like calling someone retarded. Like, why do you need to rebrand homeless to unhoused? Like, what is the benefit of these two things? Like, what's the difference here?
Well, because you don't want them to feel bad.
But I don't know. I sat there and I thought about it. And I'm like, is there like a substantial philosophical difference between homeless and unhoused? And I couldn't think of one. I was like, it sounds like they literally just changed it to fucking change it because everything has to change.
Right.
Like, what is the difference between homeless and unhoused?
Well, a home is obviously where the heart is and where your family is. And maybe they have a home somewhere, but what they really need is a house.
Or unsheltered people, right?
What if someone lives in an apartment? Are they unhoused?
I'm an unhoused person because I have an apartment.
I'm just curious,
I don't. It's so preposterous.
Okay. What about somebody that lives in an RV? Are
they're unhoused. Yeah, they're an unhoused person.
Yeah, no. NPR is the worst. I can't stand NPR. It's all laughable.
Of course, you saw on a somewhat of a side quest here. Elon Musk branded NPR as government news.
Oh,
what was the official branding?
Government propaganda.
No, it wasn't.
That would be just a tad too based.
State media. They label them state media. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Are
they not?
I don't know, because then people were like saying there's sort of this quibbling about how much of NPR's funding is from the state or not, and it was like people were like throwing out these like super low numbers, and I'm like, really? Is it really that low? Like 3% or 5% is only from the government? Like, I don't know. And if that's the case, I'm completely unfamiliar with that. I mean, I think NPR is completely indoctrinated with wokeness for whatever reason,
and he took away the New York Times yellow check because they didn't want to pay for Twitter or something like that. It's so bizarre to me. So the New York Times, I guess they could just not be on Twitter. I mean, I would have just booted them off. I would have said, okay, fine, bye.
Yeah, they said they weren't going to pay for a check mark.
Right. Just boot them off the service. Say, okay, how about you just don't pay? How about you're just not on the service?
Well, I mean, you can't boot them off for not paying for the service.
Why?
Right. Because that's super fucked up. What do you mean? It's a free service. You don't have to pay for it. So,
Not anymore.
That's not true. I mean, you can just say, well, journalists have to pay for Twitter when the average citizen doesn't. I mean, that's super weird.
Well, I mean, there's always some sort of businesses always get charged more for all kinds of stuff. So
I think it's fine. I think that's fine. Just remove their check mark if they don't want to pay for it. They're going to be whiny little bitches about it for whatever reason. Though, of course, there's
be
more
just
drama.
to throw them off, though.
There's all this Matt Taibbi drama, which, Twitter is shadow banning to some extent, supposedly Substack links, and Matt Taibbi and other journalists primarily make their income from Substack, and so they're very upset by this. And I don't know, did you see he got in a Twitter spat with Elon Musk publicly?
I did not see that, but I did hear something about are you not supposed to post Substack links?
So apparently the story is that Substack was trying to create some sort of Twitter-like thing, some sort of Twitter alternative.
Oh, on Substack.
On Substack.
Oh, okay.
And so Elon got very pissy about this, and he claimed
he's like, I just spent $44 billion, bitch. You're not
right.
You're not putting something together here on the cheap, okay?
He claimed that Substack was improperly taking some Twitter code or API. Listen, I'm not a nerd. I don't know how all this stuff works. Was improperly taking some sort of Twitter code and appropriating it for their own website improperly. And so they now label Substack links as untrustworthy and also put them lower in the algorithm, essentially. And Matt Taibbi was very upset by this. And he said that he was going to stop posting on Twitter because of this. The guy, number one guy for the fucking Twitter files, right? Said he was going to stop posting on Twitter because of this. And then Elon Musk called them out. He kind of was dishonest in his reply, saying, "Oh, we're not blocking Substack links, right?" But it's like, okay, you're not blocking them. You're just labeling them as, suspicious, like there's some kind of virus on the Substack website. And also you're deranking them algorithmically. So you're not blocking them. It's kind of like when YouTube says we're not blocking things. Wink, 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 wink. Right. And then he said that Matt Taibbi is really an employee of Substack, which to my knowledge,
he basically is.
I mean, that's like saying if you have a Patreon,
like
and you make money, are you an employee of Patreon? Like that?
We're employees of YouTube, basically.
Yeah. When no, we're not. We're not employees of YouTube at all. I think that'd be completely dishonest to say that.
Oh, you're calling me dishonest now, huh?
Yes.
I mean, it's how you frame it.
No, but you understand, if someone has a Patreon and they make a bunch of money on Patreon, you would never say they're employee of Patreon. That's insane.
Right. No, I get it. That's like me saying I've had dinner with Jay Leno.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's just, I don't know.
It's not totally dishonest.
It's so weird to me because I just feel like Elon just makes these very rash decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just,
Look,
I don't know.
He's very busy, okay? He has to make decisions quickly.
He just makes these very rash decisions, and then he gets into public fights with people, and it just looks so petty. I don't want to see the CEO getting into a pissing match with people on fucking Twitter. I'm sorry.
Look, I'm unfollowing Elon right now. You've convinced me.
Well, I just think, I don't care. I'm not a huge Matt Taibbi fan anyway. I just think, to me, it's just so bizarre that, he's been, he trusted Matt Taibbi enough, apparently, to make him one of the lead journalists, him and Schellenberg, to be the lead journalist on the Twitter files. And then it's they have this blow up. They don't have a communication, well, let's sit down and have a conversation about this. It's no, let's just have this public blow up over, Substack. Doesn't it seem so bizarre and immature?
Yeah, it seems bonkers. I don't let people post their Substack links, especially if they have to. And let Substack try to do their own version of Twitter. Who cares?
Yeah, and it definitely seems like, because people can't,
But Elon knows, though. Elon knows if Twitter, people are leaving.
Well, just imagine if YouTube said, you can't put Patreon links in your YouTube videos because we only want people to spend money for you through YouTube. That'd be so fucked up.
Yeah.
Would it not?
Yeah, no, it'd be terrible.
Right. And so that's essentially what Twitter is doing. They're saying, well, we don't want people off platform, right? We don't want people spending money on people through Substack.
Yeah.
And it's annoying because I feel like Elon gets a pass because Elon doesn't like, Democrats. So he gets a pass from all the people that would normally complain about this behavior. Not everyone. There's a lot of people that are complaining about this behavior.
Well, you're complaining about it.
But
why are you doing that?
I've been right, but I'm not.
Give Elon a pass for heaven's sake.
Anyway,
I'm going back to Elon. Look, Elon's got what's this new Twitter symbol mean?
Which one? There's a new Twitter symbol?
Yeah, Elon has a blue check and a Twitter symbol by his name.
Well, maybe it means you're an employee.
Oh, look, there's a gray check next to NASA astronauts. What's that mean? What's a gray check mark? I don't even know.
Where are you saying this gray check mark?
What's up with the Dogecoin? What happened there?
Okay, slow down. The blue Twitter icon means they work for Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
There's a yellow check mark, which I believe is an official check mark for brands. Now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is it?
Okay.
What brand is this? I sent you a link.
Yeah, because if you look up any brand, you'll see a yellow check mark.
What's a silver badge mean?
It means they're verified because it's a government. You just click on it. The account is verified because it's a government or multilateral organization.
Oh, you just click on it. God, I wish I would have thought of that. You just click on it, Adam. Look.
You just click
verified.
on it. It tells you exactly what it is.
This account is verified because it is a government or multilateral organization account.
So here, I assume the difference is that, like, if you're a private brand, okay, like if you look up the Washington Post, they have a yellow check mark.
Because of yellow journalism, right?
Yeah, because of yellow journalism, yeah. But I'm assuming they have to pay for the yellow check mark. But I'm assuming the gray check mark that like a government organization gets, they don't have to pay for that.
Right.
They just get it because they're the government. And the New York Times, they don't get no check mark.
Yeah.
They don't got nothing.
Right.
So.
I mean, I would give them like a frowny face or something. Just to let people know the New York Times sucks.
They should give them a sad Doge face.
They should change their name to the Failing New York Times.
There's a little poop emoji next to.
Oh, that would be good. That would be good.
I think that'd be a bad idea.
The poop emoji would be perfect. That's brilliant. I love it.
I think Elon Musk, for April Fools, they should have replaced every check mark with a poop emoji.
Oh, no, don't.
It's for April Fools.
That would be terrible.
That would be amazing.
All right, anyway, back to this video.
Back to the video.
So there's a research process to research and or polling. So
did you catch that? There's a research process to research.
I did catch that. Yeah, I caught
Listen,
that.
we could say numbers all we want.
I hear you.
You know what I'm saying?
Look, he's like, this guy's dying. Let me save him right here.
Yeah, I do, and I somewhat.
You get what I'm saying about the research project research?
We understand. We got you.
But regret opening this can of worms because it's taking up time away from our top issue. But I wanted
please continue.
I wanted to understand where.
That's me every time we're talking to a guest. I'm like, oh my god, I regret asking this question because now we're getting these fucking tangents into like garbage. Will so.
You were on that, but Rui, you were going on to the point about immigration.
Right. Well, I mean, I hesitate to do this, but I will again refer to the data which show that the Democrats are, in fact, widely disliked for the job they're doing on immigration. And it is widely supported among all, stripes of voters, the general public, and includes basically non-white voters as well, that we need more, not less, border security. People do want a secure border, and they don't feel like we have it, and there's a good reason for it because we don't.
All right.
So, so that's immigration. But let me make a methodological.
No, I don't want to get into the methodological because it's a sidetrack that I
I mean, not about the polling. I just want to point out the following. The debate here is not whether every position the Democrats take on everything is too far to the left. The debate is about whether on some issues they have gone too far to the left, and that's hurting them politically.
you.
That is the case that
Thank
Coleman and I
you.
are making. Not that every single thing the Democrats stand for, like, for example, preserving Social Security and Medicare, is too far to the left. That's not the issue. The issue is whether
Thank
they
you.
are too far to the left on a cluster of issues that is in fact hurting them politically.
Where
and
would
is
you
not
put
reflective
where
views
would
of
you
their
put trans
constituents.
rights on that list, Roy?
Perfect
Really?
response. Because as soon as you talk about birthing person, they're like, I don't care about Social Security anymore. It's like, leave me alone.
I would say way too far to the left.
Alicia, is the party too far to the left on trans rights?
No, it's not. It's not left enough. And I just want to be clear about this because it's
See, but this is the problem. Like, there is this shell game, I feel like, that's played by a lot of people on the left in this conversation, where they'll say like, oh, they're not too far to the left. Let's talk about all these economic issues. And then finally, when forced to talk about a cultural war issue, they have the exact same opinion. Oh, they're not far enough to the left. You go further to the left on the trans issues. What does that even mean? What does that look like? What does further to the left on trans issues even mean?
It means every single public school teacher is a trans person.
I can't even conceptualize what, and I don't think she tells us, and I would love for a follow-up. Well, when you say they're too far to the right, like what do you want? What is your trans utopian future?
Mandatory pronouns in every single government bio.
I see.
Yeah. Is that
It's
far
not
enough for you?
nitpicky. We deal with this all the time. When we start talking about, and I'm not trying to get into the methodology, but I do want listeners to understand why you have to ask these types of questions. I see polls every single day on CNN. In fact, there was a Quinnipiac poll that was quoted just recently that say 53% of Americans think this, 47% of Americans think this. But then when you ask the question, who are you polling? The actual Quinnipiac poll says that 53% of the people who were polled were white men who said that the party and the country had moved too far left. Only 17% of those respondents were Black. So you cannot, right, make these large kind of assumptions and say, data says this, polls say
Sample
this.
for
You
Black
do
people?
actually need.
Wait. So there's two things that are happening. She's changed the subject, right?
Yep.
Because he asked her specifically about the trans issue. So now she's changed the subject, but secondly, she's criticizing the poll because they only asked, I have a poll, only 17% of the respondents were Black.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Isn't the Black population 13% in the country?
They oversample Black people by 4%.
Right. So, is it more than that?
I don't know.
let's
They
see.
probably broke down. They're probably polling people by demographic.
Black or African Americans are the second largest racial minority, making up 12.1%. Yeah, so they overpolled Black people, and she's like, well, this isn't representative. Well, I mean, I guess that they polled too many Black people. What are you suggesting, lady? I don't understand. Elisa, I don't know what you're talking about.
Tell us how to go further left on trans issues.
Yes. Oh my God. This is so silly.
These large kind of assumptions and say, data says this, polls say this. You do actually need to be specific. Now, when it comes to Black voters and Black potential voters, I can tell you that, again, where people want the Democratic Party to be is actually farther left than where they actually are. The majority of Black voters that we poll regularly in the largest polls of Black people in America show that people by and large support trans rights and want their government to do so as well. Even on the question,
Black voters support trans rights? Show me that poll.
Yeah.
Let me see that poll. I love to look at that poll.
Black community poll transgender.
Oh no, Sitch is like, let me just see if I can find
very
a poll.
curious. Yeah. I was a little disappointed. I still feel like I don't understand. I still feel like I can't get a solid definition of what a conservative is for FD Signifier.
Really?
What was Do you have one? Did you hear one?
Yeah, they're all racist bigots. I already told you that.
Right, but that's not really a workable definition, right? Just a fascist, right? A racist fascist.
That's a working definition. 90% of progressives are working off of. So
right. So I couldn't get to the root of a philosophical, ideological consideration of what it means to be right wing. I feel like
he's being a nice guy. He doesn't want to come out and say that they're all racist.
He said it. I got the best I got was Christian.
Which
religious, traditional family norms, rules-based system, rooted in religion.
I mean, I know a lot of conservatives that are just. I don't know many Christians, but
a lot of conservatives that are not Christian.
Yeah.
Black liberals are more likely than moderates or conservatives to be concerned about discrimination against LGBT people. Well, that's interesting.
Right.
Anyway, you can get back to that.
Of immigration. There are a larger percentage of Black voters and Black non-voters who want immigration, right, to be fair. And not who say we want to close down the borders and we want to restrict immigration, but there's actually a lot of nuance in here. And so to me, I think we have to keep pushing on this question of who are you talking to and about what? And bigger than that, we have to ask, and I appreciated the earlier point from my opponent, what does it take to actually win elections and who do you need to bring into a coalition and around what? I would argue that my opponents are arguing that you have to, instead of favoring the left wing of the party, you have to favor the moderate wing of the party. And I would argue that that is also false. What you need to do, right, is to be able to find the things that actually can bring those folks together, not that veers more closely to the moderate wing just because there are some people who are disgruntled about change in this country. Change is here. The demographics of this country have changed. The politics of this country have changed. And it's not to say that in 2023, everybody in America supports Black Lives Matter. They do not. However, people have become more progressively politicized, and that is also shown by data. What I think we will find when we actually dig in is that people feel very much so like both of these parties do not actually reflect their interests, their values, or their needs. And people want to see folks who are going to get stuff done for them. And unfortunately, this conversation, which we are having, which is still mostly a punditry conversation, isn't actually reflective of what a lot of Americans are saying that they want from their government or from a party that they may or may not deeply resonate with, not necessarily because of their positions, but because a lot of people don't participate in the first place.
All right. I want to.
What do you want, Sitch, from your government? Anything?
I want my big titty robot waifu.
Oh, okay. That's not much to ask for.
That's what I want. Yeah.
I mean, I would like affordable housing. I think would be good.
I mean, that comes second, right?
Well,
to the big titty robot waifu.
Well, I mean, I already have a waifu, I guess, a wife.
But it's not a robot waifu.
No, it's a real, honest to goodness woman. So,
ugh.
But I already have a relationship. I think, like
Gross.
politically though, robot waifus aside, is there anything that you like? I mean, lower taxes, maybe. What would be in your political interest?
Americans just want a cold beer, a warm bed, and a place they can shit with a door.
I mean, a better healthcare system would always be. I mean, I'm always down for that. Our healthcare system's a fucking joke.
Sure, but this is the problem because we hear this a lot, which is we hear this a lot with a lot of people we talk about. Left needs to, all the right just keeps, focusing on culture war issues. We need to care about healthcare. We need to care about, housing. FD Signifier was saying this to some degree. I think I'm really important with saying this. A lot of people on the left say that. We talk to say this. And it's like, okay, if you want that to be the conversation, then you need to give up the culture war issue. That will never be the conversation until those culture war issues are abandoned by the left.
Well, I mean, doing away with the whole birthing person idea, I think that's something I could go for. It's not very aspirational in my book. It's like, if I had to live with the birthing person stuff, it's not going to kill me.
Yes.
I feel like affordable housing is really screwing over.
You're saying you would
people.
trade birthing person for affordable housing?
Yeah, if I was forced to. If they said, okay, gun to your head, Adam, you're going to have to use the term birthing person, but
right,
we're going to make housing affordable so young people can actually start families and afford a home and not have to be lifelong renters. And, that'd be cool.
I don't think...
I would dig that. I would say birthing person for that.
I don't think most people would accept that decision.
Most people wouldn't make that trade?
Yeah. Or I don't even think most people would make the inverse of that trade either.
Just give me 6 months so I can go ahead and sell my house at the top of the market here and get out before this happens.
Right. No, but I mean, like, okay, so if you took someone who's very woke and you say, okay, you have 2 buttons. Here's the 2-button meme. One button says every person in America will have affordable housing.
Right.
But if you press it, we'll say it's a 1-button meme. But if you press that button,
it also says birthing person on the other.
No, it also says that trans women are trans women, not women.
Right.
Would woke people press that button?
No, that's the problem.
Right. What's the issue?
That is the issue.
Right.
Because they're like, they don't care about affordable housing.
Well, no, they can say they can care about it and that's fine. And they can say they care about trans issues and that's fine. But don't do this like subterfuge where you're like, well, why can't we talk about the real issues? It's like, well, you think the trans woman or women is a real issue. Like, right. I feel like there's this total gaslighting where it's like when the right brings up these culture war issues that the left has been pushing for the last 6 years, they say, oh, these are fake issues. It's like, well, you've been pushing it for 6 years, and now that the right's pushing back, it's suddenly not a real issue to you?
Yeah.
To me, it just feels very somewhere in the realms of ignorant to dishonest.
Ignorant to dishonest.
Right.
What does the halfway point look like on
that? Dignorant.
No, I'm just saying that.
Ignorant.
That's kind of like a binary. There really can be no halfway. That's not a spectrum.
It's a spectrum. Yeah.
You can't get as you're getting less ignorant, you're getting more dishonest.
No, I think it is a spectrum. Yeah, I think that is a spectrum. There's a vibe.
As you're getting more honest, you're getting more ignorant.
Right. Well, because when we were talking to FD, he completely acknowledged and he agreed it was the left that created all of these cultural issues in the first place, and the right is merely reacting to them. Right. And I feel like the way that the argument goes, and this is the way it goes for normies, is that since most of these cultural issues, the woke cultural issues, were not pushed by legislation, there's some were, but most of them weren't. They were pushed by culture, movies, media, private businesses, and DEI initiatives, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then so the right looks at this and they react through the government, and then all these people who are on the government, who are on the left, say, why is the right pushing all this legislation? This came out of nowhere because it wasn't through a left wing. It's like, no, what are you talking about?
It's a response to your stupid gaslighting in public schools.
Right. Well, that's another thing. Or a lot of the woke stuff that comes through government, it comes through in a more like, it's not like the Democrats passed a bill saying everyone must use their pronouns. It's more like there are, left-wing teaching initiatives in left-wing schooling districts where ideas are being, taught to children, essentially. So it's a lot more like under the radar. But anyway.
Say something about immigration, because I've actually been to the border and to Central America.
Can I say something about immigration? Because I was at the border one time.
Like AOC, I went to the border I grabbed the fence and I cried as someone took my picture.
It's so many of these politicians are just straight up narcissists. They're just total narcissists.
That's got to be a good test for tribal NPC mindset. Do you defend AOC crying at the border?
Oh yeah.
At the fence, when you see the other side is that there's nothing there. It's just like an open ground. There's nothing. She's not looking at anything.
She looks so pathetic in that picture.
I know. I'm gonna dress up in my whitest white outfit to really catch the desert light, really pop on camera, and then I'm gonna grab the fence. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna go boo hoo hoo.
Oh my God.
Don't look at what I'm looking at because there's literally nothing. It's just an empty, like, fucking desert dirt field. There's nothing there. But woo-hoo-hoo. I'm grabbing onto the fence. Imagine there's like 1,000 starving Mexican children on the other side of this fence. Like, let us into your country. Please. I don't want to be shoved into this little hole.
That's acting. That's acting at its finest.
America while in Congress.
Jamal, can you do that in 30 seconds? We have some other voices we'd like to bring in, and I don't want to cut you off on that, but I just want to say if you could do it in
just real quick. So we do not have open borders. There's been no policy change since Biden has come in, number one. Number two, when I spoke to CBP, when I went to the border in Laredo, Texas, they told me upwards of 93% of the people they stop are not committing a crime at all. They're just seeking asylum. Number three, the majority of fentanyl, which is another scare tactic that we continue to hear from Republicans, that comes into America, 86%, I believe is the number, is coming from American citizens bringing it. And lastly, when I went to the Northern Triangle and met with indigenous people in Honduras and Guatemala, they spoke to me about American companies and multinational corporations coming in and destroying their ecosystems, leaving them in poverty with no other recourse but to migrate to our country. This goes back to United Fruit and Chiquita Banana, all the way to right now. And we funded military and police in those places that led to more destabilization and disappearing of families.
All right. I want to bring in some other voices now. And we have Scott Barry Kaufman, who is a journalist. And Scott, you're going to pop up on camera and come in live and identify yourself and then join the conversation as a journalist asking a question, please.
Yeah, sure.
Scott is my guy. Can I say hi to Scott?
Hey, how's it going?
Scott, you don't remember me? Do you remember me?
I do actually remember you.
I was Principal Bowman then. Yes.
I do. I very much
Scott's
remember.
first book, Ungifted, is phenomenal, by the way. You gotta
okay,
you're the man, Scott.
You're gonna make me blush. I hope you still like me after my question.
So Scott, tell us who you're with and where you're based.
No, sure. I'm a professor at Columbia University, a psychologist, cognitive scientist, humanistic psychologist. I'm really interested in basic needs and what we all share with each other. I have some questions for Alicia and Representative Bowman.
Scott, before you get into that, in terms of managing time, I need to know how many questions you have.
Okay, like 2 in 1. 2 in 1.
I see people on this thing sighing, and yet if we didn't wrap up in time, you would be sighing about that.
I will wrap this. I'll make it very concise.
If you can make it one question for each, that would be very, very helpful.
Okay, yeah, absolutely, I could do that.
Thank you.
Okay, Alicia, what would it look like if we went too far left? Do you have any barometer at all on, and does that concern you at all? Like, are you worried at all that it could ever get too far left? I know you don't think we are too far left, but I'm just curious if like that even matters to you at all, this question of like, are we too far left? Like, is there anything that'll be too far left of you? Like, is there a line where you'd be like, okay, folks, I agree.
Okay, great question.
I'm calling Coleman up. Okay.
Yeah.
What a good question.
That's such an awesome question, and thank you for asking it. Yes, I
whenever you ask someone a hard question, that's a really fucking good question like that. Like, what do you define too far left as? And they say, that's a great question. That's them saying, fuck you and fuck your question.
That's them stalling for time, going, oh my God.
Yes.
This is something I've never thought about. There's too far left? What are we talking about here?
You hear that from politicians all the time. That's a great question.
It's an excellent question. I'm so glad that you asked it here. Let me stall for 45 minutes. Let's talk about polling.
Right. So let's see. I don't remember her answer, but I don't remember her giving an answer.
Oh, I do
we'll
remember. I definitely remember her answer.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Let me say this. The only reason I would care about that question is for the purposes of understanding whether or not my candidate could win an election based on their policy positions.
Oh, so that's what she said earlier. She doesn't actually care about the philosophical question. She just cares about the outcome of whether a candidate can win or not.
Right. Which means there is no too far left.
Right. So she didn't answer the fucking question.
She does. She answers it by implication.
Well, no, because he asked a philosophical question. He was saying, like, what
and she answered that philosophical question.
I guess you could say she answered it by saying there isn't one by implication, right?
Philosophically, there is no limitation. The only limitation is a structural limitation by what people will vote for.
Right.
That's basically her answer.
Right.
And yes, I do think that there are positions that can be too far left for the American electorate.
See, but not for me.
For example,
right?
If somebody was pushing to completely dismantle capitalism and instead replace it with a form of socialism that would run the entire country.
Look at the gleam in her eye when she says that.
She looks very happy about it.
It's so obvious that she's thinking, oh my God, this would be amazing.
I would say that would be a position that would be too far left for a candidate to win.
But not too far left for me to vote for that candidate, because I think that would be heaven on earth. Look, it's so obvious. Even the way this is what you're talking about when you're talking about hiding their power level.
Right.
It's like one of this answer is designed to speak to one audience and to the other audience at the same exact time. But we're seeing right through. I see what you're doing here. I see what's going on here.
I would say another example could be if a candidate said, we are going to open all borders, right? And there will be absolutely no regulation on who migrates and how they migrate and under what circumstances. If I wanted a candidate to win, I would say that was too far left. But the argument that I'm making here is that actually there are not that many candidates out there that are on the mainstream stage that are actually pushing those positions, much less in any danger of winning those positions. And my argument here is that, this notion that the Democratic Party is so far left and so it's in danger of alienating all these people, I am saying to you unequivocally, as somebody who considers themselves to be a part of the far left, but also as somebody who talks to Black people and tries to get us to get energized and activated around issues that we care about, that this is not a thing. This is literally not a thing. And I think I know a little something about Black voters. And I can tell you that I would not purport to say here in any way, shape, or form that all Black voters are radical progressives. We are not. But I will tell you that on the majority of the things that Congressman Bowman is talking about, that Black voters by and large support those positions. And I can back it with data because I do talk to Black people all the time, not in the tens or the dozens, but in the tens of thousands.
I mean, how many Black people did you talk to, Adam?
I'm still working on the Black friend thing. I haven't got a Black friend yet, but someday.
I mean, you went to a Black school, right? Does that count?
Well, there's been a few Black people in Deadline Junkies, so obviously.
Oh, there you go. There's been like 2 out of 10 years.
Those people I would count as friends. Right. No, because there's a lot of actresses that are Black as well. Okay. So I'd say maybe 24.
Right.
Maybe.
But she's talked to 10,000 people, right? Tens of thousands of people.
We have some Black people in our audience. We have some some Black friends of the show.
You don't understand.
But
she's talked to thousands of people, thousands of activists. Okay.
This is kind of silly doing the how many Black people have you talked to thing. Actually, when I pause a video, I literally paused it because I thought it was so ridiculous to say I've talked to 10,000 Black people. the thing that I found interesting was, look, it's super cringe when you talk about, your black friend and how many black friends you have. And it seems to be equally cringe when black people do it.
It is. Yes.
Right. Because what she's basically trying to say is, I speak for the black people. Which I could never, not in a million. Would you ever say I speak for Jewish people? Or
are you saying Alicia is the black Lorax?
Well, I feel
I speak for the black.
I feel like that's a whole point to bring it up. Like, right now, I am the voice of 60,000 black people. Ask me anything.
Yes, you're completely correct. That is the point of saying all that, is to say, listen, I don't know what data you're operating from.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what polls you're looking at, but I know what is true based on my personal experience.
Right.
That's the point of saying all that stuff.
My lived experience is the lived experience of 60,000 black people.
Right.
I mean, they did a poll, but I'm curious to see what their polling data is as well. Was it a poll for just donations to Black Lives Matter? I don't know.
I'm not sure. I mean, people obviously weren't very happy about Black Lives Matter buying that $6 million mansion that they bought.
She didn't really answer the question. I think Coleman gets her at the end here. Really, slams her for not.
She was photographed. She's one of the BLM co-founders. She was photographed at the $6 million mansion.
Eating
lunch. With her fellow co-founders.
Send me that picture. Send me that picture right now, because we got to bring that up.
So it's just, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Oh, man. And I have talked to 60,000 black people and got their credit card number. So I know exactly what they're feeling. Look, that's not, if she's going off of the donations to Black Lives Matter, she talked to 60,000 white people.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think most of the donations for Black Lives Matter are probably coming from whites.
Yeah, I don't know what the breakdown is.
Yeah. And more power to them, right? If they can embezzle a little money from that's not going to the Democratic Party, what's the difference? Oh, that's hilarious. I'll bring the picture up. Here, you go back to the video.
Here, I found a picture from the Daily Mail. Okay.
And it's her? Is she crying in front of a fence?
She's in front of a fancy dinner or something.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I remember these. I remember this article.
I don't know who took these pictures. That's what I want to know.
This is the $6 million mansion article.
Well, there were two different scandals, if I recall correctly. I thought there was one scandal where some members of some of the BLM founders bought houses for their family.
Right.
And then there was a separate scandal where they bought a $6 million mansion that I think was supposed to be some sort of BLM headquarters or something. Right. And I believe this is the BLM headquarters picture. I don't know if she bought a house for her personal use or whatever. But.
Well, there was some scandals too about people wanting to raise money off of the BLM name, and they're not being they just assumed that there was some sort of corporate structure to it, and they're like, no, there's not really any kind of corporate structure.
Yeah, it was very a black box of where's this money going?
Right. Yeah.
Sort of. Yeah.
Hmm.
So, and I'm curious as to who, because these pictures look like, they were set up. Like there's a person there taking the picture. I don't know if you brought up the second one.
Yeah.
That I showed you, where they're clinking the glasses together, right? Obviously that was framed for a picture.
Yeah, for promotional stuff.
Who did that? Why would they think that was a good idea?
There was also, I think there were some families that lost loved ones and that were wanting some sort. Black Lives Matter was basically raising money off of their loved ones being killed by police or something like that, and they weren't getting any kind of money from it. But Black Lives Matter was raising money hand over fist, and there was a big controversy about that.
A lot of people wrongly thought that if they donated money to Black Lives Matter, that Black Lives Matter was some kind of organization that would like give money to individual people that suffered from police violence,
brutality,
or whatever. And it's like, no, it had nothing to do with any of that.
I heard another thing too, that there's this Act Blue website that a lot of people donate on, and if you don't read closely, they bill your credit card every single month. Like you're billing whatever the donation is, they hide in the terms and condition that's like a monthly donation. And so they get mad money because people don't read the terms and conditions. And they think they're making like a $50 donation, and really it's like $50 a month.
Big oof.
Yeah. Oh, man.
That's not good.
That's how Democrats raise money these days. So watch out, guys.
Alicia, Scott, I'm hoping your question is for Coleman because we haven't heard from him in a while.
Ooh.
I hope someone's going to answer a question.
Cool. Actually, my question was for Rep. Bowman.
Yeah, I'd like to give the other side a chance to participate in the conversation.
Well, okay.
Do you have a quick pivot on that?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's very kind of like the mirror image of that question, you know, for Coleman. You know, I'm more of a bridge builder kind of guy, right? So like, I'm not interested in what divides us, but Coleman, I mean, what do you think is the optimal line for the Democrats? Like, have you thought through like what you think would be like the perfect sort of thing that would really get Democrats the most likely to actually win elections?
I feel like that was his opening statement.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
Totally. Look, he's put him on the spot here. He didn't have a question for him. He's like, listen,
fair enough.
I had 2 questions. Can you just ask Coleman that question instead? After he already said ask one question for each of them.
Right.
He could have been formulating a new question while she was dodging his original question, but whatever. Look, as world's best moderator, I run a tight ship. Not everyone can compete with my moderation.
I mean, I think this guy's been pretty good moderating.
Oh, okay.
If I were a Democratic strategist, my first thought would be, well, let's look at the most successful Democratic politician in a generation.
AOC. Woo!
No.
Barack Obama. And try to understand
answer.
what package of positions and signals he sent out to have a successful 2-term presidency as the first Black president in America with a middle name Hussein. All of these factors going against him, and yet was still able to be so successful. I would say I would want to take some indication of what packages of policies and signals did this person embody that was so successful.
Republican
and yet
healthcare.
What the trend has been is to basically reject that entire strategy in favor of far less popular, far less broadly appealing strategies. And this is what you see. This is why you see the hemorrhaging of the Black and Latino vote. And look, nobody likes the earliest messengers in a crisis. When the Titanic is sinking, the first guy that tells the captain gets booed out of the room, right? But this is what's happening, right? The Democratic Party is at the early stages of a crisis where, even though it hasn't gotten that deep yet, the trend line is clearly pointing in the direction of losing the Black and Hispanic vote. And there are people that are just going to want to push this crisis under the rug until it becomes so bad that you can't ignore, but it's already happening.
Again, I just want to, the polling that I see doesn't show any of that. So I just don't, I mean, yes, it shows that I believe in 2022, there was a slight nudge of Black and Latino voters voting Republican, slight nudge.
But
look, he literally, I wrote it down. He was like, there's a 19-point swing in black voters to the Republican Party.
What are the polls showing, Adam? Though they're not showing that.
He said, look, no, this is the vote. This is the vote in the election.
No, it's not showing that, Adam.
Plus 12 white college educated to the Democratic Party, minus 19 black working class voters to the Republican Party. Minus 19 from the Democrats to the Republicans.
Right. But there's
that's almost 20%.
Right. But have you considered, Adam, that Democrats not left enough?
No.
Have you considered that?
I have, and I think it's ludicrous. I have considered it and found it wanting.
Yeah, but based on what?
Based on the 19
Show
points.
me the polls, Adam.
Based on the
Show me the polls. What's the data?
It says
Show me the data.
What's the data?
Data, come out of here.
What's the data? Look, he said
Lieutenant Commander Data, come out here and tell me what black Americans want.
Look, he's like, I know you said 19 points in the election. Slight nudge.
Sir, I'll have you know that 19%. There was a 19% drop in the black vote in the 2024 election.
Well, this
2020 election.
Look, they actually did better in the election because they picked up 12%. Oh wait, I don't know what the numbers. How many is college educated whites? Because it's not just whites. Because whites would be like 50%. College educated whites might be 13% of the population. It might be in line with blacks. So, they pick up 12% and they lose 19%. But they still end up winning the election.
Right.
Slight
not
nudge.
this beginning of some transformational shift where black and Latino voters are now going to start voting Republican.
Well, and also the conversation isn't just about black and Latino voters, right? It was about everyone.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not, you shouldn't be limiting it to just that.
I do think, again, to your point and to Alicia's point earlier, we have an opportunity to really continue to grow an incredible, diverse coalition of voters that support Democrats. And if we don't get better at engaging them and messaging them and the like, they will continue to sit home and or may vote Republican.
And it's
Donald
more likely
Trump,
they sit home and.
Did you catch that, Sitch?
But Donald Trump?
He said they might sit home and or vote Republican from home. Like,
yeah, what does that mean?
How can you and or? Look, they might sit home and vote Republican.
They're gonna mail-in voting. What do you mean?
Oh, is that how they do it?
Yeah, of course.
They might sit home and vote from home.
Yeah,
Republican.
I always vote from. Don't you always vote from home? I always vote from home.
Hell yeah, I vote for my whole neighborhood.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
The voting jokes I just think are the funniest. They always just. Did you see? I saw one time on CNN when Obama was elected. They were CNN was doing the run out and ask black people how they feel about casting a ballot for a black president for the first time, right? Obviously, this is a very historical election. And one guy said, "Oh yeah, I already voted like 3 or 4 times. I'm going back and voting again."
I don't remember that.
Well, I'm sure they never ran it again. It was live television.
Yes,
I saw it
yes.
live, and I was like, I like kind of did a double take, like, what? What did he just say? That's so hilarious. The CNN guy was just so like mortified. How do I respond to this? Wait a second here. You voted 3 or 4 times already. Oh my God. So good.
Not vote
usually they sit home. Donald Trump pushed a big lie and incited an insurrection. The black and brown people I speak to don't want to be a part of that, right?
Then why did he gain numbers? Why did he gain numbers among them from his first election to the second?
again, they've been excellent at messaging and excellent at fear mongering. He's still lost, by the way.
Fear mongering is perpetual. It always
He's
happens.
still lost to a president who is not left at all. So this far left thing is like,
right,
Biden is not left.
I'm gonna
thing,
move on.
Scott, to your original question, and I'll stop talking. I swear I'll stop talking after this.
I think this is such a bad example because it's like it literally took Donald Trump, probably the most divisive president we've ever had in modern history, right? Easily the most divisive president we've ever had. Whether you love him or hate him, you have to acknowledge the most divisive president, whether he deserves it or not, whether it's all fake news, was easily the most divisive president we've ever had. And so to say in recent history. And so to bank like, well, I mean, he's still lost. It's like, well, I don't know if you can judge Donald Trump's losing off of, anything, the Democrats did in terms of messaging about wokeness or not, right?
Yeah.
It's a horrible argument, but
I reject I reject the left or right binary in and of itself. Like, let's talk about people versus power. And by power, I mean corporations and everything they represent, if we're going to choose a binary to focus on, not left versus right.
So thanks, Scott, very much for joining us with your questions, Scott. I've got a bunch of other ones that people lined up, but we really appreciate it. This one comes from Zaid Jilani, who's a reporter for News Nation Digital. I'm going to take this, really, we haven't heard from you in a while, and I don't think that's fair. So I'm going to bring this question to you, and you can pass on it if you want to and give it to somebody else. Are there any issues where the Democratic Party as a whole is more conservative than it was 2 decades ago? Are there issues where you think the party should be more conservative? The second one, I think you've kind of answered, but the first part.
Are there any issues on which the Democratic Party is more conservative today than it was 15 or 20 years ago? I would say that's a big zero. I can't really think of a
maybe foreign policy,
cultural issue.
Foreign policy.
Well, maybe some foreign policy. That's good. What do you think, Coleman? Does that qualify?
I would say to some extent. I mean, when in the Bush years, Republicans were hawks and Democrats were less eager to intervene. And I don't know if that's totally switched, but to some extent that switched.
Yeah, okay, that's
kind of a separate
amendment.
conversation.
All right, I'm going to take a second.
Yeah, but in terms of domestic policy and social policy, no.
Probably
second
no.
question, and this one does go to social policy. I'll also bring it to you, Rui. This is from another participant who's watching the debate unfold right now. How can anyone call the Democratic Party too far left when it won't even agree on enacting the kind of universal health care that is supported by even conservative politicians in places like Canada, the UK, Australia, and all of Europe?
Well, that's a very good question. Let's try to unpack that. The question of whether the Democratic
That's actually a terrible question, but continue.
Well, we know
Party
why.
is too far left, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, and also, as I said, again, people keep saying, too far left, what about all these economic issues? Okay.
Not lie in the issue or the sort of what positions they actually hold in any given time in an aspirational sense. I mean, the Democrats do want to provide universal health care for people. The question is, how do you develop a coalition, a big enough group that you can dominate Congress enough to actually enact, a vast social program of this nature? That's really the issue. So when we talk about being too far left, we should not think about it as Democrats are for universal health care. What's too left about that? We should think about it. Are they developing the coalition and the support that would enable them to have the political power to actually get those kinds of things done? So that's the sense in which I say they're too far left. Not that they're for universal health care. That's great. And they made some progress on it. The question is, why can't they get it totally over the goal line? Why can't they move farther? They can't move farther because they don't have a strong enough coalition. They just lost the House. They're in danger of losing the Senate in 2024. This is a 50-50 nation. If the Democrats want to do cool stuff like that, it's got to be more like a 55-45 nation. And they're not getting close to the kind of politics that our opponents are recommending. I mean, for example, our distinguished opponent, Alicia, says that, too far left. Well, maybe if they were for completely open borders and dismantling capitalism, that would be too far left. Well, I'd say there's a lot of other things that are too far left, that aren't just those really apocalyptic things. Most Americans are relatively moderate. They are not interested in obviously not interested in dismantling capitalism, but they're not even interested in a whole vector of left-wing things that our distinguished left-wing opponents would
Okay,
recommend, and you got to be able to sell it to the people.
We have time for one last question.
People in a big way.
We have time for one last question, and Jamal, I want to bring this to you because you've already made the point that you think that the Republicans are better at messaging, and this question goes to that. Is the Democratic Party doing a poor job of distinguishing the Democratic platform, the actual platform, from what the Republicans are characterizing as woke?
So again, I reject. I don't even know what woke is. So like, I don't even know what woke is.
What a dumbass.
Take a shot. Every
know.
time someone left says, I don't even know what woke means, take a shot.
Woke is just a Republican slur. That's the talking points that they're going with. I don't, what advantage does it serve? I guess it's just playing dumb. It's good politics to just play dumb, just to go with the narrative, make everyone believe woke doesn't mean anything. When people talk about woke, even though, I mean, I see it on TV and I see it in comedy specials. I mean, people are talking about woke all the time. All those people don't know what it means?
I'll tell you what the reason they say this is because they know, or at least they intuit, that cancel culture and whatever all this gobbledygook that we call wokeness, they intuit that most people don't like that.
Yep.
And they know that because that's why the Republicans label everything they don't like woke.
Yeah.
Because they know it's like a toxic label, right? And so their strategy is then to pretend like it doesn't actually mean anything because they don't want to defend the specific things people call woke because they know they're unpopular.
Right. But they want them.
They want them. Right. Exactly.
They have to defend them because they have some constituency that's in favor of them.
Yes. But they don't want to verbally, openly defend them because most people don't like them.
Right.
So
if we say, listen, making everyone call their moms birthing people, that's woke. They're like, is it woke though?
I don't even know what woke means. Woke just means liberal, Adam. I don't know. Did you see that Big Joel video? Woke just means liberal.
Yeah. I saw the Big Joel video. I was not impressed.
I wish we had more time, but I am curious to what FD Signifier's reaction to Big Joel's like woke just means liberal.
Oh yeah.
Definition. That's kind of interesting because he acknowledges that even if he thinks it's a dumbed down performative version of leftism, that wokeness derives from leftist academia.
I hope we get another response out of Big Joel from our 2-hour response. How long did the video turn out to be?
It's like an hour, but I was going to see if I could drop it down to like 20
so that's why you didn't upload it. You're trying. Yes. You're like, I'm going to make some edits on it.
I was going to, and then I never did because I'm a hassle.
Just upload the thing.
Right. No, I want it because he won't watch it. I don't see if we can bait another response video. Okay.
Look, if you want to
keep this going.
Look, if you want to do just a 5-minute summary of our positions and clip it out on Tuesday, we can do that. Because I didn't need to talk for an hour and listen to his videos to summarize my position.
Right.
I even did a tweet of my position because this is like this guy and FD Signifier. I wrote a note to go back to it, but we never actually went back to it because he was saying, as they commonly do say, woke comes from the black community, when the black community was saying, you got to wake up to
right. Originally, yes.
Yeah. Social injustice that's going on in the world.
Right.
That's the same definition Republicans are using. They're just saying that the social injustice we've made giant progress on, and it's not as bad as it used to be.
It's different in terms of woke literally used to mean be alert to racial danger.
Right.
And now it means more like be alert to liberalism can't solve the systemic problems that plague our society, right?
Right.
So it's a little bit different.
It's not that different.
It's similar but different. Like it's more specific.
Where's my tweet?
It's more specifically oriented towards liberalism, which it never was originally.
Tweets are so great because they make you narrow down your focus.
Condense, unless you have that extra long tweet from your Twitter Blue account.
I try to stay under the, it's nice to have when you're arguing back and forth with people, because then you hit them with the like super long tweet and they're like, fuck, I can't do that.
I just don't read it. I don't read anything past the more line.
When am I arguing with you on Twitter? Never.
If anyone argued with me on Twitter and they gave me the long tweet, I just wouldn't click it. I'll just assume there's nothing there.
People argue with me and they give me the 15 tweet thread. I'm going, listen, this argument doesn't mean that much to me. Woke. So I got woke progressive definition, keen awareness of the rampant social injustice like racism, sexism, and homophobia. And then I've got woke conservative definition, the belief that social injustice like racism, sexism, and homophobia are rampant in modern society despite strong evidence to the contrary. So they're basically the same thing.
Yeah, but that's not really the conservative definition either.
Yeah, it is.
I think you're missing too much. You're missing the revolutionary aspect and systemic aspect of the woke definition.
Yeah, but
which I feel like is key.
Not really.
Okay.
Where's Ben Shapiro's definition again?
I think we should be designing a platform response to the Republican use of the term woke or wokeism or woke mafia or woke supremacy or wokesters. I don't think we should have the debate on their terms. Like,
what a dick. What a dick. It's not having the debate on their terms. Like, you can't even have the debate until you settle on definitions.
Right.
They, by and large, sound foolish when they use that term woke. To what I thought you were going to ask is, do we need to get better at messaging? Yes. I think part of the reason why we haven't been as good at messaging is because we're constantly playing defense when we should be playing offense. What are the things the American people care about? They care about universal health care. How do we go into states and go?
So I finally get it. I finally have the light bulb. I understand why. So when you talk to anyone on the left, this is what they say this constantly. Democrats are always playing defense. They're not playing offense, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's because there's two things here. Number one, they're blind to their own offense. Because what is the Democrat offense that we see constantly? You're racist.
Yeah. They hit everyone with a racist stick as much as possible.
You're racist, you're sexist, you're transphobic, blah, 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 blah. That's the offense. That's the Democrat offense. That's the left-wing offense. Mm-hmm. You're a bigot. Okay. But the reason they don't perceive it is because they keep making this argument about, we need to talk about policies. Nobody cares about policies.
Nope, they don't.
The Democrats have no fucking clue what they're talking about when they talk about this. The reason that these Democrats feel like they're always on defense is because the Republicans know, or at least intuit, hey, people fixate on politics not through policies the way that the political junkies do, who are the tiny, tiny minority people that are, in the country, even though they're the majority of people that consume political content. Maybe those people, maybe people listening to this, they'll focus on policy content, but the average person just has a general vibe check of the way things are.
Yeah.
And the Republicans are very good at framing things and messaging things around a general vibe check.
Yeah.
The Democrats cannot fucking do this for the life of them, and they get bogged down, and we got to talk about the policies. No, you don't got to talk about the policies. Fuck the policies. You got to focus on the vibe.
Right. I just looked it up. The number one important issue? Check your vibe. What do you think the number one important issue is
for all Americans, or for
this poll was done before the 2022 midterms or whatever? Yeah.
Well, I assume probably inflation.
You guessed it. The economy, economics,
right.
Economic issues, number one. Yeah.
But that one is a bad one to run on, because no one knows how to fix that, and voters don't understand economic policy.
Of course, yeah.
So that's the problem. They say, "Oh, we're concerned about inflation." It's like, well, who are you going to vote for that solves that? And they're like, "Oh."
The number 2 is very surprising to me.
What is it?
Because it's 80% most important to Democrats and 70% most important to Republicans. It is the future of democracy in our country. So both, there's only a 10-point spread. But
right, but see, it's interesting because they both view each other as the opposite,
threat.
the threat to democracy. Right?
Totally, yes. Because if you had regular Democrats framing, they would think, oh, Republicans don't care about democracy. They don't want anyone to vote. 70% are worried about, I'm sure that 70% that's worried about the future of democracy is worried about election and cheating.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Hilarious. That's the second most important issue. That's above education.
Yeah. And I mean, that is scary. That is scary.
Totally driven by the shenanigans in the last election.
Thank you, Donald Trump.
Yeah, well, I mean, Democrats did their number with mail-in voting and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Because of the pandemic.
Right, but that was obviously not. That was the excuse, right?
Because the pandemic was the excuse, yeah.
No, I mean, the mail-in voting was the excuse for like the... I mean, Donald, everyone knows. They won't admit it publicly. Every single person knows that if you had that if Donald Trump had perfect wisdom and information and knew that not a single person hypothetically cheated to vote, he would have said so otherwise. Like everyone knows that, right?
But not only would he say, he would believe it.
I'm saying by hypothetical, he couldn't know, right?
Because even if God himself came down and said, Donald Trump, no one cheated you, he would look God in the eye and say, you're lying to me.
Right, because it's like, before the Republican primary.
He'd say, God, you're a Democrat.
Right. Exactly. Before the Republican primary handed to him, he was like, oh, they're going to cheat. They're going to rig. They're going to cheat. They're going to rig. And then he wins. Oh, I guess they didn't rig it, right? I guess everything was fair. And then 2016, oh, they're going to cheat. They're going to rig it. They're going to cheat. They're going to rig it. He wins. Oh, I guess the cheating, everything was fair, right? There was no cheating. Oh, they're going to cheat. They're going to rig it. They're going to cheat. They're going to rig it. He loses. I told you they were going to cheat and rig it. It's like, okay. Okay.
Did they spy on Donald Trump?
What do you mean? They spied on Carter Page.
Did they spy on his campaign? They did, didn't they?
They spied on Carter Page when he wasn't part of the Trump campaign. Trump claims that they spied on his campaign, but I don't know if that was ever... I don't know if he himself was personally spied on. I don't know if that ever came... There's any evidence of that specifically. Why? What does it have to do with what we're talking about?
Webmaster in the chat says, God equal libcuck.
There you go. I mean, that's essentially it. That's what it would say. God, you're a libcuck. Get out of here.
God, why are you doing this to me?
It's so funny because I think was it Rob Noir or someone that we had a conversation
I don't know
with.
If they spied on his campaign. That's why I'm asking. I don't know the particulars of that story. I never really followed it closely, but
there was someone we talked to. I think it was Rob who had the theory, and I've heard this from a lot of people on the right, that because whenever we bring up Bill Barr said that there's no voting shenanigans.
Yeah, they hate Bill Barr. He was like,
they say,
Bill Barr. Oh.
Bill Barr secretly had it out for Donald Trump.
Right.
Right. That's the line. Bill Barr secretly had it out for Donald Trump. Doesn't matter that he literally protected him, supported him in the first impeachment. Doesn't matter that he literally protected him, supported him against the Trump-Russia investigation. Massively so. Massively so. And he got the messaging out on that before anyone did. It doesn't matter that when Donald Trump went on Fox News a month before the election and told Bill Barr to indict Joe Biden, the guy running for president, a month before the election, Donald Trump is demanding his attorney general indict.
God, I wish you would have never read that.
Challenger. Okay.
Sitch is so obsessed with that now.
Because it's so hilarious to me.
He wanted,
and you know what
him
Bill
to-
Barr said about
that's-
that? And then
he wanted them to indict them for spying on him in his campaign.
what does fucking Joe Biden have to do with that?
Wasn't he part of the spying?
No.
Okay, people in the comments.
The complaint was that the FBI wrongfully, fraudulently kept upping their FISA warrant, which was true. What does fucking Joe Biden have to do with that? Is Joe Biden there in the FBI telling them what to do? Which, by the way, wouldn't be an indictment, Adam. It would be an investigation. He wasn't calling for an investigation. He's calling for an indictment. He's saying that Joe Biden, a month before the election, that should be arrested, and that there was enough information that Joe Biden had something to do with spying on Donald Trump.
Right.
Which there's been zero evidence of ever provided at any point in time.
I mean, people seem to have some evidence. They're using some evidence.
No. Stop. There is evidence that the FBI wrongfully re-upped their FISA warrant to spy on Carter Page.
Right.
Where is the evidence that Joe Biden is somehow involved in this?
Okay. Yeah.
Enough, because remember, he's not saying, I think Bill Barr should open an investigation. He's saying he should be indicted. He specifically says in that conversation, he says, we have enough information to indict Joe Biden. What information? There's no information. What information?
I don't know.
And so, but the reason I bring this up was because after this happened, Bill Barr is on CNN, and they ask him, they say, do you think it's appropriate for the president to try to pressure you into arresting his opponent in the election a month before it happens?
Right.
And you know what Bill Barr says?
Hell no.
He says, well, I didn't really feel pressure. You know, the president says what the president going to say on Fox News. I didn't feel any pressure. He does a total defense of Donald Trump.
Based.
He jumps on the grenade. And this is why it's so annoying to me. It's like total TDS.
That's such a Bill Barr thing to say too, because he's like,
Yes.
I might have to vote for this guy in 2024.
Right.
I'm gonna shut my fucking mouth.
But it's like total TDS, because it's like you have a guy who's just defending Trump again and again, and like literally every fucking situation defend Donald Trump publicly. And then he's like, listen, we don't have information to validate your claim. And Trump says, oh, fuck this guy. And then all the people just say, oh, well, if Trump said fuck this guy, then fuck this guy, right? There's not a thought process there. It's total NPC behavior.
That's so brilliant that he's like, you know, I didn't really feel any pressure.
It
doesn't
exactly.
change the fact that he totally was pressuring him. It's like, I mean,
right.
he was begging. He was on his hands and knees begging me, but you know, whatever.
You're right. It's a great answer. It's a great way. Bill Barr is a smart person. He knows how to play. He had his media training. Okay.
He knows.
He went out there and
He
said, you know,
knows.
I didn't feel pressure. Yeah. Exactly.
I didn't feel any pressure.
Right. And he said in that deep, gravelly voice, yes, exactly.
It was all fine. It was all cool.
Right. So, but listen, it doesn't matter. He said something that Trump didn't want, so he must be a secret Trump enemy. He was playing the longest game. He played the most long game that anyone ever played, you know.
Oh, Fat Brown Buffalo got in trouble on Twitter.
Oh no, what'd he do?
Fat Brown
like
Buffalo.
The actual Chank or Fat Brown Buffalo?
No, Fat Brown Buffalo on our chat. Fat Brown Buffalo for $10. Lol, I got ratioed on Twitter by Tim Pool fans for saying that it's cringe to fawn over Trump and simp for him like a fangirl.
Nice.
See more. Trump is the greatest of all time, they say. Truly a cult of personality. Fat Brown Buffalo coming in hard against Trump. Thanks for the $10.
Based. Yeah, there you go.
Into parts of the country to engage so-called moderate voters in that conversation so they could vote Democrat to give us a supermajority in the House so that we could pass universal health care. We have to do better at that messaging overall. But because we're playing defense, like the question was even framed as us defending in response to woke. I don't think we need to do that. I think we need to go on offense with how we message across the country.
I think
we need to go on offense, Adam. We need more wokeness. We need to attack the Republican. We got to call them more racists, more bigots.
Right. Yeah. We got to call them transphobes. Tell them put, pronouns in their bios or get out of DC, right?
Right.
Look, I think Republicans should be forced to announce themselves at the beginning of meetings with their pronouns. They should be forced to say, my name is Ron DeSantis and my pronouns are he, him. That's just that it's got to be that way, right? My name is Ted Cruz and my pronouns are he, him. Not
there you go.
Not F you or whatever Ted Cruz said, right?
My pronouns are fuck you, America. I mean, fuck you. Wait, what did I say? Fuck.
Didn't he say something like that?
He said something like that, yeah.
Look,
a Ron Burgundy moment.
They can't even they love to dunk on people. That's got to stop, okay?
Right.
The alphabet mafia is coming for you, Ted Cruz. You better.
I like that. The alphabet mafia.
I know. It's just.
Oh, did you see? Oh my God! This is a little bit of a side quest. There was news I saw on our favorite Transatlantis. Remember Transatlantis?
No, should I?
So, you know how I always talk about how whenever someone talks about transgender health, they always bring up, did you know that in Germany, there was a magical, mythical office of sexuality that knew all the answers to transgenderism?
Right. You're right.
But the Nazis burned it down.
You're right. Yeah, I do remember now.
Transatlantis, yes.
The Atlantis of trans people.
Yes. So it turns out...
the underwater city.
It turns out that this guy, I forget the guy's name, he was like super racist.
Oh, really?
Who ran this clinic.
Ooh, uh-oh. Ouch.
He was super racist and a eugenicist.
No way.
Yes.
No way. Really?
Yes, he was a big fan of eugenics.
This was the guy that they burned down his clinic?
Yes, the guy that everyone on the left goes, oh my God, you Transatlantis. He was a fucking big racist who believed in eugenics.
Wow.
And believed in like culling the, the lessers out of.
Why did they burn his place down then?
Well, because he was Jewish. This was kind of funny when people talk about like. It's kind of funny because this came up in our conversation with the music stuff.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
People don't realize that like sort of like the ultra Germans are the superior people. A lot of German Jews had that same thought process about Germans too. And it was only when they were like, oh, you German Jews aren't real Germans, that suddenly they're like, oh shit, wait a minute. Like that was a very German idea. It was a very German-centric idea that the German people had at that time period.
Wow. Terrible.
But it's because he was Jewish. It was because also I'm assuming that they were, anti-gay, anti-LGBT.
I didn't know Jewish people could be eugenicists. Wow.
Of course they could. It was interesting because I didn't do a deep dive into it. I just read a couple articles about it because I was curious as to how, if you're a eugenics advocate and you're in favor of culling people you think shouldn't reproduce, why would you be in favor of transgender surgery unless you were sterilizing people? Because you would presumably not want those people to reproduce, right?
Yeah.
So, kind of interesting. But anyway, it's just a side quest.
What's okay?
That was the sense of you hit on that. So thank you for that. So that concludes the conversation portion of the program. And now we're going to go to a closing round in which each of you has one more chance to tell us why you're arguing yes or why you're arguing no. And Congressman Bowman, it goes to you first. So one more time, your closing argument on why the Democratic Party is not
this is the best
far
part.
left.
I remember this.
Again, thank you so much for having us. This was an amazing conversation, and I hope to be back at some point.
No.
As I said in my opening, the issue is not that the Democrats have gone too far left. We haven't gone left enough. is a point that I want to leave us with. There are so many issues that the American people are demanding for us to fight for and figure out how to get done, like universal health care, like housing as a human right, like fully funding our public schools, like ending mass incarceration and holding police accountable when they break the law, like ending child poverty. So many issues the American people want to see us fighting for. And if we fight harder and do better at engagement and communication.
I mean, I kind of want to keep mass incarceration, to be honest with you, Sitch. I don't know how I feel that, like, letting a bunch of criminals out on the street when crime is as rampant as it is. I mean, I think this whole fiction about how we're incarcerating innocent people, I just think is bullshit.
Listen.
We're not framing people and incarcerating them. They're actually committing crimes and being incarcerated.
Listen.
Look.
We need to fight
or
harder.
listen.
We just need to fight harder. That's all. We need to fight. You elect me, and I'm gonna fight. I want to fight, damn it. We have too many Democrats that don't fight. But if you elect me, Cenk Uygur, to the House, I'm gonna fight. And we're gonna get things done because I'm gonna fight.
I'm told. Look, we got to hold police accountable.
We're gonna fight, Adam. We're gonna fight.
No. We're fighting for mass incarceration.
Adam, why aren't
right?
you fighting? We gotta fight. That's the solution. You just gotta fight. Just fight. It's so easy. Just fight. It's so easy. Just fight.
Look, I don't want to incarcerate innocent people, but I do. If we have mass criminality, we need mass incarceration to deal with it. So that's my 2 cents. This is why Democrats are perceived as soft on crime, because they're more about empathizing with the criminals than empathizing with the people who are being taken advantage of by these criminals.
Without fear, we can get all of these things.
You gotta fight.
You gotta fight
for your right
to incarcerate
crimes.
No, incarcerate.
Oh, okay. I thought we were doing it from the other perspective, from his perspective.
Look, I saw Shawshank Redemption. I know how everyone in prison is innocent.
Well, okay. To give a real answer, I mean, listen. I know people that have been caught up in. Yes, I know innocent people that have been caught up in very scary legal situations where the state's attorneys are fucking horrible scumbags.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yes, exactly. Kyle Rittenhouse, right. That's a good example. But, where the state attorneys are just horrible scumbags, and you're like, why the fuck are they pursuing these fucking cases? And so there is levels of reform. I don't think it's this way. I think the reform would be that whatever it is that incentivizes states attorneys to go after these fucking, innocent people and to have these terrible cases, that needs to be addressed, instead of just this kind of like, we just need to change the law so people just don't go to prison. Like, to me, that's the dumb fuck way, right, to address these issues.
Someone pointed out that that's why crime is actually down, is because they're like not prosecuting carjacking as a crime now. Right. So yeah, crime is way down because we're not counting carjackings.
Yeah,
which there was just 42 of them in the last month.
So,
but we're not counting those.
But, and you said it's interesting because there's a lot of people on the left who they empathize automatically with criminals. They just have this. Oh, these are the marginalized people.
Yeah, because they see them as the people who are out there stealing for boobies, cancer drugs. As long as you're going to frame it that way, you're going to empathize with the criminals because they're being forced into criminality against their will.
I think that comes secondary. I think the primary thing is it's just whoever is perceived as the oppressed person, whoever is perceived as the one who doesn't have power. So they look at people in prison and say, these people don't have power. They're the oppressed ones. I mean, this happened with, what was it, Honduras? There's that video that went viral of like that Central American country where all the drug gang prisoners were like running around and on their hands and knees. And you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. It's crazy.
And all these people left were like, oh my God, this is so bad. And it's like, why? What is so bad about this? I don't understand. Why is this a problem?
They should be on their hands and knees. They're hardened criminals.
Right.
Cut
They're
your
not beating them.
child's
They're
tongue
not.
out right in front of you.
They're not beating them. They're not lighting them on fire. They're just making them sit there, and they're making them run around, and they're establishing order in fucking prison for violent gang members who are all tatted to fucking high hell, who are all part of drug cartels.
Yeah.
Like
What's up
this
with
is,
that?
but they just see, oh, well, there are people with guns and there are people without guns, and so therefore the people with guns, they must be the bad people. Like that's literally the simplistic thought process that happens when that's the moral intuition, the simplistic moral intuition that a lot of people on the left feel when they look at that video.
They were making the America bad connotation. They were like, look, America did this, so they're evil.
Well, I mean, they weren't even American, so.
Oh, I know.
It's just like the power. It's sort of the anti-hierarchical thinking. If there's a hierarchy of power, it's bad, right?
Yeah. El Salvador's like, we're done with the gangs. We're going to incarcerate all of these people.
Was it
And
El
it's like,
Salvador?
How dare you? Yeah. How dare you? How dare you incarcerate these hardened criminals?
And
These
make them run
MS-13
around.
gang members. Yeah, exactly. They're lucky they didn't just kill them. Firing squad, put them up against the wall and be done with it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's done because we were people in office at the federal level, but also states, counties, and municipalities as well. So thank you. I hope you all enjoyed this amazing conversation.
Thank you, and we would actually love to have you back on our stage. So thank you for making the offer right there. Coleman, you're up next. You're arguing that the Democratic Party is too far left. This is time for your closing statement.
Look, I'd like to note that two of the policies I cited as too far left, namely handing out emergency aid to restaurants based on race, racialized medicine, the charter schools, opposition to charter schools. I haven't heard any response from my opponents on these kinds of things. These policies anger disadvantaged working class people. They make it harder to build the coalitions to get those more broadly popular left-wing ideas like universal health care. And like I said, there's a hole in the Titanic of the Democratic Party, and it's slowly, the water is rising. And I think my opponents, with all due respect, are going to be the last people to realize when the water has risen to emergency levels. And I consider myself to be one of just the early messengers. And in any crisis, no one hates the first person to tell them things are deeply, deeply flawed.
Based.
Thank you, Coleman.
And also, they didn't answer the trans question either.
Yeah.
She just said like, oh, well, they should be more left. Well, what does
Dodged
that mean?
on everything.
Right. Total dodge. I wonder, you have to wonder if it wasn't for the socialist in Germany, in the Weimar Republic, if it wasn't for the socialist uprising that preceded the Nazis taking over, would the Nazis had the energy to point to and say, look at all these evil socialists, right? We have to take our country back.
There you have it right there. The socialists are the ones that are responsible for the Holocaust.
Well, I just feel like that's how so many of these
extreme
movements start, is there's two extreme ideas that are fighting each other, and they just point to the other extreme to necessitate them taking authoritarian power. It seems like to be the historical case in so many different extremist movements.
Yeah.
You don't really see, I could be wrong, but it doesn't seem like you see a lot of extremist movements forming saying, look at all these fucking moderates. We need to destroy these moderate people.
Because that would be ridiculous.
Because you can't get revolutionary energy based around that. You get people that are mad about moderates, people mad about centrists, but you're not going to get the revolutionary spirit for an authoritarian dictator to take over because of that.
No, you got to LARP your way into that shit.
Right.
Alicia, your closing argument on why the party is not too far left.
Okay, you ready? This is going to be good.
I remember she denies racial medicine. So
yeah, she just is like, that's not a thing.
Right.
Hee tee. Meet me at the $6 million Black Lives Matter pad after this.
That's like the BLM mansion. It has like the bat signal, but it's got the BLM signal. It's like, quickly to the mansion.
They've got all their COVID antidotes lined up.
Oh my God, there's your cartoon. Okay. It's like you have all the BLM founders, and they're all like wining and dining somewhere at like some ritzy, location. And they look up in the sky and they see the BLM logo, like
They're
of the
like,
spotlight, and
"A
then they
black man
run
has
to
been
their
killed
$6
by
million
police."
dollar. They run to their $6 million. They drive in a nice car. They drive their nice car to the $6 million, Beverly Hills or wherever the fuck this was, mansion, and they slide down a little pole like Batman and Robin. Only they go from their like nice rich clothes when they slide down, they're wearing like their activist gear, and they have all the signs there, and they're like, "Quick to the protest!" and then they drive in the fancy car, but they park like really far away in like the nice
We
neighborhood.
don't want to
and
get
they,
our car, Keed.
they take like an Uber to the protest.
Oh my God, the Uber. Yes, they Uber to the protest. Yeah.
There you go.
Be great. I can't wait to write the conversation with the Uber driver in the car on the way over.
Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for having us. This was an excellent conversation that could go on and on forever. I will address my opponent and say racialized medicine is not a thing. So I would like to understand what you mean by that, because it's not a thing.
I would
It's
like
not a thing,
to
Adam.
understand what you mean by that,
Yeah.
because that's not a thing.
Right.
That's just so contradictory. It's like, well, maybe it is a thing and you don't understand it, but
Right. Well, I mean, I'm assuming he's referring to in New York, where they were giving extra priority weight to COVID treatment for people on the basis of their ethnicity. I'm assuming that's what he's referring to.
yeah, I remember.
And I believe they also did that with aid to businesses. Did they not? I remember us talking about it and being outraged by it.
Yeah, I remember the articles.
Right. So,
Yeah, because we pay attention to that stuff, so we know
that's not a thing.
we're special. So fucking special.
And also not a thing is the Democratic Party moving too far to the left. Again, I want to just continue to emphasize here that if the question is, what does it take to win elections, which then gets to the outcomes that my distinguished opponent talked about in terms of majorities that can move legislation, then what we have to do is be very, very conscious, right, and scientific about what people are actually saying about why they do the things that they do. And by and large, when you look at polls and understanding who you're talking to in those polls, most Americans, right, aren't totally paying attention to what's going on amongst or in between the parties. What they care about is whether or not they can keep a roof over their head, whether they can keep clothes on their backs, whether their children can attend schools and not get shot up. And at the end of the day, what we need to be actually discussing.
See, it's so crazy because she's acting like the Democratic Party is representing the economically depressed, when the numbers are they're representing white, college educated.
Yeah, I know.
Who are not necessarily
know.
the white college educated voter is not worried about keeping a roof over their head. Okay.
Right.
I mean, they might be worried about someone shooting up their private school. I mean, that could be happening, but
Well, that's why, I keep saying this is the Democrats have been saying this forever. They're operating under this delusion that, oh my God, if we could just educate Republican voters.
right, of course. We just
We
want
could
to
just-
help them.
Right. If we could just educate them that the economic policies we want would help them, they'd all be Democrat voters.
All
And then they
those higher taxes that we're advocating for, they will help them.
Right. And yeah, they're just so dumbfounded. Right? Like FD Signifier brought up the example of the commonly heard excuses that, they all think they're going to be millionaires, which is bullshit, right? And it's like, wait a minute.
He did bring that up, didn't he?
Right. Well, he brought up he knows that he doesn't think it's true, which it is not true, but it's something we commonly hear from the left.
Sure.
Because they can't wrap their mind around this. And it's funny because I don't remember who it was. I had a conversation with someone where they brought it up. And I'm like, don't you think it's weird that you're criticizing the Republicans for not voting in their economic interest, but the Democrats aren't voting in their economic interest either?
No.
They're voting for policies that are against their economic interests, right? They want higher taxes on themselves. And it's funny because when I said to that person, there was kind of like that pause of like, I don't know how to respond to this information.
Like it's the first time they ever heard it.
Well, it was the first time they ever thought about that. Democrats haven't thought about that. That whenever they make that argument, it's the reverse is never posed back to them. And I said this, which I said, so why do you think that? And they kind of paused. They said, well, it's different. And I said, how is it different? And they said, well, the Democrats are voting against their economic interests for moral reasons. And I said, oh, moral reasons. So do you think there are moral reasons that the Republicans might be voting against their, quote, economic interests?
Why? Look, Republicans are greedy, racist bastards. They don't have any moral interests, Sitch.
Right. So they did say no because they don't understand the moral philosophies that are, underpinning Republicans' voting positions. So,
funny.
Right. And so, I try to explain to them and they're like, no, it's kind of the same, kind of a mirror conversation that we had with FD today.
Was this on Twitter?
No, this was in the real world.
IRL?
Unfortunately. Yes.
Timcast IRL?
It was not on Timcast.
We need to do SNA IRL. That'd be pretty cool.
Where are they going to go? They're going to fly out to you?
Yeah. You could fly out here too. It'd be great.
I don't want to
do it at the studio.
California.
We'll do it at the studio. Owen and I are fixing up the studio. It's going to be great. We could do an IRL there. Why not?
No, that's a terrible idea.
We have this little badass viewing room that you can like put a painting in and sit there and be like, imagine what it'd be like in your house. How cool it'd be to have this painting in your house. Have you seen those little viewing rooms before in galleries? Oh, they're awesome.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
It's like a little room with a fancy couch and just a wall that you can hang a painting on and just look at the painting while you sit on the couch and, sip your Chardonnay or whatever. Sip your champagne.
I think Konstantin Kisin, who is one of the hosts of Trigonometry.
He has a viewing room.
He's trying to set up a debate with Dave Smith.
Oh, really? Oh, that would be awesome.
I don't know if it's going to fall through or not, but that'd be interesting. I don't believe the debate topic is Ukraine, though.
Oh, that sucks.
I think it's on like healthcare or something.
Oh, boring.
Something more boring, but
yeah. Dave Smith was on Timcast.
Oh, recently?
IRL, yeah. Somebody sent it to me and said, "Listen, Adam, make sure you don't watch this because Dave Smith is going to talk about economics about 1 hour in." So I immediately went to Timcast.
They did it on purpose, right? They're like, how do I get Adam to watch this? Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Don't watch this, Adam.
I know. Oh, my God.
And how was it?
Horrible, obviously. Yeah.
Okay, let's finish this.
On our own terms, is what is it going to take to energize those people who have essentially given up on politics altogether because they do not feel that politics is representing them, but also they understand politics to not be putting food on their table and not making sure that their elderly loved ones can be cared for and their children can be cared for at the same time. I do want to also just say that it is important for us to acknowledge that if we want to see change happen in this country, both inside and outside of politics, then we have to be a little bit more careful about not adopting the fear-mongering that the now extreme right has made so popular in this country. It makes us have these conversations. Right?
She's literally the one sitting here saying that America is so bad, people can't even keep food on the table and a roof over their head.
Right.
But yet it's the Republicans that are doing the fear-mongering.
The extreme right, she said. Yeah. Extreme right.
Yes.
Right. How many...
She's the one saying, look, you can't walk out of your house without some maniac shooting up your school. You can't even... If you're a black person, you can't walk down the street without cops taking pot shots at you. But it's the Republicans that are fear-mongering here. She's the one that's here saying, look, trans people are being genocided in the streets. But it's the Republicans. They're the ones that are doing the fear-mongering here. It's just so, God, this drives me crazy, Sitch. It's like they're all fear mongering.
How many? Now, listen, I do think that the idea of food insecurity is a serious topic.
Is it? I mean, because
for families, but how many people are like starving to death in America per year?
I mean, I'm starving right now. I'm thinking about that mango eclair I have in the refrigerator right now. Going, why didn't I bring that out here?
There you go. I could be wrong. This could be my bouginess showing. You know, and I know that there's income problems. I know there's food insecurity problems, but and that's all fine. And I'm all in favor of helping that. But it's not like we don't live in a country where there's like mass starvation, you know, that people are experiencing every day. That's not a thing in America.
Right. Yeah. No. Have you ever had a mango eclair? Oh man, they're pretty good.
I'm not a big mango flavored anything fan. So.
Oh, okay. I'll probably get that once we go to Superchats, but I'll tell you how delicious it is.
So it says for every 1,000 people experiencing food insecurity, 0.37 die from starvation.
0.37 for every 1,000?
Who already have food insecurity.
Right.
So that's a very small number.
Yeah.
And it's an estimate, obviously, because they don't actually know, right?
I mean, when I was in college, I got a job at a restaurant just for the free food. So, I mean, I didn't have any food insecurity after that.
Right, about whether or not the Democratic Party has moved too far to the left, as opposed to what do we need to do to engage more people in the democratic process, period, and what is the gap between why people participate and why they don't.
It's the birthing person word. That is the gap. That is
the unhoused.
That is literally the gap. The gap is all these language games.
Yes.
Yeah. The unhoused, the unfed. Yeah. Changing words around. The idea that systemic racism now means any disparity between two different groups. Yeah.
It is not because the policies of the Democratic Party are too far left. Thank you for having me.
Yes, it is, though. Oh, my God. This person's delusional. Sitch, how is this possible? I guess this is what happens when you buy your first $6 million mansion. You just totally can't even relate to the people anymore.
What do you mean? She talks to tens of thousands of black people out.
Right. Yeah.
She spends all day she just walks around.
Are they all in Beverly Hills?
She just walks around. She's like she's got her, her hand cupped over her eyes from the glare of the sun because she's been out so long, just saying, "Black people, come up to me. I want to talk to you." She's looking for black people. She's going to every nook and corner of America looking for black people to talk to.
Does she have her hair pulled back? I can't
tell. Do you think America's too far left? And they say no. And then she checks it off on her list. She says, "Watch one black person down."
Is she smoking a cigarette? I can't tell.
Thank you, Alicia.
No,
and Roy,
when?
I feel like she's smoking a cigarette there. She turns to her
cigarette. The gap between why people participate and why they don't. It is not because the policies of the Democratic Party are too far left. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Alicia. And Roy, by being patient, you get to go last. So you have the closing word by telling us in your closing statement.
All right, Rudy.
The Democratic Party is too far.
Rudy.
Well, I would submit to those listening to this very interesting debate, and thanks for having me. It's been very enjoyable and spirited. I would say that if people listening to this debate were trying to figure out, is it even possible for the Democrats to go too far to the left? I would say they would conclude, according to our opponents, there is almost no way. There's almost no progressive left position that could be advocated too strenuously, and anything short of dismantling capitalism is fair game. And it's a great deal, and it will the masses of honest workers and peasants in America will support them. But I don't think that's true. I think in Jamal Bowman's district, yes, plus 20D district, he can advocate these policies and he can get elected. That's great. We don't live in a plus 20D society. We live in a 50-50 society at best, right? So if you want to develop the support among the masses of people in this country for, any kind of left-leaning agenda, you have to be very attentive to the kinds of policies you stand for, the kind of culture you stand for, the kind of positions you push. This is all very important. Your image is really critical. Everything's nationalized now in the US. So I would call your attention to the, some of the trends we've been talking about. Why is it the case that as the Democrats have moved to the left, they have shed non-white and working class voters? They're losing ground among the multiracial working class. They lost the multiracial working class by 13 points in 2022, and they are gaining college-educated voters, particularly white college-educated voters. This is not consistent with developing a coalition that can actually do the stuff left-wing people want to do. It's a reflection instead of the fact Democrats are moving too far to the left on a number of key issues, and they are actually attenuating their ability to reach voters, and they're keeping us stuck in this, appalling equilibrium between the parties where nobody can really achieve any kind of political dominance. And I think our opponents would be well advised to consider that maybe, just maybe, there are some ways in which the Democratic Party has moved too far to the left, and they're bleeding votes because of this, and they're not able to accomplish what they want to because of that.
Okay, all four of your closing statements open the doors to many more debates that we could have if we only had eternal time. So we'll have to have you back. But I want to say to all of you, as we wrap up the debate, to Alicia Ganza, Coleman Hughes, Congressman Jamal Bowman, and you, Rui Teixeira, how much we've
Alicia
appreciated.
Garza.
I'm sorry, what did I just say?
That's all right. We got to redo it, though.
What did I say?
You said Alicia Ganza, but it's Garza.
Garza, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
No, thanks for being so nice about it.
Did she just not say her name is Alicia?
No, he said the last name wrong.
But she said Alicia, not Alicia.
Yeah, Alicia, yeah.
But everyone else has been calling her Alicia, not Alicia.
Fucking no. Who cares?
Look,
Anyway.
Adam was the only one who got her name correct, even though I disagreed with everything she said. I was the only one calling her
Well,
Alicia.
good for you, Adam. I'm impressed.
I was ad-libbing, so I'm not sure what I said. So I'm just.
You were saying that this opens up a whole bunch of other conversations, which is true.
So I can tell, from those closing statements, we could definitely move on to 4 new debates. But I want to say to all 4 of you, Alicia Garza, Coleman Hughes, Congressman Jamal Bowman, and Rui Teixeira, how much we appreciate.
And then he calls her Elisa. It's Alicia. God.
Alicia, you're tearing me apart.
Why is he doing it incorrectly? And then he says, thanks for being so nice about it, when she obviously wasn't nice about it. She was like, I got to correct you.
Appreciated the fact that you came on here, and to quote a word that was just used, you had a very spirited debate, but it was never rude. It was never disrespectful. And we like being able to prove that we can disagree robustly, but in ways that can remain civil. And all 4 of you proved that by the way that you conducted this debate. So we thank you for that. I also want to thank all of you out there for tuning into this episode of a recording of Intelligence Squared. I want to remind you that as a nonprofit, our work to...
Okay. I guess we've done enough here.
Yeah, we don't need to watch this is lit. Okay, let me go to Superchats. Bob Van Gogh for $50 says, if robot waifus become viable, it's women that lose. Men want obedient behavior, which will be very easy to program. What women want from men is more complex. Once enough men are satisfied, they will see women as drawbacks. Kill the robots for the women. So I think I used to agree with that until I saw that South Park episode,
which I watched last night and was hilarious.
Yes, where they're using ChatGPT to text their girlfriends.
Listen,
and
Kyle.
all the girls are like so into it. I disagree. I think women are going to be super into robot husbandos just as much as guys want the waifus.
I love that. It's so funny that they had to spend all the time copying and pasting. I'm like, look, there has to be an app that just takes care of this for you, right? You just put your girlfriend's text number in and like the app just handles it for you.
Yes. That'll be the next level, yeah.
And then maybe files a report at the end of the month or right before a date. It can give you the bullet points of where your relationship is. Oh, that would be so good.
That's literally going to be a thing.
I know.
It's literally going to be a thing, yeah. You know how like teachers are going to have to like put their students' papers through a filter to figure out if it's like AI generated?
Oh, I know.
Girls are going to have to do that. Be like, oh my God, my communications with they're going to have to like, there's going to be an app that's going to be called AI Detector. And it's going to be able to try to detect AI speech in your text messages, and girls are going to need to download that to make sure their boyfriends aren't fucking with them.
Are you using ChatGPT on your
What? No.
on your papers?
No.
Here's an incredible paper. Oh my God, this episode is so funny.
Isn't it great? Yeah.
It is, yeah. South Park really hitting it out of the park this month.
Mm-hmm. Iverson Geterix for $20 said, should we transition all children just in case to prevent suicide? Also, the rate of transness has increased from 0.002% to 1%. Imagine a new cancer treatment came out and suddenly 500 times as many people had cancer. True. It's very true.
I felt like we were getting close on that. It's super frustrating that they don't seem to realize, like the social contagion argument. I know you didn't want to go into it because you want to get off the trans stuff, but
yes,
I mean, just the whole, like, if you use the affirmative model on 10 people and 9 of them become detransitioners, you got to do the simple math, right? Oh, we saved 1 kid and screwed up 9 of their lives.
Yeah, but so we don't have the detransitioner numbers yet, so that's the
right. But
that's where the
if
problem
you just
lies.
go off of the numbers of the people who resolved before
the
and
desistance,
after,
the previous desistance rates,
yeah,
right? Yeah,
seems like pretty high.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Understate for 20 Canadian says A team likes his differently with cheese.
Mm-hmm.
What is a differently different?
I don't know.
Because it won't go down easy if it ain't cheesy.
Mm-hmm.
S-Class think everybody's so creative and likes his in the oven for 400 days till it's burnt and crunching. Is it good? What is a differently different? I don't even know what that is. Is that like some Canadian?
I feel like we just experienced a level super chat there. That's like not really just, that's poetry. That's art there.
Yeah.
400 days you like yours in the oven?
Oh, this is some meme.
Oh.
This is some meme I'm unfamiliar with, some TikTok meme. There's a lady that's talking about everybody's so creative, ground beef that's differently different to the eye. Okay, I'm not familiar with it. I'm sorry. I'm a boomer. Okay, I don't know. Oh my God. In the video, okay, I'm just going to describe this to you. There's a video of a lady, and she's got a bunch, like a big ground beef. She's like spread it out, and then she puts peanut butter all over it. Over the ground beef, which I'll admit I've never had ground beef and peanut butter.
That doesn't sound appetizing.
Then she drops a bag of Skittles.
That is so wrong.
And she puts the Skittles all inside the peanut butter beef.
So she's making like a Skittles peanut butter meatloaf, basically.
And then she takes the powder packet from chicken ramen noodle soup and pours the chicken ramen powder on top of it.
Somebody's getting pranked pretty bad.
And then she cooks it. You don't want to try that, Adam?
No.
No? Okay.
Never.
Oh no, so there's a trend. There's a trend. I don't know if differently different is the trend. I know there's a trend of like people just making these horrific food dishes and then putting it on like TikTok or social media, you know, to go viral. So, but thank you.
It's weird.
Thank you. 400 days does seem excessive. And I would be afraid I'd be accused of anti-Semitism for doing that. So, Ostracy for $20 says the Democrats gave us the Civil Rights Act. Votes in the House was this was back in the 60s. 152 Democrats to 96 Republicans. Oh, no, I'm sorry. 152 Democrats voted for it. 96 Republicans. Sorry, I can't speak. 152 Democrats voted in favor of the Civil Rights Act. 96 voted against it. 138 Republicans voted for it, and 34 voted against it. So still a lot of Republicans voted for it. So there you go. Interesting. Twitter Sucks for $20 says, if the party switch is real, explain how Reagan was a Democrat. Wait, what do you mean?
Reagan was a Democrat back when Democrats were racist. And then he switched to be a racist Republican.
Reagan literally left the Democrats around the time period of the switch, did he not?
I just made that up. Come on. Ronald Reagan was the best president of our entire lives.
In 1962, Ronald Reagan was dropped by GE, and he formally registered as a Republican. And he said, quote, "I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The party left me." So there you go. I mean, doesn't that confirm the switch?
No, I think
unless you were being facetious.
No,
I'm not sure.
I was being facetious.
No, I meant if Twitter sucks at being facetious. So there you go. I think what I said to Joe, and I'm glad I said it to Joe. I'm glad I caught it, because I think that's really what's happening here. Is that when people talk about the party switches, they're getting caught up in the Democratic Party's narrative. Because when the Democrats say that, they're embedding within it a moral claim, which is that the Republicans used to be not racist and moral, and the Democrats used to be racist and immoral, and then they switched sides. So when they say the party switched, they're saying the Democrats became the moral party and the Republicans became the immoral party.
Yeah.
And you have to separate that claim and say that's a bullshit claim, but at least you can remove the moral aspect from it. But there was definitely an ideological switch between the Democrats and the Republicans in the 60s, around the 60s. So
the country kind of ran out of racists to cater to.
Mm-hmm.
Like as racists go down, because the racists are like a voting block. As that voting block disappears, it's like you got to cater to something else.
Well, a lot of lines did originate from racism. A lot of the lines were, people in the South who were upset about the Democrats supporting the Civil Rights Act. So
sorry, I'm like eating here.
Right. Anyway, I think the dishonesty is then to extrapolate that to today, to say, oh, if you're a Republican today, it's because you're racist. I mean, that's where the problem comes in, not from dismissing the original claim itself, because the original claim is true.
During the Prohibition era, there were a lot of racists, right?
I would assume, yeah.
Whose side do you think the racists took in the Prohibition era? The conservative or the progressive?
I don't know if the racist coalition in the South, I don't know if they were unified either pro or against prohibition. I don't actually know.
They were actually, and
really,
yeah, because this is an interesting fact. I read that book on prohibition, and I was like, oh wow, that's kind of interesting.
Where were they?
Guess, come on.
They were in favor of prohibition.
Yes, they were on the prohibition side. They were on the progressive side. The progressives reached out to the racists because the racists were terrified of blacks becoming intoxicated and raping all the white women.
The white women.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, right. That's hilarious.
So they were in favor of prohibition. They were in favor of dry counties. Yeah.
That's so funny. That's hilarious.
Is it fun? I mean, you build these stereotypes. Where do they take you, right?
Oh, wait a minute. This is an article from history.com. How prohibition fueled the rise of the Ku Klux Klan.
There you go.
The Klan's main targets were immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe, especially Catholic ones. Prohibition advocates had already linked those immigrants with drinking and criminality.
Ah, look at that.
Prohibition was tied up with the anti-immigrant, anti-Catholic bias.
Those progressives always on the right side of history.
Many of its advocates were white Anglo-Saxon Protestants who thought only people like them could be, quote, real Americans. They believed the country was under siege by Catholic immigrants from countries like Italy, and that these people threatened the U.S. with their foreign drinking habits and saloons. That's fun. It's hilarious.
You heard it here first on the Sitch and Adam show.
There you go. That is really funny.
Yeah, you never would have thought that, right?
I wouldn't have. Well, part of the, I don't know if the whitewashing is the correct term. Part of the shitty history that we learn is that when we learn about the KKK, we think of it only in terms of racial violence, which obviously was a huge part of the KKK, but they don't really teach. I mean, I didn't know until I was an adult that the KKK was like vehemently anti-Catholic and was like going after all the Catholics. I had no clue about that until I became an adult.
Yeah.
And I don't think the average American knows about that either. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it makes Christians look bad, right? They were Protestants.
You know, what's funny. So there's this, the article continues. They talk about how it was actually called, the two largest organizations for prohibition was the Women's Christian Temperance Union,
yeah,
and the Men's Anti-Saloon League. And they blamed Italian Catholic immigrants for saloon culture, right? And it's funny because you think, wait a minute, saloon culture. When we think of saloon, what do we think of? We think of the Wild West, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Like, you know,
that's
people,
where the saloons were.
Right. But here's what's double funny. Supposedly, like, all the stuff that we think of, like, of the Wild West is like not
European.
Real.
Oh, really?
No, it's not real. It was because you know how there's the spaghetti westerns?
No way. Really?
You know so if you're not familiar, there's a term called spaghetti westerns, and the idea was there's all these old Western movies were filmed in Italy, in the mountains of Italy, in the deserts of Italy.
Oh, that's why they're called spaghetti westerns.
That's why they're called spaghetti westerns.
Hilarious. I had
and
no
a lot
idea.
of them were created by Italian directors. And the irony to a lot of Western movies is that essentially, like, you know how when you watch a Japanese anime that's talking about America and they have like this insane hyperbolized version of like American culture where like everyone has like a giant hot dog and is like super loud and obnoxious and, you know, fat and everything.
Right.
So those Western movies were like a hyperbolized Italian version of the American West. Mm-hmm. And they were so popular that the Americans basically just took the hyperbolic version the Italians created and said, we're going to start using this for ourselves now. And so it's very possible that the whole idea of the Western saloon that we now think of as the Western was literally an Italian creation.
This is hilarious.
They were complaining about in the 1920s.
That is hilarious.
So I just thought that was very funny.
And not only that, Hollywood just copied it because it was popular. They're like, everyone loves these Westerns. I mean, this is completely historically inaccurate, but let's just keep doing it.
Yeah, who cares?
It looks cool.
Right. Yeah. So there you go.
The whole idea of the cowboy, the lone cowboy out on the range. None of that ever happened?
I mean, I'm sure it happened to an extent, but like it happened. There were cowboys, there were Western towns, but like sort of this is what I've been told. I don't fucking know. I'm not a Western historian, but all like the ideas and the visual aesthetics and like,
pictures,
you know,
right?
the lawless Western towns and the saloons, all that's supposed to be sort of an Italian hyperbolized invention of American culture. So it was rooted in something real, but it's a hyperbolized version of it.
When was the camera invented? They have to. Are these old? Because I've seen old.
They're right.
West photos.
Yeah, but you can take a photo and you can hyperbolize it outward, right? You can take like the way a town looks, and then you create a story about it that's not true about the town.
Right. Interesting.
Because like I'm sure if you type in how real was the Wild West, you know, there's
something's going on with my search. Like, why do I always get to the? Now it's like Wild West floozies, like immediately.
Though supposedly, when I remember hearing about this too, supposedly the Wild West was mythologized by Americans while the Wild West time period was actually happening. Like there was so much mythology about the Wild West that wasn't real. So
it's kind of cool. Guy on his horse.
Anyways.
Have you seen True Grit, the remake with?
No.
Oh God, it's so good, man. You should see that movie. It's really good.
I've never been a big Western guy.
Oh, it's so good.
You talking about the one with Jeff Bridges?
Jeff Bridges, yeah.
Yeah.
Jeff Bridges is so good in that movie. Jeff Bridges is like an amazing actor. You still have to see The Contender with Gary Oldman and Jeff Bridges. Jeff Bridges plays the President of the United States.
I didn't see that. No. I've seen Tombstone. It's about the level of my Western movie. I seen Tombstone. I seen what's the fucking John Wayne? I seen a bunch of John Wayne movies. The Man Who Shot Liberty Valance and things like that. So, anyways, I've
Have
seen
you
Cat
seen
Ballou.
Wild Wild West?
Have you seen Cat Ballou?
No.
I've seen. Are you talking about the Wild West with fucking the giant robot spider at the end?
I was, but you know.
Okay. The Will Smith movie.
Yeah. Amazing movie.
So
he's all you. But you
no,
better
Wild
be
West is
kidding.
terrible. What the? You've seen Hancock, right?
Oh yeah, Hancock. Great movie.
Okay, I have a theory. Wait, who directed this movie?
That Hancock was a terrible movie. I agree
Peter
with that
Berg.
theory.
Peter Berg. What movies has Peter Berg done?
Oh, Peter
He's
Berg
Friday Night
directed
Lights,
that?
The Kingdom,
Peter Berg.
Battleship, Patriots Day.
He's Chet from Peter Berg is Chet from
what?
From Weird Science.
I have a theory.
That Peter Berg is Chet from Weird Science. I mean,
I have a theory that either Peter Berg or whoever wrote the script, which is interesting because you know who was one of the writers for Hancock? There's
Who?
2 writers credited. And one of them is Vince Gilligan.
sounds like a fake name.
That's the guy that wrote Breaking Bad.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Okay.
There was also a Korean guy who I don't know. But anyway, I have a theory that either director or writer of Hancock is a cuck. And they put in their weird cuck fetish in a movie for, you know, like, have you seen the meme where it's like, oh, and now we've reached the weird fetish of the artist section of the media.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, that's Hancock.
Oh, yeah, you're right. He is a cuck in that.
Because there's like this whole weird subplot that has so nothing to do with the main plot about like, is, and I hate to say it, is Will Smith, the black male, going to cuck Jason Bateman's white wife away from him? There's like this whole fucking weird cuck plot line that's so bizarre. And you're like, it seems so out of place in the movie.
Yeah, it's bad.
And it totally ruins the movie. And you're like, what the fuck is happening? And so listen, I really think that whoever wrote this shit or directed this shit, they had some weird cuck fetish. And they just inserted it in this movie and ruined what was otherwise would have been a good movie.
Is there a cuck line in Wild Wild West? If there is, I'm not remembering it. But from
I don't think it's a coincidence.
Just from the photograph of the Wild Wild West, it looks like there may have been a cuck storyline.
I don't think so.
Well, I'll be
I don't
right back.
remember. Try to block it out of my mind. But listen, guys. I don't think it's coincidence. The movie's called Hancock, right? Hancock. Cuck. It sounds a little similar. I'm just saying, of all the names you could choose, I'm just saying. Sounds a little similar. Okay. That's my theory. I'm sticking with it. Some dirty, degenerate cuck put their fetish into the Will Smith movie, Hancock. Anyway, PC, thanks so much for the 5 gifted subs. What's your first thought for 20 Canadian? So it seems Democrats would rather leave the party than change it from within. Maybe they see a ship is too hard to turn it around and would rather jump ship. Interesting. I don't know. I think there's I think some Democrats want to stay and try to change it. It seems like, I mean, are you talking about like politicians or are you talking about voters? If we're talking about politicians, yeah, I think it's too difficult because they're too cynical. None of them have the cojones, essentially, to try to grab all the free money on the table until it shows to be a proven strategy. I mean, look at Trump. Trump's a good example. You know, you had the Tea Party kind of formed in response to the housing crash. And yet, you know, there were some Tea Party-ish Republican candidates, right? But I wouldn't say that there was a real Tea Party candidate that materialized until Trump, you know, had the balls to essentially be that guy, be the right-wing populist guy. So I think what happens with a lot of Democrats is they not politicians, but a lot of like people who were part of the Democratic Party or people on the left, they basically look at the ship they're in. They try to get people to change course. People who don't change course, they call them racist bigots, and then they say, okay, where's my life preserver? I'm jumping ship. I'm getting out of here. So I think they do try to change it from within. It just fails.
Who's that?
I think people try to change, people on the left who basically left the left. I think they did attempt to change it at first, and then they felt hopeless that it was impossible to change. And so they basically jumped ship.
Yeah,
at least it seems to be the case with like the famous people who, you know, kind of left the left. Except for, I'm not talking about like the grifters. But.
Is Bill Maher on that trajectory? Is he going to make a I left the left video?
He won't. I don't think he'll ever make an I left the left video. Because he's too firmly on the left with his moral foundations in the policies that he wants. He's just very hyper anti-woke, which, you know, good for him.
Well, he was anti-religion, and I wonder if it's like, because I sort of come at it from that perspective.
Well, that's part of it. I mean, he was hyper anti-politically correct from the beginning. You know, that was the name of his show, was Politically Incorrect. He would have, you know, right-wing and left-wing people argue. He lost his first job because of political correctness.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Only it was right-wing political correctness. Sort of, yeah. I guess you consider that right-wing. His comment about the 9/11 people was like right-wing political correctness. So he's always been anti-political correctness, and maybe it is tied into the atheism. But I don't know. We see lots of woke atheists, so I'm not sure it's necessarily a given. Anyway, Fondue for $5 says the problem I see is that they will always point to the right wing, and wokeness will keep getting worse. We'll see. We will see. You know, FD Signifier brought up kind of an interesting point about how, you know, people were so much more radical in the 60s. Something which all the people who are talking about we need to get rid of democracy right now, who are all, you know, notice that none of them were alive in the 60s. Right?
Radical how, though? I mean...
Well, see, you were saying they were literally students holding people hostage with guns, right?
Yeah, but I mean, we just had that shooter walk into a school and execute 6 people.
Yeah, but you didn't have Samuel Jackson do that, right? That's a school shooting.
Yeah, but I would argue that the school shooting is more radical.
Well, okay, wait a minute. So there's a huge difference between a radical action that large swaths of society accept is good versus a person who commits a terrorist act, which everyone denounces, right?
Yes,
these are very different things.
The media behind it, you can tell that large swaths of society are behind the trans shooter.
I don't think that's remotely true.
I think it is.
You think that there's people who are in favor of trans people going to Christian schools and shooting children?
Yes.
Where are you seeing this?
I definitely think there are people who are in support of that.
Okay, when I say people, I mean some percentage above 1%. Like some actually.
Yeah, it's probably like.
Where do you think the numbers are? You think 10% of people in America are in favor of going into a Christian school and shooting children?
Even the way that the media has framed this shooting is very sus.
Yeah, but they're not framing it in terms of defending it. They're framing it sus in terms of trying to hide the motives, potentially, right? Or that the person is trans. That's not endorsing it.
Well, no, I think there's an underlying endorsement in many of the articles that I'm reading. So,
okay, well, you'll have to send me those articles. I have not seen any article where there's an underlying endorsement for shooting children. So,
well, I think there's like an underlying assumption that this person was driven to this by society, and that, you know, they kind of feel that the person was justified in what they did because of the trans situation.
I see.
And because of the religious situation. I do think that does exist in many of the articles on this.
Okay. I think you're making a mistake here. which is that it's a common mistake where the article or the person is explaining why a person could be driven to do something horrible, and then you interpret that as them justifying it. They're not justifying it. They're just explaining it. And they're trying to explain it away because they don't want to, throw all trans people under the bus, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not justifying it. They're just saying, oh, society, the anti-trans attitudes of society is what drove this trans person to act this way, right? That's not justifying the action.
I do think that there are a substantial number of people that feel what happened here was justified.
I don't think that's even remotely true.
Why? I mean, we're gonna see what happens. Well, maybe we'll see what happens if they ever release the manifesto.
Right. Well, that is very highly suspect. They haven't released the manifesto yet.
Yeah, because the manifesto probably says, "Listen, I'm trans. I was driven to do this. Christians are trying to genocide trans people. I'm standing up for trans people."
Mm-hmm.
That's that narrative.
Did they ever
people buy into that narrative? They totally do.
Did they ever? I don't think they released the second manifesto for the shooter they stopped yet, which happened more recently, where that person named Vosh and like Lauren Southern and all these other YouTubers of the manifesto.
Yeah, there was like a one-word thing.
Yeah, so that's interesting.
Bosch was labeled as terrorist. I saw that.
Yeah, but it's confusing because they were labeled terrorists by
Is
the
that
shooter.
good or bad? Yeah.
What does that mean, right? Yeah, I don't know. Because then they labeled both Lauren Southern and Vosh as like presumably labels that you would think would be bad. So who knows? But anyway, I think a better comparison, which I thought you were going to go to, was there was recently in San Francisco, University of San Francisco, there was the woman who was speaking out against trans athletes, and she was like held in some room or something for 2 hours, right?
Right.
Out of college. I'm assuming you're familiar with the story. After she was punched in the face by like a guy in a dress.
No, I don't remember this.
Okay, well, this happened recently. Female athlete held in a room against her will, supposedly for 2 to 3 hours. Or I don't know if she's held in the room. I think she was hiding in a room against. She couldn't leave because she was too afraid to leave. Which still that's fine. Still kidnapping. All those kids should be arrested. I'm all in favor of arresting all those kids.
Hold on. I want to make this clear because people seem to be confused. I'm not saying there is any justification for the murders that took place in Nashville. Completely unjustified. Yes.
Right.
But I'm saying that there are wackos who will say that they will make excuses for this kind of thing because it's a political fight and that the genocide of the trans people is on the line. And when genocide is in the cards, killing people is completely justified. People are going to make that argument, and I think already are making that argument. You seem to disagree with that, but
I don't think 10% of the population is making that argument. I think the only people that are making that argument are such a minuscule part of the population that they're irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
Less than 1%. Less than the amount of trans people that exist in this country, I think, are people that are at least openly advocate for shooting children in a school shooting type scenario.
Yeah.
But anyway, I guess my whole point was that FD Signifier was bringing up, which is true, which is that people were far more radical in the 60s. The whole situation that would happen with the female athlete here, that was like a thing that was happening very commonly, that made Evergreen in that situation look like bullshit. People were being held up with guns. There were student liberation movements left and right. There was violence left and right. There was socialist, communist movements left and right. And of course, as I said to FD in the conversation, this was because of the draft, which is what got all of these people like highly energized and motivated. So, and what happened to all those people? They all mellowed out.
Well, I mean,
there's two groups. Some of them all went into becoming fucking college professors to spread their toxic ideology to the next generations, and then it took some decades to root and hold. But some of them basically all sold out and became adults. One of the most famous leftists was a guy named Abby Hoffman, who literally became a fucking Wall Street trader. So I don't I do think that wokeness and political opinions, they go in these cycles. Things change over time. So
we were talking about the 60s, and you're talking about like the riots. And I mean, I think I looked up and they were having riots. Like there was literally hundreds of riots. Like this
constantly. Yes.
Yeah. Regular occurrence. And
right.
I mean, we had some riots with the George Floyd stuff, but the purpose of the riots over the George Floyd stuff was like to bring attention to criminal justice reform, correct?
Supposedly.
If this person walked into a Christian school and killed 6 people to bring attention to trans rights, isn't that a political act?
Sure, it could be, yeah.
Well, that's why that's the reason why I'm bringing it up and saying, look, we're at a pretty insane point right now when someone can say, listen, there's as a form of political activism, they're going to go in and kill people.
Okay, so what do you think, how are you define this? Like, if hypothetically we have 1960, we have 3 mass riots every day for an entire year in 1960, okay, where lots of property is destroyed, there's some amount of loss of life, right? It's not like a super high amount, but there's some amount of loss of life, say comparable to the BLM protests/riots that happened when they happened. Say we had 3 massive riots/protests where violence occurred every day in 1960, every day of that year. And people were advocating for socialism, anarchy, a lot of radical ideas. And then we jump to the year 2023 and we say we have 1 or 2 shootings where a politically, ideologically motivated person commits a mass shooting to bring attention to a political issue, but everyone says that what they did is a horrible thing, right? Mm-hmm. Which time period are you saying is more radical?
Well, obviously, the way that you're framing it, the 60s is more radical.
Okay, and so also, that's how I'm like.
You're also leaving out. You're leaving out political assassinations because we literally had like Kennedy was assassinated. The Senator Kennedy's brother was assassinated. Martin Luther King was assassinated.
Right. I believe, of course. Right. Well, so all right, but that's
I believe
just making my argument.
Malcolm X was Malcolm X assassinated. I think he was assassinated.
Yes, he was.
Like, so there's literally political assassinations going on. But I mean, we've had our share of that. We had like the Gabby Giffords situation. But I guess these are not really. I don't know that was political as much as it was just like some.
Well, it was, but it was like these events that are happening now are far more spread out and far tamer on average than what was going on in like the 60s.
Right.
So that's my only point. 60s was way crazier.
It is an interesting question.
Right. Anyway, Christian Baller for $5 says, "Could you guys start putting the original video link in the description? Would be much appreciated." Yeah, we should do that. Or. Adam, you should do that.
I'll think about it.
Adam.
Maybe.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. Look.
Okay. I'll try to remember to do that when I go back.
No, I'll make an effort too. I'm just joking.
CT very generously has she does like the time code thing that we put in after the stream ends. I'll try to remember to put it in there too. So what's your first thought? For 11 Canadian says, I forgot to ask in the last super chat, boys, what kind of beef jerky are we having today?
I had some pepper beef jerky and some sweet and spicy beef jerky. I don't know the brand though, but it's not store-bought brand anymore. It's some other brand, but I don't know what it is.
Terrible.
I know. I just buy the beef jerky that I'm like, oh, I remember this one. I like this one. It might as well just have a insignia on it or something.
Right.
I don't read it.
We should do a sponsorship for jerky.
Yeah, I love jerky. I just ate
today.
I just ate that mango. I don't know that it was an eclair. I don't know what that thing was. My wife got a bunch of pastries from the pastry shop and she set one
today in the Sitch and Adam Show, we're trying Buffalo Bob's alligator Cajun style jerky.
God, I would love that. Send me a year's supply of jerky. And
Okay, I will. Buffalo Bob's Cajun alligator jerky.
Is that really a thing? Oh, interesting.
Of course it is. I mean, I am not actually eating it, but it's a real thing. I'm sure. I'd be curious to see what it tastes like.
Sometimes the day after we live stream, I get a headache, and I wonder if it's because I just don't eat. So I'm trying to make an effort to like eat more during the live stream. I have a very normal, regular life where I eat, regular
it could be
meals,
eating,
regular intervals.
It could be a couple things. It could be eating. It could be staring at the computer screen for so long. It could be the position that your neck is in. It's probably very different than when you're not streaming.
Oh, yeah.
I think a lot of headaches is your head neck position.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Maybe because you're talking so much. Headaches can be related to jaw muscle.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen if you have TMJ or anything?
TMJ? I mean, I don't like that guy.
It's a condition where like your jaw does something where it's not in the right place and it gives you headaches. So if you're talking a lot, maybe.
I mean, it doesn't happen often, but it does happen. I always think, it's probably because I just streamed for like 8-10 hours and not.
Maybe it's just 8. You don't want, just listening to me prattle on for so long just gives you.
No, I like that. I was actually like, we haven't talked for like 4 or 5 days, and I'm like,
that's true.
It's cool. We get to hang out today. I came across a picture of you, a photograph of you,
a real picture of me.
Yeah, and I was sizing. Why? I'm like, Sitch is a pretty handsome guy, man. He should have done his face reveal like a lot sooner.
Why were you looking? We were like, let me look back at my old pictures.
There's one of you sitting having a beer with me and Reed Nice Wonder at the bar.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
About that.
There's one of you, like holding court with Armored Skeptic and Shoe on Head. Remember that?
Holding court? I remember us talking. I don't know if I described it as holding court.
You've got like your hands out like you're making an important point.
Oh, and there's all these people sitting underneath us.
And all these people are swarmed around you, all because they're in love with Shoe and they have no idea who you are. It's like all these Shoe fans were just, oh my God.
They had like a gaggle of geese who they had, it was some perk. They had some Patreon perk, I think. That was like the highest tier was you get to hang out at them at VidCon or something.
Yeah.
Because remember we went and we ate. Where were we at? Like
we had dinner with Shoe on Head. Yeah.
No, we didn't. But
we ate dinner at the same restaurant that they did.
We were at a restaurant and we saw like they had like their gaggle with them at the restaurant or something. Yeah. So yeah.
We ate dinner at a restaurant that Shoe on Head was eating at the same time that Shoe on Head was there.
Right.
But Sitch and I, we had our own table and we ate alone, basically. So
yeah. So yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah.
But I was like, I talk to this guy every week, and I don't remember don't
even remember his face.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to imagine. I don't want to get in the same situation with Doomer. Doomer, I see his face,
like,
and I'm like,
fuck? Who is this weirdo?
But I literally hung out with you for like 3 days. So
right.
Yeah.
Right. The first thing you said to me, I'm so relieved you look normal.
I know.
Like the first thing you said to me.
Because I tell it how it is. I'm like,
you thought I was going to be some like monstrosity or something.
I did. The Elephant Man comes to mind. I was like, oh my, what am I getting myself into?
Yes.
I remember I told my wife, I was like, maybe he could stay here. And she's like, probably not. And I was thinking, I'm so glad you said that because you gave me like an out. Wife said no, can't do it.
I didn't ask. I don't think I asked.
No, you didn't ask at all, but I just, obviously.
I mean, also, you live like an hour away. Like that'd be annoying.
It'd be totally inconvenient. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I've told Sitch since, like, if he comes back for VidCon, he's more than welcome to stay here. We got a spare room and everything. We'll do you up right.
The only reason I'd want to stay with you would be I want to like pester your wife about all the things about you that you don't want to tell anybody.
CT has had lunch with my wife because
I know.
we
What's up
both
with
went out
that?
to lunch. Yeah.
I've never even met your wife.
CT has.
Oh, no.
Look at that. She knows the lore.
Anyways. Genos Kuhn for 7 months. Thanks so much. Genos Kuhn says, "Hey now, I asked Serpent ZA and Lao Y86 if they'd like to guest on your show, and they're game. Check Discord, DM, Sitch, or should I send it to Adam? You should send it to Adam, but that's awesome. Thank you for asking, Genos. Yeah.
Yeah. Send it over.
Send it to Adam, yeah. That'd be cool. We could talk about China.
Why does Trump do that?
China. I don't know. Why does Trump do a lot of things?
Do you have any new thoughts on the indictment? It kind of seems like
not really. Nothing's changed, has it?
Not really.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard a bunch of commentary on it since then, and everyone seems to be kind of like, ranging from this is a giant nothing burger to Trump is going to be incarcerated for 20 years and spend the rest of his life in prison.
Yeah, my position is exactly the same. I think it's nothing. It's political, but I don't care.
Right.
Because he opened the door for it, so fuck him. That's my position. I don't think they didn't say what the secondary charge was, what the upcharge. Like, Mr. Ubercross was talking about how they didn't actually say whatever the additional charge was. I don't think that came out yet, so we'll see. I think it's nothing, and I think it's going to blow up in both the Democrats and Bragg's face. That'd be my prediction.
Yeah, I think I agree.
Trump seems to have
I agree because I'm thinking it.
Trump seems to have a good ability to escape these situations because there's enough murkiness that you're not going to be able to really pin him down. And this definitely seems to be one of those situations where there's not really murkiness, but it's just something that no one gives a fuck about. So, or if he does get convicted, it'll be like, pay a fine. It'll be something minor, but
and everyone will be super depressed.
Right. Degenerate Milk Toast for $10 says, "Spring has sprung, and many people are coming out of seasonal depression. Does Florida and LA suffer from seasonal limbo, considering all the crazies coming from there? Love ya." No, it doesn't, because we don't really experience winter. Well, I don't know about Adam. Adam said it was like cold and snowing, so I don't know. Maybe
we don't experience spring or fall. It's like a switch is flipped, and all of a sudden it's like summer or winter.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we here in Florida, it's basically just like hot and rainy or hot and dry.
Yeah.
So we don't really get seasonal depression. There is no fall. There's barely a spring. And there's just summer. So I'd say no.
Pleasant.
Dr. Diddler for $5 says, "A team goes to public pools specifically to pee in them."
Mm-hmm. True.
And has an awful lot of mpreg fan art saved to the hard drive.
Very true. Look, it's fan art. I'm going to save it, okay? I don't care if it's degenerate and makes fun of me.
Is that true? You go to public pools to pee in them specifically?
Yeah, totally. I walk up on the diving board. Oh, sometimes there's a high dive, which is even better.
You pee off the high dive, or do you wait till you're in the water?
I walk out to the end of the high dive, and I whiz out over the crowd.
You don't get kicked out for doing that?
Yeah, you usually get kicked out, but
it's worth it.
So yeah.
Okay.
Totally.
I didn't know you had this fetish.
Take that. Take that, free swimming.
CT for $2. Stop it, CD. CT says referring to Ryu's Ryu. Now I want to call him like Ryu from Street Fighter. Ryu's. I'm gonna say Ryu. He was cool, but I'm gonna call him Ryu. Ryu's camera angle is the hostage in the basement camera angle.
Mm-hmm.
True. That's the kind of what it is. Yeah. Bruins for 9 months says, "Not racist. Dead Dog 2024. I'm telling you, that's the candidate to run on, Adam.
Not racist.
The not racist Dead Dog candidate.
Dead dog. What's that?
Yeah, remember I said the Democrats could have a dead dog with a sticky note that said not racist, and people vote for it over Donald Trump.
Yeah, true.
Right.
Nah, they're gonna vote for Trump over the dead dog.
Do not send me a snow cone at 12:30 at night, please.
Oh, that would be uncomfortable.
I first of all, I hope there's no snow cone place open at this time. I don't want one at this time of night. But thank you, I appreciate it.
FD Signifier is so excited that his channel's about to hit 500,000. He might make it to 1 million subscribers. That's like a dream that I can't even hope for.
Wow, look at the depression there.
It's pretty interesting though that he's like, if you guys just dunked on people like normal YouTubers.
Well, isn't it funny that he's completely
aware of it? Yeah, totally aware of it. He knows the situation on the ground.
Right. Regarding me asking Mrs. Friend for all the details, I have to remind her to ask her about you stealing all the food.
Yeah, CT.
I've heard her yelling about it.
CT brought that up because I was eating her sandwich or something like that in the thing.
I can't believe you did that. That's terrible.
We were playing Gartic Phone or something, and she came in and was like, "Are you eating my sandwich?" And I was like, "I thought
what? Well, of course not."
I thought this was a community sandwich.
What the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? When is there ever a sandwich that you didn't make, that you didn't specifically ask someone to make, that's a community sandwich? That doesn't exist.
Community food often appears in our refrigerator. So my wife and I both just like have a rule, whatever's in there, have at it.
Oh, well, if you have a rule, okay.
Yeah.
I would have no
but
such rule.
You don't know this, but sometimes when you're married, there's the rule and then there's the behavior.
Of course.
Which is sometimes different than the rule because
I know how women operate.
Right.
Okay. You don't need to explain this.
Do you know what a food mood is when your significant other gets in a mood for some particular food or
sure.
That's some particular food was previously existed but has now been eaten.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about now.
Oh yeah, that's terrible.
Are you saying that your wife is like, I'm so jonesing for this sandwich that I made that you ate?
Yes. The joys
While you're
of being
sitting
married.
in here with your friends on Gartic Phone, I'm sitting out there sandwichless.
Yeah.
Maidenless and sandwichless.
Dreaming of the sandwich that I plan on eating as soon as I got home.
Yes.
I'm sure you've had that sensation where you're like, look, I've been jonesing for that mango, whatever it was thing.
Fortunately, I don't think in my life
like
I've ever in any situation where I was living with other people, I've never had someone like eat my meal.
Oh, really?
I think I would like fucking lose it on
have
someone.
Have you had roommates? Because I lived in a house with like 10 people, so I had like massive roommates.
10 is excessive.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course I've lived with other people. I've never had that happen. I mean, I've been very clear to I've never lived with like
you're like,
assholes.
listen, I put LSD in my cottage cheese. Stay away.
Right.
Yeah.
If someone like ate like a meal I made for myself, that'd be a fucking massive problem.
Really?
So, of course. That's fucking wild.
Seeing it's a completely different attitude in California. In California, if you with your roommates kind of say like this is mine and cordon stuff off, you kind of come off as being like stingy. So really, you have to have the attitude that like we'll share food.
That's insane. If I either spend the time to cook something or spend the money to buy something, and some fucking piece of shit eats it without asking me, that's like, oh, I'm like kicking you out of the house. That is so fucked up because that's so disrespectful. That's fucking like insane.
See,
that's
look,
I'm gonna take this thing. I'm gonna take this thing from you without asking.
Look how angry he's getting.
Because it's fucking insane.
You're eating my food.
I'm because it's not. It's so disrespectful. It's so insanely disrespectful.
Well, it's only disrespectful if they're doing it when they're not supposed to. But if everyone has the attitude that, you know, share and share alike, then
listen, whenever I've lived with people, I made it very clear. This is not a fucking commune, okay? If you fucking eat my food, there's gonna be a big fucking problem.
Sitch is laying down the law.
Listen, I'm very listen, we're gonna be very libertarian in this household. We're gonna have a nap. And if you violate that fucking nap, that's gonna be a big problem. Okay. You're gonna transgress on my sandwich.
I used to get this gourmet ice cream that God, it's like to die for. And I noticed my ice cream would go missing, right? Because obviously, who doesn't want to eat the gourmet ice cream, right?
Right. Buy your own fucking ice cream. Holy shit.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, look.
These fucking hippies out in California.
When you live in a
I
house,
don't want to be stingy.
When you live,
you can eat my food. What the fuck?
When you live in a house with 10 people, and obviously you're at
like,
various levels of friendship with the people, obviously. Right. So, like if Rob eats my ice cream, I'm not gonna lose. You know, I'm not gonna lose any sleep over that. But other people,
is it so hard
I'm
to
like,
ask? Say like, can I eat your thing first?
Well, yeah, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm gone for like 3 days. Who knows? You know, I'm in.
Well, I guess it's different now because everyone could just text you. Like obviously back in the day.
Oh yeah, we didn't look. We didn't have texts.
Yeah,
then. It wasn't like someone's going to throw me a text. It was like you're either home and I can ask.
Someone better fucking throw me a text if they're going to eat my food.
They could leave a message on your answering machine that my.
I couldn't wait. I just was so hungry. I needed to eat this fucking ice cream. Oh, I guess you can think about that as you're living on the street now.
I used to do this little trick with the ice cream because the ice cream had like a little window on the top. So you take the top off and there's like a little. So no one would touch the ice cream if it was unopened, right? So I discovered that I could open the ice cream and like paste some ice cream on the window.
The seal on it. So yeah.
That's no. There's never any seal on it. It was like from an ice cream shop, so they didn't really do the seal thing.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But you could paste the ice cream on the window so it looked like it was never open, but in reality, you would only know if you picked it up, but I would always put it in the fridge so you would see the window and everyone would just look at the window and it'd be like, oh yeah, he hasn't even opened it. For some reason, that would keep people off the scent. They'd be like, well, I can't open it. I can't be the first bite out of his ice cream.
That's what's hilarious. Like there's some weird psychological transgression.
I know.
I can't be the one to open his ice cream, but I sure as shit can start fucking eating it once they open it. It's like, well, what's the difference?
The difference is it was half gone every time, even though it looked like it was never been open.
See, that's when you're just like, fuck, I'm not. Listen, now obviously, if you're living in a house with 10 people, right? It's you got to do what you can do.
Of course,
right? You got to do what you can do. Obviously.
What am I going to do? Line them up against the wall? Which one of you ate my ice cream? Was it you? Was it you?
Right. But if you're living in a house with not 10 people, with a lesser amount of people, right? 3 or 4 people.
Narrow it down to
a manageable amount of people, right? You can, I ain't playing no fucking I'm not playing ice cream strategy games to keep people from eating my ice cream. Okay. I'm not gonna sit in my fucking room with like blueprints devising like master traps to prevent people from eating my fucking ice cream.
And we didn't even have any of that kind of stuff either. We didn't have I could have easily set up a camera and been like, okay, who the fuck is eating my ice cream here?
Right.
We didn't have those options, man. It was a fully analog lifestyle.
Of course. Back in my day, when people would steal your ice cream, you had no idea who did it.
I know. They would all lie to your face and tell you, no, it wasn't me.
Nowadays, you can take a picture with your cell phone of the scoop and you can send it to the lab to analyze the tongue print. I don't know if you know this, people use their tongue prints to open their iPhones.
Oh, that's so good.
I knew it was you, Jimmy. Jimmy Dore, you motherfucker. You stole all my ice cream.
Jimmy Dore. That's funny.
He seems like an ice cream thief, doesn't he?
We did have a guy named Jimmy that lived there. That's for sure.
Who stole your ice cream? I bet I'm looking.
Jim was my bro, man. He could have used much of my ice cream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's my fucking non-dairy ice cream, okay? Get your own.
Oh, man. They had ginger ice cream that was so good.
What?
Yeah, you ever eat ginger ice cream?
No, that sounds awful. Oh, ginger?
Ginger, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Oh,
Ginger, they had cinnamon caramel. Oh, the cinnamon caramel ice cream. So good.
that sounds like something I wouldn't like, but I understand people like that. But ginger sounds fucking wacky. I don't know.
Ginger. They had pistachio. Pistachio's really good.
I don't think I've ever had pistachio ice cream in my entire life.
Yeah.
I don't even know what it tastes like.
It's delish.
What does it taste like?
They had bubble gum.
That's disgusting.
They had banana.
That's disgusting.
Yeah.
God, you like all the worst ice cream
They
flavors.
had peanut butter.
I'm not a huge peanut butter ice cream fan. I like peanut butter on its own, but not ice cream. God, you like the worst ice cream flavors.
Never had ginger.
No, not an ice cream.
The name of the ice cream place was called Mary Ann's. How about that? Ginger ice cream from Mary Ann's. What's that make you think of?
Gilligan's Island, obviously.
Yeah.
That terrible fucking show.
I know.
Adam Godbaugh. I don't know why the fuck we talked about this for like 10 minutes. Adam Godbaugh for 8 months. Thank you so much. Says, I'm an hour behind, but by what backwards method do open carry states have more gun deaths? I don't know. I don't actually know any of the statistics on that at all. I've never even looked into it.
Yeah.
So
they're pretty adamant about the more guns is more deaths. So
what states have the highest gun deaths? It might be bad to look at it by state too. You might, because a lot of violence isn't by state, right? It's by city. So it's a little bit more localized. So I mean, I would be, I'm guessing, I'm totally guessing here. I could be wrong, but I'm guessing that most of the cities that have, though I guess open carry would be on a state level, right? So maybe you could have that, but you know, I'm guessing that most of the cities that have the highest gun crime have higher gun control laws, not less, but Twitter, sorry that one. EU Smith, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Thanks so much. Jackarama for 8 months says, hey guys, sorry I'm late. I had to host Easter dinner at my new house for my girlfriend's family. Well, good for you, Jack. They may make me gay. That may make me gay, but A-Team reigns supreme.
Woo!
I mean, I think hosting Easter dinner at your new house for your girlfriend's family is like the opposite of gay.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Good for you.
Look, I like that kind of thing. Doing something for a significant other, best thing you can do.
Anonymous Cower for $5 says, any chance on getting Brianna Wu to talk more in depth about Gamergate? I saw her on The Crucible with Andrew, and the nonstop gaslighting was agonizing.
I also just saw she did a stream with Stardust, and they said Stardust titled it Revisiting Gamergate. So I guess maybe she is talking about Gamergate stuff.
Yeah, I have no clue what Stardust's opinion is on Gamergate.
But Brianna Wu, we know. I mean, I can message her and see if she wants to come on and talk about Gamergate. Sure.
I have literally no fucking desire to talk about.
Oh yeah,
Gamergate.
I was wanting to bring it up, and you were like, no.
Because this is what's going to happen. Because you know how she was like, oh, I hear people who are women's, Wymans, and they tell me that they've been sexismed against. Are you calling them stupid or wrong? Right? She's gonna it was like just total personal anecdote, right?
Right. We'll say how.
So the Gamergate story is going to be: are you saying that my experience of Gamergate is not true? And I'll say no, and then that's the entire conversation. Just her saying this happened to me. This is what Gamergate is, and then me saying I don't think that's how you describe I don't think that's a fair way of describing Gamergate, and then she'll just lean on personal anecdotes that happened to her and her family or her friends. And so, what is the point of that conversation?
People want their opposition to be voiced by you.
I listen. Someone else can have that conversation. That's
but
like
you have
the
best Gamergate video.
I do. That's like beating your head into a wall for like 10 minutes.
That's what people want to see.
Only repeat that for like an hour.
That's what people want.
I have no desire.
Give people what they want.
Zero desire. I'm not doing that. I'm not having that conversation. Okay.
Okay.
Without having it. Someone else can beat their head against that brick wall for an hour. So that could be me. PC for $5 says, quote, let the states decide, doesn't refute, quote, Republicans want to ban abortions. What does those Republicans want the state law to be? Well, it would, I mean, that is true-ish. It depends on what level. It would be if the federal government, if the Republicans in the federal government banned abortions, that would violate the states' rights arguments. So, right? Would it not?
I mean, I don't buy into the states' rights stuff anyway.
I don't either,
so, like, it doesn't make any sense because even in a state, you're still going to have a majority that wants one thing and a minority that wants something else. And it's usually like 40-60. So you still have 40% of the people that are like, yeah, I live in the state, but the policy on abortion is not to my taste. What is kicking it down to the states even? I guess the theory is that people could move to the state where the policy fits their preference. But are they going to really move to another state for one policy? I mean, what if their policy preference is met on abortion, but not on gun control or something else?
Right.
Or taxes. I don't know. It'd be funny if like California had the highest taxes and they banned abortion and everyone was like, oh, I'm moving to California, but I hate the high taxes. But there's no baby killing going on, so gotta do it.
That would be funny.
Look
it was interesting. I never heard Joe's theory before. I'm sure there are other people on the right that have said this, but I never heard it. The idea that Lindsey Graham intentionally sabotaged Republicans by doing the abortion ban bill.
If you heard that stream, and I was listening real close, I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? Because if you just listen to it, you would think that Lindsey Graham came out and proposed a all-out ban on abortion, like 0 abortions. And I'm going, I mean, he proposed like a moderate policy to kind of put it to bed so that they wouldn't worry about Republicans going too far on abortion.
Well, I think also, I don't remember exactly, and I didn't really want to research it while we were talking. If I recall correctly, it was in response also to the Democrats pushing.
Yeah,
they had their own bill, and he was like, "This is the Republican response." Right. Now, I agree. I think it was very stupid of him to do that, but I see really no evidence that it was, an intentional false flag sabotage move from Lindsey Graham. I mean, that
Lindsey Graham is a secret Democrat.
I mean, Lindsey Graham has been like the most fucking conservative person for, decades. He's been super hyper conservative.
Yeah.
Right. So
true.
I don't believe that. So Orion 9191, thank you so much for being 11 months free will seeker. Thank you. CT for another 2 Canadian. Thank you, CT. But stop it, CT. CT says the only humans I value are Sitch and Adam.
Well, I mean,
robot emoji.
I hope you value like your sister and your mom and stuff.
I'm gonna tell your sister you said that. Okay.
I know. Let's screenshot it and send it to her right now.
Okay.
You can get her in big trouble.
There you go. And thank you, CT, for telling FD that you thought he was cool.
Yeah, that was nice of you.
He appreciated it.
Somebody is complaining to me on Twitter too that I guess, did you guys delete, someone did a yawn emoji in the chat and it got deleted. What happened? Someone on Twitter was complaining that one of our mods deleted a yawn emoji. They did a yawn emoji.
When FD was on? Or just now?
I guess. I don't know when.
Oh, I don't know.
It just came at me, but
people can put yawn emojis, right? I'm only in favor of banning like people lying about us and like fucking racism shit and anti-Semitism.
Well, I mean, if I'm talking and they're saying what I'm saying is boring, yeah, ban them.
No.
What are you doing? Look, that's why I'm
it's
like,
spam,
listen.
Obviously, spam. If they were spamming the yawn emoji constantly, ban them.
No, one yawn emoji when I'm talking.
Okay. One yawn emoji. Okay.
I have zero We have a zero tolerance policy for yawn emojis in the chat.
Right. CT said, "I'm sure she knows," referring to the sister.
Oh,
that's funny.
Anyway.
Sitch, regarding talking to Brianna about Gamergate, you have to be the unstoppable force so we can see what it's like that when unstoppable force meets the immovable wall. Oh God.
I know, that's what they want.
That's so unpleasant. That's so unpleasant.
Now it's all yawn emojis. I'm glad Sitch is talking though. Vinny, you're boring and dumb, Adam. True.
There it is.
But you know, what are you gonna do?
Adam Friend had said, you're boring, Adam, because you won't give me a wrench.
Oh, Vinny.
There you go.
Vinny hasn't learned the truest lesson of life.
What's that?
It's when you stop wanting something that it just falls right into your lap.
I see. So the day Vinny doesn't want a wrench anymore will be the day he gets a wrench. Is what you're saying.
I wouldn't go crazy, but I mean, you can't pursue the same strategy over and over and over again and then expect different results, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dylan. Dylan gave us the opposite of a yawn.
Oh, nice. What is that?
The happy face. Excitement.
Darn Kidda did like 4 in a row. What's that?
I know. How dare she? How dare she?
That's
Old School for $10 says change is not always good. Change can destabilize and destroy societies. Look at Venezuela. Most people who vote GOP these days want change, but they want to slow down change to consider all outcomes.
True, except if you're like on the Mencius Marvin Molbug route.
Mm-hmm.
That's like some radical change. Some people on the right do want radical change.
Sure.
Which is kind of odd.
Why? Well, it's not odd. I mean, when liberalism, trying to overturn
though.
liberalism, that makes sense.
It's not
it
right
is totally.
wing. It's left wing.
What?
It's left wing.
Okay. Anyway, Senator Lindsey Graham begs Fox viewers to donate to Donald Trump's defense fund. Interesting.
What? When did that happen?
4 days ago.
Is there a picture of him on his hands and knees? Send it over. I'll put it up.
What's a video? It's not a picture.
Is he on his hands and knees begging?
Anyway.
Lucifer the Doberman for 22 Canadian says the ends justify the means with this guy. Is that guy FD Signifier?
Yes.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I was happy that he said he didn't think violence against people was justified.
Well, I think when you got up, I said, we need to, the next time we talk to FD Signifier, we have to have a conversation about morality because he has a very weird take on morality that I'm not sure I understand.
Gonna spring my definition of morality on him, the Nietzschean definition.
You can. I'm not, because I couldn't really tell if he was a consequentialist or not. So
right. Ooh, I hate the concept because consequences do have something to do with morality, but
to an extent, right? But also the intention is important too.
Well, consequentialists generally are the ends justify the means type people. That's the difference.
No, I understand that, right? But I mean, like, if you see a truck about to hit a child and you push them out of the way,
you're a consequentialist.
But that causes the truck to swerve and kill 5 more children.
Mm-hmm.
Your action is not, you're not immoral in that action. Your intention was not for that truck to hit those 5 kids.
Right.
Like, there's an unintended consequence of your action.
Right.
So. Manny Fresh for $10 says, ask him how he can believe what he does about Republicans when the worst, most dangerous place for U.S. is in Democrat-run cities. Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah.
Well, his idea is that the Democrats are all essentially tricking minorities into, enslaving themselves to the Democratic ticket. So I'm assuming that would be the answer.
He's not a fan of Democrats either.
Right.
He's a leftist.
Yes.
Joe the Meg.
Joe the Meg for $5 says the bill literally never mentions anything about genital inspections. Also, put the whataboutism away. Yeah, I didn't heard about this genital inspection thing. I was like, I don't know.
Genital inspection day.
I mean, I remember penis inspection day being the mainstay of any education in America.
I remember Dev made me read like a giant article about it.
Wait,
you remember that?
I don't remember that.
Dev came on stream and sent some giant article about penis inspection day that we read.
Oh, right. Yeah. And that was true. That was a real article. That was a very true thing that happened.
Didn't seem true to me, but
you just listen. You're just trying to block it out of memory.
It seemed funny. It was hilarious. I will give him that much.
Right. So yeah, what's the problem with genital inspection? We've had genital inspections for a long time. What's the problem? Yeah. Joe the Mig for $5. Someone's gonna clip that. Joe the Mig for $5 says, quote, I don't agree with the innate malevolence despite all your takes relying on it. Stop lying, FD.
What?
Listen. He's saying that FD does agree with the innate malevolence theory for Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I think later in the conversation said he didn't think that they were all acting from innate malevolence. Listen, we're changing hearts and minds in real time. Okay, that's what you saw. That's what's happening. At least that's what I'm going to believe.
I mean, we're trying. We're trying.
We're trying.
I do. No, I do think he does think. I mean, if you pressed him on it, he'd say, well, they're not all terrible, evil people, but most of them are.
Well,
it's a stereotype. That's the thing. It's a stereotype.
Right. I think, and there's a problem. The conversation, there's so many things to talk about. I think I'm assuming he believes in, and I think he talked about it in his Black Conservative video. I'm pretty sure he believes in the racial conflict theory idea. And so he thinks that essentially, white people are mostly acting out of protecting racial-based group interest. I'd assume that would be his position. So,
why did so many of them vote for Obama then?
Because they would view that as still protecting their racial interests. It's not like Obama went out and,
So they voted for Obama hoping that he would protect their racial interest, or there just really isn't any racial interest?
Well, maybe it's like the civil rights thing. It's kind of like in order to stop the revolutionary energy, the left, the Democrats have to, do something that seems like it's revolutionary, but it's not. And so maybe Obama was like the way to stopping the revolutionary energy of the left.
I mean, what?
In 2008.
If there are people that are legitimate racists, that are like, I don't want blacks in my neighborhood, or I don't want Mexicans in my neighborhood, whatever it is, right? How do they turn, like, what politician is on the ballot that's saying, look, I'll keep blacks out of your neighborhood if you vote for me? Because it just doesn't seem like that's a thing. Well, he'll keep the Jews out of your neighborhood, but not the blacks.
Okay. Yeah.
No, but
Donald Trump,
look, in all seriousness,
he's gonna build a wall. I'm gonna build a wall around all the white neighborhoods.
In all seriousness, I'm just like, what? The only people that I see coming out and saying, we're going to enact policies that are specifically targeted at certain races are Democrats. They're coming out and saying, listen, I'm going to nominate a black woman to the Supreme Court. Look, I'm going to make sure black people get reparations. Right?
Right, sure.
So who's like, where's the politician that's coming out and saying, I'm going to protect white interests?
It's all dog whistles. You understand? It's all dog whistles. It's all secret dog whistles. Tweet, tweet. Tweet, dog whistle. Tweet, bark, bark.
Like, is being against reparations protecting white interests? I mean,
bark, bark.
I guess.
I mean, yeah, there you go. Listen, I think the state of California should have to pay more than its annual budget in reparations. Okay. Even though they've been a free state from its inception.
I mean, 5 million per black person seems about right to me.
Does that seem about right? Yeah. That seems like a good number. 5 million, yeah. Val Van Gogh for 9 months says most parents feed their kids, but most parents don't have direct control over public schools. It's asinine to not expect them to protect their children. True. Bizarrely biased for 30 NTs. Says FD speaks in paragraphs which always include bigot. The word bigot.
I mean,
Harris.
As long as he's calling you guys bigot, not me. I mean,
there you go.
As long as I'm safe, right?
There you go.
That was a
PC.
joke. Look, no one wants to be called a bigot.
Oh, I read that one. That was about they don't have houses. Yeah, I agree with that. That's why people aren't moving right fast enough or that quickly yet. We'll see. We shall see. Is slavery moral or immoral? It's a very interesting question.
Was I wrong to ask that? I didn't think it was that big a deal.
No, I think it was a fine question.
I thought we were past slavery long enough that it wouldn't be like a.
Yeah.
I do know. Like. Dialogue always.
Mm-hmm.
He's big. He big believes that, slavery has really set back blacks in this country to the point where.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the disparities are the direct descendant of race or slavery, rather the institution of slavery.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I guess that's true.
I mean, I agree with that. I think that's definitely true.
Yeah.
I think anti-American cultural attitudes in the black community directly stem from segregation.
Animosity from slavery, yeah.
Yeah, animosity from segregation and slavery, sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
No, I do. I agree.
Oh.
So
Dave
how do you
Berlin,
get that animosity to go away, though, so you can, do
that's the difficult question, yeah.
Yeah. It's fucking sucks so bad.
It does. Dave Berlin for 6 months. Thanks so much. Says, thanks, JM. Major turmoil will likely stem from demographic collapse. On the bright side, it can make these socialist arguments moot America for the win. There you go.
Sweet.
Harrison Jodit for $5, who asked the slavery question, says, I'm sorry my questions about morality were so scary. Sad face. But communists usually have a hard time even discussing that. There you go. And thank you for asking, Harrison. I thought it was a very interesting question. And Harrison Jodit, for another $5, says, Sitch, that's why we need to agree on morality first. Final super chat for the night. I had a lot to say. Well, thank you, Harrison. Yeah, it's not a question I had thought to ask, but now I guess we'll have to add that to the list. Do you believe in actions being moral or immoral? So there you go. Andrew Clark for $2 says, this conversation would blow Bob and Dane's minds. Yes.
Yeah.
That's funny. And Andrew Clark for $2 says, my next video is on Dane. He's so slimy. Nice.
He does have a little bit of a sliminess to him.
Yes, he does. Old School for $10 says, Sitch, you're a conservative statistician here who wants to reform the welfare system to really help people. I love to come in and talk about it. Hint, it takes the Expanse's basic system and reworks it. That'd be interesting. I don't know.
Sure.
If we have a Tuesday open, send Adam a DM, Old School. Maybe we'll talk about it. That could be an interesting conversation.
Sure.
Look at this picture you got up here.
Yeah, what's up? Sammy G did this. Sammy G's like the greatest. I'm a giant Sammy G fan, just so you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you are.
I think
too,
we all
right?
are. I think we all are. Yes.
Yeah.
It says Shadow Man harasses Adam Friended and rightfully forces him to leave.
Right.
There you go. That's a great picture.
Yeah, look at
It's a
that.
beautiful picture. Thank you, Sammy.
Grabbing my booba.
Mm-hmm. I think did you show? I don't remember the timeline. Sammy G made this amazing picture of Dev. Have we shown that?
I don't think so.
We'll have to show that.
Someday.
So do you know what the story? You know what the reference, the meme reference for this picture is?
Yeah, of course. It's the guy. You shared the thing, and I said the guy must be gay because he didn't ask for a number. So
There you go.
a lot of people got mad at me. A lot of people didn't realize that that was a joke.
Right. Right.
They were saying, "Oh my God, you're such a homophobe." I'm like, oh, what?
Listen, Adam, if I grab your boobs like that, are you gonna kick me out of the park? When I visit you in LA, can I grab your boobs when we're at Disney World?
I would.
Can we do this picture? Can we recreate this picture in real time?
Well, of course. If we're doing it for a gag picture, of course we can do it.
Right.
Like if we're doing it in private, I mean, I would prefer if you didn't do that, to be honest with you. But
when I stay at your house, okay, when your wife's away, can I come into the room and be like, "Hey, Adam,
no.
let's recreate that picture"? That's damn true.
My wife.
You don't want that?
Myself and my wife would not really be into that.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you asked your wife? You don't know.
Have I asked my wife if it's okay if I make out with guys?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna.
You're just gonna guess now?
I'm just gonna assume the answer is please don't.
Right. Right.
But yeah, no, the meme.
Oh, did you bring up the other picture?
Oh, I don't have it.
Oh,
the meme. The woman in the meme is like very, very attractive. I was like,
she is.
What's going on with this guy? He's like, Missy, how dare you? And I was thinking,
I don't know if I want to open up that debate at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Oh. I totally agree with you. Oh, I do remember this picture. I think I might already save this.
It was if you don't know, there was a guy who was dressed as Gaston. A woman grabs his pecs, and he kind of immediately
freaks out. Yeah,
and angrily freaks out and kind of kicks her out.
Right,
or not kicks her out of the park, but tells her to go away.
He says,
and it kind of became this whole
"You sexually assaulted me."
Sexually assaulted, Me Too thing. And I said, which I think is true, I don't think his reaction had anything to do with like sexual assault.
No, it had to do with his girlfriend was in the audience watching him or something.
It had nothing to do with that.
You don't know.
It has to do with the fact that I can guarantee you that Disney tells their employees, especially him, because he's Gaston, do not let people touch you,
fondle you
inappropriately in anything. This is a park for children. If anyone does anything remotely sexual, you tell them to like fuck off.
Right.
And that's
if
probably
what's
what's
your ding dong.
Right.
You tell them get away from there.
There you go. I don't care how hot they are. You tell them to fuck off. So I'm pretty sure that was probably the primary thing that was happening in that clip.
Right. But Sitch tweeted out and said, "Look, this guy."
I said he was a soy cuck.
Right.
I said he should have grabbed her tip back. Is what he should have done.
Right. Yeah.
I said he should have been like, honk, honk.
He should have pantsed her right there. Like,
there you go.
It's always funny when you pants someone when they're not expecting it. Here you go.
Is that funny?
Here you go, honey.
Yeah, I don't know if that works.
Hold on. If the viral, because I guarantee you that would have went viral. Like if she grabbed his pecs and he just reached over and grabbed her shorts and like pantsed her. Oh my God.
That would be an interesting sexual assault case. If a woman grabs the guy's pec and he grabs her tit in response, right? How does that work? Speaking of tit grabbing, Sammy G drew this hilarious picture. This is based off the idea that we'd all be in a gender swapped YouTube high school where all streamers are, attractive anime girls.
Mm-hmm.
And here we have short, flat otaku.
Mm-hmm.
And even though Dev would be a lolly, it says over 900 years old. So it's okay to crush.
Oh, I gotcha.
You're not a pedo if you're into lolly bait, short, fat, flat otaku because she's over 900 years old.
Was she got like Benjamin Button disease or something?
She's a vampire, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Some kind of immortal vampire or something.
That's Dev?
That is a female Dev.
Right.
And there's female Dev grabbing Sitch-chan. And Sitch-chan's going, Dev-chan! And just really up in the boobs, really up in the booba. Saying, Doomer-chan wishes, tee-hee.
Doomer-chan wishes.
Yeah.
Wow.
And there's in the background, there's you.
Right.
Madam Jealous.
And I'm like grabbing my boobs in jealousy.
Yes.
Ah! How
now,
dare.
Are you jealous of Dev grabbing my boobs? Or are you jealous that Dev is not grabbing your boobs? That's the real question.
I'm jealous that I could not avoid being in this picture, to be honest with you.
I see. You're saying you wanted to avoid being in the picture.
Right, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then at the bottom we have Dev-chan playing with the Sitch and Adam dolls, saying they're voicing me saying, Dev is so cool and handsome, no homo. And Adam saying,
no homo.
Agreed. We should have him on the show more.
Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, that should just be. I mean, we should just cut that little section out, and that should be on our background. Dev Chan playing with the. Oh, that's so good, so good.
Isn't that good? That's pretty hilarious.
SFO VTuber reference photo from April 1st, 2022 video.
Oh, so apparently Dev made that VTuber of himself, and that's what Sammy was basing the picture off of.
Oh, really?
Right.
Oh, okay.
Right. And then there's poor Sammy in the background. It says is actual short flat otaku, and it's pointing at her. And it says she says nothing wrong with being flat, and it says flat 5 feet tall. A little sad.
Oh.
There you go.
That's okay.
We still love you, Sammy.
Of course. Sammy's the best.
Sammy is the best. Also, there's a bunch of it now.
I know.
Yes.
Well, it's getting late. I didn't know if you want to show
it
Tuesday or not.
Including Asif Artsies, because he'll get very upset if we don't show it. So.
I was going to bring that up next, but then I saw this and I was like, what's going on here?
What?
I don't know. It looks like CT drew us as kittens.
Oh, yeah. CT drew this amazing picture.
Oh, she's a mouse too. Look at that.
Yeah. There's me and you were raiding a kitchen. I got a handful of fish. We're like cartoon cats scampering away as we raid the kitchen. And there's a mouse doomer on my tail.
Look at that.
And mouse CT on your head.
Just kicking back, drinking.
Yeah.
Drinking a gin and tonic.
I have no idea what the inspiration for this picture is, but it's adorable.
It is.
Yes.
I love it.
I do like that she asked what should be on your shirt and what should be in the cup, and you didn't answer. So we have Adam Shorts on your shirt. That's you as Shorts. I believe Utter Nonsense was the first person to create the Adam Shorts figure.
I love it. That's great.
There you go. And there's Das's basic white girl on the cup. A little duck person.
That's a white girl?
The prompt was basic white girl, and it was just like a duck with a wig.
Oh, you guys were playing Gartic Phone?
We were playing it wasn't Gartic Phone, but it was some game like that. Andrew Clark for $2 says, Sitch, we've talked about this. Sex bots exist now. They're not the same. Listen, Andrew. Those fucking sex bots are like those sex bots that exist now are like in the uncanny valley. Those things are terrifying. Okay. Nobody who wants to put their dick in that thing.
Like
Very
putting
few
your
people.
dick in the garbage disposal, man.
Oh my God. It's not that bad.
What do you mean?
Oh, I think there's a difference.
It's not that bad.
It's not as bad as that.
How do you know you put your dick in the garbage?
I haven't, but I can guess. I can guess. As a mammal with a brain that has the ability to foresee potential consequences for actions, that seems significantly worse than the sex bot.
You don't know. I mean, it could just be a real good Hummer.
That's true. I'm guessing it's not. Don't put it
in too far.
Okay. That's like that stupid movie where like the people they had you know what I'm talking about? That stupid movie that was like a series of sketches.
Don't put it in.
And they built up the MP3 player. Apple's new MP3 player was like a naked woman, but if you stuck your dick in the vagina, it would like rip your dick off or something.
No, I don't. What was this?
It was like movie 21. You know, it was like that movie that was just like a series of like a bunch of sketches.
This
that was
can't
really
be
stupid.
real.
It is real. It's like movie 20. Help me out, chat. What was the name of this stupid movie? It was like movie and then a number.
Number movie.
Number movie.
I'm pulling up some art here, so that's why I paused. Those GIFs, I couldn't get them, unfortunately.
Just take a screenshot.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Yeah, we can't bring up GIFs. CT.
Now, what's going on in this office? Oh, wait. I'm burning all of my old pictures of you. I've got like I'm doing the fire thing.
He sent to me and said, Adam completely not overreacting to the Sitch only drawings.
Oh, okay. I'm burning them all. That's what's going on.
You have your firecrackers, right? Remember your firecracker video?
I do remember, yeah.
Yeah.
That's you. That. It was great.
Very sad. You're about to blow up all the Sitch drawings while you pet your cat.
Right.
As you're coping.
I'm like, damn, this is the cope spiral that I've always talked about right here.
Right.
Look, I got a tear running down my face. I'm in full cope spiral mode.
Movie 42? Was that the number? No, it's like movie. That's not coming. It's movie 43. Thank you. Movie 43. That's the number. That movie is stupid.
Oh, yeah, that movie's horrible.
There was a sketch that was literally just like a robot that was like a naked lady. And if you stuck your dick in it, it would like fuck your dick up.
A robot that was a naked lady.
Yeah.
With a blender vagina.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
That wasn't as bad as Hugh Jackman with like the testicle neck or whatever the hell he had going on. That was disturbing.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember that movie, but
okay. Probably for the best. Sammy G, speaking of Sammy G, for $5. Says the people who want free healthcare don't even understand what health is. Y'all wouldn't like the truth. Spoiler, less freedom of choice in food. Ouch. There you go. Yeah, that's true.
Sammy, can I still drink Coke? Because I like 4 or 5 Cokes a day. Is that bad for me?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like
that sounds bad. That sounds bad.
What if I could cut it down to just say 4 Cokes a day?
So this was a shirt we made.
I
think I actually bought it.
Penis.
And sent it to Harker. I don't know if she got it yet.
Penis.
It's a gun. It's a gun with a Sitch mouth, and it says, "Harker, have you eaten yet?"
But why does the gun look like a penis?
It's not. How does it look like a penis? It looks like a gun with a Sitch face.
Yeah, but it looks like a penis with two nuts. I thought this was like a penis with a Sitch mouth.
Okay, I think you're so Coomer brained that everything remotely phallic looks like a penis to you.
I guess I can see the gun.
Oh my God. Leave it to you to look at the Sitch gun.
There's no way. There is no way that other people did not see the dick and balls.
No one thought it was
impossible.
No. Listen.
Look, definitely a penis.
No.
It's a penis in 3D.
Okay.
Yes. Look, everyone saw it.
Nobody saw it. It's a gun. It's obviously a gun. Okay.
Look, I can see the foreskin hanging off it. From
What
the
the fuck? Okay, this is like insane.
I can see the botched circumcision.
Uh-huh.
Look. And it's got 2 genital warts on the top.
Oh my god. Well, regardless, whether it looks like a penis or a gun, Parker's getting that shirt.
It looks like a penis to me.
I'm sure she will not appreciate it, regardless of whether it be a
why
penis or a
did
gun.
you send a penis shirt?
Because she never fucking eats food.
Look,
we have to hold her up with a gun, not a penis.
You literally sent Harker a shirt with a penis on it that says, Harker, have you eaten yet? Do you know how Me Too this shirt screams?
You just added a horrible context to the shirt that there never was.
This shirt screams sexual assault.
I'm going to say this. So when this shirt was created in Jackbox, there was like 7 or 8 people playing. No one said it looked like a penis. This is the first time hearing this.
It's so obvious.
Nobody said it. Everyone said it's a gun. It's a Sitch gun.
Everyone was trying to... Who drew this? Because everyone was trying to be nice to that person.
I didn't fucking draw the picture.
I don't know about this one, man.
No.
It's hard for me to imagine whoever drew this didn't know what they were doing. Especially if the prompt is, Harker, have you eaten yet?
You're adding a whole nother disturbing level to the shirt. Okay.
I know. I just,
well, listen.
Whatever.
Either way, it's pretty funny. Okay.
I know. It's true.
Terrible. You're terrible.
Look, we better just move on to more artwork.
We should.
Harker,
We
I'm
should.
sorry. If you want to give that shirt to the Goodwill, we understand.
You better keep that shirt.
Hide it way far back in your closet.
You better wear it proudly in front of all your friends.
Don't let your boyfriend see that shirt, okay?
There you go. Yeah, he might not appreciate that.
Now, what's this here? This is obviously Adam Shorts. The champion of being naughty. Oh, look. Sitch,
There we go.
Ty, and Adam.
You have Ty, Sitch, and Short Adam. There you go.
Perfect. I like it.
There you go. Who wins that fight? I think being naughty is automatically Short Adam, right?
Oh, yeah.
Unless Ty Sitch is all you're wearing. Pretty naughty.
If it's karate, though, obviously the Ty is going to take the... Aren't you like a black belt in karate? A black
That's
tie
right.
in
I'm
karate?
not, but I'll say that I am.
Aren't you a black tie in karate?
I'm a black tie in karate. I'm a black tie
Is
karate.
it better to be a black tie than a black belt? I don't know.
It is.
Hard
It
to
is.
say.
It is. Yeah.
Might be a tie.
Right. There you go. CT for 2 Canadian says, I won't tell her if you don't Sitch. That's true. I won't tell her. That's good.
Look, as soon as she wears it out, everyone's going to be like, Harker, what is this on your shirt?
We'll let her discover it that way.
Harker, what is it that you are eating these days?
We'll let her discover it, okay? That way.
Look. Okay.
Right. Anyway, relating back to Sammy G's super chat, which was about food.
Oh no.
I think that's true. I think a lot of people make very poor eating decisions in this country. I think something is making everybody sick in this country. So I don't disagree. The Aussie for 5 Aussie bucks says, sorry, Sitch, I saw your gun drawing on a public toilet wall. There you go.
Ajar. It's so true. I saw that too. And it said for a good time, call. It had a phone number.
PSA Sitch. Yeah, there you go. CT for 2 Canadian says, I'll be your black friend, Adam.
Oh, I saw that. CT,
You're like,
can't say that.
You're like the whitest person ever.
I know.
You're so white, CT. You're way whiter than either me or Adam.
Yeah.
And then CT for 2 Canadian says, fuck it. Sitch, I'll be your black friend too. There you go.
Nice.
There you go.
Look, we got like 10 black friends now. It's amazing.
There you go.
Oh no.
There's a shirt of Harker. That's Harker who's going to get the shirt. That's only she's on a shirt. It says, I'm left-handed and shameful. So there you go.
I hope I'm getting the right ones here.
Yeah, you don't need to bring that up. Just bring up the only other one that you gotta bring up is the Champion of Spring Break with the 2 atoms on it.
Okay.
That one's hilarious.
Champion of Spring Break is Karate in the Garage, Adam. It looks like I'm laid out. The squirrel.
There's Adam passed out in the garage with a squirrel looking at him.
The squirrel going, hey, where's my nuts? And then the beach ready Adam up.
With all the hair.
I'm not a hairy person though, so like.
Right.
Yeah.
I just love the Karate in the Garage Adam with you on the floor with the little squirrel looking
That's
at you.
basically an accurate depiction of what went on.
What happened.
So yeah.
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 I love that. There's little Adam on the floor.
Yeah.
The squirrel.
It's not happy.
Asme for 6MYR says the lady keeps laughing every few sentences. Yeah, it's weird. She you could hear Alicia laughing off screen. But was she laughing whenever she was talking?
Yeah.
Okay, I was paying attention.
I noticed that.
She was laughing a lot off screen. I could keep hearing her laughing. Andrew Clark for $5 says based on her hair color, in the movie adaptation of the Sitch and Adam show, CT will be played by a black woman. However, who will play Adam?
Who's
going to play
see.
Adam?
Oh, you're going to be played by a black woman?
CT would be played by a black woman.
Oh, okay. Rosario Dawson?
There you go.
I mean, that'd be pretty cool.
How do you feel about being played by Rosario Dawson, CT?
I'm
you down with
it.
that? CT says she's not white, she's transparent. There you go.
Who would play me? I don't know.
Right.
Who's the Guardians of the Galaxy guy? I like that guy.
Chris Pratt?
Yeah, Chris Pratt can play me.
Okay. I thought you were going to say Batista. Batista can play me. How about that? Batista will play me. Chris Pratt can play you.
Batista's pretty cool.
There you go. I'm going to say who plays me is either going to be Batista or The Rock.
That's hilarious.
But do you have a problem with that casting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, you and I are about the same build, so it's like The Rock.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, beach ready, Adam. Angry Bellsprout for $10 says the abortion pill isn't the day after pill. Hashtag fake news in full effect. That's true. It is not the day after pill. That is true.
Oh, really?
It's
so
a different pill.
They can still do the day after pill?
Yeah, the day after pill, the one that the judge was talking about that got the new ruling. I looked it up when we were talking to Joe. I think Joe was correct. It has like a 10-week efficacy period or something.
Mm-hmm.
So, which, if you want to say you can't do it on the grounds of it being an abortion, that'd be different than having a procedural ground for saying that either A, the FDA didn't follow their proper procedures, or B, that the FDA didn't follow their proper science. Now, I'll have to watch the video Joe suggested. My understanding from the articles I read, which could all be lies, could be, is that they were saying the judge was arguing with the science, which wouldn't seem to be the judge's position, the judge's purview to argue about that.
Yeah,
but I'll
that's a little weird.
I'll watch the video Joe suggested and look at the opinion to see. And we'll probably talk about it on Tuesday.
Maybe.
Dave Tycho for 8 Aussie bucks
says.
says.
Moldbug to talk about on Tuesday. I don't know that we can have Joe.
Well, I'll just say if I'm right or wrong.
Okay.
There you go. Dave Tycho for spoiler alert. I'm always right. Dave Tycho for $8, 8 Aussie bucks says if this was the world of the shadows house anime, then Sitch would be the Shadow Master and Adam his living servant doll.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Sweet.
I like that. I haven't seen Shadow House anime, but I like the idea that I'm the master and Adam is my doll. I do like that.
I thought you were I was the master and you were I thought you were a ball, like a bouncing ball.
No, I am the Shadow Master and you're the living doll servant.
Oh. I thought you were a living ball
I see.
servant.
No, sorry.
Yeah.
That's you.
Damn it. I'll pay better attention next time.
You should. You read Fat Brown Buffalo.
I did.
WTF1A1A for $5 says, "Here are you feeding squirrels now, Adam. Good. The Lord helps those who helps his kind."
What's that
FT
mean?
for the Lord's wisdom. Also, I turned 30 today, getting closer to the grave. Well, happy birthday, WTF.
Yeah, 30's a big one. 30's a big milestone that most people, they're terrified of.
There you go. It's not a big deal. Not that big a deal.
No.
Happy birthday. Stug for $10 says, quote, "We need better messaging about how we want universal health care," end quote. What does that actually mean? What are you not saying that would win you all these votes? Do these slogans really mean anything? That's a good question. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good question. I think the real thing is that even if the average American wants a public option, which I believe polling data supports, they're not willing to vote for that over all the other horrible shit that, all the other horrible woke shit that's going on in the country, or whatever other policies the Democrats support. So Fondue for $5 says, "First they came for the socialist because they were easy sell."
Because that was an easy sell.
It's pretty good, Fondue.
Awesome. Yeah.
That's pretty good. Fondue for $2 says, quote, "Violate my nap and I'll put you to bed. Sitch." True. Violate my non-aggression principle, and you get put to rest, motherfucker.
Where is that one?
I was down a couple super chats.
Oh.
That's pretty good. Fondue's a good-ass line today. Damn, good job.
Yeah.
How is that not a shirt? You got the snake on the yellow shirt saying, "Violate my nap, and you get put to rest." He's holding like guns.
That would work with the Sitch penis too.
Stop it.
Violate my nap and I'll put you to bed.
There you go.
Non-consensually. Wait,
Speaking of dumb cumster for $5, says she's cherry picking. Either a poll doesn't give an answer she likes, so she said it. So she said it was because there wasn't enough black people on the data.
Yeah.
True, they were both doing that. Yeah.
Everyone's a cherry picker.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, "We have no significant amount of sun for 9 months." That's awful, Andrew. Oh my god.
Where are you in Alaska or something, Andrew? Jeez.
That's terrible, Andrew.
Oh,
How do you live
Andrew
like that?
must be in Alaska.
Yeah, like Washington State or something.
Ugh.
Or Maine. Do they have a lot of sun in Maine? I feel like they don't.
No one touches my cookies.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, "No one touches my cookies." True.
I feel
True and
sorry
based.
for you. Sometimes you gotta get
Jackorama.
your cookies touched.
Andrew Clark says they live in Portland. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Well, you don't have any sun because all the smoke from all the hippies and
Oh yeah, all the pot smoke.
Antifa people, burning cars and buildings, it's, drying the sun out. So
All the pot smoke.
Jackorama for $5 says, "Oh, I read that one."
Fellas.
Oh no, he said, wait, I didn't read this one. It says, "Fellas, I'm gay because I was late, not because I hosted the dinner." Oh, I understand. Late and gay. I missed it. If I was actually gay, I'd brag about it like I brag about my 2 gay dads. There you go. There you go. That's like when people brag about their black friends. Like, listen, I'm not homophobic. I have 2 gay dads.
Yeah. I can't be homophobic.
Right.
My 2 gay dads.
It sounds like a sitcom.
Yeah.
My 2 gay dads. Speaking of, I'm actually very worried.
About CT?
No.
Oh.
They've brought back Clone High.
Clone High?
Clone High is one of my favorite cartoon shows of all time. One season, MTV, created by Phil Lord and other guy
Brendan
who does all Phil
Smalls.
Lord, Chris Miller.
Oh, Chris Miller. Wow.
Chris Miller and Phil Lord, who are very well known for Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
And the Lego Movie and other amazing things that
Are they going to do the new Into the Spider-Verse that comes out in like a month?
Assuming they're doing the new Into the Spider, which by the way looks great.
It does look great, yeah.
But so one of their first things they ever worked on was Clone High, which is one of the funniest cartoons. I'm sure it's very dated, but I thought it's one of the funniest cartoons ever when it came out. And me and my friends would literally quote it like nonstop to each other.
I gotta see this.
I saw a trailer for the upcoming revival, and it looked not good, and I was very worried about it. It looked really not funny. I was like, wow, this is I'm very nervous about this. So hopefully it's just a bad trailer. And also, like, the guy they got to voice Kennedy, the JFK clone in the remake, doesn't sound like JFK at all, which is, you think that'd be a very easy voice to get some person to impersonate, like a comical JFK voice.
Yeah, that seems easier to do.
Right.
It's sad. It doesn't appear to be on any service that I have. So
I don't have any fucking clue where you can watch the original Clone High. I have it on like DVD, like a million yonks ago. I have no clue what streaming service Clone High is on.
Paramount Plus.
Oh, that's right, because they have like all the Nickelodeon stuff, and isn't Nickelodeon and MTV owned by Paramount?
I guess, but I mean, the last thing I want is another streaming service.
I know, you're not gonna. Yeah, who wants Paramount Plus? I understand.
Ooh,
so,
yikesy.
But anyway,
maybe I can buy the DVD or something.
there's one thing Mahatma Gandhi stands for. It's revenge. It's a good one. Death by Sloth for $2 says, a parent who constantly demands their child meets impossible standards, berates them when they fall short, and never acknowledges when progress has been achieved is considered to be abusive. Pointing that out for no reason. There you go. There you go. True. Dill's Elephant for $2 says, before we get to what's that Pokemon, we haven't done that in a long time.
Yeah, it's great.
We haven't done. Oh, you didn't like doing the Pokemon?
I mean, it's okay.
Okay.
Look, you can buy the DVD Clone High complete first season for $82. What?
Wow.
One DVD for $82?
Why not made anymore? So I assume that's why it's so high.
$82?
Yeah.
Give me a fucking.
You're saying I can sell my old Clone High DVD for $82?
Do you have it? I'll buy it off you for like $1.
No, fuck no. Oh no.
Make me pay $82 for it?
Before we get to that, what's that Pokemon? I found out that the Pokemon world has its own interesting economics, and they had an arc on an inflation crisis that Adam might be interested in.
Mm-hmm. So I should look up inflation crisis.
No.
I should Google inflation crisis right
now. So Adam should Google Pokemon inflation to see a new interesting perspective.
Sure. Let me do that real quick. Oh my God.
I tried, Dill. Adam knew instantly. He instantly knew.
Look, I know what
was going on.
I know who Pokemon is, and I know who inflation. I know what inflation is.
Okay. You don't want to Google Pokemon inflation?
Did that happen though? Did Pokemon get in some sort of inflation?
It did. That's why you should look it up.
No.
Okay. Look it up. I know you want to.
Ajar for $5. Sorry, Sitch. I saw your gun drawing
I already
on a
read
public
that.
toilet wall. Oh, did you?
Sitch's mom, my mother. Thank you so much, Mom. Mom says, Sitch, I'm here to ask you the real JQ. Why is it on this precious holiday of Pesach Why have you invited not one but two guests who have arguments that are so unleavened?
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry. That are so unleavened. That's a nice way of saying it. I thought I raised you better. Oh, my broken heart.
Look at
There
that.
you
You're
go.
breaking your mama's heart. Why are you
Listen,
doing such a thing?
We had Joe on. Okay.
Oh yeah, he's good.
We had two Jews to two Goyim, right? It evens out.
Yeah.
There you go.
Talked about nice things.
All right. It bounced out, Mom. Mahler for $2. Hey, Mahler says, so we all agreed, right? When I talk to TJ, I'll subtly bring up Fight Club multiple times. I'll phrase it at a strategic moment and plant a seed of thought in Sitch's mind that'll grow into the Fight Club MMF video review. And then Rags for $2 says, yes, Mahler, I agree with this plan. You have to be careful, though. I wonder if you should also mention Maggie May Fish at different moments to help that seed grow. What do you think about that idea, Fringy? And then Fringy for $2 says, no, that's too obvious. Mahler should just stick with mentioning Fight Club. Sitch will catch on if we're that obvious. He'll get angry and think we're insulting him if we do that. So there you go.
Sitch does get angry pretty easily, so
that is true.
That might happen.
That is true. Andrew, what the fuck? Andrew Clark. I don't know if I'd admit this, Andrew.
What did
Andrew
say
Clark
now?
for $2 says, as a kid, 1 year I forgot the sky was blue. What do you mean? What do you mean you forgot?
Well, because
because he's in
sky.
Portland. I understand. I forgot the previous reference.
He was blinded for a whole year.
It was all gray. Yeah.
I went to Seattle once, and everyone always says Seattle is always raining, but when we were there for like maybe 4 or 5 days, and it was sunny the whole time.
What? Good.
Yeah, so I didn't get to experience the normal Seattle bullshit.
There you go. I've never been to Washington State or Oregon. Never been there. Never been there.
Have you been banning people, Sitch?
I banned one person today, yeah.
Oh, did you really?
Yes.
Oh. Was that recent or?
Oh, no, it was early. Very early in the stream.
Oh, okay. Good.
Someone was being anti-Semitic.
Were they really? Oh, good.
Hey.
They did. They did a yawn emoji with a yarmulke. Is that anti-Semitic? Because I feel like it's just funny.
That would be funny. I don't
think there is one with a yarmulke.
I think that YouTube is anti-Semitic. The fact, they have all the emojis and they have different like colors, skin tones you can choose, but they don't. Where's the emoji with the yarmulke on?
They don't have one?
They don't have one.
Surely they have something.
They don't have one. What's up with that? A yarmulke?
They don't have the Star of David, though?
They do. I think that's the only Jewish thing they have.
Oh, yeah, look. They have it twice.
No, one is something different.
No.
It's like Zoro. What is this? The second one's like what? Zoroastrianism or I don't know. Some weird religion,
What the hell is this? What's going on there?
What?
I don't know. I just searched star and some crazy star monster thing came up.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
CT sent you a Pokemon. I don't know if you want to know.
Oh, okay. You want me to see what I can do?
Sure.
I'll look it up.
What is this other star? Nobody knows.
That's the North Star. That's the Nordic star.
The Nordic star? All right.
Oh, look, I closed Twitter.
Who's that Pokemon?
Who's that Pokemon? Okay, this is going to be a very difficult one. This doesn't...
Yeah.
Yeah, this just doesn't look. I mean, this Pokemon. It looks evil.
Yeah.
You got anything on this guy or?
What are you gonna name him?
Well, I mean, it's kind of.
I think it looks adorable.
Yeah. I'm gonna call him Beer Pong Shark.
Beer Pong Shark. Okay, that's an interesting name. Interesting name. I'll ask you why the beer pong. once people get it. I'm curious as to where that comes from.
Beer pong. I don't know. It just kind of popped into my head.
There you go. Oh, there's a CT found there's a menorah emoji. So there you go. Beer pong shark. Everybody. Geodude, come on! You're not even trying. Batosai. How's Geodude gonna be a beer pong shark? You guys can get this one. It's not Sharpedo. Not Sharpedo, no. That's a good guess, though.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where you get beer. I don't know where you got beer pong, though. Carvana? Nope. Not Carvana. How many shark Pokemon are there? Jesus. It's not Will Ferrell. No, it's a good one. There you go. Eyes full of sky for the win.
How'd you get it?
Ben got it instantly. Says. Oh, did he say it in the Discord?
Oh.
Well, there you go. Nake Ben instantly, supposedly won it, and Eyes Full of Sky said it in the chat. It was Gibble. There you go. A little Gibble. Little Gibbs. So why are you calling this guy? You can bring the picture up for anyone who doesn't know what Gibble looks like.
No.
Why is this guy a beer pong? I mean, the shark. You know, I would call him Shark Face or something. Because his whole body is just the shark face.
Right. So you just call him Shark Face?
Where's the beer pong come from?
Well, I was thinking of those beer bong hats, but then I thought of the beer bong.
Oh.
But then I thought the beer bong hat would kind of give it away too easily. So
you changed it. So you're saying because the hat that has the two little beers on the sides with the little boobies that go in your mouth because he's got the little head things.
He's got like beer. He's got like a beer bong helmet.
Gotcha.
Beer bong helmet shark.
It all makes sense.
Yeah, I didn't want to make it too easy though. So I thought I'll just say beer pong, and it's kind of like bong. And maybe they'll make the connection, which Gay Ben did immediately.
Whoa. Not Gay Ben.
What do you mean?
You said Gay Ben. You said Gay Ben. It's not Gay Ben.
Gabe.
Did you see Trump put, I don't know what he was referencing, on True Social, he posted World War III today. That's all it said.
What?
Did you see that?
No.
It just says World War III.
World War III. Okay. Yeah. There wasn't a date at some time in the future?
No, it just says World War III. On Easter Sunday, it just says World War III. I don't know what he's referencing.
Boy, he's really on his A game for this presidential campaign, isn't he?
Right.
Oh my God, we're gonna see the breaking of Donald Trump, and it's like nobody's even gonna care.
We'll see. I wouldn't count him out. Just yet.
Right. Well, yeah.
Anyways.
Is that it?
That's it.
Oh,
look at that. Nake Ben says that he's default S-Class now. S-Class.
Because I called him Gabe?
You didn't misgender him. You misoriented him. Yeah.
Oh, man. What have I done?
Anyways. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for the incredibly generous donation. We really appreciate it. Hope you all had a fantastic Easter, fantastic Passover, fantastic whatever holiday you celebrated, even if that holiday was just to masturbate and look at porn in your room. And thank you so much, FD Signifier, for coming on. It was a very interesting conversation. Hopefully we'll talk to you again in the future. And thank you, Joe, for coming on for briefly for 20 or 30 minutes. Always appreciate talking to Joe. Hope you all had a fantastic Sunday. And you who've made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes, the true protagonists. Everyone else that didn't is an NPC. You are the true saviors of reality. Hope you all have a fantastic Sunday, and we'll see you all on Tuesday when we talk to short, fat, otaku.
Bye-bye, Billy.